System, come out and give me an explanation. Weren't we supposed to complete the plot and return a blue star with rewards? Ye Qingcheng found himself enveloped in a void. He was furious had he not recited the core values of 24 characters. He would have surely cursed. Host, please calm down. Due to the severe deviation of the plot in the last novel world you traversed, the female leads have developed feelings for you, disrupting the original storyline. Therefore, according to the heavenly decree, you're temporarily unable to return to Blue Star and must traverse again. What the hell? Can I be blamed for the female leads developing feelings for me? I am the villain. The female leads act as if they have never seen a man before, showering me with affection. How is that my fault? What a kitsch novel. Each female lead is more flirtatious than the last. Note that flirtatious here refers to demeanor, not scent. I truly question whether I have landed in a romance novel. If I weren't of noble character, I would have long since fallen into depravity. Is the deviation of the plot really my fault? Is there even a basis for this accusation? It is utterly perplexing. Ye Qingcheng was not a native of this world, he was a traveler. Previously, he had traversed into a novel titled The Master Descends the Mountain with 9 Beautiful Sisters, becoming a villain within. He diligently portrayed his role according to the narrative. He genuinely did not understand the madness of the female leads. Rather than vying for the male lead's affections, they flocked to him. System, to which book will I be traversing next? Though reluctant, Ye Qingcheng still inquired. Host, the next novel you will traverse is titled Martial Movement of the Celestial Sphere. Upon hearing the title, Ye Qingcheng's lips twitched. Goodness, just the name alone reeks of outdated tropes. It is the type of mindless show-off and face-slapping story that a tale of the underdog, feigning weakness to overpower, and harem elements. Half-siblings, beautiful masters, righteous fairies, demonic seductresses, and icy empresses. Any woman of beauty in the tale is undoubtedly part of the male lead's harem. Yet the author, fearing repercussions, keeps the male lead and female leads in a perpetual state of ambiguity, refusing to advance the plot. It is as if the author were a eunuch. Despite being a harem story, it has been written as a bland narrative. Can you believe it? The character Ye Qingcheng traversed, as is the quintessential villain archetype. Born into the ancient Gu family, his master is none other than the renowned, unparalleled empress, Qin Wuxuan. He himself possesses extraordinary talent, standing out among his peers. As for his appearance, simply put, he is handsome enough, said. After all, a beast in human clothing deserves to be eradicated. He is undeniably a high-status handsome man. However, he is merely a sycophant to the female lead, Ye Qingcheng. Can you believe it? Such a handsome and wealthy individual reduced to a mere sycophant? Ye Qingcheng was not surprised. After all, novels thrive on conflict. The plot does not fear being melodramatic, it fears being too mundane. Who would want to drink plain water? Who would wish to read a bland narrative? As a traveler, Ye Qingcheng possessed his own exclusive system upon crossing over. It is called the actor's self-cultivation system. The name itself sounds quite rebellious. In simple terms, it is about performing his designated part in the narrative and then returning to Blue Star with the rewards. The wealth and cultivation from the novel world would also accompany him back to reality. It is a truly delightful prospect. Rather than being a mere backdrop for the male lead in the novel world, he would prefer to return to Blue Star with rewards and cultivation to enjoy life. Forget about young models, even the most sought-after celebrities would be drawn to him. Just the thought of it is enticing. However, the plan to return to Blue Star must wait. Due to the previous deviation in the plot, the system has mandated a reset. This time, he must ensure the plot does not stray from its course. Host, are you ready? If you are prepared, we shall commence the traversal. I am ready. Very well. Target of traversal. The world of the novel martial movement of the celestial sphere. Traversal reward. Primordial Tao body. Destination. Chapter 10 of the novel. Chapter 10. Kidnapping Ye Qingcheng. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Ye Qingcheng's vision darkened, and he was once again transported. In a private residence not far from the Qingming sacred land, the room was dimly lit. Ye Qingcheng slowly opened his eyes, finding the environment somewhat unfamiliar. It was a room filled with ancient charm. From the furnishings, it appeared to be a woman's boudoir. Had he indeed crossed into the 10th chapter of Martial Movement of the Celestial Sphere? He needed to promptly kidnap Ye Qingcheng. Then the male lead, Lin Yi, would descend like a celestial being, defeating him and rescuing Ye Qingcheng. The very thought is absurd. A senior brother of the sacred land. How could I be defeated by a fledgling male lead and have my beloved taken away? Is this not a matter of face? Yet the plot demands it. It is merely the effect of the protagonist's halo. Just as Ye Qingcheng prepared to rise, he realized his hands and feet were bound by celestial ropes. What the hell? This is utterly ridiculous. I, a villain, have been captured? Who dare do this? Is there no sense of justice, no law? Just as he was perplexed, the door to the room swung open. A stunning beauty entered. The woman wore white robes and a flowing skirt, her hair cascading down, skin as delicate as jade, brows like distant mountains, lips like coral, and her features were indescribably beautiful. Her figure was equally unparalleled. With a slender waist and long legs, she moved with the grace of a breeze swaying lotus leaves, captivating all who beheld her. The woman was none other than the female lead, Ye Qingcheng. Upon seeing Ye Qingcheng, Ye Qingcheng's lips twitched slightly. Why am I bound? And how did she arrive here? Brother Changsheng, you are awake. Are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. Ye Qingcheng gazed at Ye Qingcheng with gentle eyes, delicately picking up a water jug to pour him a glass, which she presented before him. Brother Changsheng, please don't blame me for binding you. After all, you were flirting with that vixen, Su Qingyao. I am so afraid of losing you that I won't allow you to get too close to other women. Ye Qingcheng was left utterly bewildered. 3 large question marks hovering above his head that he felt dazed. Could it be that he had traversed incorrectly? Or perhaps his posture during the traversal was off. I am a sycophant here. Shouldn't I be the one feeling jealous? Why are you stealing my lines? Ye Qingcheng felt a wave of dizziness. According to the plot, it should have been him witnessing Ye Qingcheng too close to Lin Yi, leading to jealousy and subsequently kidnapping her to his private residence, preparing to take things further. But now he found himself bound instead, and Ye Qingcheng had stolen his lines. Seeing Ye Changsheng's expression of despair, Ye Qingcheng gently caressed his face with her delicate fingers and softly said, Brother Changsheng, you are so exceptional that naturally many will covet you. I fear you may develop feelings for someone else. Why not seize the day and let us embark on this journey together? Stop. Chapter 2. The protagonist Lin Yi Qingcheng, witnessing Ye Qingcheng's hand reaching for his exquisite waist belt, hastily shouted for her to stop. The incident was so abrupt that it left him bewildered. What exactly was happening? How could Ye Qingcheng, a paragon of righteousness, resort to kidnapping him, the villain, an attempt to overpower him? Did the plot and character design truly align? As he struggled vehemently, a wicked smile crept upon Ye Qingcheng's lips. Brother Changsheng, why stop? Have you not pined for me for 3 long years? She teased. Now that I am willingly offering myself, why do you refuse? Have you perhaps found affection elsewhere? Is it for that little vixen Su Qingyao? Her eyes glinted coldly as she declared, if so, I shall eliminate her this very moment. Ye Qingcheng, a formidable figure in her own right with her profounding body, exuded an aura of chilling intensity. Su Qingyao, that was another female lead, one who could not be harmed. Realizing this, Ye Qingcheng quickly clarified, Ye Qingcheng, please, do not act impulsively. I have not found someone else. I merely feel restrained. Being bound hand and foot like this robs one of all enjoyment. Brother Changsheng, I do not wish to bind you, but I fear that if I release the celestial ropes, you might flee, Ye Qingcheng replied, gazing at him with an enchanting allure, utterly devoid of the icy demeanor described in novels. This was absurd. She was on the verge of turning him, the villain, into her devoted admirer. It was a mixture of absurdity and rudeness. Ye Qingcheng realized that this time he had once again fallen victim to the system in his transmigration. The female lead's character was even more outrageous than before. The once aloof fairy had transformed into a lovesick femme fatale, intent on consuming him whole. In an attempt to jog her memory of her character, Ye Qingcheng remarked, Qingcheng, I heard you've been spending time with a new junior brother named Linny? Preposterous. She exclaimed, is this the work of that little vixen Su Qingyao? She is trying to steal you away from me, spreading slander behind my back. I assure you, Lin Yi and I are merely friends. It is nothing as you imagine. He has assisted me, and thus I have offered him some care within the sect. If it displeases you, I shall cease all contact with him. If that is not sufficient, I shall eliminate him to seal the matter." As she spoke, Ye Qingcheng drew her frostblade, preparing to slay Lin Yi. Terrified, Changsheng urgently urged her, "Qingcheng, do not act rashly. I was simply inquiring." "Brother Changsheng, do you truly trust me?" Ye Qingcheng sheathed her sword, her voice softening. "Of course I trust you," he replied, though internally he thought, "If you kill Lin Yi, this entire narrative will surely collapse, and I will have traversed realms for nothing." Ye Qingcheng observed his performance, a sly smile playing at her lips. In her heart, she mused, "Brother Changsheng, only now that visions of the future have appeared in my mind do I realize that you are the one who loves me most dearly. Only you have truly cared for me, Brother Changsheng. My intention in binding you was to compensate for your years of toil on my behalf. I was blind before, but upon witnessing the future, I have come to my senses. From now on, I shall remain by your side, loving and protecting you, never depart. As for that Lin Yi, I shall not permit him to harm you." Changsheng felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Please, release me. My limbs are going numb." Meanwhile, in the Qingming Holy Land, within the dwelling of a certain female disciple, a young girl clad in green, approximately 16 or 17, sat cross-legged. With almond eyes and a heart-shaped face, her beauty rivaled that of Ye Qingcheng. She was Su Qingyao. A look of sorrow graced her features as she murmured to herself, "Brother Changsheng, it turns out all you have done was for my sake. Knowing of the demonic infiltrators in the Holy Land, you came to protect me after receiving the news. I was so foolish to think you were a peeping Tom during my bath, even reporting you to our master, resulting in your confinement at the Cliff of Reflection for 3 months. Tears welled in her eyes at the memory. When the venomous mosquitoes intended to harm me, it was you who risked poisoning to eliminate them. I wrongly assumed you were being lecherous, even striking you. I deeply regret my actions. I am heartbroken. Had it not been for the visions in my mind revealing the truth, I would have continued to misunderstand you. That would have been a cruel fate indeed. And that detestable Lin Yi, who has slandered you repeatedly and will ultimately bring about your demise, along with our master and countless others within the Holy Land, unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Become Lin Yi's concubine? Preposterous. Compared to Brother Changsheng, he is not even worthy of a toe. Even if all men were to perish, I would never become his concubine." Fury ignited Su Qingyao's exquisite features, her eyes glinting with determination as she declared, "Today is the day, according to the visions. Brother Changsheng will have that little vixen Ye Qingcheng bound in a private abode, and Lin Yi will come to injure him and rescue her. From that moment on, Brother Changsheng's reputation shall plummet, becoming a pariah. Brother, you are foolish. Why risk everything for Ye Qingcheng? What does she possess that I do not? I will not allow anyone to harm you, nor will I permit any schemes against you." As thoughts of Changsheng filled her mind, tears glistened in her eyes. She wiped them away, her resolve solidifying. Soon, 2 azure orbs materialized in her palm, crackling with electric arcs. These 2 thunder pearls are more than sufficient to eliminate that pair of dogs, Ye Qingcheng and Lin Yi. Rest assured, Brother Changsheng, I will protect you. If Lin Yi dares to harm you, I shall slay him. If the entire world turns against you, I will bring ruin to this world." With this thought, Su Qingyao summoned her life-bound flying sword, the azure water, and soared toward the private abode depicted in her mind. Outside the Qingming Holy Land, in a small grove, Lin Yi, clad in a dark robe, awaited with a brooding gaze. "Senior Blood Demon, what is the current situation?" he inquired, speaking to the necklace around his neck. The black gem glimmered faintly before a voice, aged and somber, emerged, seemingly from a distant abyss. Changsheng and Ye Qingcheng have entered the private abode and have not emerged since. The voice of the blood demon echoed from the ring. Changsheng, that scoundrel, cannot abide Ye Qingcheng's closeness to me. Desperation drives him to such actions. Lin Yi smirked, a confident and sinister smile gracing his lips, as if he held all the strings of fate. "From my observations, the situation does not align with your assertions," the blood demon replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. "It appears Ye Qingcheng has indeed enchanted and bound Changsheng within that private abode." "Impossible. Ye Qingcheng would never commit such an act." "You must be mistaken," Lin Yi retorted, unwilling to accept that Ye Qingcheng could have kidnapped Changsheng. "The possibility exists," the blood demon conceded. "I am but a remnant of my former self, lacking the strength I once possessed, and my control over puppets may be flawed. Should Ye Qingcheng indeed become your dual cultivation partner, the benefits would be manifold. Not only could you harness her profound Yin body to refine your Yang body, but you would also gain the formidable backing of the Yi family, significantly aiding your ascent. Moreover, Ye Qingcheng possesses an unparalleled beauty, rivaling that of the celestial maidens of the upper realm. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate in matters of romance, remarked Blood Demon. Fortunate in romance? I have no such inclinations. Sentimental attachments are of no benefit to me. My sole desire is to grow stronger and ascend to the rank of emperor, reclaiming the throne that rightfully belongs to me. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute, as if he had grown indifferent to all but power and authority, viewing all others as mere stepping stones on his path to advancement. Blood Demon felt a twinge of disdain, sensing the disparity between Lin Yi's facade and his true emotions. Lin Yi was far from the noble figure he pretended to be. He had long coveted Ye Qingcheng's beauty, though he was unwilling to admit it. The relationship between Blood Demon and Lin Yi resembled a collaboration, with the finer details being inconsequential. What truly mattered was Lin Yi's swift ascension, enabling Blood Demon to reconstruct his demonic form with Lin Yi's assistance. Chapter 3. Provoking the male lead Changsheng. Let us converse amicably. Please, release me. It was supposed to be the villainous senior brother kidnapping Ye Qingcheng for nefarious purposes. Yet now, with Ye Qingcheng wielding the upper hand, he found himself begging for mercy. As he observed the crazy Ye Qingcheng intent on loosening his belt, Changsheng felt an absurd sensation wash over him. Was he truly destined to lose the Yuan Yang he had safeguarded for 25 years? System, I curse you. Had some glitch occurred during his transmigration? Was he being set up for failure? Qingcheng, let us discuss this rationally. Please, refrain from violence. Don't. If you persist, I shall call for help. Changsheng's eyes reflected stubbornness. He was unwilling to be overpowered without clarity. He was a proponent of traditional masculinity. If anything were to transpire, it must be in the conventional manner, with him in control. How could he allow a woman to dominate him? What a disgrace. Ha. Brother Changsheng, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your rescue. Ye Qingcheng replied with a playful smirk, her hands unyielding. How vexing. Brother Changsheng, why is your belt so difficult to untie? Ye Qingcheng discovered that his belt seemed unusual, no matter how forcefully she pulled. The clasp remained stubbornly fastened, as though under some enchantment. Ye Qingcheng, undeterred, thought to simply tear his trousers apart. But alas, the trousers appeared to share the same enchantment. Whether through brute force, spiritual energy, or even spiritual weapons, not a single tear would mar the fabric. Why is this happening? Ye Qingcheng panted, her disappointment evident as she pouted, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Changsheng exhaled deeply, relieved to have preserved his dignity. He recalled that both the belt and trousers were gifts from his master, Qin Wushuang, who had claimed they served as protective artifacts. Whether they offered protection remained uncertain, but they had certainly safeguarded his virtue. Otherwise, faced with the ferocity of Ye Qingcheng, he might have met his end today. How ironic it was he, the villain, had been bound and was now on the receiving end of a reversal. If Lin Yi were to discover this, he would surely be furious. What a melodramatic turn of events. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding bang. Changsheng, you scoundrel. Release senior sister Ye Qingcheng. A strikingly handsome youth, brimming with indignation, burst into the room, a recording stone clutched in his hand. The recording stone, charged with spiritual energy, began to capture the unfolding events, akin to those scandalous videos from the Blue Star, where intruders would whip out their phones to film. Scoundrel, do you seek death? Ye Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, then glared angrily at Lin Yi, her voice laced with fury. This was not how she had envisioned it at all. It was not merely different. It was utterly incomprehensible. The one bound hand and foot upon the bed was not Ye Qingcheng, but Changsheng. In contrast, Ye Qingcheng was astride Changsheng, tugging insistently at his belt. What was she attempting to accomplish? Even a fool could discern her intentions. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively stepped back, then re-entered, as if questioning whether his entrance had been misaligned. Yet the scene before him remained unchanged. This was utterly bewildering. Why was it not Changsheng kidnapping Ye Qingcheng for illicit purposes, but rather Ye Qingcheng abducting Changsheng with the intent to reverse their roles? Was this not absurd? Changsheng gazed at Lin Yi with a hint of resentment, as if blaming him for his tardiness. Lin Yi, upon seeing the recording stone in Lin Yi's hand, Ye Qingcheng immediately grasped his sinister intentions, further convinced that the images in her mind were indeed real. Lin Yi was anything but the innocent. kind-hearted figure he pretended to be. He was, in fact, quite treacherous. In the original narrative, Lin Yi had persistently pursued her under the guise of seeking knowledge about cultivation, all the while performing for Gu Changsheng's benefit. His aim was to provoke Gu Changsheng into irrational acts, allowing him to reap the benefits. Aware of the narrative's trajectory, Ye Qingcheng had turned the tables, lacing Gu Changsheng's tea with a concoction, abducting him to her private residence, and orchestrating a fade of her own kidnapping. This was all to ensnare Lin Yi. A clever ruse indeed. To her surprise, the ploy had worked remarkably well. Lin Yi had arrived, and the recording stone laid bare his malicious intent. Ye Qingcheng was now even more convinced of the authenticity of her mental images and firmly believed that Lin Yi was the ultimate villain responsible for the world's impending doom. Senior sister Changsheng you? Lin Yi inquired, disbelief etched on his face. What of it? Do you find the reality diverging from your expectations? Ye Qingcheng dismounted from Gu Changsheng, her gaze icy as she regarded the bewildered Lin Yi. Observing his seemingly harmless expression, she revealed a hint of disdain. Her eyes sharpened, as if she could see through his very thoughts. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine under her penetrating gaze. Everything had exceeded his anticipations, leaving him stammering. And no, I heard someone say senior sister Qingcheng was in danger, so I came without a second thought. Oh, you feared for my safety? Then what purpose does that recording stone serve? Rather than thinking of rescuing me, you prioritized recording my predicament? Lin Yi, caught in her scrutiny, found himself at a loss for words. On the bed, Gu Changsheng watched the spectacle unfold, equally bewildered. What had caused Ye Qingcheng to suddenly become so astute? Where had her infatuated demeanor vanished to? That infatuated persona was a precious part of her character. Lin Yi glanced at Gu Changsheng on the bed, then at Ye Qingcheng before him. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy. To be forced by a woman, such a notion was utterly scandalous. Ye Qingcheng, why must you bestow such a favor upon Gu Changsheng? I would have been just as willing. Indeed, Lin Yi felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and a hint of excitement stirring within him. Slap. Ye Qingcheng's swift strike brought Lin Yi back to reality. Lin Yi, I warn you. Refrain from lingering around me in the future, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Begone. Ye Qingcheng issued an unequivocal dismissal. Sparing Lin Yi's life as her task was to protect Gu Changsheng, while others would handle the rest. Lin Yi, struck by her blow, felt stars dancing before his eyes, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps a tooth had been loosened. After all, Ye Qingcheng had achieved a cultivation level of skyward, while Lin Yi was merely at the spiritual sea level, a significant gap in their realms. The cultivation hierarchy of this world was as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, spiritual sea, skyward, spirit condensation, celestial king, emperor level, sage, saint king, great sage, great emperor. Observing Lin Yi's flustered state, Gu Changsheng wore a bitter expression. Ye Qingcheng's character had collapsed, and as an experienced actor, he needed to devise a strategy to steer the narrative back on course. Lin Yi, I am fully aware of your true nature. You are nothing but a stray dog. How dare you, a mere waste, compete with me for Ye Qingcheng, a toad wishing to eat swan meat? Have you even looked in the mirror? We are engaged in a game of bondage. Are you envious? Ye Qingcheng is a woman you will never possess. According to the archetype of the destined male protagonist, relentless mockery would bestow upon him various buffs, leading to a sudden surge of power. Overcoming higher-tier battles was merely a triviality. As expected, provoked by Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi erupted completely. Chapter 4. The chaos intensifies. Seeing his opponent's fury, Gu Changsheng prepared to escalate the situation. Huh? A man incapable of protecting his own mother and sister dares to challenge me? His mother and sister were his Achilles heel. On the night he fled the palace, his mother perished to save him, and his sister's whereabouts remained unknown. Now, upon Gu Changsheng's mention, Lin Yi lost all reason. Lin Yi, do not act impulsively. Today's events have surpassed all expectations. Leave this place quickly, or you shall regret it. The voice of the blood demon within his necklace incessantly warned Lin Yi, fearing he would act foolishly in his rage. However, Lin Yi dismissed these warnings entirely. With a swift motion, he drew the heavy sword, Black Abyss, glaring at Gu Changsheng, who was bound on the bed. Gu Changsheng, you scoundrel, dare you face me in a fair duel? A duel? Fair. I've bound you like a caterpillar. How can there be a duel? If it were to be a duel, you would be nothing. I possess the primordial Tao body. My cultivation has reached the spirit consolidation realm. Even standing here, I could rebound your attacks. Alas, he was merely the antagonist. In the original storyline, he had indeed been outmaneuvered by the protagonist. This, however, was not Lin Yi's own doing, but rather the blood demon behind him stealthily aiding him. Preposterous. Lin Yi, I did not wish to engage with you, but your ignorance compels me to teach you the meaning of respect. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's disrespect towards Gu Changsheng, Ye Qingcheng's aura surged, and with a powerful palm strike, she sent him flying. The rebellious protagonist was struck down by Ye Qingcheng for the second time. Senior Sister Qingcheng. Why silence? From now on, call me Sister Yi. Can you even utter the name Qingcheng? Ye Qingcheng coldly retorted, her gaze sharp as if she would kill him if he spoke another word. Terrified, Lin Yi swallowed his words, yet his defiant demeanor remained. This could not be blamed on him. It was simply the nature of his character. Gu Changsheng understood. Ye Qingcheng was merely playing him, but what was her reasoning? He was utterly perplexed. Villain, do not harm my senior brother Changsheng. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. Gu Changsheng thought, who is it now? Bang. The remaining half of the door was kicked in, revealing a girl in a green dress. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, her youthful face playful, yet possessing a figure that belied her age. It was Su Qingyao. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Gu Changsheng bound on the bed. Senior brother Changsheng, what has happened to you? What has happened? Kidnapped. Can't you tell? Hurry and untie me. Gu Changsheng inwardly cursed. Things were spiraling beyond his comprehension. How had Su Qingyao arrived? It seemed this scene was becoming increasingly chaotic. Truly, it was a farce of epic proportions. Su Qingyao, what brings you here? Ye Qingcheng realized that their plans were unraveling. If I hadn't come, you and Lin Yi would have harmed senior brother. Su Qingyao attempted to untie the binding ropes, but found them impossible to loosen. Could she even do so? One needed a specific incantation, after all. Su Qingyao, stop spouting nonsense. How could I ever harm senior brother Changsheng? You are slandering. Ye Qingcheng immediately countered upon hearing Su Qingyao's words. If you truly did not wish to harm him, why bind him? Release him at once. Su Qingyao drew her long sword, azure water, her icy gaze demanding an explanation. I am. Ye Qingcheng's words faltered. She could not confess her intentions of wanting to consummate her relationship with Gu Changsheng. Enough. Realizing that her plans were thwarted, she recited the incantation, and instantly, the binding ropes loosened. Freed from restraint, Gu Changsheng stretched his limbs and stood up. Senior brother Changsheng. Senior brother. Both Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao approached Gu Changsheng, each wrapping an arm around him. Let go. You let go? The two women, traditionally at odds, now bristled with tension as they vied for Gu Changsheng's attention. Caught in the middle, Gu Changsheng felt as though electric currents were colliding before him. Speechless. I am the antagonist. Could you both behave normally? You conspired with Lin Yi to harm senior brother. Step aside. Su Qingyao demanded. Preposterous. You accuse me of causing senior brother to be punished at the cliff for 3 months. Why do you not mention that? Ye Qingcheng shot back. My situation was a misunderstanding. How could senior brother even think of touching you? It's merely a case of an ugly person causing trouble. Who are you calling ugly? This isn't over. Su Qingyao brandished her crafted green thunderbolt, preparing to throw it at Ye Qingcheng. Ye Qingcheng, aware of Su Qingyao's skill in crafting, did not dare let her guard down and quickly retreated, summoning her personal sword, Frosty Cold. Su Qingyao, if you are truly here for a duel, let us compete. Whoever wins claims senior brother Changsheng. Very well, Ye Qingcheng, do not assume your talent intimidates me. I, Su Qingyao, have never feared a fight. As she spoke, the green thunderbolt in her palm crackled with energy, ready to be hurled at Ye Qingcheng. Stop. Gu Changsheng could no longer endure this chaos. Looking at the two female protagonists before him, he unleashed the aura of his spirit consolidation cultivation. A powerful pressure imbued with primordial energy instantly filled the room. Senior brother, Changsheng. Both women gazed at Gu Changsheng in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. They felt as if they were ensnared by two colossal hands, utterly immobilized. Even their inner spiritual energy felt stifled. Enough, we are all from the same sect. Why the quarrel? Gu Changsheng's expression softened, exuding a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. Although Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao were reluctant to relent, they had no choice but to comply with Gu Changsheng's words. Where is he? Where is the scoundrel that kidnapped my disciple? At that moment, an elder in gray robes, accompanied by several disciples from the Qingming sacred grounds, entered in succession. It was Yuan Jinzi, the master of Taishan Peak and Ye Qingcheng's mentor. Before he even stepped inside, he began to shout. This caused Ye Qingcheng's expression to darken as she thought, why has my master arrived? Oh, in her mind, she recalled the scene. It was Lin Yi who had used a communication talisman to inform her master. Lin Yi anticipated Yuan Jinzi's explosive temper. Upon learning of Gu Changsheng's kidnapping, he would surely storm into rescue. Once he saw Ye Qingcheng bound, Yuan Jinzi might even kill Gu Changsheng in a fit of rage. What a scheming Lin Yi. Had I not foreseen these events, Changsheng would have been in a dire predicament. Disciple, are you unharmed? Was it that wretched boy from Ziyun Peak who kidnapped you? Yuan Jinzi questioned Ye Qingcheng while glaring at Gu Changsheng. He was aware that Gu Changsheng had pursued Ye Qingcheng for quite some time, during which he had frequently harassed his disciple. If one were to say that Gu Changsheng, in his unrequited love, had kidnapped Ye Qingcheng, he would not be the least bit surprised. Before Gu Changsheng could offer any explanation, Ye Qingcheng spoke up first. Master, who told you that? There is no such thing. I'm just here having tea and chatting with Brother Changsheng. No one has kidnapped me. Chapter 5. No more pretense. I demand a marriage proposal. Tea and chatting? Is there such a thing as being tied up while having tea and chatting? These women can lie without the slightest blush. Oh, perhaps it was due to the thick layer of powder they wore. Yuan Jinzi, upon hearing Ye Qingcheng's words, cast a suspicious glance around. Finally, he spotted Lin Yi sitting on the ground. What on earth is happening? Didn't you send me a message saying that Qingcheng was kidnapped by Gu Changsheng? Why are they merely having tea and chatting? Are you playing me for a fool? Do you know how precious my time is? You better give me an explanation, or I want to let you off today. Yuan Jinzi's temperament resembled fire as he seized Lin Yi by the collar, lifting him up. He had been concocting elixirs when he received Lin Yi's message, abandoning his work to rush here. It turned out to be a false alarm. They were clearly just having tea and chatting. One furnace of elixir wasted equated to a loss of thousands of spiritual stones. Lin Yi, under the threatening gaze of Yuan Jinzi, stammered in fear. Master Yuan, it might be that I misinterpreted the situation. Please forgive me this once. What else could Lin Yi say? The party involved claimed it was merely tea and chatting. Moreover, his recording stone captured Ye Qingcheng kidnapping Gu Changsheng. Was he to show that evidence to Yuan Jinzi? That would bring him closer to his demise. Gu Changsheng's current sentiment could only be encapsulated in 2 words: frustrated. The plot had veered off course. It had gone awry to the point of absurdity. System, hurry up and show yourself. What on earth is going on? Can we still enjoy this? Host, it's no problem if the female lead strays. You are an experienced actor. Please use your stellar performance to bring her back on track. We're counting on you. Good luck. You've got to be kidding. Having traversed through this realm 9 times, not once has it been normal. On the brink of perfection. Ahem. These female leads possess no sense of professional ethics. At this juncture, he could only attempt to steer the plot back himself. Ahem. Master Yuanjin, this is not the disciple's fault. It's all on me. Gu Changsheng coughed lightly and spoke with a calm demeanor. Oh, Gu Changsheng, what are you blaming yourself for? Yuan Jinzi cast aside Lin Yi and turned to Gu Changsheng, inquiring. I blame myself for loving junior sister Ye Qingcheng so deeply and pursuing her too relentlessly over the years, causing her much distress. I apologize to junior sister here. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. No, Brother Changsheng, there is absolutely no distress. It was only that I was too young and willful before. Now I finally understand that Brother Changsheng is the best for me. Junior sister, do you wish to become my Dao partner? Gu Changsheng stepped forward, grasping Ye Qingcheng's hand with a gentle expression. Ye Qingcheng had not anticipated such a direct confession from Gu Changsheng. She stood there in shock. It was all so sudden. Even Yuan Zhen was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat dazed. Senior brother? Su Qingyao. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's public confession to Ye Qingcheng, instantly felt a surge of discontent. I oppose. Lin Yi, who had been thrown to the ground, sprang up with a nimble move, shouting loudly. The party involved hasn't he opposed. Why do you? Yuan Zhen merely shot a glance that sent Lin Yi flying out of the room. He landed in a most undignified manner. Ugh. Lin Yi wiped the dirt from his mouth, glaring at Gu Changsheng inside the room, still shouting, Senior sister Ye Qingcheng, please don't agree to him. Ye Qingcheng's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, she truly wished to stab Lin Yi with a sword. Gu Changsheng's choice to confess publicly to Ye Qingcheng was precisely to provoke Lin Yi. The male protagonist's halo of destiny could only be passively triggered in the face of adversity. He intended to use the marriage proposal to incite Lin Yi. Lin Yi, your opposition is futile. I am the eldest disciple of Ziyun Peak, backed by the illustrious Gu family. What do you have to compare with me? To contend for Ye Qingcheng, you are unworthy. Each word struck Lin Yi's heart, causing him to tremble. The passive effect of the protagonist's halo began to activate. Lin Yi, do not act impulsively. If you resort to violence, you are doomed. Blood Demon, seeing that Lin Yi had fallen for Gu Changsheng's bait, hurriedly employed a calming technique to help him regain composure. The calming technique proved effective. Lin Yi's boiling blood gradually settled. His teeth clenched. He remarked, Gu Changsheng, I may not measure up to you now, but you must understand. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the youth. I will defeat you someday. Bingo. Finally, he uttered that classic line. It was worth the effort he had put into his performance. The female leads faltered. Yet our destined male protagonist was putting in great effort. Lin Yi, I have faith in you. Gu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that as long as he maintained his character as the male protagonist, he would surely guide the plot back on track. Very well, Lin Yi, I await your challenge. Regarding Lin Yi's character, Ye Qingcheng could vividly picture the scene in her mind. This declaration was entirely within her expectations. A sardonic smile graced Ye Qingcheng's lips as she playfully responded, even if you are given 30 years or 300 years, you will never catch up to Brother Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, I am willing to be your Dao partner. Since arriving at the Qiming sacred land, Lin Yi's goal had always been Ye Qingcheng. All along, he had treated Ye Qingcheng as his prized possession. Little did he expect her to now agree to Gu Changsheng's proposal. Hearing those words, Lin Yi felt as if grass were sprouting on his head. Ye Qingcheng, have you lost your mind? It must be that Gu Changsheng has drugged you. You are mine. You are merely confused now. You will awaken and return to my side in due time. Lin Yi immersed himself in his thoughts. Aside from him, Su Qingyao was also deeply saddened. Everything was entirely different from her expectations. Ye Qingcheng was clearly in league with Lin Yi. Why did the senior brother fail to comprehend this? She secretly vowed to expose Ye Qingcheng's true nature and reclaim her senior brother. Ye Qingcheng, have you truly agreed to this fellow? Yuan Zhen, being the sworn enemy of Gu Changsheng's master, Qin Wushuang, could not bear the thought of his disciple wanting to marry his disciple. This was a hurdle he could not overcome. Master, I am willing to become Brother Changsheng's Dao partner. I hope Master will support us. Ye Qingcheng understood Yuan Zhen's thoughts and pleaded. Yuan Zhen pondered for a moment and replied, It is natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. But as cultivators, matters of Dao partners require careful consideration. How about this? I will report to the Holy Master and then consult the Yi family's opinion before making a decision. As expected of you, Yuan Zhen, you have not faltered. Gu Changsheng felt a surge of joy within. He knew this old fellow would intervene. In the original novel, Yuan Zhen harbored immense dislike for Gu Changsheng due to his association with Qin Wushuang. Later, he even allied with Lin Yi to deal with Gu Changsheng. It was also due to Yuan Zhen's support that Lin Yi began to rise in the Qingming sacred land. Ye Qingcheng wished to say more, but was interrupted by Yuan Zhen. All right, have we caused enough commotion? Let us return to Taishan Peak. Gu Changsheng wore a disappointed expression, but inside, he felt quite differently. Su Qingyao also secretly let out a sigh of relief, with Yuan Zhenzi obstructing them. It would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties for the two to become Dao partners. Lin Yi seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope, standing there silently, his cold gaze fixed intently on Gu Changsheng. Chapter 6. Qin Wushuang's senior sister, did you not tell me some time ago that you detest Gu Changsheng? Weren't you exasperated by his incessant pestering? What brings about this change today? He has threatened you, hasn't he? Just as Ye Qingcheng was preparing to leave, the unyielding Lin Yi chased after her, his curiosity unquenched. Upon hearing his words, Ye Qingcheng's brow furrowed slightly, and she halted her steps. Turning to glare fiercely at Lin Yi as she declared, Lin Yi, I warn you, if you dare to speak ill of Brother Changsheng again, I shall end you. A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from her, causing Lin Yi to tremble involuntarily. This was no jest. This was a threat. Lin Yi, because of your false report, I lost an entire furnace of elixirs. Henceforth, you shall be demoted from a core disciple of Taishan Peak to an ordinary disciple. Qingcheng, let us depart. With that, Ye Qingcheng turned her back and, along with Yun Jinzi and others, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. The day's events had caught Lin Yi off guard, and he needed time to digest what had transpired. Gu Changsheng too found himself in need of reflection. The narrative had veered off course. He would need to seek out Ye Qingcheng at some point to inquire what had brought about such a drastic change in her demeanor. Was it possible that the devoted admirer would eventually attain all? It seemed implausible. Could it be that Ye Qingcheng harbored some ulterior motive? When anomalies arise, one must be wary. Gu Changsheng stepped out of his chamber, inhaling deeply the rich spiritual energy of the Tianyuan continent. At that moment, a transmission echoed in his mind. Hearing the melodious voice of a woman, Gu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly. It appeared his master had indulged a bit too much once again. It was still early, and yet she had consumed so much alcohol. Could she not maintain some decorum? As he pondered this, the transmission sounded again. With his master Qin Wushuang slurring her words, "Stupid disciple, hurry to the inner hall and accompany me for a drink." Could one truly enter the master's inner hall? Others might find it impossible, but Gu Changsheng certainly could. In fact, he frequented it often. At the tender age of 5, he had been brought to Ziyun Peak by Qin Wushuang, their bond transcending mere teacher-student relations, akin to that of mother and son, incomparable to other disciples. This was also the foundation of Gu Changsheng's audacity in the original narrative, for he had a fiercely protective master backing him. "Brother Changsheng, let us return to Ziyun Peak." Su Qingyao chirped joyfully, nestling beside him like a little bird. Gu Changsheng nodded, and with a casual wave of his hand, a resounding cry echoed as his steed, the vermilion flame golden lion, descended from the heavens. The vermilion flame golden lion, an ancient fierce beast, radiated a golden luminescence, its fur ablaze like fire, exuding an aura of majesty. This was the adult gift bestowed upon him by Qin Wushuang. Whenever Gu Changsheng ventured out, he would ride the vermilion flame golden lion, for it elevated his status significantly. The villain's prestige was paramount. Even if he faced humiliation, he must maintain an air of grandeur. He mounted the vermilion flame golden lion alongside Su Qingyao, not forgetting to mock Lin Yi as they departed. TSK, how the clever can be outsmarted. From core disciple to ordinary disciple, let us see how you continue to challenge me. You, Gu Changsheng, I reiterate, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Lin Yi exclaimed, his neck stiffening, his face flushed as he retorted. Gu Changsheng smirked disdainfully, taunting, very well. I shall await your return. Do not let me down. Internally, he mused, Lin Yi, you shall be the catalyst for the narrative. Press on. I wish to swiftly complete my tasks and return to Blue Star to relish in comfort. Ziyun Peak. Inner hall of the Peak Master. Outside the hall, a girl clad in the attire of a Ziyun Peak disciple stood as still as a statue. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng approach, her previously impassive expression transformed into one of respect as she greeted, "Greetings, senior brother. Chunhua, have you found the pearl powder I sent you useful? Senior brother. It has been beneficial. Come, let me feel your little face to check for results." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng reached out towards the girl named Chunhua. Chunhua shyly evaded Gu Changsheng's advances, saying, "Senior brother, do not tease. The first seat awaits you inside. I shall be out shortly." Gu Changsheng winked at Chunhua before stepping into the inner hall. His seemingly lecherous demeanor was merely a facet of his persona. That was how he consoled himself. The door to the inner hall was ajar, seemingly left open for Gu Changsheng's entrance. Upon stepping inside, he beheld the alluring silhouette of a woman sprawled languorously on the bed. Unceremoniously, she lay in a carefree manner. The woman was Qin Wushuang. Her long hair cascaded over half her face, revealing enough of her features to captivate any heart. Today, she wore an exceedingly loose sleep robe, and even in repose, one could discern the peaks of her form, rising and falling with her breath. Her long legs were exposed, exuding a soft, voluptuous allure. Gu Changsheng observed her, feeling an impulse to adorn her with black stockings. Qin Wushuang held her wine gourd, seemingly in slumber. In such a state, she exhibited no grace. Who could have imagined this was the renowned sword immortal of the Qingming sacred land? Disciple has arrived. Qin Wushuang mumbled drowsily. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Gu Changsheng replied with ease. Why have you only just arrived? I have already fallen asleep, Qin Wushuang said, turning to sit up, her hand raking through her disheveled hair as she adjusted her robe. With bleary eyes, she scrutinized Gu Changsheng, saying, You little rascal. I hear Ye Qingcheng invited you for tea. Ah, Gu Changsheng responded. Is the sun rising from the west? Wasn't she indifferent to you? Why the sudden invitation for tea? Qin Wushuang took a sip of wine, attempting to regain her clarity. Gu Changsheng replied, I am unsure, master. Could he confess that he had been drugged by Ye Qingcheng's tea and nearly forced into submission? How embarrassing. Did you not feel ashamed to be drugged and tied down? Nearly subjected to coercion? Qin Wushuang suddenly shifted her tone, her expression serious. This. Gu Changsheng thought to himself that nothing could escape his master's perception. Was she not inebriated? How did she know? Why, in front of Yuan Jinzi, did you propose to Ye Qingcheng? Such a significant matter should have been discussed with me first. Qin Wushuang was evidently upset, her emotions fluctuating, causing Gu Changsheng to feel somewhat dizzy. He thought, dear sister, could you not change into something more appropriate? How can I think clearly in this state? Master, I acknowledge my error. It was a moment of impulse. Please, punish me as you see fit. Gu Changsheng quickly bowed his head, averting his gaze from her plunging neckline. Matters of the heart are beyond my guidance. I merely wish for you not to sink deeper into this quagmire. If Ye Qingcheng does not love you, release her swiftly. Otherwise, it is only you who shall suffer. As Qin Wushuang spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her features. As if recalling some painful memories, she lamented, years ago, your parents perished while saving me. I brought you back at the age of 5, raising you as my own. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your parents? Seeing Qin Wushuang's sorrowful expression stirred deep emotions within Gu Changsheng. She truly cared for him. In the original narrative, even when he ultimately turned to darkness, committing numerous heinous acts, Qin Wushuang would still stand by him. Even when he sought to eliminate Lin Yi, who had become a saint, conspiring with the 4 great demonic sects to attack the sacred land, and committing unspeakable crimes, Qin Wushuang would have exchanged her life for Gu Changsheng's. Yet at that time, Gu Changsheng had already lost all hope, ultimately leaping from a cliff to his demise. He understood the tragic fate that awaited him. Some are born as protagonists, while others, despite their relentless efforts, are doomed to a fate of being mere cannon fodder. Such is the harsh reality of life. Chapter 7. The Purple Gold Sword Nourishing Gourd Master. I acknowledge my mistakes, Gu Changsheng said earnestly. Yet, I cannot help but harbor feelings for Ye Qingcheng. I hope you can understand me. Gu Changsheng made every effort to adhere to his character, delivering his lines with conviction. Observing his obstinate demeanor, Qin Wushuang's face betrayed a playful smirk. She mused, indeed. His words mirror the visions that have been haunting my mind. It seems the scenes I have witnessed are not mere drunken illusions, but glimpses of a future intertwined with my own. What could this mean? Is it a subtle hint from the heavenly path? Recently, a multitude of images related to herself and Gu Changsheng had emerged in her mind. She glimpsed their futures and that of Lin Yi, the orchestrator behind it all. He had been scheming in the shadows, ensnaring Gu Changsheng, leading him down a path of darkness until he became a pariah in the Holy Land, meeting his demise amidst scorn and misunderstanding. And she, Qin Wushuang, could only stand by and watch, ultimately falling prey to Lin Yi's sweet-talking, becoming the very person responsible for her disciples' downfall. Yet, Lin Yi sacrificed the entirety of the Holy Land and even the Tianyuan continent, all for the sake of ascending to a higher realm. Such treachery is intolerable. She would never allow such a fate to unfold. Absolutely not. As she gazed at Gu Changsheng, who was still fervently acting out his role, a pang of guilt washed over Qin Wushuang. Suddenly, she stood and embraced him tightly. My foolish disciple, your master knows everything. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected embrace. What is happening? I was in the midst of delivering my lines. Is she stealing the spotlight? How cunning. Absolutely cunning. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go? I cannot breathe. 36D is not just a casual remark. This sensation is suffocating. Just as Gu Changsheng felt himself on the verge of asphyxiation, Qin Wushuang released him, her expression softening as she said, if you truly have feelings for Ye Qingcheng, I shall have a word with that old curmudgeon, Yuan Jinzi. If he opposes, I shall beat him into submission until he agrees. I cannot abide that old fool's sanctimonious demeanor, claiming that the Holy Son of the Holy Land will definitely be from Taishan Peak. Bah! If our Qingming Holy Land's Holy Son is snatched away by them, I shall break my own life sword, Ziliyuan. Turning her gaze towards Gu Changsheng, she spoke with hopeful anticipation, Disciple, I am counting on you. Gu Changsheng's lips twitched in disbelief. What is happening? I've been delivering my lines for nothing. This is completely off script. Wasn't he, I suppose, to be reprimanded? After all, Taishan Peak boasts tens of thousands of disciples, many of whom possess extraordinary talents, with hundreds reaching the condensation realm. In contrast, Ziyun Peak has only him and Su Qingyao. What could they possibly compete with? Master, Taishan Peak is the strongest among the 10 peaks of Qingming Holy Land. They have hundreds of core disciples, several of whom have reached the condensation realm. And their senior brother, Chao Quan, is already half a step into the Heavenly King realm. As for me, I have only just entered the condensation realm. The Holy Sun represents the face of the Holy Land, a position of significant cultivation, making competition fierce. Among the 10 peaks of Qingming Holy Land, Taishan Peak stands supreme, while Ziyun Peak is the weakest. This is a clear distinction. Qin Wushuang, renowned as the idol peak master of Qingming Holy Land, rarely concerned herself with the mountainous development, leaving most responsibilities to Ye Qingcheng. Her position as a peak master was solely due to her own prowess. The title of the first female sword immortal of the Eastern continent was not a mere boast nor a result of beauty. It was achieved through sheer strength. During the great battle between the righteous and the demonic, Qin Wushuang wielded Ziliyuan, cutting her way from Qingming Holy Land to the abyss of 10,000 demons. Her white dress stained with blood. Ye Qingcheng's parents also perished in that battle. Disciple, do not burden yourself with too much pressure. There are still 6 months until the selection of the Holy Sun. Focus on your cultivation. Your master will grant you anything you desire upon hearing this. Ye Qingcheng's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qin Wushuang's ample bosom. Grant me? You can't possibly be serious? Humph. Qin Wushuang scoffed internally, thinking how naive he was. Possessing a thieving heart without the courage to act. Disciple, would you like to touch? Qin Wushuang's sudden utterance sent a shiver down Ye Qingcheng's spine. Could she have read my thoughts? Touch. Touch what? Master, what do you mean? I did not quite hear you, he asked, flustered. Touch this sword-nourishing gourd of mine. Qin Wushuang shook the purple gourd in her hand and said, this gourd has been nurtured with spiritual wine and elixirs for hundreds of years. It holds a sword within. Named Jinwan. Jinwan. This was the first time Ye Qingcheng had heard such a name. One must indulge in joy during the peaks of life. This was a line of poetry you casually recited, and I took it to heart. Naming the sword Jinwan, Qin Wushuang said, her face reflecting admiration. I have forged this sword and now present it to you. As she handed the purple gold sword-nourishing gourd to Ye Qingcheng, he realized that Qin Wushuang's frequent drinking from this gourd was an act of nurturing the sword for him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt his eyes welling with tears. Those who gave me life were my parents. Those who nurtured me were my master. Unlike the other peak masters, whose disciples number in the thousands, Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao were the only ones under Qin Wushuang's tutelage, perhaps a sign of fate. Thank you, Master, Ye Qingcheng said, knowing that any further words would seem insincere. A simple thank you sufficed. Wait, something feels amiss. The purple gold, sword-nourishing gourd? According to the original storyline, this gourd was eventually given to Lin Yi. Qin Wushuang had indeed contemplated giving it to Ye Qingcheng, but as he became increasingly darkened, her hopes diminished, leading her to abandon that intention. When Ye Qingcheng became an outcast, she, in her frustration, gifted the gourd to Lin Yi, renaming the sword within as Yunzi. Why has it been given to me? This was a primary artifact for the protagonist Lin Yi in the early stages. If I possess it, what will he have left? Lost in his thoughts, he was interrupted by Qin Wushuang's gentle voice. Come and massage my head. The 1,000-year osmanthus wine I drank today has me feeling a bit lightheaded. Leaning back in her chaise, her posture exuded an alluring charm. According to the novel, Ye Qingcheng frequently tended to the inebriated Qin Wushuang, his massage skills surpassing even those of a blind masseur from his past life. Moreover, there was an added advantage. Ye Qingcheng could take the opportunity to be a bit brazen. The first female sword immortal of the Eastern continent was not someone one could easily approach for such intimate contact, let alone touch her skin, smooth as jade. Just the thought brought him delight. Countless prodigies from the Holy Land and princes from dynasties had sought Qin Wushuang's affection, only to be met with failure. If they knew Ye Qingcheng had the opportunity to effortlessly touch her, they would surely harbor murderous intent. Chapter 8. Senior brother, open the door. My heart aches. In the original novel, Ye Qingcheng was portrayed as a character with the heart of a thief, yet lacking the courage to act, a useless villain. Though he played the role of a villain, he merely served as a sycophant to Ye Qingcheng or secretly watched his junior sister bathe. He had committed no truly heinous acts, merely existing as an experience-gathering pawn for the author to elevate Lin Yi. This left Ye Qingcheng feeling somewhat disgruntled. Why should Lin Yi, simply by virtue of being the male protagonist, have the freedom to commit acts of violence and have all the women in the novel revolving around him? I certainly disagree. Perhaps it is best to simply follow the narrative and return to Blue Star to enjoy life, rather than dwell on such matters. After all, this is merely a fictional world. As Gu Changsheng inhaled the gentle fragrance wafting from Qin Wushuang, he delicately massaged her shoulders with his hands. The scent was delightful, reminiscent of roses, yet not overly passionate, akin to osmanthus but profoundly elegant. This must be what they refer to as a woman-esque fragrance. His gaze traveled down along Qin Wushuang's exquisite neck, where the alluring depths stirred his heart. How inappropriate. He reminded himself that she was his revered master, the one who had raised him since childhood. Cursing inwardly, he withdrew his somewhat covetous gaze. Yet, unbidden, images of his masteress long, fair legs surfaced in his mind. What a cad! He chastised himself to stop such thoughts. Continuing down this path would make him no different from Linny. He murmured prayers to dispel his wandering mind. Just then, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Sound of a notification. Current plot completed. Score, 89. Task rewards, 20 increase in comprehension. 25 enhancement of physical attributes, sword bone, X1. Gu Changsheng's lips twitched in surprise. How is this possible? A score of 89? While not exceptionally high, it is certainly respectable. Given the deviation from the female protagonist character, achieving 89 points was quite an accomplishment. Upon returning to Blue Star, he envisioned a future as an actor. Even if he couldn't star in major productions, short plays would suffice. No, upon returning to Blue Star, he would be a tycoon. Perhaps even invest in a film company? Picture it. Yangmi on one side, Reba on the other, with Tang Yin and celestial beings gracing his lap. What bliss! Reflecting on the women in this world, Qin Wushuang and Ye Qingcheng were undeniably more beautiful than the stars of Blue Star. For the sake of women, perhaps staying in this world would be worthwhile. No. Such thoughts of remaining here are unacceptable. I am a Blue Star native, and I must return to my own world. As Gu Changsheng immersed himself in these endless musings, the system rewards began to manifest. In an instant, he felt an indescribable, enigmatic force, almost alive, rising from his energy sea and swiftly permeating his entire being. It swept through him like a spring breeze caressing willow branches, cleansing every cell and meridian within him. As this power deepened, Gu Changsheng distinctly felt his body undergoing a refining process. This transformation brought not pain, but an exhilarating comfort that enveloped his body and spirit in a wondrous state. Simultaneously, he noticed his spiritual platform growing increasingly clear, as if a veil of mist had been suddenly lifted, allowing him to perceive once obscure concepts with newfound clarity. To his astonishment, a sword bone adorned with strange runes emerged within him, radiating a soft glow, perfectly integrating with his own skeletal structure, achieving a seamless harmony. With the emergence of the sword bone, his physique began to undergo a series of subtle yet astonishing changes. His already handsome features now bore an even more pronounced aura of a sword immortal. How curious! Why should I receive such abundant rewards simply for progressing through the plot? If my power increases, how will Lin Yi continue to trample upon me? System, what is the meaning of this? Gu Changsheng inquired within his mind. Rest assured, host. This system will not interfere with the novel's plot in any way. If you do not interfere with the plot, then why grant me increased power? Isn't this merely enhancing Lin Yi's strength? This is utterly perplexing. System, I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Disciple, why do I sense a change in your aura? Qin Wushuang, who had been with her eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened her enchanting gaze and looked at Gu Changsheng. And no change here, he stammered, akin to a student caught cheating. Everyone harbors their own secrets. There is no need for concern, Qin Wushuang replied with a charming smile. Having foreseen the future's causal threads, she recognized Gu Changsheng as a crucial element, certainly not an ordinary individual. To contend with the son of destiny, formidable means were essential. Seeing that his master did not dwell on the matter, Gu Changsheng felt a wave of relief. However, he found himself somewhat irritated with the system for dispensing rewards without consideration of timing. Should Qin Wushuang perceive his unusual state, she might suspect him of being possessed. That would spell trouble. Upon returning from his master's place, Gu Changsheng took a hot shower and was just about to indulge in a restful slumber when a knock echoed at his door. Irritated, he thought it inconsiderate to disturb his rest at such an hour. Who is it? He asked, somewhat curtly. Senior brother, it's me, Qing Yao, are you asleep? The voice of Su Qing Yao from outside puzzled him. What could this young girl want at such a late hour? I'm asleep. Let us talk tomorrow, he replied, genuinely fatigued after a day spent playing a bondage game with Ye Qingcheng, followed by a lengthy massage for his master. Not only was he physically drained, but mentally as well. In the original novel, Su Qing Yao harbored a strong dislike for him, not only because he had once spied on her bathing and touched her inappropriately, but also due to her infatuation with Lin Yi, the protagonist. Under the influence of Lin Yi's protagonist aura, she had become hopelessly enamored, even resorting to using herself as bait in a scheme that nearly led to Ye Qingcheng's demise. Just recalling it sent shivers down his spine. However, her demeanor today seemed unusual, as she abandoned her usual coldness towards him. While walking back to Ziyun Peak, she had clung to his arm, calling him senior brother, almost leading him to believe she intended to employ some form of seduction. Yet, as that plotline was still far off, he felt somewhat reassured. He assumed that upon hearing his words, she would take the hint and leave. To his surprise, Su Qing Yao spoke with a pleading tone, "Senior brother, my chest hurts. I know you are skilled in medicine. Could you take a look for me?" What? When did I become a skilled physician? Is she making this up on the spot? Given her statement, it would seem rather unkind to deny her entrance. With a resigned sigh, Ye Qingcheng donned a robe and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Su Qing Yao rushed into his embrace without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 9. A sudden attack, junior sister. When I last saw you, everything seemed fine. Why the sudden pain in your chest? Ye Qingcheng was genuinely taken aback as Su Qing Yao leapt into his arms. His once nimble hands now felt stiff and awkward, unsure of where to rest. According to his character's persona, he should have embraced her lewdly, exploring her curves, particularly her posterior. You could say Ye Qingcheng was lecherous, but not that he lacked discernment. He could accurately identify her assets, such as Su Qing Yao's undeniably alluring figure. Yet, the abruptness of this turn of events left him feeling somewhat unreal, as if something were amiss. It is indeed peculiar that Su Qing Yao's behavior has taken such an unexpected turn. She ought to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards herself. So why does she exhibit such initiative today? Moreover, she was previously able to pinpoint her and Ye Qingcheng's locations with remarkable accuracy, undoubtedly owing to Lin Yi's revelations. There is no doubt about it. Ye Qingcheng confidently believes this. Little does he know that Su Qing Yao has already grasped the intricacies of future causality, which has instigated within her a desire for atonement regarding Ye Qingcheng. Su Qing Yao was saved by Qin Wushuang. Her village fell victim to an onslaught by demonic beasts, leading to the demise of every villager, except for Su Qing Yao, who was concealed in a stove by her parents, thus escaping the slaughter. When Qin Wushuang vanquished the demonic beasts, he discovered her cries and took her back to Ziyun Peak, making her the second disciple after Ye Qingcheng. It can be said that Ye Qingcheng watched her grow up, and naturally, feelings developed. However, misunderstandings arose, leading her to form various misconceptions about her elder brother. Each time Ye Qingcheng offered her guidance in her cultivation, Su Qing Yao would instinctively perceive his actions as improper, compounded by the rebelliousness of her adolescence, which caused a widening rift between them. "Brother, you should feel my heart racing," Su Qing Yao said, tilting her head back, her delicate face adorned with a blush that was utterly captivating. "This is unusual. Am I to test your heartbeat? Wouldn't that imply placing it upon a soft rabbit? Something is indeed amiss." Based on the memories provided by the system, during their usual training sessions, even the slightest touch would earn him a disdainful glance from her. Now, she allows him to touch her, signaling something is definitely afoot. As for her intentions, Ye Qingcheng could not fathom. A tingling sensation coursed through him. "Brother, why do you gaze at Qing Yao so?" Su Qing Yao's beautiful eyes locked onto his, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. "No, I am the villain. I must uphold my character." With this thought in mind, Ye Qingcheng gritted his teeth and placed his hand gently upon her chest. He merely rested it lightly, refraining from overstepping boundaries. Yet, rather than showing any signs of tension, Su Qing Yao arched her chest slightly, invitingly. Ye Qingcheng felt as if he had been shocked, a tingling sensation spreading through him. Such a sought-after sensation, so easily obtained? According to the original narrative, Ye Qingcheng had never touched a woman in such a manner throughout his life. Yet now, he found himself in this circumstance, and with Su Qing Yao, the very heroine. Could this truly be a reward? To maintain his character, he forced a lewd smile and said, "Then let your brother listen closely to your heartbeat and contemplate how to remedy your condition." In the past, such words would have certainly earned him a sharp rebuke. Su Qingyao would have wept bitterly, running to Qin Wushuang to report him, resulting in his confinement for weeks. "Brother, is my heartbeat fast?" Su Qingyao asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Gu Changsheng swallowed hard and replied, "Indeed, it is somewhat faster than usual. It seems there was a misstep during your cultivation. I have a calming elixir. Allow me to gift you one." Gu Changsheng retrieved a fragrant pill from his storage pouch and offered it to Su Qingyao. Instead of accepting it, she tilted her head back, slightly parting her lips, prompting Gu Changsheng to feed her. Coughing slightly, his face flushed as he placed the elixir into her mouth. To his astonishment, Su Qingyao enveloped his finger within her mouth. What on earth? A warm sensation shot from his fingertip straight to his mind, overwhelming him with an unprecedented thrill. Fingers are sensitive nerve endings. This single act nearly shattered his composure. This is a calming elixir, not an aphrodisiac. What nonsense is this? Junior sister, let go. This is my hand, not a pig's trotter. With a soft pop, Gu Changsheng withdrew his finger, and Su Qingyao laughed like a mischievous sprite, teasingly saying, "Brother, is this all the courage you possess? Where is the audacity from when you spied on me while bathing?" I never spied on you. It was all a misunderstanding," Gu Changsheng stammered. After consuming the calming elixir, "Do you feel any better?" He quickly changed the subject. "A little improved, but there have been frequent mouse sightings on the mountain recently. And I am frightened. I wish to sleep here with you, brother." Su Qingyao playfully plopped onto Gu Changsheng's bed, seemingly intent on staying. Observing the dazed Gu Changsheng, Su Qingyao covered herself with his blanket, stating, "Brother, you used to lull me to sleep when I was little." Qingyao still wishes for her brother to lull her to sleep, she cooed. Gu Changsheng gazed at Su Qingyao nestled in his blanket, utterly bewildered. What is she attempting to accomplish? Is this a reward for him? Happiness has arrived too suddenly. Yet, I am merely a villain. Such a plotline is something even the most audacious writers would hesitate to craft. His handsome face wore an expression of bemusement. I am the villain. I must uphold my persona. Since Su Qingyao is raising the stakes, he too must impart a lesson to her. With this resolve, Gu Changsheng, formerly a good youth from Blue Star, suppressed his discomfort and donned a lewd grin, mischievously sitting at the edge of the bed. "Very well, let your brother lull you to sleep." Su Qingyao did not appear as carefree as her words suggested. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng approach, she pulled the blanket tighter, revealing only her head. Her large, innocent eyes were utterly enchanting. "Brother," Su Qingyao hesitated, her thoughts racing. Su Qingyao pondered, why does my brother, who has sacrificed so much for me, hesitate at this crucial moment? Hadn't I resolved to entrust myself to him? Coward. Su Qingyao bit her lip, as if making a momentous decision. Suddenly, she lifted her head and planted a kiss on Gu Changsheng's cheek. The unexpected assault caught Gu Changsheng utterly off guard. Something is definitely amiss. "System, come forth," he mentally commanded. "Beep. Please speak, host. What is the nature of Su Qingyao's character?" Rest assured, there is no issue with Su Qingyao's character. After all this, there is still no problem? No problem. Gu Changsheng attempted to question the system further, but it feigned ignorance. "Fine. If you wish to play dead, then I shall inquire myself. Qingyao, that ambush just now is a one-time occurrence. Do not let it happen again." Gu Changsheng touched his cheek, pretending to be angry. Su Qingyao responded with silence. "Do you know Lin Yi from Taishan Peak?" Gu Changsheng inquired tentatively. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Su Qingyao hesitated slightly before responding. "I only know Ye Qingcheng from Taishan Peak. Today is the first time I have met this Lin Yi." From Su Qingyao's hesitation, Gu Changsheng discerned a discrepancy. She is lying. It seems they have long been acquainted. Could it be that Lin Yi orchestrated all of this? That would explain much. So, he wishes to play a game of deceit, does he? It appears that in this narrative world, it is not solely my duty to maintain my character. Lin Yi is equally committed to the cause. With such a formidable opponent, this performance must be executed flawlessly. Junior sister, as you have witnessed today, Lin Yi has been at odds with me at every turn and has spread rumors about me in front of Ye Qingcheng. You must seek vengeance for your brother. Gu Changsheng feigned a look of grievance. Mentioning vengeance against Lin Yi ignited a spark in Su Qingyao. In the visions she had seen of the future, Lin Yi, driven by selfish motives, caused the downfall of the Qingming sacred ground, resulting in untold suffering, truly a heinous crime. Moreover, he was utterly unfaithful in matters of the heart, pursuing one scoundrel after another. She too was a victim. Cheated by the scoundrel Lin Yi, she foolishly waited for him to come for her. Yet this rogue ascended to the higher realm with the saintess Murong Shui of the Zhongzhou sanctuary, abandoning her in this dimension. Later, when Lin Yi provoked a formidable force in the upper realm that could not locate him, and in their fury, they descended to the lower realm to eliminate her. Although Lin Yi ultimately avenged himself, she had irrevocably misallocated her affections. Lin Yi, knowing the future, I shall surely not allow you to have your way. Chapter 10. The Love Silk Gu Senior Brother. Do you wish for me to kill Lin Yi? Su Qingyao's eyes flickered with a hint of malice as she earnestly gazed at Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng was taken aback by her intense reaction. His lips twitched slightly before he hastily replied, Not at all, not at all. Such a petty individual is not worth my concern. Killing him is out of the question. Kill him? He is the fated male lead. Can one truly slay him? If I do not kill him, I shall consider myself fortunate. However, Su Qingyao's behavior today was indeed rather unusual, and he could not allow her to remain here. Otherwise, a heavenly trap might ensnare him, and he could find himself prematurely offline. Moreover, he had numerous scenes to perform tomorrow. How could he deliver a captivating performance without proper rest? As a professional actor, he certainly would not indulge in idleness. With this thought, he spoke earnestly, Qingyao, do not be mischievous. In the past, when I coaxed you to sleep, how young were you? Now you are 16. If you sleep here, it may not matter to me, but as a young lady, it is rather inappropriate. Furthermore, we have an early class tomorrow. Hurry back to sleep, lest I become upset. Gu Changsheng feigned a serious demeanor, adopting a tone of authority. Seeing him like this, Su Qingyao felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she still rose from the bed, pouting slightly as she said, I merely wished for you to keep me company. How about you accompany me to the market below the mountain tomorrow to buy some cosmetics? Well, Gu Changsheng pondered, realizing this was not part of the original storyline. This was an added scene. Extra compensation would be necessary. If you do not agree, I shall not leave. Su Qingyao threatened, pretending to remove her skirt, startling Gu Changsheng into compliance. All right, I concede to you. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to purchase cosmetics. Is that acceptable? I knew senior brother was the best. With that, Su Qingyao swiftly planted a quick kiss on Gu Changsheng's lips. What the heck? So sweet. Is this the benefit that a villain like me should receive? Perhaps it is a gift for my arduous journey through time? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. To maintain my character, Gu Changsheng deliberately licked his lips, saying, Junior sister, your lips are truly sweet. And what of the fragrant tongue? I shall not reveal it to you, senior brother. Until tomorrow. She then made a playful face at him, darting away like a mischievous sprite. After Su Qingyao departed, Gu Changsheng tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His junior sister's character was all wrong. In the original narrative, she detested him, later conspiring with Lin Yi to ensnare him. Now, she was initiating kisses. What was going on? If he claimed to be displeased, it would certainly be a falsehood. Gu Changsheng reminisced about the sensation from earlier, tossing and turning. Was it possible he had overlooked these minor plot points while reading? Oh well, no need to ponder further. As long as his character remained intact, the timelines would eventually converge, with some time remaining until the next main quest. He could undertake side missions and truly relish the joy of traversing worlds. Last time, the storyline concluded too swiftly. He had barely appeared for 50 chapters before going offline, leaving him with no sense of involvement. This time, as a significant early antagonist, he had 100 chapters of material and needed to endure for a while. He hoped the male and female leads would put in some effort, especially that Lin Yi, who was utterly useless and did not present an opportunity. Upon returning to her room, Su Qingyao revealed a sinister smile. Ha, senior brother, you are destined to be mine. No one shall take you from my side. Her eyes sparkled with determination and possessiveness. Then, she smirked to herself, murmuring, I have already obtained the kiss of my senior brother and his hair. Now, it is time to create the love silk goo. With that, Su Qingyao carefully produced a specially crafted talisman that emitted a strange glow. She gently pressed her rosy lips against the talisman, as if bestowing it with unique magical powers. Next, she picked up a vermilion brush and meticulously began to inscribe mysterious runes upon the talisman. The method for creating the love silk goo had been acquired at a great expense from a renowned goo master. Once Su Qingyao completed the final rune, she swiftly stood and began to intricately arrange a complex and exquisite formation within her room. Then, she retrieved a delicate jade vial from her bosom, carefully placing several strands of Gu Changsheng's dark hair into it. With hands clasped together, she closed her eyes and chanted, Love threads draw, love threads gather. Love threads enter the vial, sealing without a trace. As her melodious incantation resonated, an invisible force gradually converged within the jade vial. Completing the step, Su Qingyao did not cease her actions. She reached into her bosom once more, this time retrieving a petite, exquisite insect cage. Inside, a vibrant green, translucent goo insect wriggled restlessly. Su Qingyao opened the cage and gently picked up the goo insect, placing it alongside Ye Qingcheng's hair within the vial. Taking a deep breath, she continued her incantation, love threads merge, love threads unite, love threads enter the insect, transforming into the love goo. As she recited the spell, the goo insect began to emit an increasingly radiant green light, gradually merging with Ye Qingcheng's hair. With all steps successfully completed, Su Qingyao slowly opened her eyes, a cunning smile gracing her face. She gazed at the jade vial and the goo insect, inwardly contemplating, "Senior brother, soon you shall be within my grasp." With that thought, she couldn't help but giggle, her laughter echoing throughout the room, lingering long after. Meanwhile, Ye Qingcheng, who had just fallen asleep, abruptly opened his eyes. "Damn it! My head hurts." He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing pain. Fortunately, the sensation dissipated quickly, and he cursed quietly before drifting back to sleep. Chapter 11. Qingyu City Shaoqui. What sort of person do you perceive Ye Qingcheng to be? Since returning to Taishan Peak, Ye Qingcheng had appeared somewhat troubled, prompting her to ask her maid Shaoqui, who was currently combing her hair. Well, Shaoqui seemed hesitant, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "Speak freely. Share what is on your mind," Ye Qingcheng encouraged. Shaoqui bit her lip and said, "Senior brother Ye Qingcheng from Ziyun Peak is quite handsome and deeply infatuated with you, miss, but his character." At this, Shaoqui displayed a rather complicated expression. As expected, the world was mistaken about Ye Qingcheng. Had it not been for the foresight of future events in her mind, she too would have viewed her elder brother through Shaoqui's lens. People were blinded by prejudice, failing to recognize the true intentions of her elder brother. She quietly mused, "Lin Yi is truly the most vile and despicable villain in existence. The celestial star of misfortune has descended upon the world. This scoundrel stole the demon abyss tower from the 9 nether abyss, bringing upon the assault of the 10 great demon sects against the Qingming Holy Land, resulting in the demise of countless elders and disciples. So many have paid the price for Lin Yi's actions, while he merely hides away. It was only after the demonic forces were repelled by the Alliance of Righteousness that he returned to the Holy Land, feigning a righteous demeanor and proclaiming vengeance on the 9 nether abyss in 3 years. Yet when the time came, he led the Alliance of Righteousness to attack the 9 nether abyss, and after defeating the 10 great demon gates, he chose not to annihilate them completely. Why? Because he had taken a fancy to the demon sect Saintus by Qianya. The two fell into a fractured little world, embarking on a life of intimacy together. This directly allowed the 10 great demon gates of the 9 nether abyss to regain strength, leading to the slaughter of the Qingming Holy Land and the Yi family. Lin Yi is a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who forms ties with him meets a dire fate. He only drains the fortune of others, stepping upon the corpses of many to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Shameless, unforgivable. As Ye Qingcheng envisioned these future scenes in her mind, her inner fury could not be quelled, and her eyes grew slightly moist. "Brother Changsheng, the world is intoxicated, yet only Brother Changsheng remains awake. You are the bravest of contrarians, discerning that Lin Yi is no benevolent soul, thus standing alone against him, bearing the scorn of all. Everyone has misunderstood you, including me. I am so foolish, so naive." At this thought, she became overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Miss, why are you crying? Did I say something wrong?" Little Chui, witnessing Ye Qingcheng's sudden tears, was startled and at a loss. "It has nothing to do with you. You may leave now." Ye Qingcheng waved her hand, and little Chui, confused, retreated. Once little Chui departed, Ye Qingcheng's demeanor turned icy, a glint of killing intent flickering in her beautiful eyes. Lin Yi. The following morning, as dawn broke, the morning light streamed through the window into the room. Suddenly, the door to Ye Qingcheng's chamber was forcefully pushed open, revealing a graceful figure standing by his bedside. It was Su Qingyao, who had evidently undergone meticulous preparation for the day, draped in a light green gown, the length of which perfectly revealed her snow-white, slender legs. She was a sight to behold. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down her back, adorned with a delicate and charming headband, adding a touch of playfulness and vitality. However, at that moment, Ye Gu Changsheng had little inclination to admire the beauty before him. The previous night, he had been tormented by severe headaches that made sleep elusive, only managing to close his eyes as dawn approached. Now awake, he still appeared lethargic, his spirits notably low. He had no understanding of the cause of his headache, suspecting it might be due to some error in his cultivation. "Qingyao, you have come too early. I still feel a bit dazed." Gu Changsheng rubbed his eyes, yawning, and spoke to Su Qingyao, his gaze still heavy with sleep. "It's already well past noon, and you're still in bed. Don't forget you promised to accompany me to the market yesterday." Su Qingyao playfully chided as she tugged at Gu Changsheng's arm, pulling him from the warmth of his covers. "Oh dear, I am truly at your mercy, my little ancestor." Gu Changsheng muttered helplessly, reluctantly sitting up and beginning to don his robe with sluggishness. After a brief wash, he was hurriedly pulled along by the eager Su Qingyao as they set off toward Qingyu City. As both were cultivators, they certainly would not walk there. They summoned their respective flying swords, gracefully stepping onto the blades and soaring into the sky. Two streaks of sword light darted across the horizon like falling stars, vanishing into the distance. Qingyu City, belonging to the Destined dynasty, is the largest city nearest to the Qiming Holy Land. The two arrived in the city within merely half an hour of their flight. As a handsome man and a beautiful woman strolled through the streets, they naturally attracted many gazes. The city was bustling with cultivators, and Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao's arrival on flying swords did not seem particularly unusual. Gu Changsheng, like any other man, was rather averse to shopping. In contrast, Su Qingyao was filled with enthusiasm, buying candied hawthorns at a food stall and selecting trinkets at a grocery store, as if she possessed boundless energy. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was dragged along by Su Qingyao from stall to stall, oblivious to the envious glances from many men. Su Qingyao was simply too beautiful. Her ethereal aura, cultivated through her training, left many men drooling in her presence. "Wow, the Gathering Immortals Pavilion!" Su Qingyao exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she gazed at the luxurious restaurant before them. Usually devoted to her cultivation, she often restrained her culinary desires, but today, having the rare opportunity to relax, she naturally wished to indulge in a feast. The Gathering Immortals Pavilion was the largest and most renowned eatery in Qingyu City, famous for its exquisite dishes, rumored to have even charmed the current emperor of the Destined dynasty. Gu Changsheng had no objections. Compared to the physically demanding activity of shopping, he preferred to sit quietly and savor a lavish meal. From a distance, the pavilion's eaves and rafters were elegant and antiquated. Upon entering, the interior was even more resplendent, with exquisite murals on the walls and intricately carved furniture, all showcasing the opulence of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion. As they stepped inside, a young attendant immediately approached, beaming with enthusiasm. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please come inside." Having seen countless guests come and go, the attendant had developed a keen eye for discerning the status of patrons. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng's luxurious attire and distinguished demeanor, and Su Qingyao's unmatched beauty, he instantly recognized them as extraordinary individuals. Gu Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and said, "Could you please arrange a quiet table by the window for us?" With that, he produced a shiny silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the attendant. The attendant instinctively took it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. 10 taels. He could hardly believe his eyes. While he had encountered many generous patrons, it was exceedingly rare for someone to part with such a hefty sum at once. This amount was equivalent to his earnings for an entire month of hard work. For a moment, the attendant's hands trembled with excitement. Chapter 12. I do not create the plot. I merely transport it. Room number 1, esteemed guests, the attendant announced loudly, guiding Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao to the most luxurious private room in the center of the second floor. Inside the room, the decorations were even more lavish. The furniture made of spirit-scented wood exuded a refreshing aroma. From this vantage point, they could overlook the stage on the first floor. The location was superb. Once seated, the attendant promptly presented fragrant tea and delicacies. It was evident that the earlier gratuity had worked wonders. Gu Changsheng was quite generous, which was hardly surprising, being the son of the immortal Gu family. After they placed their order, Su Qingyao looked at Gu Changsheng and smiled sweetly. "Master brother, do you see anything in my eyes? Eye boogers?" Gu Changsheng quipped jokingly. "How rude. Stinky brother, my eyes see only you," Su Qingyao playfully retorted. Gu Changsheng, this rather cheesy line of flirtation felt somewhat kitsch. He found himself experiencing a peculiar sensation. When he gazed upon Su Qingyao today, his heart raced, reminiscent of the thrill of first love. A flutter of the heart? What nonsense. How could I be so enamored with the female lead? I hold the utmost respect for the actor's self-discipline. Falling for the lead character is simply inconceivable for me. He consoled himself with this thought. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young girl, adorned in an exquisitely lavish costume, gracefully ascended the stage. In her arms, she cradled a delicate pipa. Bowing to the audience before taking her seat, not far from her sat an elderly man, slightly hunched, who happened to be her grandfather, and together they performed. As the melodious strains of the pipa began to resonate, they enveloped the air like a heavenly chorus. The young girl's lips parted gently, and her enchanting voice instantly filled the venue. Her voice was crisp and delightful, akin to a lark singing joyfully from the branches, or the serene flow of a mountain spring, captivating all who listened. The audience, some indulging in sumptuous delicacies while others savored fine wines, were all entranced by the mesmerizing melody. At that moment, dining, drinking, and listening to such exquisite music was indeed a sublime pleasure. In the private room above, Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao resembled a pair of sweethearts in love, quietly absorbing the young girl's song and the pipa's melody. The girl's voice was not only melodious, but also imbued with genuine emotion, especially when she sang of her deep affection and longing for her homeland. It struck a chord with every heart present. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of homesickness. He recalled his home on the Blue Star and thought of his family and friends. Unconsciously, his eyes grew misty, and a hint of sorrow graced his features. Su Qingyao, keenly perceptive, noticed the change in Ye Qingcheng's demeanor. Understanding that the song had stirred memories within him, she instinctively inched closer, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Feeling her presence, Ye Qingcheng glanced at the lovely figure leaning against him, yet he remained silent, merely allowing a soft smile to grace his lips. He found the atmosphere utterly delightful, as if time itself had paused in that moment. What nonsense is this? I came here for enjoyment, and what are you singing? Just as everyone was lost in the enchantment of the music, a shout from the adjacent VIP room shattered the serene ambience. Ye Qingcheng frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Su Qingyao sensed his discomfort, and a glint of anger flickered in her eyes. Dare to disturb her senior brother's enjoyment? With a swift motion, Su Qingyao leapt up, drawing her sword, prepared to eliminate the source of the disruption. Ye Qingcheng restrained her, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going to kill that scoundrel." Ye Qingcheng twitched his lips, pondering why his junior sister was so impulsive lately. She had not been like this before. He found it somewhat perplexing. He pulled her back to her seat, saying, "His mouth belongs to him. Let him speak. There are too many people like him. Can we kill them all? Moreover, killing a mortal invites retribution from the sacred land." Su Qingyao, still simmering with anger, retorted, "Even if there is punishment, for you, senior brother, I would not hesitate to face it." Hearing this, Ye Qingcheng's lips twitched again. What kind of talk is that? Don't say such things in the future. It would be best if she refrained from such comments. They did not align with her character. Could she not be more mindful? Ye Qingcheng firmly guided her back into her seat, then added, "As cultivators, we must possess broad-mindedness, able to accommodate the world's intolerable matters." "Qingyao just doesn't want to spoil your mood," Su Qingyao pouted. At that moment, Ye Qingcheng felt a subtle shift within him. He found himself developing a fondness for his junior sister. He did not mind her playful demeanor, even knowing that such affection might undermine his character. He found it impossible to reject. As he watched Su Qingyao rest her head against him, a quiet satisfaction blossomed within him. Yet, the tranquility was soon disrupted. The man in the adjacent room grew increasingly brazen, eventually storming onto the stage and making unwelcome advances toward the young girl. "Little girl, can you sing 18 touches?" The girl timidly shook her head. "What about intimate guest?" The man persisted, a lewd expression on his face, pulling at the girl's sleeve, causing her to retreat behind her grandfather in fright. In the vast tavern, no one dared to intervene against this man. Who is that person? And why is he so domineering that no one dares to stop him? Ye Qingcheng asked a nearby servant. The servant, filled with indignation yet feeling powerless, sighed, "Sir, you may not know, but this man's surname is Gue, and he is Gue Dan, the young master of the Gue family, the most powerful family in Xingyu City. He often bullies others, relying on his father, the city lord." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng's expression grew serious. He recalled a scene from the original novel where Lin Yi violently dealt with a local bully in Xingyu City, and this very individual was the antagonist. What a coincidence! Initially, he planned to teach this man a lesson, but upon realizing he was merely an experience package for Lin Yi, he abandoned the thought. I do not create the narrative. I merely transport it. Chapter 13. Corrupt officials Gui Dan, under the tavern owner's gentle persuasion, finally ceased his antics. Having been so disturbed, Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao's enthusiasm waned considerably, leaving them quite displeased. However, given that this man was an experience package for Lin Yi, Gu Changsheng refrained from taking action against him. After enjoying several signature dishes at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, the two departed. Continuing their leisurely stroll through the marketplace, Gu Changsheng suddenly exclaimed, "Qi Yao, wait for me." Spotting something intriguing, he turned and approached a stall. Before long, he returned with a large skewer of candied hawthorn. "Try this. It's your favorite from childhood." Gu Changsheng offered the treat to Su Qingyao. As she accepted the candied hawthorn, warmth surged within her, and her eyes misted over. Having grown up on the mountain, it was always her senior brother who looked after her. Whenever she felt sad or down, it was Gu Changsheng who would buy her candied hawthorn to cheer her up. Looking at the sweet treat in her hand, Su Qingyao's resolve to protect her beloved senior brother solidified. Such a kind-hearted senior brother must not be harmed. No one could take him away from her. He belonged solely to her. With this thought, she took a hearty bite of the candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "So sweet. Senior brother, you should try some too." Su Qingyao encouraged Gu Changsheng, and they shared the treat, resembling a couple in love. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being secretly observed. It was indeed someone sent by Ye Qingcheng to monitor Gu Changsheng. After meandering through the marketplace for a while longer, purchasing various cosmetics, garments, and accessories, Su Qingyao seemed somewhat reluctant to leave, yet Gu Changsheng had already lost interest. There were pressing matters to attend to. He could not squander time on such trivialities. With Gu Changsheng's insistence, the two swiftly returned to Ziyun Peak. "Senior brother, thank you for accompanying me through the marketplace. Qingyao is very happy," she said, holding his hand, reluctant to part, eager to share endless thoughts. "Senior brother, are you happy?" "Of course, I am," Gu Changsheng nodded. "The hour grows late. Elder brother should rest. Qingxuang has departed." Su Qingxuang cast a sweet smile at Gu Changsheng before turning away, skipping off like a lively fawn. As Gu Changsheng watched her retreating figure, ripples of anticipation stirred within him, a burgeoning desire for deeper connection. This sensation felt peculiar. He could not fathom why his affection for this young girl was intensifying, accompanied by thoughts of further intimacy. Disturbing elder brother's musical reverie is a grave sin. However, rather than returning to her abode, Su Qingxuang's expression hardened as she walked away. Within the confines of Qingyu City, a debauched young master swayed unsteadily, clearly inebriated, flanked by a few subordinates. "Young master, please take care. Your health is of utmost importance. Should you stumble, we would bear the consequences." A few attendants rushed to support him, anxious to prevent any mishaps. This man was none other than Gui Dan, who had caused a ruckus at the Juxian Tower after indulging in excess libations. Gui Dan appeared intrigued and inquired of his followers, "What entertainment awaits us this evening?" "A few young ladies of exceptional quality have arrived at the Changsheng Tower. It is said they are the wife and daughters of a high-ranking official who incurred the emperor's wrath and were subsequently sold into prostitution." One of the more unsavory subordinates remarked, "Of no interest to me. What's the worth of a high official's family once reduced to harlots? I prefer untouched maidens." Gui Dan scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by his subordinate's suggestion. "Young master, it seems you have taken a liking to the young lady who performed today?" Another subordinate, seemingly enlightened, asked lewdly. Gui Dan's interest piqued. He responded, "What do you propose?" "I know their origins. They reside in the alley just ahead. They fled from the east and have no connections in Qingyu City. The singing girl is still a virgin. We have already secured her. Would you care to?" "Oh, you are quite clever. Lead the way. Tonight, we shall indulge in some wild pleasures." Gui Dan's enthusiasm grew. "I've had my fill of spiritual deer wine. I need a virgin to quench my thirst." The lewd subordinate, sensing his master's interest, eagerly guided Gui Dan and his entourage toward the alley where the singing girl resided. Just as they entered the dark alley, a shadow trailed silently behind them. "He Lao Lu, are you certain this is the right path? It's pitch black here." Gui Dan felt a chill creeping up his spine and asked. He Lao Lu replied, "Young master, indeed, this is the place." A sense of foreboding nagged at Gui Dan. Yet the intoxicating allure of the wine overpowered his caution. Visualizing the charming visage of the singing girl, and emboldened by the fact that none dared to confront him in Qingyu City, he pressed onward. Who goes there? At that moment, one of the subordinates, with keen eyes, spotted a figure blocking their path. Gue Dan squinted into the faint moonlight, confirming that indeed, a figure stood before them. Judging by her height and build, it was a woman. Could it be the singing girl? Gue Dan's heart leapt with joy. One subordinate called out, "Who are you? I am the one who will kill you." The figure's voice was that of a woman, cold and laced with murderous intent. Gue Dan was momentarily taken aback and stammered, "What do you mean? Do you not know who I am? I care not for your identity. To disturb my elder brother's enjoyment warrants your demise." The shadowy figure was indeed Ye Qingcheng. Her ire had escalated upon recalling how Gue Dan had disrupted the musical pleasure she shared with Changsheng, prompting her to seek resolution. "Who are you exactly?" Gue Dan was bewildered. "Enough of your prattling, Dai." In her eyes, Gue Dan and his companions were no more than insects. With a mere flick of her fingers, their bodies erupted like balloons, blood and flesh scattering. Seemingly still unsatisfied, Ye Qingcheng considered Gue Dan's misdeeds, knowing his father, the city lord, was likely no virtuous official. Resolved to carry out her righteous intentions, she decided to ensure the villain's end. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, Lord Gue Wu was engaged in clandestine discussions with his advisor. The advisor's demeanor was grim, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Lord Gue, the number of refugees in the city grows alarmingly, particularly in the eastern district, where approximately 100,000 displaced souls have congregated. Such a multitude poses a significant threat to Qingyu City," the advisor stated. However, upon hearing this, Gue Wu displayed no signs of concern, rather a subtle, sinister smile crept across his lips. With a wicked grin, he replied, "Isn't that even better? Tomorrow, you shall personally lead a team to the refugees' encampment and discreetly bury the soul-binding cauldron. When night falls and silence reigns, activate the blood sacrifice array. Remember, this must be done without a whisper of suspicion. I intend to offer these innocent souls as tribute to the master of the ghost spirit sect, in exchange for the elixir of longevity." The advisor's eyes gleamed with a dark light as he nodded vigorously. "Your wisdom is unparalleled. With such a multitude of souls offered, the master will undoubtedly be pleased. Even if you cannot cultivate, Lord, you shall enjoy a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary mortals." This seemingly loyal advisor was, in truth, an outer disciple of the ghost spirit sect. Humph. As a city lord, you should prioritize the welfare of your people, striving to alleviate the suffering of the refugees and guard the peace of the realm. Yet, you show no mercy and even collude with the malevolent forces, ruthlessly slaughtering countless innocents for your own selfish quest for immortality. You, a depraved and cowardly official, are a true embodiment of evil, deserving of the most severe punishment. Chapter 14. Establishing a shrine for Changsheng. Gue Wu and his steward were deep in discussion when a voice startled them, causing Gue Wu to shudder. "Who goes there?" Gue Wu shouted toward the door, his heart racing. Gulch. Instead of a response, a round object was tossed into the room. Gue Wu leaned closer, horrified. As he let out a scream, the steward stepped forward and gasped upon seeing the gruesome sight, a bloody severed head. The head belonged to none other than Gue Wu's only son, Gue Dan. "Who are you? Did you kill my son?" Gue Wu's body trembled in rage, his eyes bloodshot. The steward sensed the visitor's hostile intent and recognized them as a practitioner. He hastily drew a skeletal talisman from his robes, eyeing the door warily. "Who I am matters not. What is crucial is that your time has come." Before he could finish, a young girl appeared in the room like a specter. The girl was Ye Qingcheng, radiating a soft glow, her spirit pulsating like that of a celestial being. "You are a cultivator?" The steward recognized her extraordinary nature, his expression growing grave as he prepared to confront her with the talisman fueled by dark energy. "A mere demonic disciple at the Foundation establishment level dares to show off before me." With a flick of her left hand and her right fingers poised like a sword, Ye Qingcheng lightly gestured, and a streak of cold light shot forth, severing the steward's head before he could summon his talisman. It was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Gue Wu watched in horror as the steward's head tumbled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "I am but a mortal, and I serve the imperial court. You cannot kill me." Gue Wu knew the rules governing cultivators, who were forbidden from indiscriminately slaying mortals unless they were thoroughly wicked. "Do you even qualify as a human? I would kill you as easily as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Do you wish to live or die?" Su Qingyao asked coldly. "Do you wish for mercy then? Speak, what is it you desire?" "Fairy, spare my life. I wish to live." Gui Wu quickly knelt in supplication. "Should you wish to live, it is a simple matter. Just inscribe the crimes you and your master have committed," Su Qingyao replied icily. "This." Gui Wu hesitated, deep in thought. With a swift motion, Su Qingyao raised her delicate arm, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, severing two of his fingers with ease. "Use your severed fingers to write. Should you hesitate again, next time it shall be your head," she declared, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his fingertips. Gui Wu pinned the transgressions of himself and his master onto the paper. "Fairy, is this sufficient?" Su Qingyao examined the blood-written accusations and nodded. "Then surely, you will spare my life?" Gui Wu implored, gazing at her with desperate eyes. A glint of cunning flickered in Su Qingyao's gaze as she replied, "I never promised you would live. You have conspired with the demonic path, committing heinous acts. You deserve your fate." With that, she forced a sinister insect into Gui Wu's mouth. "What is this?" Gui Wu understood that nothing good awaited him, but the insect had already entered his body. "It is merely a heart-controlling worm," Su Qingyao stated coldly, then began to chant an incantation. As the incantation echoed, Gui Wu found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Following her command, Gui Wu, like a marionette, picked up the paper detailing his own crimes along with the severed head of his son, Gui Dan, and walked toward the city tower. "My lord, city lord, what is the meaning of this?" The guards were horrified to see Gui Wu carrying a blood-soaked head. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Gui Dan's, leaving them utterly astonished. Uncertain of what spectacle the city lord was enacting, they listened as Gui Wu ordered, "Gather everyone in the city. I have an important announcement to make." Despite their shock, who would dare disobey the city lord's command? Thus, they fanned out to summon the populace, and soon, a large crowd gathered beneath the city walls, all eyes fixed on Gui Wu. Once a sufficient number had arrived, Gui Wu began reciting the crimes he and his son had committed: abuse of power, exploitation of the innocent, using young boys and girls to concoct longevity elixirs, imposing exorbitant taxes, embezzling military funds, misappropriating disaster relief funds, colluding with the demonic path with the intent to slaughter 100,000 refugees in exchange for elixirs, and more. As these accusations were laid bare, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Even his guards gritted their teeth in fury. So often they lamented the lack of military funds, only to discover it had been embezzled by their lord. Many refugees stood among the throng, realizing the city lord's treachery meant their lives were in jeopardy, suddenly comprehending why they had been gathered together. "Listen to me," Gui Wu declared. "I have personally slain my wicked son." As he spoke, he threw Gui Dan's head from the city wall. The crowd surged forward to confirm, and indeed, it was Gui Dan's gruesome head. Many had suffered at his hands, and upon seeing his pitiful state, they spat upon the severed head. At last, the wicked received their just deserts. It was a moment of catharsis. Yet, confusion gripped the crowd. What had come over Gui Wu? Typically, he was fiercely protective of his son, and it was only due to his father's backing that Gui Dan had dared to act so brazenly. Why would Gui Wu choose to kill his own son? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. As the crowd pondered this, Gui Wu's voice rang out once more. "I have been enlightened by the elder brother Ye Qingcheng of the Qingming sacred land, and I now realize the grievous nature of my past actions, feeling profound remorse. I hereby declare, all the wealth within my lord's residence shall be surrendered. Part will be allocated as military funds, and part will be used for disaster relief." The assembly exchanged glances, astonished by Gui Wu's words. Qingming sacred land? Xian Peak? Ye Qingcheng? So it was this celestial being who had compelled the loathsome city lord to repent, relinquishing his ill-gotten gains. What a fortuitous turn of events. We must erect a tablet to honor this Ye Qingcheng, offering our veneration day and night. Indeed, were it not for this celestial, we would remain oblivious, unaware of our impending doom. Amidst the chatter, Gui Wu flung down the list of accusations and leaped from the tower. Thud! He landed heavily, breaking apart upon impact. The once mighty city lord had taken his own life in shame. It was evident that he had been influenced by the celestial named Ye Qingcheng, redeeming himself through death. This act further endeared him to the common folk, for with Gui Wu's demise, a significant threat to Qingyu City had been eliminated. Someone produced firecrackers, igniting them in celebration. The guards of the lord, led by their captain, proceeded to the lord's residence to open the treasury and begin distributing resources. Joy permeated the air as all rejoiced, singing praises of Gu Changsheng's great benevolence. In the distance, a figure observed the unfolding scene, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Brother, I shall ensure you are revered by the masses. Chapter 15. The auction event is about to commence on Taishan Peak. Ye Qingcheng's abode gleamed with resplendent gold and bright lights. As the beloved disciple of Peak Master Yuan Jinzi and the esteemed daughter of the Changsheng family, her dwelling was of the highest standard. Adorned in a flowing red silk gown, she sat as Xiao Chui styled her hair. The mirror reflected her stunning visage, her eyes sparkling like stars, radiating brilliance. Her silken locks cascaded like a waterfall, framing her ethereal beauty. Her skin was as smooth as cream, a sight of unparalleled allure. Miss, today Gu Changsheng spent the entire day wandering with Su Qingyao in Qingyu City. They first purchased a hairpin at a jewelry stall and then bought a sweet osmanthus cake at a food stand, which Su Qingyao even fed to Gu Changsheng. A figure cloaked in black recounted the details of Gu Changsheng's day. Upon hearing that Su Qingyao had monopolized Gu Changsheng's time, Ye Qingcheng's anger flared, and she shattered the bronze mirror with a single strike. That detestable Su Qingyao dares to claim my brother Changsheng for an entire day. Unforgivable. The black-clad figure, taken aback by her fury, dared not speak further. Initially intending to mention the matter of Lord Gue Wu and his son, they chose to remain silent. Fearing Ye Qingcheng's wrath, Miss, why do you fret so? Hasn't young Master Gu already proposed to the Peak Master? Xiao Chui gently attempted to soothe her anger. Alas, the relationship between my master and the Ziyun Peak Master is strained. They likely won't acquiesce easily. Additionally, that sly fox, Su Qingyao, is constantly around my brother Changsheng. Who is to say she won't win his affections? My lady, with your unparalleled beauty and talent, why such a lack of confidence? You have long captured young Master Gu's attention. Surely, he is not the type to easily forget his affections. This reassurance seemed to have some effect, as Ye Qingcheng's icy demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, how could brother Changsheng be the sort to waver? She conceded, though the thought of Su Qingyao being able to see Gu Changsheng daily left her feeling unsettled. Miss, the Wanbao building is preparing to hold a grand auction soon, featuring rare treasures collected over the years. Why not seize this opportunity to invite young Master Gu to attend? This way, you shall have more time with him. Xiao Chui suggested, playing the role of strategist. Ah, what a splendid idea. This Lingxi treasure pearl is highly beneficial for cultivation. I shall gift it to you. Ye Qingcheng declared, pleased with the suggestion, as she casually handed Xiao Chui a shimmering pearl. Ye Qingcheng casually gifted the Lingxi pearl, a treasure of spiritual artifact grade, and its mere presence would incite a considerable uproar. After presenting the jade pendant, she turned to the cloaked figure and said, assist me with the task. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Changsheng began to reflect on the unfolding narrative. Following the climax of the kidnapping, the next chapter should lead to the auction at Wanbao Tower. Lin Yi would lurk in the shadows, employing his close associates to secretly drive up the bidding, thereby exhausting Gu Changsheng's resources. This would compel Gu Changsheng to purchase several useless artifacts at exorbitant prices, nearly causing him to collapse from frustration. It was an amusing thought, indeed. He must have been adversely affected by Lin Yi's protagonist aura. Otherwise, how could he be so easily deceived time and again? Meanwhile, Lin Yi would acquire an inconspicuous piece of red jade, which, while deemed worthless by others, was a treasure of immense value in his eyes. Why was this so? The elderly figure within his necklace recognized it as the legendary dragon blood jade, containing a drop of true dragon blood. By refining it, Lin Yi could awaken the imperial qi of 9 dragons within him. This qi, a supreme fortune formed by the fusion of the heavenly Tao's imperial might and the essence of 9 pristine, symbolized unparalleled authority and dominion. Those who possessed the imperial qi of 9 dragons could claim the world. This ancient trope of thrilling narratives was quite potent. However, having a storyline to follow was undoubtedly easier than engaging with the female lead. With that thought, he organized his mind and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the humble dormitory of an ordinary disciple on Taishan Peak, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his simple bed, eyes tightly shut. His hands formed seals, and a subtle wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, indicating he was diligently practicing the celestial level technique burning Heaven's 9 transformations, imparted by the blood demon. Visible strands of true fire converged from all directions, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, eagerly entering Lin Yi's body. As he absorbed and refined this true fire, his initially feeble aura gradually grew robust and profound. It is noteworthy that Lin Yi possessed the rare physique known as the Nine-Yang body, which naturally endowed him with an extraordinary affinity for and control over fire attributes. Coupled with the constant influx of true fire energy from the celestial technique, the two elements complemented each other, allowing his cultivation to advance at an astonishing pace. In a single night, Lin Yi's cultivation broke through the bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm and ascended into the void control realm. This realm, as the name implies, signifies that the practitioner can harness their formidable spiritual power to navigate the void and soar freely through the skies, completely liberated from the constraints of gravity. Moreover, upon reaching this level, their manipulation of spiritual energy becomes exquisitely precise and refined. The remnant soul of the blood demon, concealed within the necklace, observed Lin Yi's remarkable progress with astonishment. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Ah, truly, you are a prodigious talent, just as I envisioned." Hearing such genuine praise, Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident, slightly audacious smile as he unabashedly replied, "Haha, esteemed elder, you naturally understand me best. I, Lin Yi, have never been one to shy away from challenges. My singular ambition is to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy and become the world's sovereign. From the Dali Palace to this sacred land of Qingming, I have vanquished countless foes and risen from numerous adversities. Have I ever faltered?" Lin Yi's gaze was sharp, his handsome visage radiating an unyielding spirit that belied his youth. This was not mere boastfulness or blind arrogance. 3 years prior, upon the sudden demise of the Dali Emperor, Lin Yi, as the prince, had every reason to expect to inherit the throne. Yet, his sister, Lin Mingrua, instigated a palace coup, proclaiming herself Empress of Dali. Lin Yi's mother, the esteemed Empress, found herself the first casualty of this treachery and was executed by Lin Mingrua. Under the desperate protection of loyal followers, Lin Yi fled the palace with his sister, only to become separated during their escape. While evading assassins, he fortuitously discovered the necklace concealing the blood demon, which propelled him to greatness. The blood demon required Lin Yi's Nine-Yang energy to restore his fragmented soul, and through this alliance, Lin Yi reaped numerous benefits, techniques, elixirs, and artifacts, not to mention the opportunities gained through various possessions and fortuitous encounters. In just half a year, he transformed from an ordinary mortal into a formidable practitioner of the void control realm. He perceived himself as the center of this world, the favored of the heavenly Tao, and the child of destiny. Noticing Lin Yi's burgeoning arrogance, the blood demon felt the need to temper his exuberance. "Lin Yi, I sense a mysterious power within Ye Qingcheng, one that seems capable of influencing the aura of those around him, even eluding my comprehension. Elder blood demon, are you perhaps exaggerating? From what I know, Ye Qingcheng is merely a scoundrel of despicable character." Lin Yi scoffed dismissively. "Never underestimate your adversaries," the blood demon cautioned. Fearing Lin Yi's overconfidence, Lin Yi, albeit reluctant, nodded in acknowledgement. "Lin Yi, it is imperative that you acquire that piece of red jade at the upcoming auction," the blood demon expressed, noting Lin Yi's gaze fixed on the auction catalog. "Why do you place such importance on this seemingly inconspicuous red jade?" Lin Yi inquired. "Inconspicuous? This is the dragon blood jade, infused with the blood of an ancient dragon. I have seen it once a millennium ago, and I can assure you, it is invaluable." Chapter 16. A grand scene of starstruck admiration upon learning that the most unassuming item up for auction was, in fact, the dragon blood jade. Lin Yi could no longer suppress his excitement. If he could refine the true dragon blood within, he would possess the imperial qi of 9 dragons. With the blood demon's elucidation, Lin Yi recognized the immense power of this qi. It not only amplifies the practitioner's strength and presence, but also aids them in traversing further along the path of cultivation. The imperial qi of 9 dragons symbolizes divine mandate. Previously, Lin Mingrua had often mocked him for lacking imperial charisma. If he were to possess this qi, he could deliver a resounding slap to her face. Just the thought was exhilarating. To wield the complete imperial qi of 9 dragons equated to grasping the authority of this world. Who would dare defy him? However, even the least valuable red jade requires over 10,000 spiritual stones. My pockets are utterly bare. What shall I do? In his exhilaration, Lin Yi suddenly recalled his dire financial situation. The auction's items began at astronomical prices, far beyond the means of an ordinary disciple like him. He could hardly sell his artifacts. What would he use then? Elder Blood Demon, do you have any funds to lend me? Lin Yi sheepishly asked, scratching his head. The Blood Demon's lips twitched slightly, bemused. I am but a remnant soul. Where would I procure money? What shall we do? All his plans hinged on the critical issue of finances. The two descended into an awkward silence. Finally, the Blood Demon broke the tension with a resigned sigh. Alas, I shall concoct a third-tier elixir for you to sell at the market. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Senior, for your generous support. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi clapped his hands in delight. However, refining a third-grade elixir requires a substantial amount of soul power, and I will need to enter a deep slumber for several days. You will have to attend the auction on your own, Blood Demon spoke in a low voice. No problem. I will definitely bid for that crimson jade, Lin Yi declared earnestly. A third-grade elixir holds a market value exceeding tens of thousands. Acquiring that crimson jade should pose no difficulty. Merely bidding on a piece of crimson jade, whether or not Blood Demon is by his side, is inconsequential. Thus, Lin Yi utilized his contribution points to purchase the necessary materials for elixir refinement from the sacred land, and Blood Demon successfully crafted a supreme-grade spirit-quenching pill for him. Holding this exquisite elixir, Lin Yi ventured to the market to exchange it for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction hosted by Wanbao Tower was set to take place in the imperial capital of the Dali dynasty, Xianyang City. Xianyang City is undoubtedly the largest city in the eastern continent, sprawling over vast expanses that cover tens of millions of miles. Within the city, pavilions and towers are interspersed like a string of dazzling pearls, extending endlessly into the distance, vividly showcasing the splendor of the imperial capital. Here, not only the most powerful noble families of the Dali dynasty converge, but also the affluent aristocracy from neighboring countries arrive in droves. Despite the immense area of Xianyang being the capital city, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Wanbao Tower, the headquarters, stands majestically in the bustling heart of the imperial capital, showcasing its impressive strength and extensive network of connections. Undoubtedly, Wanbao Tower is a colossal entity with profound heritage. As the largest commercial association in the eastern continent, Wanbao Tower meticulously prepares and grandly hosts a breathtaking auction each year. This event showcases numerous extraordinary treasures and rare artifacts, causing a tremendous stir each time. Last year, an unparalleled supreme-grade Dao artifact made its debut on the auction stage, instantly capturing the attention and fierce competition of countless spectators. Ultimately, after a thrilling bidding war, this supreme-grade artifact fell into the hands of a graceful saintess from the Hahuan sacred land at a jaw-dropping price. It is said that as the saintess returned to the sacred land with the precious item, she encountered several waves of mysterious masked pursuers. Fortunately, a highly esteemed elder from the sacred land appeared just in time to provide assistance. Otherwise, the treasure could have been lost. Ultimately, under the elder's protection, they returned safely to the sacred land. And today marks another grand annual auction by Wanbao Tower. This event gathers countless rare treasures and unparalleled techniques, its scale and influence drawing worldwide attention. Naturally, it attracts numerous high-ranking dignitaries. The headquarters of Wanbao Tower is imposing, covering hundreds of miles and soaring hundreds of feet into the sky. From a distance, this tower resembles a towering giant peak, leaving onlookers in awe. Though the auction has yet to officially commence, many distinguished individuals have already gathered before the tower. They arrive either in splendid carriages or astride magnificent beasts, arriving at the venue ahead of time. The presence of these dignitaries immediately stirs excitement and gasps among the surrounding crowd. After all, for ordinary folk, witnessing these legendary figures in person provides ample fodder for boasting in the days to come. Look, is that Ye Qingcheng, the saint son of the heavenly sword's sacred land? It is said that he possesses exceptional talent and an innate sword body, with his cultivation now reaching the profound realm of half-step heavenly king. Someone exclaimed excitedly. The crowd turned to see a tall, imposing young man walking towards them, radiating an unmatched sword aura, as if he were a divine weapon himself. Soon after, another voice called out, "Over there, the royal family of Dali has arrived." Leading them is the third princess, Lin Fengge. Eyes were drawn once more, as a retinue of elegantly dressed guards escorted a resplendent carriage. The carriage curtain lifted to reveal the breathtaking visage of Lin Fengge. the third princess of the Dali royal family. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, and every gesture exuded an air of noble elegance. Wow! Even the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, Xiao Mingyao, is here. It is said that she possesses a divine fragrance body, and upon her birth, a unique fragrance enveloped the area for 100 miles, with countless colorful butterflies lingering around her chamber, reluctant to depart, so beautiful. The scent is intoxicating. I wish I could transform into a butterfly. As another round of admiration erupted, all gazes turned yet again to another direction. A figure draped in flowing white garments, radiating an ethereal grace, descended like a celestial being. This was Xiao Mingyao, with skin fairer than snow and features akin to a painting, truly a rare beauty among mortals. The appearance of these legendary figures, previously only spoken of in whispers, thrilled the crowd to no end. The presence of enchanting women elicited continuous cheers, akin to a grand idol worship event. Chapter 17. Lin Fengge comes to the rescue at the entrance of Wanbao Tower. A middle-aged man dressed in resplendent attire greeted the arriving dignitaries with a smile. Though his demeanor was humble, the aura emanating from him was formidable, revealing him to be a formidable figure at the sovereign extreme level. The fact that a sovereign extreme powerhouse was tasked with such welcoming duties speaks volumes about the immense foundation of Wanbao Tower. The illustrious individuals attending the auction dared not act too recklessly in front of this middle-aged man, presenting their invitation letters to him. The invitation not only signified their eligibility to enter Wanbao Tower, but also represented their status. The middle-aged man did not need to open the letters. A mere sweep of his consciousness sufficed to discern their authenticity. With his cultivation at the sovereign extreme level, he could touch upon a hint of the laws of power and possessed formidable spiritual perception. After verifying the invitations, he would instruct the beautiful attendants behind him to escort these dignitaries into Wanbao Tower. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The crowd turned to locate the source of the sound. Golden light erupted from the heavens as a divine beast, radiating crimson flames, soared into view. Swiftly arriving above Wanbao Tower, the presence of the Crimson Flame Golden Lion cast a formidable aura over the area. The Crimson Flame Golden Lion? An ancient ferocious beast of the sovereign extreme level. What a grand spectacle. Upon sighting the ancient beast, the crowd instinctively took a step back, wary of being singed by its golden flames. Curiosity abounded regarding who could command such an ancient ferocious beast. As the Crimson Flame Golden Lion landed with a thundering sound, an exceptionally poised young gentleman descended from it, his handsome features and faint aura of chaos making him someone not to be underestimated. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized him, exclaiming, "It's Ye Qingcheng, the senior brother of Ziyun Peak from the Qingming sacred land. Isn't he the one who has been infatuated with Ye Qingcheng for 3 years? Indeed, that's him. What a pity, such a talented individual, yet he willingly plays the role of a sycophant. I heard after 3 years of devotion. She didn't even give him a second glance, scoffing at him instead. Sycophants truly meet unfortunate ends." Ye Qingcheng's notoriety as a sycophant had long become a topic of conversation in the cultivation world, spreading throughout the eastern continent. Upon hearing these words, Ye Qingcheng remained indifferent. He was merely present to traverse the storyline and collect his rewards. The public opinion surrounding him was a matter pertaining solely to Ye Qingcheng, and did not concern him in the slightest. "Brother Changsheng, I have been waiting for you for quite some time," came a voice from within Wanbao Tower as Ye Qingcheng was about to present an invitation to a middle-aged man. It was a woman's voice. Turning towards the source, Ye Qingcheng beheld Ye Qingcheng approaching him. What brought her here? In the original novel, Ye Qingcheng was in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough to the spirit-gathering realm. Her presence in this scene was unexpected. Seeing Ye Qingcheng, Ye Qingcheng's lips quivered slightly. The memory of being drugged and kidnapped by her still haunted him. This woman must be out of her mind. Ye Qingcheng noticed Ye Qingcheng frozen in place, realizing that he was indeed taken aback by her unexpected appearance. This was precisely the effect she desired. She intended to spend some intimate moments with Ye Qingcheng while simultaneously suppressing the annoying Lin Yi. Before Ye Qingcheng could collect his thoughts, she linked her arm with his, resembling a couple in love. Oh, this was quite different from the rumors. Onlookers observed Ye Qingcheng's demeanor towards Ye Qingcheng with bewilderment. Were we perhaps misinformed about their relationship? From their interaction, Ye Qingcheng doesn't resemble a mere sycophant. Rather, he appears to be a suitor in the throes of romance. Damn it. I shall never purchase the Celestial Insights Cultivation Journal again. It is all falsehoods. Brother Changsheng, are you surprised to see me? Ye Qingcheng inquired sweetly, feigning innocence as she clung to his arm. Indeed, I am somewhat surprised. I had intended to invite you to join me, but upon hearing you were in seclusion, I refrained from disturbing you, Ye Qingcheng replied, bewildered by her sudden appearance. Seclusion pales in comparison to accompanying Brother Changsheng to the auction. I possess some skill in appraising treasures and could assist you, she said. If I happen upon a suitable artifact, I would like to acquire it as a gift for you, in celebration of our 3-year anniversary. How does that sound? Ye Qingcheng found himself questioning reality. An anniversary? Was she commemorating the 3 years I have pined for her? This was rather painful to contemplate. Where had Lin Yi disappeared to? Ye Qingcheng scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of Lin Yi. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of him. In the midst of the crowd, 2 piercing gazes were fixated on Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng, belonging to none other than Lin Yi, who was disguised. Witnessing the pair together ignited a fury within him, his teeth grinding in frustration. He could not comprehend why Ye Qingcheng was suddenly so amiable towards Ye Qingcheng when she had previously expressed her disdain for him, describing him as bothersome and clingy, suggesting to Lin Yi ways to extricate herself from his grasp. Why the change? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi concocted a theory. Ye Qingcheng was deliberately getting close to Ye Qingcheng to lower his guard, with the intent to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. Yes, that must be it. Observing Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng walking side by side, appearing well matched, only fueled Lin Yi's fury. He believed that he alone was worthy of Ye Qingcheng. Ye Qingcheng did not deserve her. Upon entering Wanbao Tower, Ye Qingcheng found it to be an enchanting realm, akin to a miniature universe. As they stepped inside, a beautiful maid approached them. Miss Yi, young Master Gu, the auction will not commence for some time. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge. Suddenly, Ye Qingcheng recalled that the Yi family was indeed one of Wanbao Tower's shareholders, which explained their VIP treatment upon entry. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself barred at the entrance of Wanbao Tower, lacking an invitation. The middle-aged man would certainly not permit him entry. Without an invitation, does he think he can attend Wanbao Tower's auction? What a fool. Look at his shabby appearance. He is undoubtedly a country bumpkin, ignorant of the rules here. Onlookers began to mock Lin Yi, who stood humiliated at the entrance. His face flushed crimson with rage at their taunts. This young man is with me, kind sir. Please allow him entry, spoke a voice, coming to his rescue. Oh, since he is with the 3rd princess, he may enter, the man replied. As Lin Yi endured this embarrassing situation, he turned to see that it was none other than his younger sister, Lin Fengge, who had intervened on his behalf. Chapter 18. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their blindness. Lin Fengge's timely arrival caught Lin Yi off guard. He gazed at her, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Lin Fengge had the closest bond with Lin Mingrua, serving as her key supporter in ascending the ranks. However, when it came to dealing with Lin Yi, she and her sister held differing views. She did not advocate for his demise. Thus, when Lin Mingrua sought to eliminate Lin Yi, Lin Fengge had discreetly aided him multiple times. Yet, today, Lin Yi was disguised, and he felt confident she would not recognize him. Thank you, 3rd princess, for coming to my aid. I am a wandering cultivator named Cheng Kuan. Lin Yi fabricated a false identity to express his gratitude. Little did he know. Lin Fengge merely smiled lightly and replied, Second brother, no need to pretend. I know you are Lin Yi. The revelation jolted Lin Yi, causing him to tremble in shock. 3rd princess, what jest is this? Who is Lin Yi? Despite his astonishment, he attempted to deny it. Enough. I can only assist you this far. Take care of yourself, she stated. Lin Fengge's timely intervention stemmed not from any extraordinary power, but rather from glimpses of the future that lingered in her mind. Lin Yi feared she might disclose his whereabouts to Lin Mingrua, even contemplating silencing her. Rest assured, I will not inform my sister that I have seen you, Lin Fengge assured him before turning away. Left standing there, Lin Yi felt a mix of gratitude and dread. He had no doubts about her words. Had she not intervened multiple times, he might have met his end long ago. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to and could not dwell on this incident for long. The humiliation of lacking the qualifications to enter Wanbao Tower weighed heavily on him. He was filled with resentment towards everything, towards Lin Mingrua for his current predicament, and towards Ye Qingcheng. Had it not been for him, Ye Qingcheng would have already been secured. With Ye Qingcheng as his ally, would one invitation even matter? These two must pay for their transgressions. In Lin Yi's heart, a tempest of animosity brewed against them both. In the VIP room of Wanbao Tower, Gu Changsheng found himself seated before a poised and elegant woman, exuding an air of nobility. Her stunning beauty and refined grace stirred feelings of admiration within him. It was none other than the third princess, Lin Fengge, the very one who had just assisted Lin Yi. Gu Changsheng had heard whispers of Lin Fengge's beauty, but seeing her in person was a revelation. She rivaled both Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao in her breathtaking allure. Within the original narrative, Lin Fengge played a minor role, not truly a villain, nor strictly a virtuous character, but a soul ensnared in inner conflict. What business does she have with me? According to the storyline, there should be little to no interaction between us. Gu Changsheng was reluctant to engage with her, yet, given her high status beneath the empress in the Dali dynasty, he knew he must extend her the courtesy she deserved. Third princess, you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest. Your visit today is not merely for tea, I presume. He is indeed a character of villainous disposition, and it is imperative that he exhibits the appropriate lecherous expressions. After all, his system is one of an actor's self-cultivation, and professionalism is paramount. Though reluctant in spirit, he feigned a greedy gaze towards Lin Fengge's alluring figure. If it were anyone else who dared to gaze at her so disrespectfully, Lin Fengge would undoubtedly seek to gouge out their eyes. However, upon noticing Gu Changsheng's stare, Lin Fengge appeared unfazed. Instead, she puffed out her chest, allowing him to behold her. Internally, she mused. Indeed, just as the images in her mind suggested, she masked her inherent kindness with an exterior of greed and lust. Others may mock my madness, yet I find amusement in their inability to see through it. This was the last phrase she left in the world, and reflecting upon it now, it rings true. Were it not for the visions of the future in her mind, she too might have regarded Gu Changsheng as a villain, much like the countless young talents she had encountered over the years. These men, appearing virtuous on the surface, were often hypocrites, their true natures concealed beneath facades. Through the depths of their eyes, Lin Fengge could discern their innermost thoughts. Yet, when she gazed into Gu Changsheng's eyes, they resembled a tranquil pond, unruffled and serene, distinct from any man she had previously encountered, thus piquing her curiosity about the man who had appeared in her dreams. Gu Changsheng felt somewhat bewildered under the scrutiny of the esteemed third princess of the Dali kingdom. Young Master Gu truly possesses an ethereal demeanor, befitting a descendant of the sacred land. I have come to extend an invitation to you to visit my residence after the auction, to indulge in a bit of hospitality, she declared. I am skilled in playing the flute, and having heard of your musical prowess, I would be honored to seek your guidance. She could hardly confess that she had dreamt of him and had come to ascertain whether he was as he appeared in her dreams. Playing the flute? Was it a serious proposition? The term itself seemed somewhat inappropriate, leading Gu Changsheng to entertain unwarranted thoughts. Before he could respond, Ye Qingcheng, seated nearby, could no longer contain herself and coldly interjected, Princess, Brother Changsheng is unavailable. The Yi family was on par with the Dali royalty, and she had no need to regard Lin Fengge's feelings. From the outset, she had noticed Lin Fengge's peculiar gaze upon Gu Changsheng. And although she had initially restrained herself for the sake of decorum, Lin Fengge's blatant attention had become increasingly intolerable. Lin Fengge could sense the animosity emanating from Ye Qingcheng, fully understanding that jealousy was at play, igniting her competitive spirit. Oh, Brother Changsheng, Lin Fengge taunted. I have heard that young Master Gu has pursued you for 3 years, yet you have shown him indifference. Now why do you cling to him? She relished in her sharp retort. You. Ye Qingcheng's brows furrowed slightly, her presence exuding a palpable tension as she prepared for confrontation. Do you dare to exert your spiritual pressure upon me, thinking I would fear you? Lin Fengge was no ordinary individual. She possessed the physique of a fire phoenix, her cultivation level rivaling Ye Qingcheng's. As their exchange grew increasingly charged, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of frustration. He had discovered that the women in this novelistic world were even more unhinged than those he had encountered in his previous travels. Characters were collapsing under the weight of their own absurdities. Lin Fengge, a woman with whom he had no prior connection, had come to confront him and engage in a verbal skirmish with Ye Qingcheng. Was this a war between sisters-in-law? Yet he was not Lin Yi. In Lin Fengge's visions, Ye Qingcheng was part of Lin Yi's harem, the final straw that would break Gu Changsheng. She had witnessed Lin Yi slaughter Lin Mengru, ascending to the throne amid a sea of corpses. Lin Yi's ambition would ultimately lead to the demise of all. He was a calamity, a self-serving scourge. Her reason for allowing Lin Yi into the Wanbao Tower was not genuine assistance, but rather a means to validate the authenticity of her visions. Young Master Gu, I shall await you at the Changsheng Palace. Very well, since it is an invitation from a princess, I shall honor it, Gu Changsheng replied, not wishing to offend her. After all, he had no role in the plot following the auction, and visiting posed no detriment. The princess's residence promised delightful treats and a beautiful princess playing the flute for him. What could be more enjoyable? Gu Changsheng. If it were indeed as the visions foretold, with the world entranced while you remain vigilant, standing against Lin Yi, the great calamity, then allow me to lend my support. I shall not leave you to fight alone. Having met Gu Changsheng and gained some understanding of him, she did not wish to linger in a verbal duel with Ye Qingcheng, rising to take her leave. As she departed, Ye Qingcheng was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. Indeed, all women coveted her brother Changsheng's allure. Even this third princess sought to claim him for herself. This was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 19. Ice silkworm stockings. An hour later, the auction at Wanbao Tower commenced. A graceful woman, exuding mature charm, ascended the stage. Clad in a simple yet elegant gown that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, she captivated the attention of many men in the audience. Esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. The Wanbao Tower auction is now officially underway. The first item for bidding is the Earth Tier Cultivation Technique, the Withering and Flourishing Technique. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bids must increase by no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As her words resonated, a murmur of excitement rippled through the audience. The Withering and Flourishing Technique is a wood attribute cultivation method, rumored to have been created by a venerable monk. It can refine the wood attribute spiritual energy within the body, with the ultimate state being neither withered nor flourishing, yet both withered and flourishing. When practitioners reach the half-withered, half-flourishing state, they are unmatched among their peers. I seek a wood attribute cultivation method. I bid 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. In mere moments, the price of the Withering and Flourishing Technique soared to 200,000 spirit stones. VIP number 122 bids 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? The beautiful auctioneer raised her gavel, inquiring loudly. 210,000, 220,000. A chorus of bids erupted, creating a highly charged atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, seated in the VIP box, bore an expression of utter disinterest. Such a rudimentary technique held no allure for him. Furthermore, he was merely here to follow the storyline, and it was not yet his time to make an entrance. Beside him, Ye Qingcheng showed little interest in the auction itself. Her focus remained solely on Gu Changsheng. As time progressed, an array of auction items was presented. Various cultivation techniques, rare materials, precious herbs, and alchemical furnaces, all of which were extraordinary treasures. It was only when the beautiful auctioneer carefully presented a wooden box that Gu Changsheng's languor dissipated, and he became alert. This item was the Xianlong Soul Pill. The Xianlong Soul Pill was a fifth-tier premium pill capable of restoring one's soul power, a treasure highly valued by advanced cultivators. The Xianlong Soul Pill, starting bid 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. I encourage everyone to bid generously. As the auctioneer's sweet voice echoed, numerous high-ranking cultivators eagerly began to place their bids. This soul-restoring pill was incredibly precious. At crucial moments, it could even safeguard high-level cultivators from the destruction of their souls. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a voice rose from the VIP box. The crowd turned their gaze upward, where the offer had originated. It is Gu Changsheng of the Qingming Sacred Land. Wow, what a bold move, starting at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This esteemed guest bids 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher offer? The beautiful auctioneer called out loudly. Gu Changsheng's bid was not born from a genuine need for the pill. It was merely a necessity of the plot. In the original novel, he had coveted the Xianlong Soul Pill, intending to acquire it as a gift for his master. 100,000. A somewhat subdued voice resonated from another VIP box. A middle-aged man clad in a luxurious azure robe fixated on the Xianlong Soul Pill within the wooden chest and initiated the bidding. This man was an elder of the Zhou family, and his purpose for attending was singular: to acquire the Xianlong Soul Pill at all costs. The patriarch of the Zhou family was a formidable figure, a half-step saint, who had recently sustained severe injuries during a confrontation while seeking opportunities to break through to the saint realm. His soul had been damaged, and he urgently required a Xianlong soul pill to restore it, or else his lifespan would be drastically shortened, with the risk of imminent demise. The patriarch was the cornerstone of the family. His loss would undoubtedly devastate the Zhou family's strength. Should he fall, rival families lurking nearby would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike, a matter that concerned the very existence of the Zhou family. 2 million, came the first bid. 3 million. The atmosphere within the auction hall was once again ignited by the allure of the precious Xianlong soul pill, with various factions eagerly placing their bids. Lin Yi, too, yearned for this elixir to aid Blood Demon in restoring his fragmented soul, yet his pockets were regrettably shallow, leaving him merely a spectator. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Ye Qingcheng continued to bid, exuding an air of determination. Upon hearing the latest bid, the elder of the Zhou family's expression darkened. He had brought only 5 million low-grade spirit stones, and the price had now exceeded his budget. This sum represented the entirety of the Zhou family's assets. Furious, he glared at Ye Qingcheng, veins protruding on his forehead, his eyes blazing with indignation as if he could consume his rival whole. Ye Qingcheng, however, maintained a provocatively arrogant demeanor, embodying the confidence of the eldest disciple from the Azure Sanctum's Ziyun Peak and the scion of the Gu family. Though the elder of the Zhou family felt resentment, he was left with no alternative. The strength of the patriarch must be salvaged through other means. Observing the elder's fury, Ye Qingcheng thought to himself, I have perfectly embodied my character. 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Just then, Lin Yi, disguised as Cheng Kuan, suddenly entered the fray with a bid. He had no genuine intention to purchase, but aimed to irritate Ye Qingcheng, driving the price higher to force him to pay an exorbitant sum for the item. Ye Qingcheng, seeing this unfamiliar bidder, mused, this must be Lin Yi in disguise. How delightful. He feigned an appearance of exasperation, raising his voice. 7 million. 8 million. Lin Yi persisted, determined to make Ye Qingcheng bleed financially. 2 million. Ye Qingcheng pretended to be in a fit of rage, straining his voice to continue the bidding. Nearby, Ye Qingcheng, witnessing Ye Qingcheng's exaggerated performance, nearly burst into laughter. The scene matched her expectations perfectly. Ye Qingcheng, caught in Lin Yi's provocation, was on the verge of incurring significant losses. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 2 million? The alluring auctioneer raised her gavel, surveying the crowd. Silence enveloped the hall. 2 million was already an astronomical sum, causing several interested factions to withdraw. As the gavel descended, Ye Qingcheng's expression soured considerably. Scoundrel! You'll pay for this! He bellowed at Lin Yi below, a picture of mortified fury. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly embodying the character. Receiving rewards: 10 enhancement in physical aptitude, 10 improvement in comprehension, and increased potential of the primordial Tao body. Acquired: Ice Silkworm Stockings, Artifact-grade armor. X1. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Ye Qingcheng's lips twitched. Ice Silkworm Stockings? What in the world? Are they black? Indeed, they are black. Upon hearing the system's reply, a flurry of thoughts raced through Ye Qingcheng's mind. Chapter 20. Host, you can trust this system as professionalism. Seeing Ye Qingcheng's exasperated demeanor, Ye Qingcheng struggled to suppress her laughter. She mused, the stranger raising the bid for my brother Changsheng must undoubtedly be Lin Yi in disguise. How utterly shameless. With more pressing matters at hand, she feigned ignorance and sweetly consoled Ye Qingcheng. Brother Changsheng, don't be upset. It's just 2 million low-grade spirit stones. I'll cover it. As she spoke, she delicately plucked a grape and placed it into Ye Qingcheng's mouth. Ye Qingcheng had never experienced such treatment. He even wondered if the grape had been poisoned. The heroine personally feeding him grapes and offering to pay. Was this the treatment befitting a villain? Though not averse to enjoying a free meal, he felt his life was at stake. Initially intent on rejecting her kindness, he recalled his character's traits from the novel, greedy and lecherous. Thus, he reluctantly donned a lecherous expression, pulling Ye Qingcheng into his embrace, and said in a teasing tone, then let Qingcheng bear the expense. This scene was perfectly witnessed by Lin Yi below. Just moments ago, he had reveled in making Ye Qingcheng spend heavily, only to see his rival not only emerge unscathed but also become bolder, even embracing his goddess. This incited Lin Yi's ire. Had he not been unable to best Gu Changsheng, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. Gu Changsheng, just you wait. Don't think you can laugh now. Be cautious of the day I settle the score. Gu Changsheng, stealing a glance at Lin Yi's furious expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Ding. Host performed flawlessly, receiving an additional reward of 1 year of cultivation. 1 year of cultivation? How audacious. And yet, the system continually dispensed rewards while allowing Lin Yi to gleefully slap my face. However, he reconsidered. Once he completed the narrative, these rewards would accompany him back to Blue Star. As long as he slightly eased off during Lin Yi's triumph, it would suffice. There are always more solutions than difficulties. As he pondered, his mouth was already filled with glistening grapes. This Ye Qingcheng truly lacked finesse in serving. She kept shoving grapes into his mouth before he could even swallow. Did she think him a garbage bin? Meanwhile, Lin Yi observed this scene below, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage. Was this the same aloof, frosty senior sister he admired? Why was she so demeaning as to serve Gu Changsheng? What made him superior? He was merely a tad more handsome, possessed slightly higher cultivation, and had a deeper background. What of it? Time ebbs and flows. Do not underestimate the youth. Just wait. Once I acquire the dragon blood gem and harness the might of the 9 dragon emperor, Ye Qingcheng will surely submit to me. As he brooded, the beautiful auctioneer announced. Next up is a beautifully adorned item, a finely crafted red jade pendant. The starting bid is 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction followed a meticulously crafted rhythm. After a wave of excitement, it returned to tranquility. The conclusion of the Xianlong soul pill bidding was perfectly timed with the introduction of this small ornament to ease the audience's nerves. Such trinkets generally attracted little attention from cultivators. They were primarily purchased by the affluent for their collection. Unsurprisingly, the bidders were few and far between. 35,000. After a brief silence, Lin Yi raised his hand to bid. Seeing Lin Yi finally step in, Gu Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He was certain Lin Yi would not pursue this item. According to the original narrative, he held little interest in such trifles. Others shared this sentiment, allowing Lin Yi to effortlessly snatch the dragon blood gem, reaping an enormous profit. After refining a drop of true dragon essence, he would obtain a trace of the 9 dragon emperor's might, marking the beginning of his rapid ascendance. Once he has gathered the complete essence of the 9 dragons, it will be his moment to conquer the world. Just the thought of it brings immense satisfaction. Gu Changsheng would be lying if he claimed he felt no jealousy. After all, the other party is the destined protagonist, while he merely plays the role of an early antagonist. Comparisons breed discontent. Ye Qingcheng, observing the subtle shifts in Gu Changsheng's expression, felt a flicker of amusement within her. She pondered, Brother Changsheng, I will not allow that scoundrel Lin Yi to possess the dragon blood jade. The essence of the 9 dragons rightfully belongs to you. With that thought, a mischievous smile graced her lips. Rising from Gu Changsheng's embrace, she gently adjusted her dress and called out, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for this jade. I shall take it. At her declaration, all eyes turned to the second floor. The sight of Ye Qingcheng, resembling a celestial being, elicited admiration from the men present. Is that Ye Qingcheng? She actually has her sights on this mundane jade. Who could she possibly be buying it for? Perhaps she intends it as a decorative piece? Are you out of your mind? Given her status, what kind of spirit jade would she lack? Why would she covet a mere ordinary jade? As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, Lin Yi stared at Ye Qingcheng in shock. His expression shifted as he realized she had bid 100,000 to snatch the red jade from him. Why? What could possibly motivate her? This completely disrupted his plans. He possessed only 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and she had effectively limited his bidding options. What could he do now? Could it be that Ye Qingcheng intended to gift it to him? A sudden realization struck Lin Yi. Perhaps she was buying the jade as a present for him. Gu Changsheng would surely dismiss such a mundane piece. Others would not consider it either. The only plausible recipient was him. Ah, so that is it. Ye Qingcheng, I knew all your actions were for my sake. Lin Yi began to fantasize. Since it was Ye Qingcheng who made the offer, and given that no one else showed interest in such an ordinary jade, there would naturally be no competition. Congratulations to Miss Ye Qingcheng for acquiring this exquisite jade for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Only someone as ethereal as Miss Ye deserves to possess such beauty. The beautiful auctioneer, aware of the Ye family's significant stake in the Wanbao building, lavished her with flattery. Gu Changsheng sat frozen on the sofa, as if turned to stone. His expression appeared utterly lost. Ye Qingcheng, you traitor! Why would you do this? What offense have I committed against you? Did I push your father into a well? Or perhaps defile your meal? Why must you stab me in the back? System, Ye Qingcheng is breaking the rules. She is cheating, completely disregarding the expected narrative. Has something gone awry in this novel world? Why do both female leads thus far seem so peculiar, deviating from their established personas? Host, please remain calm. Everything in the novel world is functioning normally. Just focus on embodying your role as the perfect antagonist, even if there are deviations in other storylines. Everything will eventually converge back to the main plot. This is what you said. Don't let me down. You can trust in my professional integrity. Very well. I shall trust you once more. Chapter 21. I long to embrace you. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a gentle knock echoed from outside the VIP room. Come in. Upon receiving Ye Qingcheng's permission, a steward from the auction house entered, accompanied by a beautiful maid bearing a tray. The maid held the very red jade, or rather, the dragon blood jade, along with a wooden box containing the Xianlong soul pill, which had just been auctioned for 2 million. Miss Ye, please inspect your items. Ye Qingcheng waved her hand, trusting that they would not dare deceive her, and calmly stated, please have my father collect the 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. Understood, Mississippi. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Once the steward and maid departed, Ye Qingcheng handed both items to Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, this is for you. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with charm, her demeanor soft and inviting, entirely devoid of the aloofness typically associated with an ice queen or a haughty sister. At that moment, Changsheng felt utterly bewildered, gazing at Ye Qingcheng and the dragon blood jade with a sense of helplessness. Despite his earnest efforts to perform, Ye Qingcheng had turned the tables, openly plotting against him. With the situation as it was, he could only maintain his faade, feigning greed as he remarked, is this truly appropriate? How could I possibly accept a gift from you? That would be improper. Though he spoke those words, he nonetheless tucked the 2 items away into his storage ring. The dragon blood jade could not be for his own use. Should he seize Lin Yi's essence of the 9 dragons, he would be left with nothing. The 9 dragons' essence was crucial for his ascent to power. While he accepted the dragon blood jade, he contemplated how to return it to Lin Yi. Directly handing it over was out of the question. That would contradict his persona, and given Lin Yi's suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly believe Changsheng was attempting to harm him. Let it be. He would take one step at a time. Since the plot had concluded, Changsheng intended to leave the auction. Brother Changsheng, why the rush to leave? Will you accompany me to a place? Ye Qingcheng tugged at his arm, her tone playful. Changsheng's greatest flaw was his inability to refuse others, especially beautiful women. Faced with such a charming request, even against his better judgment, he reluctantly agreed. Ye Qingcheng led him to a secluded chamber within the Wanbao building. This chamber was meant for cultivation, equipped with all necessary items, and it seemed to be enhanced by a spirit-gathering array, rich in spiritual energy. Qingcheng, you didn't bring me here with ulterior motives, did you? Changsheng asked, glancing around with a hint of trepidation. Don't be so anxious. We shall attend to business first, and then you shall have me, Ye Qingcheng teased. Changsheng's lips twitched. Brother Changsheng, take out that jade. I wish to explain its use to you, Ye Qingcheng said, casting a mysterious glance at his storage ring. She assumed Changsheng was unaware of the dragon blood jade's purpose and intended to assist him in refining it. Changsheng felt a sense of unease. Yet, given her insistence on the red jade, he felt compelled to comply. As Ye Qingcheng held the red jade, she began to elucidate its uses. Brother Changsheng, you may not realize this, but this seemingly ordinary jade is known as the dragon blood jade. As if I didn't know. Changsheng silently mused. But how did this young lady become aware of it? Logically, she should perceive it as just another ordinary jade, like everyone else. How peculiar. It contains a drop of true dragon's blood. If absorbed and refined, it can enhance physical aptitude, strengthen spiritual power, and expand one's energy reservoir. Remarkably, absorbing true dragon's blood can condense dragon energy, alter one's fortune, and grant one the supreme essence of the 9 dragons. As Ye Qingcheng spoke with passion, Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, merely replying with a subdued acknowledgement. Brother Changsheng is indeed extraordinary. Such a tremendous opportunity barely phases him. Had it been anyone else, the revelation of such a miraculous chance would have elicited ecstatic jumps. I must be foolish. Had it not been for those mystical images in my mind, I would have continued to overlook Brother Changsheng's worth. To ignore such an exceptional man for someone as wretched as Lin Yi, I was naive and foolish in the past. Brother Changsheng is truly wonderful. With this thought, Ye Qingcheng seemed to make a decisive resolution, drawing forth a sharp dagger. What are you doing, Qingcheng? Don't act impulsively. Gu Changsheng felt a jolt of fear when he saw Ye Qingcheng draw a dagger, momentarily believing she intended to slay him. The truth was finally revealed. Her previous actions had all been a prelude to his demise. His persona remained intact, and within him surged a mixture of terror and unexpected delight. However, what transpired next left him utterly bewildered. Ye Qingcheng made a swift incision on her left hand, crimson blood immediately flowing forth. What a shocking display of self-harm. Gu Changsheng was taken aback, initially thinking that her actions stemmed from unrequited love, leading her to resort to such drastic measures. Brother Changsheng, the blood of the true dragon contains extraordinarily potent and ferocious power. Should one hastily absorb and refine it, unforeseen dangers may arise. But fret not, for I possess a mysterious body that can neutralize the overwhelming yang energy of the dragon blood, she explained. Before her words could fully settle, Ye Qingcheng resolutely sliced her palm, allowing her blood to drip onto the enigmatic dragon blood gem. In that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly ordinary gem appeared to transform into an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the blood she had spilled. In an instant, the entire gem was bathed in a vivid scarlet hue, radiating a bizarre and dazzling light. The dragon blood gem continued to greedily absorb her blood, showing no signs of abating. As her lifeblood flowed ceaselessly into the gem, Ye Qingcheng's complexion gradually grew pale, her once rosy lips now devoid of color, rendering her exceedingly frail. Stop it, Qingcheng. If you continue like this, you will endanger your life, Gu Changsheng exclaimed, desperately attempting to halt her bloodletting. Yet, Ye Qingcheng forcefully pushed him away, her gaze resolute yet tinged with regret. Brother Changsheng, I have wronged you in the past. It has always been my fault for causing you pain. But this time, allow me to do something for you. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks like a torrential flood. Witnessing the sorrowful visage of the weeping woman before him, Gu Changsheng's heart ached. He longed to rush forward and embrace her tightly, assuring her that he had never held her accountable. Yet, for the sake of the narrative and his character, he restrained his impulses, only able to stand by anxiously. After an extensive loss of blood, Ye Qingcheng finally ceased her bleeding. At that moment, she was utterly weakened, collapsing gently into Gu Changsheng's warm embrace. Brother Changsheng, quickly refine the dragon blood. Do not let my goodwill go to waste, she implored, her lips pale and voice faint, evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 22, A New Plot. The wonderful sound society. Gu Changsheng held Ye Qingcheng tenderly, his eyes filled with concern. He could scarcely believe the extraordinary turn of events in this strange world he had traversed. The heroine was willing to go to such lengths for him. A bizarre mix of absurdity and comfort. To have a woman willing to sacrifice for me makes this second life worthwhile, he thought. Very well. I shall refine it at once. He laid her gently on the bed and administered a third-grade nourishing essence pill, then turned his attention to the dragon blood gem. Now infused with the essence of her own blood, the gem pulsed with energy, illuminating the chamber as bright as day. Gazing at the gem, Gu Changsheng felt a pang of distress. This was Lin Yi's chance. If he were to refine it, how could Lin Yi, the male lead, ever rise to prominence? The thought was troubling. Yet, Ye Qingcheng's earnest intentions rendered refusal impossible. Damn it, if I must, then so be it. Clenching his teeth, Gu Changsheng began to circulate his energy. As he did so, a torrent of spiritual power surged from his dantian, rapidly converging in his palm, where he clutched the dragon blood gem. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the gem, which had been quietly resting in his hand, suddenly burst forth with blinding brilliance. Then, under the influence of his power, the dragon blood gem slowly lifted from his palm, hovering before him in midair. In that instant, something unexpected occurred. The true dragon blood within the gem seemed to resonate with the primordial Tao body that Gu Changsheng possessed. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated throughout the chamber, shaking the very walls with its deafening resonance. As the dragon's cry echoed, a colossal ethereal dragon emerged from the gem, its presence vivid and commanding, exuding an aura of immense power as it spiraled through the air, stirring violent gusts of wind. Indeed, the blood of a true dragon is astonishingly powerful. Gu Changsheng's expression turned grave, his heart filled with awe. Faced with such formidable energy, he dared not relax his focus and immediately intensified his efforts to refine the priceless dragon blood. Fortunately, Ye Qingcheng's blood played a crucial role at this moment. Since it had the property to counteract violent power, the previously restless true dragon blood gradually calmed under its influence, ultimately allowing Ye Qingcheng to successfully refine and absorb it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for refining the true dragon blood. Your primordial Tao body has increased by 1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a trace of the 9-dragon imperial qi. Congratulations. My foot. What do you mean? System, what exactly is Ye Qingcheng's situation? Rest assured, host, all storylines will ultimately converge upon the main narrative. Alright, I shall trust you this time. After refining the true dragon blood, Ye Qingcheng felt a profound transformation within himself, as if a mysterious energy had entered his being. It was an indescribable sensation, deeply enigmatic. Qingcheng, are you feeling better? He gently inquired, brushing her forehead with his hand. Brother Changsheng, you've become more handsome and exude a more masculine charm, she replied, her complexion notably improved after taking the nourishing essence pill. You've lost quite a bit of vitality, which one tea be easily replenished. It will take at least a few days of recuperation, Ye Qingcheng said, concern etched on his face. Ye Qingcheng expressed her worry. I truly hope you don't become too handsome, otherwise, more girls will fall for you. Why would you say such foolishness? Haven tea, I already proposed to your master? He teased, lightly pinching her nose in reprimand. If my master declines, I'll resort to extreme measures, she declared with determination. In this world, once a cultivator took a master, all matters of marriage and family were determined by that mentor, akin to a father figure. Hearing her words, Ye Qingcheng felt a sudden jolt of alarm. That's not what I meant at all. My proposal was merely a delaying tactic, to give Lin Yi a push. To awaken his potential. I want him to rise from his humble beginnings, not to actually marry you. Please, let us avoid any unforeseen complications. I still have 100 chapters of plot to navigate. Staying in the chamber together was no solution. After taking the nourishing essence pill, Ye Qingcheng was already able to move, though she remained somewhat weak. Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng emerged from the secret chamber, only to encounter the steward of the auction house. Upon seeing Ye Qingcheng drenched in sweat and Ye Qingcheng appearing exceedingly frail, the steward was instantly misled. I saw nothing. I must have been blind just now. The steward hastily turned away, pretending to have witnessed nothing, and fled in haste. Having stumbled upon the private affairs of the esteemed Miss Yi, he feared for his life should she decide to silence him. As Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng observed the steward's reaction, they quickly grasped that he had misunderstood the situation, yet there was no need for elaborate explanations. Who would truly care for the perspective of an insignificant ant? Let the misunderstanding persist. After escorting Ye Qingcheng back to her abode for rest, Ye Qingcheng returned to his own chamber. Just as he reclined, the system's notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the Wanxiang building auction plot. Earning rewards. Physical aptitude increased by 20, comprehension elevated by 20, and experience in the primordial Tao body increased by 1. Acquired. Withered Wood Dragon S Whisper Qin, Tao artifact. The host is urged to proceed to the next plot, the Miao Yin Assembly at Changlu Palace in Xianye. Miao Yin Assembly? A vague recollection of such a side plot surfaced. Lin Yi, disguised, had infiltrated Xianyang, seeking Lin Fengge to assist in locating his sister. He was aware that Lin Fengge commanded an intelligence network dedicated to gathering information for Empress Lin Monroe. To approach Lin Fengge, he intended to participate in this Miao Yin Assembly. During this time, he had garnered considerable attention, winning the affections of the talented lady, Ye Qingcheng, from Xianyang Academy. Eventually, she became part of Lin Yi's harem. The system's plot was non-negotiable for Ye Qingcheng. Refusal would be deemed a violation. Thus, he set off for Xianyang, riding the magnificent Qi Yanjin and I, as befitting a villainous senior disciple, maintaining an air of grandeur. Otherwise, the male protagonist would find the encounter lacking in excitement. The Qi Yanjin and I, resplendent as if forged from pure gold, radiated a dazzling brilliance, blinding passers-by with its gleaming presence, akin to a walking treasure trove. It attracted considerable attention from the onlookers. The common folk beheld Ye Qingcheng atop the Qi Yanjin and I, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, and they were filled with awe. The guards at the city gate dared not impede his passage, fearful of provoking such a formidable presence. As Ye Qingcheng entered Xianyang City unimpeded, One of the guards finally mustered the courage to converse. My friend, who do you suppose that man is? Should we have allowed him entry without question? What identity could he possibly have? Certainly one beyond our reckoning. Just look at that dazzling mouth. A mere sneeze from it could spell our doom. Inspect him? You must be courting death, the elder guard remarked. The inquiring guard nodded, conceding, you're right. If he wishes to enter, not even 100 of us could stop him. Chapter 23. I do not want cattle or horses with Ye Qingcheng's handsome visage and an ethereal demeanor. He naturally drew the attention of numerous young maidens and even some noble women. Some spirited girls even squealed with delight. In this martial world, few were acquainted with Ye Qingcheng. And it was hardly surprising. After all, he was merely a nascent antagonist, his influence limited to the vicinity of the Qingming sacred land, rendering him virtually unrecognizable. At that moment, a timid young lady clad in a delicate gown approached Ye Qingcheng, taking a deep breath before speaking. You appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Xianyang? I am Zhao Linger, and I can guide you. Oh, I offer my services free of charge, no fees involved. The young girl quickly added. Faced with the charm of this delightful girl, Ye Qingcheng found it difficult to refuse. He was bemused. His recent luck with women was astonishingly favorable. How do we know each other, my lady? We do not, she replied. Then why offer to guide me for free? Ye Qingcheng inquired, perplexed. I simply think you are handsome, Zhao Linger confessed, sticking out her tongue. Is that all it takes? Ye Qingcheng's lips twitched in surprise. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Zhao Linger's boldness. A noblewoman, tinged with jealousy, remarked, Ah, the youth today knows no shame. Yet here they are, striking up conversations. If I had known, I would have offered my services as well. Indeed, nowadays, young girls approach any handsome man without a trace of modesty. Stop grumbling about sour grapes. The girl is merely pursuing her desires boldly, and there's nothing wrong with that. Various opinions echoed around them, some rather unkind, yet Zhao Linger seemed unfazed. Sir, where would you like to go now? She asked. Let us find a decent inn to rest, Ye Qingcheng replied coolly. Certainly, the finest inn in Xianyang lies just ahead. Zhao Linger pointed to a magnificent and grand establishment in the distance. Once all was settled, Ye Qingcheng, with a grave expression, asked, Zhao Linger, now that we are alone, can you reveal your true identity? Your Excellency, please allow me to pay my respects, Zhao Linger said, bowing deeply, leaving Ye Qingcheng utterly bewildered. He was merely an early-stage antagonist and believed he had done little worthy of gratitude. How could he be considered a benefactor? Surely, she must have mistaken him for someone else. Good heavens! He had thought himself quite charming, but perhaps she truly had the wrong person. How awkward. Miss, are you certain you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Ye Qingcheng lamented. Zhao Linger produced a portrait and handed it to him, stating, This is the image of my benefactor. I would never mistake it. Ye Qingcheng took the portrait and was astonished to find it indeed resembled him closely. Almost identical to a photograph. What on earth was happening? He felt utterly perplexed. How? Zhao Linger, how did you come by my portrait? The image of my benefactor has circulated widely in Qingyu City. Surely you are aware? Zhao Linger replied. Ye Qingcheng was even more bewildered. He was no celebrity. Why would his likeness be disseminated? He shook his head, skepticism etched on his face. Seeing Ye Qingcheng's humility only deepened Zhao Linger's admiration for him. You are truly modest. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. You eradicated the corrupt officials colluding with the demonic forces who sought to slaughter the citizens of Qingyu City. Not only did you save me, but you also spared the entire city. That is a great merit. The people of Qingyu City have even erected a shrine in your honor, continuously receiving offerings. Your portrait is, of course, enshrined within. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng's mouth fell agape, as if petrified. What on earth? A shrine dedicated to me? No wonder he had felt his fortune improving lately. Is this the treatment a villain ought to receive? If I find out who is using my name to do good deeds, I shall have words with him. Rather than feeling elated by his so-called heroic deeds, Ye Qingcheng was instead filled with a sense of being ensnared. This was surely an attempt to elevate him too high. Noticing Ye Qingcheng's pained expression, Zhao Linger admired him even more. Truly a celestial being, so disdainful of worldly fame and fortune. I am resolute in following you for the rest of my life. Benefactor, we have met before, do you not recall? Zhao Linger prompted. Ye Qingcheng shook his head. Zhao Linger, slightly disappointed, explained, I was singing at the Jushian building with my grandfather. And you were dining with a beautiful lady in a private room on the second floor. Does that ring a bell? Oh, It is you. Gu Changsheng finally remembered. He had not paid much attention at the time, and Zhao Linger, adorned with makeup and dressed flamboyantly, lacked the ethereal charm she possessed now. Thanks to the benefactor for eliminating that scoundrel Gui Dan, otherwise, I might have lost my innocence. What about your grandfather? Gu Changsheng casually inquired. My grandfather was killed by Gui Dan's subordinates. Woo. As she spoke, Zhao Linger burst into tears. Gu Changsheng dreaded the sight of a girl weeping. Seeing Zhao Linger, her face streaked with tears, he hastily produced a handkerchief and offered it to her. After a moment, Zhao Linger finally ceased her sobbing, composed herself, and resolutely declared, Benefactor, Zhao Linger is willing to serve you like a loyal beast for the rest of my life. I hope you do not disdain me. What is happening? To serve like a beast? This lovely young lady could not possibly aspire to such a role. Gu Changsheng mused. In just a few chapters, I am to conclude this tale. Why would you follow me? Zhao Linger, it would be a great injustice for you to accompany me. You deserve a far better life. Gu Changsheng spoke sincerely. No, if the benefactor does not wish to keep me, I shall jump from here. With that, Zhao Linger attempted to dash outside. Alarmed, Gu Changsheng quickly stopped her, saying, Wait, let us discuss this rationally. What has happened to the women in this world? Each one appears so emotionally charged. Chapter 24, Shengwanqing Benefactor. Have you agreed to accept me? Zhao Linger blinked her large eyes, eagerly gazing at Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, feeling helpless, could only nod and respond. From now on, refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply refer to me as young master. Very well, young master. To his surprise, he had come to Xianyang without accomplishing anything substantial, only to find himself entangled with a young girl. The narrative the system had laid out for him seemed rather burdensome. In this world, what use is it to gather so many women, for he could not take them with him? The thought alone filled him with vexation. Young master, your visit to Xianyang must be for the Miaoying gathering? Zhao Linger poured a cup of tea for Gu Changsheng and inquired casually. How did you know? Gu Changsheng took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly. Recently, nearly all the young gentlemen arriving in Xianyang are here for the Miaoying gathering hosted by the third princess. Lin Fenga. Oh, intrigued by her words, Gu Changsheng leaned in closer. Recently, the proposal delegation from the Crown Prince of Great Zhou has arrived in Xianyang, seeking a marriage alliance with the Empress of Great Li. The two nations have been at war for years, and if this union were to occur, it could potentially bring about peace. Thus, the Empress intends to accept the proposal. However, the third princess is strongly opposed and has thus organized the Miaoying gathering. Should the Crown Prince surpass all the talented individuals present, he may be considered, otherwise, the matter is settled. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Damn it! System, are you not leading me astray? The third princess is hosting the Miaoying gathering to select a husband. What purpose do I serve in this? With just a few chapters left until I reach my conclusion, is it worth it to wade through such murky waters? System, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Beep. Existence is justification. Please respect the judgments made by this system. Should the host have grievances against this system, you may choose to unbind me. That was essentially meaningless. Gu Changsheng harbored much resentment in his heart. Yet he relied on the system to return him to Blue Star, so he could not act rashly. Young master, with your talents, you shall undoubtedly outshine everyone and win the favor of the third princess. Zhao Linger encouraged him, devoid of jealousy. Such words were quite jarring. This was not encouragement. It was clearly a provocation to Gu Changsheng. He must not outshine the crowd. Otherwise, he would truly become the third princess's consort, which would be a considerable headache. With this in mind, Gu Changsheng resolved to take a laid-back approach. He would attend the Miaoying gathering just for appearances, then return home to await the sacred land assessment, where Lin Yi would confront him, and he would embrace his dark fate. The thought of the young models on yachts awaiting him on Blue Star made him impatient. It was still early, and Gu Changsheng was reluctant to linger in the inn with Zhao Linger. What if feelings developed over time? He decided to take Zhao Linger out to explore the customs and culture of Xianyang. Gu Changsheng changed into a different outfit, adopting a scholar's attire. Wearing the azure robe out in public was indeed too ostentatious. It was better to keep a low profile, lest he be recognized again. In Zhao Linger's company, he donned elegant garments, a scholar's cap atop his head, exuding refinement. Anyone who saw him would perceive a true scholar. As for his cultivation, he naturally concealed it. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction before departing the inn with Zhao Linger. As they walked, He waved a folding fan, with Zhao Ling'er following closely behind, perfectly embodying the image of a young master. Upon hearing that the most renowned tea house in Xianyang lay ahead, Gu Changsheng intended to sample the local delicacies. Get lost if you don't want to die. Our crown prince is here. Just as they approached the tea house, a young man was flung out by two burly men adorned in foreign attire. Pathetic fools like you wish to compete with our crown prince for the third princess? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. These burly men were indeed the entourage of the crown prince of Great Zhou. One of the subordinates, still unsatisfied, stepped forward and spat on the young man. Many onlookers witnessed this scene, yet none dared to intervene. Some even displayed expressions of glee, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened as he observed the scene. This crown prince of Great Zhou is far too arrogant, treating Xianyang as their territory. Zhao Ling'er was equally furious, but, being a mere girl, could only mutter a few curses under her breath. She truly wished Gu Changsheng would step in and teach these ruffians a lesson, just as he had in Qingyu City. Gu Changsheng noticed a man seated inside the tea house, his expression cold and clad in magnificent yellow robes. He was undoubtedly the crown prince of Great Zhou, Wu Busi. In the original novel, this crown prince only made a few appearances before being swiftly dealt with by Lin Yi, nothing more than a pawn. Seeing his haughty demeanor, Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of irritation. I have more significance in this tale than you, yet I do not act with such impunity. Wu Busi's subordinates, clearly lacking restraint, continued to kick the young man, declaring, "Mark my words, anyone who dares to attend the third princess's meowing gathering tomorrow will end up like this man. How dare a tiny nation act so brazenly in our greatly capital?" At that moment, a woman's reprimand rang out from the crowd. All eyes turned toward the voice, revealing a woman in white attire, standing like a blooming orchid, fresh and elegant. Her features were picturesque, her eyes sparkling with intelligence and vitality, as if she could see through the world's essence. Her demeanor radiated a gentle grace, exuding an air of extraordinary wisdom and talent. It is Sheng Wanqing, the great talent of Xianyang Academy. The crowd recognized her identity, acknowledging the talented young lady, Sheng Wanqing. Miss Shengwan, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Inside the tea house, Wu Busi rose unsteadily upon seeing Sheng Wanqing. What? Do you, Miss Shengwan, look down upon our Great Zhou? Our Great Zhou's territory is twice that of your Great Li. How dare you call us a tiny nation? Wu Busi, tall and robust, approached Sheng Wanqing with a fierce glare. Not only was he physically imposing, but he also possessed strength at the Linghai realm. His aura was formidable. Sheng Wanqing appeared diminutive in comparison, lacking the same physical presence. Yet she was undeterred by his fierce demeanor, standing tall and asserting, "Your Great Zhou disrespects culture and etiquette, constantly invading our Great Li. Now you come to Xianyang and openly assault someone, displaying the utmost rudeness. Ah, and what if we are rude? We have come from afar as guests, and it is quite possible that soon your third princess will become my wife. Thus, I shall be your lord." Wu Busi appeared to be quite confident in his assertion. "Humph, a crude person like you will never win the hand of the third princess." Sheng Wanqing, a close friend of Lin Fengge, naturally wished to protect her friend's happiness. Moreover, she did not believe that marriage could quell the flames of war. Chapter 25, Gu Changsheng. I am infuriated. What is etiquette? Those customs of yours in the Great Li are, in my eyes, mere refuse, only serving to bind your hands and feet. Furthermore, from the perspective of this prince, the people of Great Li do not comprehend the essence of music. They merely play frivolous tunes. No wonder they are no match for our Great Zhou on the battlefield. The jade flute at Wu Busi's waist gleamed ominously. It was the national treasure of Great Zhou. The 9 Killings soul-extinguishing flute. He placed his serpentine-patterned boot upon the young man's chest, seized a bamboo flute from him, and with a surge of spiritual power, shattered it to dust. Such refuse cannot even be deemed a musical instrument. Allow me to demonstrate what true music is. As he spoke, he produced the 9 Killings soul-extinguishing flute, brought it to his lips, and began to play. The flute emitted a haunting melody that reverberated through the souls of those present, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Some even foamed at the mouth and fainted. This is demonic music. Sheng Wanqing's expression grew serious as she summoned her spiritual power to resist the suffocating sound. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Gu Changsheng, possessing formidable cultivation, remained unaffected by this demonic sound. However, Zhao Ling'er, being of mortal flesh, felt her head splitting with pain upon hearing the melody. "Young master, save me. Seeing Zhao Lingner's pained expression, Gu Changsheng swiftly took out the ancient dragon whispering qin, letting his fingers dance over its strings, channeling spiritual energy. 5 powerful notes surged forth, shattering Wu Buxi's demonic melody instantly. As Wu Buxi's music was broken, he felt as if struck by a heavy blow, nearly spitting blood. Impressive, a master of the 5 tones, directly corresponding to the human organs. This person possesses remarkable musical prowess. Sheng Wanqing scanned the surroundings, eager to discover who possessed such extraordinary skill. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, she found no one. Gu Changsheng had already concealed his instrument. He had no desire to draw attention to himself. A simple warning would suffice for this miscreant. Let Lin Yi and the other protagonists deal with him. He had no interest in dispensing justice. You little rascal, what were you laughing at just now? Wu Buxi, spotting Gu Changsheng's smile amidst the crowd, felt his temper flare. Seizing the opportunity to teach this scholarly youth a lesson. I was laughing at the fool. What concern is it of yours? Gu Changsheng spoke nonsensically with a straight face. At this, those around them quickly understood his veiled insult and burst into laughter. Wu Buxi, not being foolish, recognized the mockery aimed at him and raised his fist to strike Gu Changsheng. Stop! Wu Prince, do you not hold the laws of our great Li in any regard? At that moment, a group of golden-armored warriors escorted a noble lady toward them. It was none other than Lin Fengge, the 3rd princess. Princess, you have arrived. Wu Buxi is assaulting others in broad daylight. He is even employing demonic music, harming many civilians. Sheng Wanqing rushed forward to greet the 3rd princess. Qing'er, I understand. Lin Fengge nodded. Upon seeing the 3rd princess, Wu Buxi lowered his fist and donned a smile, saying, It is your highness, the 3rd princess. I trust you are well. Prince, why do you resort to violence in the streets? Lin Fengge coldly inquired, ignoring his pleasantries. This person mocked me. What did he mock you about? Lin Fengge asked. He mocked me as a fool. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengge couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Gu Changsheng's words ring true. This statement left many present astonished, especially Sheng Wanqing, whose mouth fell agape, seemingly filled with admiration. Gu Changsheng's name had already spread from Qingyu City. The entire Great Li dynasty was aware of a chivalrous cultivator, the senior disciple of the Qingming sacred ground, Gu Changsheng. What Gu Changsheng? Daring to jest with this prince, I shall ensure you become Gu short-lived. Wu Buxi glared fiercely at Gu Changsheng. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Changsheng's reputation preceded him, and his origins remained a mystery. Wu Prince, Gu young master is my guest. Should you dare to offend him, do not blame me for being rude. Lin Fengge, possessing considerable strength, was in her own territory. Thus, Wu Buxi had no choice but to relent. He turned to Lin Fengge with a smile, saying, Your Highness, I shall certainly secure victory at tomorrow's melodic conference. Witnessing his demeanor, Lin Fengge felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She chose to ignore him. Wu Buxi, feeling humiliated, departed with his subordinates. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Fengge approached Gu Changsheng with a warm smile, saying, I must thank you on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress. Thank me for what? Gu Changsheng questioned, puzzled. Thank you for eliminating the corrupt official Gue Wu and his demonic accomplices, restoring peace to Qingyu City. This was a perplexing turn of events. He felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of who had taken credit for deeds he had not committed. Yet, he could not deny the praise. He simply smiled faintly, remaining silent. This only served to enhance his air of mystery. Such a serene demeanor won the admiration of both Lin Fengge and Sheng Wanqing. Gu young master, might you join me at my Changle Palace for a discussion? Lin Fengge extended an invitation, her gaze filled with anticipation. Gu Changsheng had previously agreed to her request, leaving him without a valid reason to refuse. Changle Palace. Its opulence rivaled that of the Imperial Palace. This was hardly surprising, as 3rd Princess Lin Fengge held significant power, second only to the Empress, and oversaw the nation's wealth. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, while the lake shimmered in azure waves. A 9-curved jade bridge connected the lakeside to a pavilion at the center of the lake. In this elegant lakeside pavilion, Lin Fengge hosted a banquet for Gu Changsheng. After the hosts and guests were seated, Sheng Wanqing joined them. In truth, Sheng Wanqing had insisted on accompanying them out of sheer curiosity regarding Gu Changsheng. Faced with 2 lovely ladies in such an enchanting setting, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of unreality. If only this were all true, how delightful it would be. Beauty, picturesque scenery, exquisite cuisine, fine wine. Life would be complete. Shang Wanqing was one of the male protagonist's harem members, a fact Gu Changsheng had heard about. Yet, her adoring gaze toward him was perplexing. What could it signify? If she viewed him this way, would Lin Yi not harbor even greater resentment? Speaking of Lin Yi, where had he vanished to? In truth, Lin Yi was in disguise within Changel Palace. He intended to find an opportunity to approach Lin Fengge, seeking her assistance in locating his sister and, incidentally, borrowing some money. Of course, borrowing money was his primary goal. Among those he knew, his half-sister was the wealthiest. Watching Gu Changsheng, Lin Fengge, and Shang Wanqing revel in conversation from a distance, he could only stew in frustration as he played the part of a guard. His anger was palpable. Gu Changsheng, how infuriating. Chapter 26, terrifying, nearly led to the princess's confession. While Gu Changsheng enjoyed light-hearted banter with Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing, he sensed an ominous presence lurking nearby. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a familiar aura among the guards by the shore, coupled with the way the individual was observing him. Gu Changsheng quickly deduced that it was Lin Yi. In this narrative, Lin Yi's remarkable performance would undoubtedly not go unnoticed. Moreover, Lin Yi was adept at living off the fortunes of others. His visit to the third princess's Changel Palace was likely to secure a significant sum for alchemical endeavors. On the path of cultivation, one must navigate the realms of companionship, law, and wealth. Each element is indispensable. Without financial resources, one finds it exceedingly challenging to advance. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Gu Changsheng instantly transformed into a theatrical figure. He felt compelled to uphold his persona while simultaneously steering the narrative forward, inciting Lin Yi's animosity. With this thought, a cunning smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "Your Highness, I have noticed that one of your guards seems to be covertly observing my maid." "Really? Is that so?" Lin Fengge responded, puzzled by Gu Changsheng's abrupt statement. However, if there were indeed intentions of impropriety towards Gu Changsheng's maid, she could not simply ignore it. That would be a significant embarrassment for her. "Which guard are you referring to, Mr. Gu?" Lin Fengge inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Gu Changsheng abruptly stood, hands clasped behind his back, and approached several guards. He scanned the group, his gaze landing on Lin Yi, who was masquerading as a guard, and said with a sinister expression, "Young man, I find your gaze concerning." Lin Yi stared at Gu Changsheng in astonishment, wondering how he had seen through his disguise. Had he revealed his true identity? "You've been fixated on my maid. Do you think my maid is someone you can covet?" Gu Changsheng seized Lin Yi by the collar, feigning rage as he shouted. What a trivial matter. He had thought his identity was compromised, yet here was just another lecherous scoundrel. It was merely a matter of glancing at a maid, far preferable to having his identity exposed. Feigning bashfulness, Lin Yi replied, "I apologize, Mr. Gu. It was unintentional. Please forgive me this once." Lin Fengge's expression darkened. Her guard's behavior was utterly disgraceful and undermined her dignity. "Expel him and give him 10 strokes." She commanded the head guard. "Spare me, Your Highness." Lin Yi pretended to plead in fear. In truth, with his current physical prowess, not even 10 strokes, nor 1,000, would harm him in the least. A smirk played at the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth. He then returned to his former seat and resumed his leisurely conversation with the two beautiful women. With his vast experience, chatting with Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing was an effortless endeavor. They traversed topics from politics to economics, then to culture, military matters, and cultivation, interspersing their discourse with verses from Tang and Song dynasties, even incorporating phrases from the internet of the Blue Star. The three women were utterly captivated, having never encountered such extraordinary discourse, especially the theories on governance that left Lin Fengge in awe. When Gu Changsheng casually cited a few classic lines from the Analects, Shang Wanqing transformed into an adoring fan, eager to jot down his words. "Sir, your remark to not act in the face of righteousness is indeed cowardice, is profoundly insightful. Your actions today exemplify valor in the face of duty," Shang Wanqing enthusiastically noted. "Indeed, the youth is teachable," Gu Changsheng replied, feigning an air of mystery. Shang Wanqing's expression reflected the thrill of newfound knowledge. She yearned for Gu Changsheng to elaborate further, but Lin Fengge could no longer contain herself. She had numerous inquiries regarding governance to address. "Sir, with the recent floods in Jiangnan, the populace is suffering, the wealthy hoarding resources, and the national treasury drained from years of war. What should we do?" Lin Fengge asked earnestly, her large, glistening eyes filled with concern. Initially reluctant to respond, as his role was nearing conclusion, Gu Changsheng was moved by Lin Fengge's genuine worry for the people. He recounted the historical approach of Fan Zhongyan, who purchased grain at high prices for disaster relief and suggested utilizing labor for aid. Upon hearing this tale, Lin Fengge appeared enlightened. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. The millions of souls in Jiangnan owe their salvation to you. I shall report to the emperor and ensure a shrine is erected in your honor. What? Another shrine? What is this? Is it customary in this world to erect shrines? They must desire my eternal servitude. No need, truly. It is merely a small matter, Ye Qingcheng insisted, genuinely uninterested in further accolades. In Lin Fengge's eyes, however, his modesty transformed into noble virtue, an individual who quietly concealed his achievements. At that moment, her gaze reflected not only admiration but also a hint of affection. Indeed, she had envisioned, in a dreamlike state, Ye Qingcheng rescuing the masses from calamity, bravely opposing the world's evils. Initially skeptical, her confidence had solidified through their conversation. A singular talent in a turbulent world. A remarkable gentleman. If only she could remain by Ye Qingcheng's side, her life would be complete. With this thought, anticipation filled her heart as she respectfully rose and bowed to Ye Qingcheng, stating, Sir, I do not wish to marry Wu Busi. Ye Qingcheng mused, Your reluctance to wed is your concern, not mine. I hope you can secure the top prize at the meowing contest tomorrow. With your talents, it is surely within reach, Lin Fengge said, her eyes sparkling with hope as she awaited his response. How should I respond? If I win the top prize, does that mean I must become the prince consort? I am a wild horse. Your realm is not vast enough to contain me. Even if you capture my heart, you cannot hold my spirit. Once I conclude my narrative, I shall return to the Blue Star to enjoy life. Though this realm is filled with beauty, it is fraught with peril. There is no paradise like the Blue Star. The notion of becoming a prince consort is out of the question. Absolutely not. Ye Qingcheng's mind raced with these thoughts, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself uttering, I shall do my best. What? Why did my mouth speak that? I did not intend to convey that sentiment. Trust me, sir. I am willing. Before Lin Fengge could finish, Ye Qingcheng hurriedly interjected, Your Highness, it is getting late. I must return for my evening studies. Oh dear. This is alarming. She cannot be contemplating a confession. Shang Wanqing observed her dear friend's intentions toward Ye Qingcheng and felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, seeing Ye Qingcheng seemingly uninterested in becoming a prince consort filled her with joy, suggesting she might still have a chance. Your Highness, Miss Shangwan, I shall see you both at the meowing contest tomorrow. Ye Qingcheng quickly gathered Zhao Linger and hastily departed from Changlu Palace. What a frightful experience. Chapter 27. A denial of financial assistance. Having received 10 strikes, Lin Yi was fuming. The pain was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. At that moment, the long-dormant blood demon finally awakened. Lin Yi, have you obtained the dragon blood jade? The first inquiry of the blood demon was naturally about the dragon blood jade. He believed that as only he understood its secrets, Lin Yi would undoubtedly succeed in acquiring it. However, Lin Yi's response left him astounded. What? It was snatched away by Ye Qingcheng? The blood demon found it hard to believe. Such a loss for the dragon blood jade. It is truly regrettable. He lamented the missed opportunity for such a treasure, which was indeed a miraculous existence. I believe Ye Qingcheng acquired it for me, Lin Yi asserted, seemingly unfazed by the setback, exuding confidence. How can you be so certain? The blood demon questioned his conviction. Intuition. I am certain that senior sister Qingcheng bought it for me. I am quite confident. During a previous conversation with Ye Qingcheng, Lin Yi had mentioned his fondness for collecting jades. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng had promised to gift him a beautiful piece should she come across one. To others, this jade was merely an exquisite stone, but Ye Qingcheng's acquisition was undoubtedly intended as a gift for him. As the destined male protagonist, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. In his perspective, Ye Qingcheng's recent peculiar behaviors surely harbored ulterior motives. She must be devising a scheme to distance Ye Qingcheng from herself. Indeed, that must be the case. Observing Lin Yi's self-assured demeanor, Blood Demon could not afford to undermine his confidence. Lin Yi, where exactly are we now? Blood Demon inquired, noting their presence in an inn. We are currently within the city of Xianyang, Lin Yi replied. Xianyang? Why remain here? Are you not afraid of being discovered by enemies? I have disguised myself. No one will recognize me. I have come to borrow some money from Lin Fengge to procure alchemical pills essential for my cultivation. Inside Changlu Palace, Lin Fengge lingered on the memory of her conversation with Ye Qingcheng, reflecting on his remarkable handsomeness, vast knowledge, and his indifference towards fame and status, qualities that made it hard not to admire him. She shared Gu Changsheng's disaster relief strategy with Empress Lin Mingruo, who responded with great appreciation and promptly assigned her most capable ministers to implement the plan. It seemed that the issues in Jiangnan would soon be resolved, thus allowing for the alleviation of external threats. However, thoughts of the potential marriage alliance with Crown Prince Wu Busi of the Great Zhou stirred a sense of unease within Lin Fengge. Yet, with Gu Changsheng's involvement, it was likely that Wu Busi would not succeed. "Your Highness, a humble person seeks an audience," came a voice from outside the door. "Come in," Lin Fengge replied, slightly irked at the interruption of her thoughts. Disguised as a guard, Linny entered. "What brings you here?" she asked coolly. "Third sister, it is I," Linny responded. "Second brother?" Lin Fengge immediately recognized his disguise, feeling further displeased. In her mind's eye, she envisioned a future where Lin Yi would slay their elder sister to reclaim the throne, eliminating many former political adversaries and inciting chaos that would claim countless lives for his ambition. She, in turn, would be sacrificed politically, wed to Wu Busi to placate him, only to perish amidst the turmoil when Lin Yi overthrew the great Zhou. These thoughts bred resentment towards her second brother, remembering their past bond. She had spared him at the auction. Why then did he seek her out again? "What do you want from me? Did I not instruct you to leave Xianyang and never return?" Lin Fengge said frostily. "Third sister, how heartless you are. Have you forgotten how good I was to you?" Lin Yi retorted. "Had it not been for our past affection, I would have had you captured at the auction." Lin Fengge maintained her icy demeanor. "How dare you disguise yourself as a guard and enter my palace? Speak quickly of your intentions." "I wish to borrow 5 million inferior spirit stones," Lin Yi stated bluntly. Observing her cold attitude. 5 million inferior spirit stones. "Are you unaware of the recent internal and external strife in the Great Li, leaving the treasury depleted? How could I possibly lend you such a sum?" Lin Fengge was taken aback by his audacity. "Third sister, who does not know you currently control the finances of the Great Li? What does this amount signify to you?" Lin Yi's displeasure grew. He had anticipated a more agreeable response from her. "Yet, millions in Jiangnan are suffering from hunger. Do you not consider the plight of the common folk?" Lin Fengge snapped. "I urgently require funds for my cultivation. It seems the suffering of the populace is a necessary sacrifice. Once I achieve greatness, I shall protect them," Lin Yi replied dismissively. He was indifferent to their suffering, believing that any unrest would ultimately be blamed on Lin Mingruo, providing him an opportunity to reclaim the throne. Hearing his selfish reasoning only reinforced Lin Fengge's conviction about her foreboding visions. Thankfully, she had aligned herself with Lin Mingruo, who genuinely cared for the people. Unlike Lin Yi's self-serving nature. "Leave at once. I shall not part with a single spirit stone," she declared. "Of course, I will also refrain from informing sister about your activities in Xianyang. Now depart," Lin Fengge commanded, issuing an eviction. "You, Lin Fengge, are truly heartless. Have you forgotten who cared for you all along?" Lin Yi's frustration boiled over as he began to rage. "Second brother, if you do not leave, I will not hesitate to be impolite." Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. "Guards!" Lin Fengge called out sharply, and soon, guards rushed in. "Expel this person from the palace." "Yes," the head guard acknowledged. Fearing reprisal for inciting the princess's wrath, they rushed forward to apprehend Lin Yi. But who was Lin Yi? The destined male protagonist. Could mere guards restrain him? Ridiculous. Just as the guards attempted to seize him, Lin Yi unleashed his spiritual pressure, sending them all sprawling. He glared at Lin Fengge, declaring, "Lin Fengge, remember this. From this moment forth, our ties are severed. In 30 years, when the tides turn, we shall meet again as enemies." With that, Lin Yi turned and exited Changsheng Palace. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Fengge's gaze hardened with resolve. To destroy the Great Li and harm Gu Changsheng, not even my brother shall succeed. Chapter 28. Conscience is a precious thing. If not desired, let it be forsaken. Lin Mingruo, Lin Fengge, 2 wretched women. I shall see you both dead. Lin Yi roared as he exited Changsheng Palace. "My friend, do you not fear the consequences of cursing the empress and the third princess?" A voice echoed from behind him, startling him. Turning, he beheld a foreign man clad in the attire of the great Zhou dynasty approaching. "Who are you?" "I am Wu Busi, the crown prince of the great Zhou," the newcomer stated, revealing himself as the man who had bested him at the tea house earlier. Lin Yi regarded him warily, brow furrowed in suspicion. "And why should I wish to befriend a foreigner?" Lin Yi replied curtly. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Are you not aware of this principle? Wu Busi remained unperturbed, continuing, your aim is to eliminate Lin Mengruo and Lin Fengge, and coincidentally, my objective aligns with yours. Lin Yi scoffed at his words. Spare me your deceit. The great Li and your great Zhou are adversaries. Why would I trust you? Rest assured, my only desire is to rid myself of Lin Mengruo. As for the lands of the great Li, the vast expanse of the great Zhou holds no interest for us, Wu Busi clarified. Do you know who I am? Lin Yi coldly retorted. If I am not mistaken, you are the former crown prince Lin Yi, usurped by Lin Mengruo, Wu Busi asserted, catching Lin Yi off guard. How did you come by this knowledge? Do not underestimate our intelligence network in the great Zhou, Wu Busi responded with pride. With his identity revealed, Lin Yi saw no reason to conceal himself further. Since you are aware of who I am, how do you propose we collaborate? Word has it that Lin Fengge is organizing a melody conference, and the Empress Lin Mengruo, alongside many prodigies from the great Li, will be in attendance. I intend to seize this opportunity to ensnare Lin Mengruo and the elite of the great Li all at once. The crown prince of the great Zhou. You truly are ruthless. Do you think I would agree to assist you? Are you not afraid that I will expose your treachery to Lin Mengruo? Upon hearing the opponent's scheme, Lin Yi's expression darkened with anger. This was a plot to bring about the downfall of the great Li. I could never betray the great Li, Lin Yi gritted through clenched teeth. Wu Busi, however, scoffed disdainfully. You have already been expelled from the palace by Lin Mengruo. Like a stray dog, the citizens of the great Li have long forgotten you. Why persist? All I require is the map of the palace from you. You need not lift a finger otherwise. I not only can offer you 10 million spiritual stones, but after the destruction of the great Li, I will also grant you half of its territory. This is a deal that offers you nothing but benefits. To say that Lin Yi was unmoved by the proposition would be a lie. However, his conscience warned him that such actions would render him a historical villain of the great Li. In the throes of his inner turmoil, the blood demon seemed to sense his hesitation and whispered to him, Very well, I shall agree, but you must swear a heavenly oath. In this realm, once the heavenly oath is sworn, any violation would lead to a backlash from the heart's demons, resulting in death. Agreed. Wu Busi, true to his title as the crown prince of the great Zhou, decisively acquiesced. He raised 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing the oath. This is the map of the Great Li Palace. I need you to provide me with the 10 million spiritual stones immediately, Lin Yi, under the influence of the blood demon, stated. The transaction was straightforward, money for goods, without fault. Lin Yi, indeed, you are a person of great potential. Once we have vanquished the great Li, I shall bestow upon you half of its territory. Await my good news, haha. With that, Wu Busi turned and departed with his entourage. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yi expressed his displeasure. Senior blood demon, what are you doing? Do you truly wish to make me a historical sinner? I am aiding you in making a resolute decision. We practitioners of the path are inherently defiant against the heavens. Beneath the immortals, all are but ants. Why concern yourself with the insignificant? Worrying over gains and losses is a great taboo for cultivators. I have spoken the words you found difficult to utter. Consider it my gift to you. With this 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, I can forge high-tier elixirs for you, aiding you in elevating your cultivation to the spirit condensation realm before the sacred site assessment. Hearing the blood demon's words, Lin Yi felt a slight pang of guilt, yet also recognized the logic in them. His objective was revenge. The means were of little consequence. Those who achieve great feats are not bound by trivialities. With this thought, his conscience ceased to ache. Lin Mengruo, Lin Fengge, Ye Qingcheng, you have all forced my hand. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Qingcheng sneezed several times in quick succession. Curse it! Which scoundrel is speaking ill of me behind my back? Damn you, celestial board! Are all preparations in place? On the outskirts of Xianyang City, Wu Busi addressed several cloaked individuals exuding a robust aura. Your Highness, rest assured, we will infiltrate the palace and stealthily plant the 12 ghost banners according to the map. We await your command to transform everyone into vengeful spirits. Tomorrow, you all shall lie in wait. Once I give the signal, commence the plan. Understood, Your Highness. If all the experts and prodigies within the palace become nourishment for the 12 ghost banners, the 12 heavenly annihilation array will reach its full potential. These cloaked figures radiated demonic energy, their eyes glowing red, clearly masters of the demonic path. Meanwhile, within the inn, Ye Qingcheng was enjoying the most delightful night since his arrival in this world. Zhao Linger was exceedingly compliant. She prepared bathwater, scattered flower petals in the wooden tub, and unreservedly assisted Gu Changsheng in removing his outer garments. It was Gu Changsheng who felt a bit embarrassed. Having grown up under the red flag and in the spring breeze, he had never experienced such treatment. I can manage on my own, Gu Changsheng said. His face slightly flushed. Seeing his bashful demeanor, Zhao Linger giggled. Master, at your age, still feeling shy? Age. You are aware of age. It will soon be even greater. After living for so many years, he had never bathed with a woman. How could he not feel shy? He was not the destined male lead, after all, deserving of such treatment. Watching Zhao Linger clad in a flowing white gown, partially revealing her form, he nearly lost his composure. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he could regulate his qi and blood. I can bathe alone. You should step outside, Gu Changsheng urged. Are you dismissing me, master? Is it because you find Lingo clumsy? Or perhaps you think my appearance is unrefined? Woe is me. If you find me distasteful, then I shall take my leave. With that, she attempted to leap from the building. Fortunately, Gu Changsheng caught her. How terrifying it is to leap from a height over a disagreement. Why are these women so fiercely passionate? Seeing Zhao Linger's demeanor, it was clear she would not be easily dismissed. He would have to adapt to the customs of the land. Let us make it clear that this is merely a bath. Why are you still touching? How can one wash without contact? What is wrong with this? Isn't it quite appropriate? Help me. Chapter 29. Lin Yi, you are the traitor of the great Li. The following day, Gu Changsheng, weary and languid, accompanied by Zhao Linger, slowly made his way to the Great Li Palace to attend the Melody Conference. This grand event was primarily intended to showcase the might of the Great Li before the entourage of the great Zhou Crown Prince. Lin Fengge hoped to seize this chance to diminish the Crown Prince Wu Buxi's arrogance. She had already agreed with Empress Lin Mengruo that if Wu Buxi indeed outshone all others, she would marry him, forming a political alliance. Should he fail to excel, she would rather perish than wed him. Lin Mengruo, deeply affectionate towards her sister, had no choice but to accede to her wish. Thus, she designated the venue for the Melody Conference within the palace, both to exhibit royal grandeur and for safety considerations. With 3,000 imperial guards, all highly skilled warriors, and several experts at the Heavenly King Realm Station, they ensured absolute security. Gu Changsheng arrived at the seat marked with his name, surveying his surroundings. He found that to his left sat Shang Wanqing, while to his right was Lin Fengge. He could feel Shang Wanqing's gaze upon him, and quickly pretended not to notice, only to find Lin Fengge's gaze even more intense. Heavens above. The only recourse was to close his eyes and feign slumber while awaiting the commencement of the Melody Conference. As Wu Buxi made his tardy entrance, Lin Mengruo announced the official start of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece is one I chanced upon recently. Please forgive my lack of skill. At that moment, a young man from the prestigious Sun family stepped onto the platform, confidently brandishing a flute. He began to play, occasionally casting glances towards Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing, seemingly overly self-assured. This led to disdainful looks from both Shang Wanqing and Lin Fengge. Upon finishing his performance, he bowed to the audience, believing his display to be impressive. Wu Buxi coldly remarked, "You truly have embarrassed yourself. With such a tune, even the braying of our great Zhou's donkeys would sound more melodious than yours. You, unrefined." The young man from the Sun family trembled with rage at Wu Buxi's mockery. Lin Mengruo's expression soured. She thought, how dare someone of such low caliber present themselves in such a manner, truly a disgrace to the nation. This scene left Gu Changsheng utterly speechless. What nonsense is this? Do they dare to take the stage and disgrace themselves? Truly, the great Zhou must think the great Li is devoid of talent. It appears that the cultural level of the great Li is indeed rather low. Just moments ago, a descendant of the Sun family audaciously referred to themselves as a prodigy, which is a profound insult to the very term. Subsequently, more individuals took to the stage, confidently showcasing their proud works, yet to Gu Changsheng's discerning ears, their skills resembled that of elementary school students. After all, he had been a prominent figure in the arts during his university days, adept in various forms of expression. "Miss Shangwan, please grace us with a piece," came the call from the crowd. "Yes, indeed, Miss Shangwan, perform for us," they urged, for her talent was renowned throughout the Great Li. She was the epitome of both beauty and intellect, a goddess in the eyes of many young admirers. Miss Shangwan was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Acknowledging the crowd's desire for her performance, she confidently approached the elevated stage. With her jade flute in hand, she began to play. The melody flowed like a gentle stream, its soothing notes reminiscent of rustling willows, bringing a sense of tranquility to all present. As she played, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, dancing in harmony with her enchanting tune, as if imbued with life. A truly wondrous phenomenon. Ye Qingcheng applauded softly, aligning his rhythm with hers, contemplating how this was indeed the essence of artistry, in stark contrast to the earlier performers. As her performance concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Just as Shangwan was about to leave the stage, Wu Busi interjected, Miss Shangwan, you truly embody the duality of talent and beauty. How about a duet between us? With that, Wu Busi leapt onto the stage. Though reluctant, Shangwan felt compelled to comply, as declining would only expose her insecurities. Very well, she acquiesced. She resumed playing, while a sly smile crept upon Wu Busi's lips. He brandished the Nine Fiends' soul-extinguishing flute, channeling his inner spiritual power to join in the performance. However, unlike Shangwan's melodious notes, Wu Busi's flute emitted a sound steeped in malevolence. This haunting melody, while alluring, induced hallucinations, particularly affecting those with weaker cultivation or none at all, plunging them into a trance. Many in the audience began to exhibit signs of madness, some tearing at their own clothes or those of others nearby. Shangwan sensed the disturbance and instinctively covered her ears, but the proximity ensnared her in the illusion. She writhed uncontrollably, calling out for Gu Gongzi. Why summon my name? He mused. Wu Busi, what are you attempting to do? Empress Lin Mingrua, witnessing this spectacle unfold before her, was filled with rage at the audacity of Wu Busi's performance of demonic arts. Your Majesty, I merely observe that the so-called prodigies of the great Li are utterly lacking. I intend to eliminate them all, he cackled. Impudent, she retorted. Seize Wu Busi at once. With a commanding shout, she directed her highly skilled guards toward him. Wu Busi, unperturbed by their approach, pointed his flute skyward, unleashing a crimson light. In an instant, the palace was shrouded in darkness, as if a tempest had overtaken the sun. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The crowd was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, crying out in panic. I have set up the 12 demon banners within the palace. This 12 capital heavenly demon extermination array will transform you all into malevolent spirits, he proclaimed, his words striking terror into the hearts of all present. The demon banners, infamous for their dread, were unique artifacts of the demon banner sect, capable of converting souls into vengeful spirits bound to the will of the banner's bearer. For them, death would be a mercy compared to the torment of eternal servitude as malevolent entities. Hearing this, Lin Mingrua and Lin Fengge turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were unaware of how Wu Busi had infiltrated the palace, which was protected by formidable defenses. Such an incursion would only be feasible if a traitor within the royal family had divulged the layout of the palace's protective formations. Despite the dire circumstances, Lin Mingrua maintained her composure as the empress, directing the imperial guard to prepare a defense. At that moment, Lin Fengge shivered at the thought of one particular individual. Could it be him? The only name that surfaced in her mind was Lin Yi, who had recently appeared in Xianyang City. If it were indeed Lin Yi, his actions were utterly despicable, colluding with external foes for selfish gain. Despicable, deserving of death. Lin Yi, you are a traitor to the great Li. Chapter 30. The Golden Dragon Descends. The Evils Retreat. What do you mean by this, Wu Busi? Lin Mingrua asked solemnly, her gaze fixed on him with cold intensity. It means nothing. In warfare, deception is paramount, he replied. Did you truly believe I came merely for an alliance? Once the great Li is vanquished, you and Lin Fengge will belong to me, he cackled. Upon hearing Wu Busi's sinister intentions, both Lin Mingrua and Lin Fengge felt a chill run down their spines. Realizing the depths of his greed, it was infuriating to comprehend that the great Zhou dynasty would ally with demonic forces, an act of utmost disgrace. Now, with the 12 capital heavenly demon extermination array in place, the situation was dire. This array was the demon banner sect's trump card, said to have once slain celestial beings. If it could fell immortals, what chance did they stand? Panic ensued as the crowd fled in all directions, desperate to escape the chaos. Yet, upon nearing the array's boundaries, a malevolent force manifested, devouring those who crossed its threshold. This is utterly horrifying. Escape was impossible. Wu Busi had come prepared, ensuring no one would escape unscathed. Ye Qingcheng surveyed the chaotic palace, his brow furrowing in frustration. Damn it! This cursed system is leading me to ruin. I was sent here for the Melody Conference, and now I risk being transformed into a malevolent spirit. How infuriating. Host, maintain your elegance. Furthermore, this system is devoid of compassion. System alert. The focal point of the 12 capital heavenly demon extermination array is the 9 fiends soul-extinguishing flute. The host may utilize the 9 dragon imperial chi to play the withered wood dragon chanting zither to purify some of the malevolent entities. Why didn't you say so sooner? He retorted, exasperated. Within the palace, the oppressive aura of malevolence surged. Those of weaker cultivation and the uninitiated were gripped by terror, scuttling about like headless flies. Before long, these individuals were consumed by the array's sinister energy, transformed into vengeful spirits and ensnared within the demon banners. Everyone, do not panic. Running in chaos will only hasten your demise. Let us unite and devise a plan, Lin Mengrua urged, demonstrating the calmness befitting an empress. Though the situation was dire, she sought to calm the crowd and find a means of countering the threat. Her keen intellect quickly deduced that Wu Busi was manipulating the array through the 9 fiends' soul-extinguishing flute. She rallied several experts of the Heavenly King realm to confront him, aiming to capture the ringleader first. Yet, could Wu Busi be so easily outmaneuvered? At that moment, a dozen cloaked figures sprang forth from the shadows. Their imposing presence was palpable, comprising not only Heavenly King realm experts, but also a semi-royal-level individual. Lin Mengrua and her allies found themselves unable to approach Wu Busi. The longer the standoff extended, the greater the casualties became, for the cloaked figures were elders of the Demon Banner sect, growing stronger as they absorbed the array's malevolent energy. The guards soon found themselves at a disadvantage, with several Heavenly King realm experts falling in quick succession. Lin Mengrua, surrender gracefully. Given your status as the Empress and your exquisite beauty, I shall spare your life, Wu Busi proclaimed, lewdly licking his lips. How despicable. As a fellow antagonist, I feel ashamed to associate with you. Ye Qingcheng observed Wu Busi's demeanor, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him. It seemed the villain had lowered the standards of evil. Wu Busi, seemingly relishing the moment, addressed the terrified young talents. If you wish to survive, capture Lin Mengrua, Lin Fengge, and Shang Wanqing. Whoever captures any one of them shall earn my mercy. With that, he erupted into a sinister laugh. Do not believe this scoundrel. He seeks to incite us to turn against each other. Lin Fengge cursed inwardly before shouting to the crowd. Unfortunately, panic had clouded their judgment, and the instinct for self-preservation drowned out rational thought. Many genuinely believed Wu Busi's words and charged towards the 3 women. The situation was already dire for them, and with their allies turning against them, it seemed the fate of Dali was sealed. In despair, Lin Mengrua felt a deep sorrow. Your Majesty, do not blame us. We only wish to survive. Several young talents, faces twisted with malice, brandished their weapons and lunged at Lin Mengrua and her companions. As the sinister energy thickened, the 3 women felt their spiritual essence being eroded. They struggled to hold on, yet their strength waned, and capture seemed inevitable. Where is Gu Gongzi? Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing noticed that Ye Qingcheng, who had been seated a moment ago, had vanished. Could he be hiding? The 2 women found it hard to believe that the Gu Gongzi they admired could truly be such a coward in the face of danger. Disappointment settled in their hearts. You 3 should cease your resistance. You shall become my playthings, Wu Busi taunted, gazing at the defiant trio. At that moment, a melodious sound of a guqin filled the air. Wu Busi, perplexed, wondered who could afford such leisure at this critical juncture. Others also turned their gazes, seeking the source of the sound. Is it you? At that instant, Wu Busi looked up and was astonished to find Ye Qingcheng had quietly appeared atop the palace roof. Seated cross-legged, he placed an ancient guqin before him. During this grand musical event, I have yet to showcase my talents. Therefore, today, I invite you all to listen closely as I perform Guangling's San. Ye Qingcheng's countenance was as calm as water, transcending the chaos and malevolence surrounding him, seemingly unaffected by the tumultuous atmosphere. How utterly fascinating. I am most eager to witness what tricks you possess, Wu Busi remarked, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Holding the 9 fiends' soul-extinguishing flute, he began to play. As the alluring yet perilous melody resonated, the overwhelming sinister energy unleashed by the formidable 12 capital heavenly extinguishing array transformed into countless ghastly apparitions, rushing towards Ye Qingcheng. Gu Gongzi, be careful. Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing exclaimed in unison, alarmed by the dire situation. Yet Gu Changsheng remained unperturbed. He summoned the boundless energy within him, channeling it through his slender, pale fingers to the guqin strings. In an instant, the enchanting and righteous melody of Guang Ling Sen soared into the heavens. Simultaneously, an immense surge of righteous energy erupted, coalescing into a magnificent golden dragon that radiated an awe-inspiring presence. Upon its emergence, the golden dragon exuded an unparalleled pressure and divine radiance, as though it possessed the power to annihilate the world. It opened its massive jaws, roaring fiercely as it charged towards the oncoming malevolent spirits. A chorus of anguished wails filled the air, as every fiend touched by the dragon was instantly obliterated, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. This is the might of the dragon. The golden dragon descends, banishing all evil. Lin Mengrua watched Gu Changsheng in astonishment, realizing he could manifest a true dragon. As a fragment of the Yuan Phoenix's true soul reincarnated, she felt an inexplicable resonance at the sight of the dragon. So he is Gu Changsheng. She had heard Lin Fengge speak of him before, but had yet to summon him. Who would have thought they would meet in such a manner? Chapter 31. The National Master of Dali? A Temple of Life to be built? Lin Mengrua's beautiful eyes fixed upon Gu Changsheng, revealing an indescribable complexity of emotions. Between the dragon and phoenix, there seemed to exist a mysterious and profound bloodline connection. At that moment, the poignant and melodious Guang Ling Sen flowed gently, cleansing the sinister energy pervading the array like a gentle brook. Simultaneously, those who had been lost in confusion found their thoughts becoming clearer. Quickly kill him. Seeing Gu Changsheng conjuring the golden dragon, Wu Busi realized he was formidable and immediately shouted to the black-clad individuals. The black-clad figures rushed towards Gu Changsheng atop the roof. Gu Gongzi, be careful. Lin Mengrua, concerned for Gu Changsheng's safety, rushed to his side, sword in hand. Gu Changsheng appeared indifferent to the approaching assailants, maintaining a calm expression as he plucked the strings. With each swift movement of his fingers, the music grew increasingly fervent, the aura of slaughter surging like a tidal wave. The dragon, under the control of the guqin, soared through the palace like a wild stallion. The leading figure, a half-step emperor-level expert, had barely approached within 10 yards of Gu Changsheng when the dragon devoured him whole, leaving no trace behind. Seeing the terrifying power of the golden dragon, the remaining assailants retreated in fear. How is this possible? You are merely at the peak of the concentration realm. How can you so easily slay a half-step emperor-level expert? Wu Busi exclaimed in shock. Gu Changsheng paid him no mind, continuing to play, thinking, no need to inquire. The answer is simply that I am extraordinary. Transitioning from Guang Ling San to the melody of Qin Wang Pijin Lu, the speed of his plucking intensified, the tune rife with killing intent. The dragon danced wildly, charging toward the black-clad figures. Wherever it passed, those assassins were mercilessly consumed. The air was filled with their heart-wrenching screams. Wu Busi's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. At that moment, Gu Changsheng decided to escalate the intensity. The melody took a sudden turn, unleashing a ferocious aura. With a resounding thump, he forcefully plucked a string, and a piercing note transformed into a radiant long sword, hurtling toward Wu Busi with tremendous force. Wu Busi, aghast, hastily raised the nine fiend's soul-extinguishing flute to defend himself. Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the palace as the flute shattered under the assault. This flute served as the focal point of the array. Its destruction signified the imminent collapse of the entire formation. Bring forth reinforcements. Seize their flags around the palace. Lin Mengrua observed the reversal of the situation and promptly instructed the remaining guards to remove the enemy's battle flags surrounding the palace. These were the 12 ghostly banners. Inspired by Gu Changsheng's melodious performance, the crowd's previous animosity dissipated, and they eagerly joined the guards in uprooting the banners. With each ghostly flag dismantled, the 12 capital celestial extermination array was shattered. As the formidable array crumbled, the oppressive gloom lifted. A ray of sunlight cascaded onto the palace's grand hall, illuminating Gu Changsheng, who was gently playing his qin. As the final notes faded, he collected his aura and slowly rose. In that moment, it seemed as if he was the only being in existence. Clad in garments as white as snow, his long hair billowed softly. Under the sun's warm embrace, Gu Changsheng radiated an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being. Today, we owe our lives to young Master Gu. Otherwise, we would have perished here, Lin Mengrua stated, still somewhat shaken. Indeed, What manner of being is young Master Gu, to be so extraordinary? Lin Fengge murmured. Sheng Wanqing gazed adoringly at Gu Changsheng, her heart stirring with thoughts of how splendid it would be to accompany him throughout her life. Capture Wu Busi and leave him alive, Lin Mingrua commanded. With the mask of civility torn away, she resolved to seize Wu Busi in exchange for the 3 northern cities occupied by the great Zhou. Wu Busi, now at the end of his tether, found all the ghostly Luo sect's masters slain and his remaining guards dwindling. As the people of the Great Li closed in on him, he gritted his teeth in rage. Gu Changsheng, you have thwarted this prince's ambitions, but you shall not capture me. With that, Wu Busi produced a jade slip from his robe and crushed it with force. The space before him warped, revealing a rift of several feet long in time and space. It's a spatial teleportation talisman. Quick, stop him, Lin Mingrua exclaimed, realizing the imminent escape of Wu Busi. Alas, Wu Busi was swift, rushing into the time-space rift without hesitation. Cursed be this villain, Lin Mingrua cursed under her breath as she witnessed the rift close behind him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Miaoying Conference's storyline. Rewards are being distributed. Physical aptitude increased by 30, comprehension enhanced by 30, primordial Dao body elevated by 2, gained passive talent, Dao Tribulation Substitute. Dao Tribulation Substitute can transfer damage to the substitute. Each activation requires a cooldown of 12 hours. Given the host's flawless performance in this storyline, this divine ability reaches maximum level automatically. Dao Tribulation Substitute. Damage transfer? System, please be reasonable. With such an outrageous passive skill, how can Lin Yi hope to slay me? And damage transfer, to whom? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? Gu Changsheng felt a surge of dissatisfaction as the system forced rewards upon him. Active skills could be controlled, but this passive skill was entirely beyond his grasp. An ominous thought crossed his mind. This infuriating system couldn't possibly be toying with him, could it? Host, the next storyline involves the Sacred Land Assessment. Please prepare in advance. I have high hopes for you. High hopes indeed. I seem to have boarded your pirate ship. Why do you all gaze at me so? Is there something on my face? Gu Changsheng asked lightly as he tucked away his chin and floated gracefully down from the palace roof. The sight of Lin Mingrua and the others staring at him transfixed prompted a serene smile from him. As his physical aptitude and comprehension steadily improved, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, his smile capable of turning spring winds into gentle rains. Many maidens, upon witnessing Gu Changsheng's smile, were overwhelmed, blood rushing from their noses, their gazes becoming dazed. Such a smile was simply irresistible. Young Master Gu, thank you for coming to our aid and saving the Great Li. You are my benefactor and the benefactor of the Great Li, Lin Mingrua spoke first. Her former authority reinstated as she resumed her role as the lofty empress of Great Li. This was Gu Changsheng's first close encounter with Lin Mingrua. She donned a magnificent phoenix robe, adorned with golden thread that shimmered brilliantly, crowned with a phoenix tiara, jewels cascading down, epitomizing nobility. Her beauty was beyond compare. With eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes resembling stars, her crimson lips parted slightly, as if to captivate the hearts of many. She exuded an air of icy majesty, her gaze piercing, commanding respect and admiration with every movement. She was the empress, the sovereign of the realm, capable of swaying fate with a mere frown or smile, evoking both awe and yearning. Your Majesty, please do not say that. This is all due to your divine grace. And it is but my duty, Gu Changsheng replied. His eloquence honed over countless lifetimes. His words elevated Lin Mingrua's regard for him several notches higher. Convey my decree, Gu Changsheng of Qingming Sacred Land. For his contributions to the nation, shall henceforth be the national master of the Great Li dynasty. A shrine shall be established in Xianyang City, where incense shall burn continuously, allowing the populace to pay homage. Lin Mingrua understood that Gu Changsheng lacked for nothing. Suggesting monetary reward would seem trivial. A shrine would allow him to enjoy the people's offerings, accumulating merit to mitigate the intensity of tribulations upon ascension. She assumed Gu Changsheng would be quite pleased with this arrangement. To her surprise, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily declined. Your Majesty, I believe a shrine is unnecessary. I am unworthy of the people's offerings. Gu Changsheng already possessed a shrine in Qingyu City. Establishing another in Xianyang would be excessive. To bask in the people's offerings would surely amplify his luck to an overwhelming degree. Who, then, is the true protagonist? This is absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 32. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Young Master Gu, this is our heartfelt intention. Please do not refuse. Lin Mingruo, oblivious to Gu Changsheng's true feelings, assumed he was merely being modest, leading to a back-and-forth exchange between them. The surrounding ministers were at a loss as to whom to heed, their expressions somewhat strained. Lin Mingruo's face hardened as she declared, Minister of Works, Minister of Rights, what are you waiting for? Hurry and arrange for someone to select the most auspicious location in Xianyang City for young Master Gu's shrine. Young Master Gu is simply being courteous. Why are you so inconsiderate? The Minister of Works and the Minister of Rights quickly scurried off to fulfill her orders, leaving Gu Changsheng rooted in place, stunned. Who is truly being inconsiderate here? I am the villain, with 2 storylines left. I am preparing to wrap up and return to Blue Star, and you give me this nonsense. 3. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having received 10 million spirit stones, extravagantly spent them at the Wanbao building. Elixirs, spirit herbs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. He swiftly exhausted the 10 million spirit stones. Having once been a prince, he was accustomed to the finer things in life. 10 million spirit stones vanished in the blink of an eye in his hands. Senior Blood Demon, I have procured so many soul-condensing herbs. This should suffice for your prolonged use, Lin Yi stated. Having specifically purchased 30 soul-condensing herbs known for their efficacy in nurturing soul power. Indeed, sufficient for a year. During this time, I will have ample soul power to refine elixirs, aiding you in breaking through to the spirit-condensing realm. With 3 months remaining before the Sacred Land assessment. Upon returning to Qingming's Sacred Land, I shall enter seclusion. With your aptitude in the elixirs I help refine, reaching the spirit-condensing realm in 3 months is entirely feasible. Agreed. Lin Yi wholeheartedly concurred. His ambition was to achieve the status of a true disciple or even the sacred son. Qingming's Sacred Land, Taishan Peak. Ye Qingcheng had recuperated over the past few days, her vitality fully restored, and was currently listening to reports from her subordinates. In recent days, Gu Changsheng's reputation has soared in Xianyang City. He not only assisted the Empress in resolving the famine crisis in the south, but also intervened at a crucial moment to defuse the palace crisis instigated by the Great Zhou's prince. Her subordinates detailed all recent developments concerning Gu Changsheng to Ye Qingcheng. Upon hearing Lin Mingru appoint Gu Changsheng as the national master, her countenance darkened with displeasure. It was evident that the intent was to orchestrate an opportunity for them to meet, a scheme most insidious. What of the Empress? To attempt to wrest away my Longxing Gij is utterly unacceptable. And as for Linfinga and Sheng Wanqing, should you dare harbor any ill intentions towards Longxing Gij, I shall mar your faces. What? Longxing Gij has taken a maid, and she is quite beautiful? Ye Qingcheng felt little concern for Linfinga or Sheng Wanqing. It was the maid, who would be in close proximity to Gu Changsheng daily, that posed the true danger, serving him day in and day out. It was inevitable that they would share unpredictable encounters. Today a maid, tomorrow perhaps a concubine, and soon enough, she might bear children for Longxing Gij. No, no one shall take my Longxing Gij from me. Miss, it seems Lin Yi has some connection with the Crown Prince of Dezhou. Recently, he has been quite extravagant, purchasing alchemical pills and spiritual herbs at Wanbao Tower, seemingly preparing for a seclusion breakthrough, reported her subordinate, continuing with updates about Lin Yi's movements. Lin Yi wishes to break through? That cannot happen. It would pose a threat to Longxing Gij. Chuyer, go to Lin Yi's quarters and inform him that I wish to see him. Ye Qingcheng instructed her maid, Chuyer. Yes, Mississippi. Chuyer was puzzled as to why her mistress sought Lin Yi at such a late hour. Was she not concerned about Gu Changsheng's potential misunderstanding? She could not fathom it and dared not inquire further, merely following Ye Qingcheng's command to find Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was preparing for seclusion when he heard Chuyer's voice from outside. Young Master Lin, are you in there? Yes, Lin Yi replied, elated to hear Chuyer's voice. He confidently believed that Ye Qingcheng, having not seen him for some time, must be yearning for him. Chuyer, it has been a while. What brings you here? Lin Yi opened the door with a beaming smile. Chuyer, maintaining a neutral expression, said, Young Master Lin, our miss wishes to see you and has asked you to come to her cave dwelling. Very well, I shall go at once. Lin Yi's heart soared at this news, convinced that it unfolded as he had hoped. Ye Qingcheng's apparent indifference towards him was merely a faade for Gu Changsheng's benefit. Now that Gu Changsheng was absent from the Sacred Land, Her invitation to meet him at such an hour must surely indicate a desire for intimate conversation. Once Chuyer departed, he hurriedly bathed and dressed, adorning himself with fragrant powders, his mind swirling with fantasies of romantic encounters with Ye Qingcheng. Senior blood demon, see? I was right. Ye Qingcheng still harbors feelings for me, Lin Yi boasted to the blood demon as he made his way to Ye Qingcheng's cave. Perhaps she intends to gift me the red jade she purchased, Lin Yi speculated. The blood demon nodded, admiring Lin Yi's fortune and charm with women. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous opportunities, having already charmed 7 fair maidens prior to meeting Ye Qingcheng, including village beauties, widows, noble ladies, and even female assassins. Any woman of worth he crossed paths with eventually fell for him. The blood demon, hidden within a necklace, relished the vivid scenes of Lin Yi's conquests, finding them beneficial to his cultivation. As they envisioned their futures, they arrived at Ye Qingcheng's cave. Knock, knock, knock. Senior Sister Yi, it is I, Lin Yi. He gently rapped on the door. Come in, came Ye Qingcheng's languid voice from within. A woman's lazy tone can be particularly enchanting. And when it belonged to a beauty like Ye Qingcheng, it was intoxicating. Lin Yi's heart raced, further convinced of her affections. He pushed the door open to find her reclining gracefully in a lounge chair, a sight that was utterly captivating. Senior Sister, you summoned me at this late hour. What is the matter? Lin Yi inquired with a smile. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's eager demeanor, Ye Qingcheng felt a wave of distaste. Yet her face bore a sweet smile as she replied, Junior brother Lin, I recall you mentioning your fondness for collecting jade stones. Is that correct? Ah, yes, indeed. Chapter 33. Lin Yi becomes Yangguo. Upon hearing Ye Qingcheng's words, Lin Yi became even more certain that she had acquired the dragon blood jade for him. His spirits lifted, and a look of joy spread across his features. Ye Qingcheng observed Lin Yi's self-satisfied expression, feeling a deeper disdain for him. Lin Yi, with your character, how can you even compare to Changsheng? You are not fit to even touch his little toe. However, she maintained a gentle facade, retrieving the refined dragon blood jade from her bosom and presenting it to Lin Yi. This is a jade I purchased specifically for you at the auction. Though it is but a common jade, its quality and luster are exceptional. Consider it a gift. Bingo. I was right. The senior sister truly bought it for me. Senior blood demon, how about this? I was correct, Lin Yi exclaimed. This lad truly has struck gold. His fortune with women is remarkable. It turns out that the dragon blood jade was indeed a gift from Ye Qingcheng to him. The blood demon mused in admiration for Lin Yi's luck. Fortune favors the bold. Achieving what one desires effortlessly is a rarity. The blood demon could not help but silently commend Lin Yi's charm and blessings. Having such an unparalleled beauty to care for him was indeed a blessing. Refining the true dragon's blood within the jade, combined with Lin Yi's 9-yang body, would surely lead to rapid advancements in his cultivation. Before the sacred land assessment, he would undoubtedly reach the first layer of the concentration realm, if not higher. Coupled with the might of the 9 dragons' imperial qi, Lin Yi was destined to soar, his potential for cultivation beyond reckoning. The prospect of ascending to immortality was not beyond imagination. With the dragon blood jade in hand, Lin Yi beamed with anticipation, envisioning his future dominion over the world, surrounded by countless beauties. Thank you, Senior Sister Qingcheng, for your thoughtfulness. I am deeply grateful, Lin Yi said, unreservedly accepting the jade. Upon hearing Lin Yi refer to her as Qingcheng once more, Ye Qingcheng felt a twinge of irritation, yet she suppressed it, thinking of her subsequent plans. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You should focus on your training. I look forward to your outstanding performance in the sacred land assessment. Ye Qingcheng said coolly. Qingcheng, senior sister, I will definitely earn the position of true disciple, Lin Yi vowed fervently before taking his leave. As he watched Lin Yi depart, Ye Qingcheng revealed a sly smile. Lin Yi, you aspire to become a true disciple? How naive. Senior blood demon. I shall refine the true dragon blood within this jade as soon as I return, Lin Yi thought, bursting with joy, practically skipping with delight. The fact that a beauty gifted him a jade indicated that she must harbor feelings for him. Moreover, Ye Qingcheng was unaware of the immense fortune contained within the jade. Had she known, she would undoubtedly be astounded. I am the protagonist of this world, the rightful son of fortune. You are indeed fortunate. It appears that while Ye Qingcheng feigns goodwill towards Changsheng, her heart is set on you, the blood demon remarked. She seems to be deliberately toying with Changsheng. With Ye Qingcheng's alluring figure, She could surely bear you a fine son, the blood demon teased Lin Yi. I want her to bear me 10. Lin Yi declared with conviction. Upon returning to his quarters, he instructed the blood demon to set up a barrier at his door, preparing to enter a 3-month seclusion for the final preparations for the sacred land assessment. Lin Yi took out the dragon blood gem and began to prepare for the refinement and absorption of the dragon blood using the demon emperor's blazing heaven technique imparted to him by the blood demon. However, as he enveloped the dragon blood gem with his true essence, an ominous premonition suddenly struck him. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he triggered a certain forbidden mechanism within. The dragon blood gem transformed into a crimson ice crystal and directly merged into his palm. Instantly, he felt his arm filling with a malevolent force, causing it to swell and twist grotesquely. This sensation rapidly spread deeper into his body at a visible pace. This is bad. It's the lunar corruption curse. Quickly sever your right arm. Otherwise, your heart will explode. The blood demon shrieked, urging Lin Yi to hastily cut off his right arm. Upon hearing the blood demon's words, Lin Yi's countenance paled. Without his right arm, would he not become like Yanghua? No. What on earth was happening? Why did you say there was such a poisonous curse within the dragon blood gem? Lin Yi watched as the curse spread relentlessly through his right arm, and the agony he felt forced him to believe the blood demon's words. When faced with life itself, he had no choice but to sacrifice his right arm. Without further deliberation, he transformed his left hand into a blade and severed his right arm with a fierce stroke. My right arm. Blood demon. You had better explain yourself. Did you not say that the dragon blood gem contained the blood of a true dragon? Why is it the lunar corruption curse? At this moment, Lin Yi did not suspect that Ye Qingcheng had tampered with anything. He merely blamed the blood demon. He lamented that the blood demon had provided him with misleading information, leading to his poisoning and the loss of his arm. Could it be that Ye Qingcheng is behind this? Seeing Lin Yi in such a dire state, the blood demon was reluctant to delve into explanations and merely mentioned another possibility. Impossible. Ye Qingcheng would never harm me. It must be your information that is flawed. Lin Yi, stubbornly clinging to his beliefs, was convinced that Ye Qingcheng loved him and would never wish him harm. The fault lay solely with the blood demon's misinformation. No matter what the blood demon said, he believed it was merely an attempt to shirk responsibility. The blood demon sighed, realizing that at this juncture, words were futile. Lin Yi took a healing pill to staunch the blood gushing from his severed arm, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Not only had he failed to refine the dragon blood, but he had also lost an arm. Consumed by rage, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. He roared in fury, smashing everything within the room to vent his pent-up resentment. After a moment of contemplation, the blood demon spoke soothingly. Lin Yi, calm yourself. At this point, lamenting is of no avail. I know of a method for rebirth after losing a limb. It may allow you to regain your right arm, the blood demon said solemnly. Speak quickly. What is this method? Lin Yi replied, irritation evident in his tone. I know that the Qilin sect possesses a treasured artifact, the right arm of an ancient Qilin. If we can obtain it, I have a way to reattach it for you, the blood demon explained. The Qilin sect? The right arm of an ancient Qilin? That is their sacred treasure. How could they possibly part with it? What a jest. Lin Yi replied, visibly agitated. If they want to give it willingly, we will have to steal it. The blood demon stated. Steal it? Lin Yi expressed his displeasure. Yes, that's the only way. If you refuse, then you must accept the reality of living without a right arm, the blood demon insisted. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi declared, Blood demon, I will trust you one more time. What plan do you have to allow me to infiltrate the Qilin sect unnoticed and steal the ancient Qilin's right arm? Chapter 34. The blood demon's enemies. As the destined protagonist, Lin Yi naturally possessed his own exceptional qualities. He understood that what had occurred was in the past. There was no point in dwelling on it. Since his arm was already severed, further lamentation was futile. After taking a hemostatic pill, he immediately set off towards the Qilin sect. The Qilin sect was named as such because its founding ancestor encountered a battle between a Qilin and a phoenix, obtaining the remains of the Qilin and soaring to greatness thereafter. He not only refined and absorbed the Qilin's blood, honing the Qilin divine body, but also crafted its teeth, horns, claws, and scales into treasured artifacts. This established the enduring lineage of the Qilin sect, which continues to this day. Though its strength may not rival that of a holy land, it is still a first-rate sect, powerful and formidable. In remembrance of that extraordinary encounter, The founder purposely left behind the right arm of the Qilin as a treasured artifact of the sect. Given its significance, the defenses surrounding it would undoubtedly be exceedingly rigorous. As Lin Yi contemplated this, he began to feel a sense of trepidation. "Lin Yi, do you know my true identity?" The blood demon inquired, noticing Lin Yi's furrowed brow. Lin Yi shook his head, replying, "You advised me not to ask, so how could I possibly know? Now that the situation has developed to this point, I can reveal my identity to you." The blood demon's ethereal form emerged from the necklace, shrouded in a crimson mist, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, listened intently. "I am the leader of the demonic path, the former sovereign of the blood demon Holy Land, a once mighty figure in the Saint King realm." The blood demon intoned. "What? You were the former sovereign of the blood demon Holy Land? The Saint King realm powerhouse?" Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I suspected as much. I had merely refrained from confirming it. You are astute. I have no reason to conceal the truth any longer. During my tribulation, I was betrayed by my most trusted disciple, leading to my demise. Only a fragment of my soul managed to escape and lingered within this necklace. I refrained from revealing my identity earlier, fearing you might be frightened by the truth. For that disciple of mine is none other than the infamous extreme path demon sovereign, Duan Wuyo." Upon hearing the name Duan Wuyo, Lin Yi was utterly astounded. In this world, who was not aware of the name of the foremost figure of the demonic path? It was rumored that he was a transcendent existence of the Emperor realm, enigmatic and formidable. Who would have thought that the blood demon's enemy would be such a powerful figure? No wonder you have been so cautious and reluctant to reveal yourself. Lin Yi realized the reason behind the blood demon's hesitance to appear over the years. His enemy was indeed the extreme path demon sovereign, Duan Wuyo. "Blood demon, why are you telling me this now?" Lin Yi asked, perplexed. "Because to infiltrate the Qilin sect, we will need the assistance of a spy I once placed within the sect, the Grand Elder of the Qilin sect, Song Qianxiu." The blood demon stated gravely. "After so many years of absence, will he still recognize you? Trusting one's disciples is a gamble. Trusting subordinates is even more perilous," Lin Yi inquired weakly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the blood demon's eyes as he replied, "To prevent my subordinates from betraying me, I employ a secret technique known as the monarch-subject seal. I am the monarch, and they are the subjects. I inscribe the subject seal within their spiritual realm. Should Song Qianxiu dare defy my orders, he will meet a most gruesome end." Hiss! Indeed, experience surpasses youth. No wonder he could ascend to the position of sovereign over the blood demon Holy Land. He certainly possessed means. "Lin Yi, this jade seal is the monarch seal. Take it. It will compel him to assist you in stealing the Qilin arm. He will not dare refuse." The blood demon handed Lin Yi an ancient jade seal. Lin Yi accepted the jade seal, weighing it in his hand. With such a powerful trump card, Song Qianxiu would undoubtedly be compelled to comply with his wishes. With this thought, a wicked smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips. After a brief preparation, he set off towards the Qilin sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Qingcheng returned to Ziyun Peak with Zhao Ling, preparing to arrange her accommodations, when he happened upon Su Qingyao. "Humph, senior brother, who is she?" Upon seeing Zhao Ling, Su Qingyao's cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Junior sister, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhao Ling, my newly acquired maid." Ye Qingcheng, contemplating that it is better to have fewer troubles than more, hurriedly explained to her, "Senior brother, you are so annoying. I only left for a moment, and you've already attracted the attention of that little vixen." Su Qingyao felt immense regret. Her absence was due to her efforts in the cave, crafting a love bug in hopes of capturing Ye Qingcheng's heart. Little did she know, her home was being invaded in her absence. "My lord," Zhao Ling, seeing the fierce expression on Su Qingyao's face, timidly hid behind Ye Qingcheng. "Junior sister, please do not be angry. Let me check if you've been growing well lately." A seasoned actor, he never forgets his character, always ready to embellish his role. Usually, such words would elicit a cold glare from Su Qingyao, but now, they drew her gaze instead. Su Qingyao, as if devoid of bones, suddenly leaped into Ye Qingcheng's embrace, declaring, "Senior brother, please examine me thoroughly." Ye Qingcheng was left bewildered, 3 large question marks materializing above his head. Zhao Ling, equally perplexed, wondered if this was truly the aloof junior sister the Lord spoke of. Her demeanor was anything but cool. In her travels with her grandfather, she had encountered countless people and was no stranger to such antics. While Su Qingyao appeared high and mighty, She revealed her true self in the presence of Ye Qingcheng. A woman's coyness is often a reflection of her allure. When faced with the one she loves, even a celestial maiden may shed her restraint. Seeing Ye Qingcheng petrified, hands outstretched in confusion, Zhao Linger could hardly suppress a laugh. Though he appeared charming and debonair, his heart was remarkably conservative. She recalled the time she assisted Ye Qingcheng with his bath, where he kept his eyes shut, muttering calming incantations. That innocence made him endearing. She felt fortunate to have encountered such a splendid master. Just as Ye Qingcheng was at a loss, a voice echoed from the sky. "Qingyao, stop fooling around. Release your senior brother. I have matters to discuss with him." The voice belonged to Qin Wushuang, emanating from her chamber. The entire Ziyun Peak was enveloped in her consciousness. Upon seeing Su Qingyao in Ye Qingcheng's embrace, she felt a wave of discomfort and quickly sent a message to extricate him. "Changsheng, come to me. I have questions for you." "Yes, master." "Humph." Seeing her senior brother called away by their master, Su Qingyao stamped her foot in frustration. Chapter 35. The Master's Foot, a Killer's Blade. Ziyun Peak. In the chamber, Qin Wushuang gazed tenderly at Ye Qingcheng, her silence laced with a smile. Even with his thick skin, Ye Qingcheng felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze. Today, Qin Wushuang was unusually sober, having abstained from alcohol. "Good disciple, your recent performance has been commendable, enhancing the reputation of Ziyun Peak and fulfilling my expectations. Thus, I have decided to reward you. Come, help me massage my feet." Ye Qingcheng. A reward of foot massage? What sort of reward is this? Peculiar. As he looked at his beautiful master, with cascading black hair and alluring features, his heart fluttered. Then he noticed her slowly lifting a leg, flawless and elongated, resting her foot on his shoulder. Fragrant. Her foot smelled more delightful than a pig's trotter. No, it was more fragrant than osmanthus. This was indeed a reward from the female, sort immortal. Many powerful figures in the world had dreamed of holding Qin Wushuang's exquisite foot, but here he was, able to do so effortlessly, even massaging it. Yet, in the original text, Qin Wushuang was known for her aloofness, never showing such tenderness towards men. Even when she later became part of Lin Yi's harem, she maintained strict boundaries. Why, then, had she changed with him? It seemed inexplicable. Perhaps it was because she had watched him grow up, revealing her true self to him. When in doubt, the villainous narrative reigned supreme. What a mess. Ye Qingcheng, embodying the theatrics, held Qin Wushuang's delicate foot and pretended to sniff it. He almost licked it. His breath brushed against her foot, causing Qin Wushuang to shiver slightly, which emboldened his performance. Cradling her foot, he exclaimed, "Master's foot, a killer's blade." Uffed. Hearing Ye Qingcheng's playful remark, Qin Wushuang couldn't help but laugh. Had anyone else dared utter such irreverent words, they might have met a swift demise. But before her, she appeared as a bashful maiden, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Something was amiss. Her persona seemed to be slipping. As Ye Qingcheng mused, Qin Wushuang softly said, "I heard you attended the Wanbao Pavilion auction, where Ye Qingcheng spent lavishly on you. It seems this young lady is beginning to have a change of heart, perhaps growing fond of you." Her words, seemingly innocuous, carried an undercurrent of jealousy. Ye Qingcheng sensed something off about his master and quickly followed the lead of the conversation. "Speaking of which, master, I have a treasure for you." He retrieved the Xianlong soul pill from his storage ring. "This Xianlong soul pill is what I acquired to present to you. It is said that consuming it can minimize the risks of inner demons when one seeks to break through to the great sage realm." Qin Wushuang accepted the pill, her expression one of delight. "My Changsheng has truly grown, showing filial piety. I shall accept it." At that moment, a peculiar thought flooded Ye Qingcheng's mind. Since he was embodying a villainous character, he ought to engage in some eccentric behavior. "Master, I have another treasure for you." With that, he produced the ice silkworm stockings rewarded by the system. Qin Wushuang looked perplexed at the black stockings in his hands, uncertain of their nature. In this world, women had no custom of wearing stockings and had never seen such an item. Ye Qingcheng wore a cunning smile, sweetly saying, "Master, you may not know, but these are auxiliary magical items. When worn, they not only enhance the length and allure of your legs, but also provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, protecting against attacks from mosquitoes, snakes, and other creatures." This was indeed factual. However, Qin Wushuang heard only the part about making her legs more elongated and attractive. "Since it is a token of my dear disciple's affection, then do wear them for me." Qin Wushuang placed her delicate feet into Ye Qingcheng's hands, stretching her toes. prompting him to put them on for her. Go Changsheng felt his heart race again. Had he not acted quickly, drool would have dripped onto her feet. Once he helped her into the black ice silkworm stockings, Qin Wushuang gracefully rose and approached the mirror to admire herself. Indeed, just as you said, they make my legs appear longer and straighter. As she spoke, she twirled in front of Go Changsheng, her long skirt fluttering, complemented by the stockings, presenting a bountiful spectacle. The alluring and dignified figure was simply breathtaking. Beep. The host has successfully utilized the system's rewarded item, and rewards are being distributed. Reward: Kidney Treasure Pills X10. Reward: Dragon Summoning Technique, Heavenly Level. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. It nearly caused Go Changsheng to lose composure. What on earth were kidney treasure pills? Setting aside the appropriateness, did he really need them at his age? Curse the system. You not only insult my intelligence but also my character. What on earth is this dragon summoning technique? This is a dual cultivation method. It is a technique created by the supreme being of the six paths, one that absorbs yin to replenish yang, exceedingly insidious. Is this something that a righteous master like me should learn? Apologies, host, but you are a villain. Ah, indeed. I am a villain. That makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, Qin Wushuang noticed Gu Changsheng gazing intently at her body, and she stood there in a daze, her fair face slightly flushed. She thought, after all these years of preserving my virtue, I was waiting for you, you little rascal. You have finally come to your senses. Little did she know, Gu Changsheng was merely bantering with the system. Impertinent disciple, what are you staring at? Qin Wushuang felt somewhat embarrassed under Gu Changsheng's gaze and couldn't help but tease him. Ahem. Only then did Gu Changsheng realize he had lost his composure. He couldn't admit he was just having a conversation with the system. So he cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness. I heard you have taken in a beautiful maid? Chapter 36. The discovery of the Jade Maiden Codex from his master's words. Gu Changsheng sensed a hint of jealousy. He felt somewhat speechless. Why can't he have a maid? After being a villain for so long, why shouldn't he enjoy himself? However, he couldn't express this, scratching his head as he feigned difficulty and said, Master, this girl has a very tragic background. He then recounted how she had caught the eye of Gui Dan, her grandfather was killed by him, and she was left all alone. Qin Wushuang, kind-hearted and filled with a sense of justice, upon hearing Gu Changsheng's account, not only refrained from reprimanding him, but instead praised him for his righteousness. Then, Qin Wushuang shifted the conversation, saying, in 3 months, the Holy Land assessment will take place. You must not be as lackadaisical as before. As the senior disciple of Ziyun Peak, you must bring honor to your master. Win the position of Holy Son for me. Gu Changsheng felt an overwhelming pressure upon hearing this. He muttered to himself, is this something a villain should be doing? He still had several chapters left before the story concluded. Lin Yi should be the one to compete. In the original novel, Lin Yi performed exceptionally well during this Holy Land assessment and was ultimately accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader, Ling Xiaoji. Holy Son? That would belong to the mid-story arc. He had no such ambitions. Noticing Gu Changsheng's stress, Qin Wushuang gently patted his shoulder and said, you needn't feel pressured. There are still 3 months left. Prepare well. The purple gold sword nurturing gourd I gifted you is no ordinary item. It will absorb the essence of heaven and earth daily, infusing the Jin Huan sword with a strand of purple gold sword energy. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's expression shifted from joy to a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Daily cultivation of a strand of purple gold sword energy? He couldn't help but gasp. The purple gold sword energy is not to be trifled with. It is said to be the most lethal form of sword energy. Cultivating such energy is exceedingly difficult. This purple gold sword nurturing gourd could autonomously infuse such energy into the Jin Huan sword. Wouldn't that render him invincible amongst those of the same rank? Is this a joke? Disciple, what are you thinking about? Qin Wushuang noticed his unnatural expression and lightly tapped his forehead with her delicate finger. Nothing, nothing. I was just contemplating the Holy Land assessment, Gu Changsheng hurriedly explained. Qin Wushuang smiled gently and said, with your talent and aptitude, as long as you train diligently, there will be no issues. You must strive to achieve something. Then, I will reward you handsomely. Qin Wushuang lifted her delicate foot and lightly touched Gu Changsheng's chest with her toes. What a temptress. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's mind was filled with images of Qin Wushuang's beautiful legs clad in stockings, causing his resolve to waver. No, no, I must not entertain such thoughts. This is my master. I cannot, should not, at least. Gu Changsheng hurriedly extinguished the flames of desire within him. After leaving Qin Wushuang's chambers, Gu Changsheng planned to take a cold shower to quell the tumultuous heat within him. Upon opening his door, he found Su Qingyao lying on his bed, clad in a very revealing garment. Bathed in the moonlight, her figure appeared both alluring and obscured. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Gu Changsheng's blood surged once more. Junior sister, that's not appropriate. Gu Changsheng observed Su Qingyao lounging on his bed, perusing the Jade Maiden Codex he had purchased from the pleasure sect. This is the end. I am utterly finished. This is a total social suicide. The Jade Maiden Codex is an adult publication, and he had expended considerable resources to acquire it from the pleasure sect, primarily to advance the plot. If during the Holy Land assessment, he were to be defeated by Lin Yi and this adult publication fell to the ground, it would utterly tarnish his reputation. He never anticipated that Su Qingyao would discover it. Even with his thick skin, he found it difficult to maintain his composure now. Though it was a prop prepared for plot progression, he had indulged in it himself. The contents were filled with images of the youthful maidens of the pleasure sect, clad in very revealing attire. He regretted not putting it back into his storage ring after viewing it, and instead leaving it under his pillow. He could never have imagined that Su Qingyao would come to his bed and unearth it from beneath his pillow. At that moment, Su Qingyao spotted Gu Changsheng's return. Instead of feeling shy, she boldly stepped off the bed and approached him with an air of indignation, saying, "Senior brother, why did you purchase such material? The women within are all mere frivolities, utterly vile. If you truly desire, why not seek out Qingyao? In what way am I inferior to the women depicted here?" Gu Changsheng was astonished by Su Qingyao's line of thought. She actually reproached him for not noticing her instead of condemning his interest in such forbidden material? Good heavens! Is she really the innocent girl I remember? What has happened to your innocence, your aloofness? Junior sister, how did you end up in my room? And where is Zhao Linger? Gu Changsheng glanced around, finding no sign of Zhao Linger, and asked in bewilderment. Senior brother, it seems you have a thing for that little vixen, given your concern for her. Speaking to her so loudly and scolding her. As she spoke, Su Qingyao began to cry, her tears flowing like rain. Gu Changsheng dreaded nothing more than a woman crying. Especially Su Qingyao. Seeing her in such distress, he could only offer comfort. Junior sister, I did not raise my voice at you. It was merely a bit loud. I apologize. Gu Changsheng consoled her. Senior brother, you must promise Qingyao that you will only love me from now on. Su Qingyao clung to Gu Changsheng, her sobs echoing. What on earth? Only love you? Gu Changsheng was utterly speechless. Su Qingyao must have some issues, and they are quite significant. He placed his hand on her forehead. She was not feverish. Moreover, cultivators do not fall ill, unless. It seems to be the latter. Su Qingyao embraced Gu Changsheng's neck, and unbeknownst to him, a silver needle appeared in her hand. Senior brother, do not blame me. Everything I do is for you. Chapter 37. Wherever the male protagonist goes. Trouble follows. Gu Changsheng felt a sharp pain in his neck, but he paid it no mind. He was diligently maintaining his character, his hand gently rubbing Su Qingyao's back. It was hard to tell whether it was for the plot or simply his own desire. Regardless, he felt quite pleased. His playful and charming junior sister, clad in thin garments, nestled in his embrace. Was there anything more delightful than this? He admired his own dedication, almost as if possessed by Kai Shuquan. Qingyao wants her senior brother to lull her to sleep tonight, just like when she was a child. Su Qingyao was resolute. She was determined to win over Gu Changsheng tonight, fearing that Zhao Linger might ruin her plans. She bound her and tossed her into the bamboo grove behind Gu Changsheng's residence, intending to release her afterward. Feeling Gu Changsheng's hand caressing her, her anticipation grew, her youthful heart fluttering with innocent desire. Childhood. This was hardly childhood. In her youth, there had been no maturity. Now, she was a 30-60. Who could withstand that? Gu Changsheng silently scoffed. Senior brother, Qingyao is no longer a child, if you desire. As Su Qingyao spoke, she turned and dove into the covers, carelessly tossing her sheer dress aside. What does this mean? Has she truly laid herself bare? Seeing the girl's hair sprawled across the pillow, her cheeks flushed and eyes half closed, she presented herself as ripe for the taking. It would be a lie to say Gu Changsheng was unmoved. The atmosphere was palpably delicate. He could indulge if he so chose. The room was silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Only their breaths filled the air, the gentle breeze from outside adding an air of intimacy. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. At that critical moment, Gu Changsheng abruptly realized someone was heading towards his quarters. He quickly regained his composure, fearing discovery of Su Qingyao in his bed, and pulled the covers up to conceal her. He straightened his attire. "Junior sister, be quiet. Someone is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a patrolling disciple approached with a girl in tow. "Wu Shidi, what is this?" Gu Changsheng inquired, perplexed. The newcomer was Wu Gu, a patrolling disciple from the law enforcement hall. "Young master, Wu Wu." Upon seeing Gu Changsheng, the girl burst into tears and leaped into his arms. Gu Changsheng recognized her as Zhao Linger. "Gu Shixiao, while patrolling, I found this girl in the bamboo grove. After inquiring, I learned she is your maid. She was bound by someone, but she won't say who, so I brought her to you." Wu Gu explained. "Thank you. Wu Shidi, I will question her later. You've worked hard." "It's nothing, Gu Shixiao. I must continue my patrol." With that, Wu Gu turned and left. Observing Zhao Linger, who resembled a weeping kitten, Gu Changsheng could easily guess that the culprit must be one of their own. "Who kidnapped you, Ling?" He gently stroked her head and asked softly. Just as Zhao Linger was about to respond, she caught sight of Su Qingyao peeking from the covers, casting a menacing glare in her direction. Startled into silence, she stammered, I don't know. It was too dark to see." "Strange. You just arrived at the Holy Land. You shouldn't have offended anyone. Who would kidnap you?" Gu Changsheng mused. Not wishing for Zhao Linger to discover Su Qingyao still in his bed, he gestured for Su Qingyao to leave quickly and said, "Linger, you were startled. Let me take you to see the moon to calm your nerves." With that, he carried Zhao Linger out. "Damn it, she spoiled my plans." Su Qingyao glared at Gu Changsheng's departing figure, cursing in frustration. Gazing at the silver needle in her hand, a wicked smile crept across her lips. Tonight was not entirely fruitless. With Gu Changsheng's blood, she could complete the crafting of the emotional silk poison. Once sewn into her senior brother, he would belong solely to her. "Haraha." Su Qingyao laughed joyously. In contrast to Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi was far more burdened. At that moment, he was traversing the path to Qilin Gate under the stars. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to neglecting to check the calendar, he encountered several waves of bandits along the way. While he emerged unscathed, the experience left him exasperated. Having become an exceptional figure, why must these people continue to provoke him? His luck seemed to have run out. What should have taken a day stretched into two due to the bandits' interference. Now, his primary objective was to find the Grand Elder of Qilin Gate, Song Qianxiu. He arrived at the Qilin Gate and explained his background to the disciples guarding the entrance. "You wish to see the Grand Elder?" The disciples scrutinized Lin Yi, noting his disheveled appearance and the fact that he was missing an arm, and felt a sense of disdain. "Yes, I seek Grand Elder Song Qianxiu. Please let him know I wish to see him." Lin Yi believed he held leverage over them and spoke with an air of superiority. Why not ask to see our ancestor while you're at it?" The guard dismissed Lin Yi's request, mocking him. I have matters to discuss with Song Qianxiu," Lin Yi shouted. "Do you think you can just call out the Grand Elder's name? If you value your life, scram." The guard had no faith that Lin Yi knew the Grand Elder and loudly ordered him to leave. "Damn it, I'm speaking to you civilly. Can't you understand human language?" As Lin Yi refused to budge, the disciple's insults grew increasingly harsh. He even grabbed Lin Yi, attempting to forcibly expel him. Lin Yi could no longer tolerate it. He was the destined protagonist. He wouldn't indulge such despicable cannon fodder. His expression turned cold, and a fierce aura erupted from him. "Let go," Lin Yi growled. Still daring to act tough at the gate of Qilin Gate? You must be tired of living. I won't just let go. I'll hit you." As he spoke, the disciple swung a punch at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, fully enraged, retaliated with a lightning-fast punch that was powerful enough to send the guard flying several feet, crashing against the gate with a tremendous noise, resulting in his immediate demise. The blood demon within the necklace twitched at the corners of his mouth. How did a simple visit to find someone end up with a disciple being killed? This was going to be troublesome. Someone's been killed. Someone has killed Sun Shidi. Witnessing Lin Yi's act of violence, the remaining disciples believed he was causing trouble and immediately signaled for help. In an instant, the protective formation activated. Dozens of powerful presences surged from the sect, rushing towards the gate. "This is bad. We need to flee." The blood demon transmitted a message to Lin Yi. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Yi sighed. "This is ridiculous. I only lightly punched him, and he died. Useless trash, truly fragile. You've sullied my hands." Chapter 38. Qilin Arm. Lin Yi employed the Demon Emperor's disappearance step. Moving swiftly, as numerous experts from Qilin Gate pursued him, he vanished in an instant. "Senior Blood Demon, what now?" Lin Yi, panting heavily, expressed his frustration. The blood demon was equally vexed. How had a simple quest to find a grand elder ended with a disciple's death? Truly, he had spoken without considering the consequences. Unable to endure even a few harsh words, Lin Yi's temperament was evidently lacking in steadiness. After a moment's contemplation, the blood demon recalled something and said, I remember. Song Qianxiu often visits Mian Yulu. You can wait for him there. How could a grand elder of Qilin Gate frequent such a mundane establishment? Lin Yi replied with disdain. People are diverse. Who doesn't he have peculiar preferences? The blood demon continued with a knowing tone. Such quirks can be exploited. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yi wasted no time and disguised himself to wait at Mian Yulu for Song Qianxiu's arrival. As expected, on a moonlit night, Song Qianxiu appeared at the Dream Moon Tower, disguised as a wealthy merchant. Clearly a familiar face, the madam greeted him with a bright smile. Why has Boss Wang only just arrived today? The courtesan has been waiting for quite some time. Song Qianxiu thought to himself that it was all because of a reckless fool who had killed a disciple guarding the sect's mountain, forcing him to spend the entire day searching the area. If he found this fool, he would ensure a most gruesome end. Madam, I was delayed by some matters, he replied, making his way to the courtesan's chamber. Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. The courtesan lay motionless on the floor, her fate unknown. Meanwhile, a stranger sat on the bed, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Who are you? Song Qianxiu demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. What have you done to the courtesan? With a calm smile, the young man introduced himself. I am Lin Yi, sent by an old acquaintance of yours. Acquaintance? Who? Song Qianxiu asked, puzzled. Blood demon. Lin Yi stated bluntly, without preamble. At the mention of the name, Song Qianxiu's expression transformed, as he had believed the blood demon to be dead. Hearing that dreaded name again filled him with fear. Lord Blood Demon? He is still alive? Song Qianxiu stammered, his face turning pale. Indeed, he lives well. I have been tasked to contact you, Lin Yi said, feigning mystery. How can I trust that Lord Blood Demon is alive and that you are here at his behest? Song Qianxiu countered, regaining some composure. Ah, I anticipated your skepticism. Allow me to show you something, Lin Yi said, producing a jade tablet from his robe, upon which the character for Song was inscribed. This is the Lord Blood Demon's seal, Song Qianxiu exclaimed, his fear intensifying upon seeing the tablet. Now that you recognize the seal, surely you must believe that Lord Blood Demon is indeed alive, Lin Yi remarked. Yes, I believe. Where is Lord Blood Demon? Song Qianxiu's cold sweat poured down as he realized he had not escaped the other's control after all. With the seal now in Lin Yi's possession, he had no choice but to comply. Lord Blood Demon is currently in seclusion and has instructed me to contact you, Lin Yi continued. Nodding respectfully, Song Qianxiu asked, what does Lord Blood Demon wish for me to do? Steal the Kirin arm from the Kirin sect, Lin Yi stated plainly. Hearing this, Song Qianxiu's expression shifted dramatically. What? The Kirin arm? That is the sect's treasured artifact. Is there a problem? Lin Yi questioned, shaking the seal in his hand with a slightly stern tone. And no problem. However, Song Qianxiu clenched his teeth, knowing his life was in Lin Yi's hands. He had no choice but to take the risk. What is it? Lin Yi pressed, his displeasure evident. If I manage to steal the Kirin arm, I hope to have the seal lifted, Song Qianxiu proposed. Agreed, Lin Yi replied readily. Very well. Though this task is perilous for Lord Blood Demon, I am willing to take the risk to acquire it. Then I shall await your good news. Farewell. With that, Lin Yi turned and departed, satisfied that he had achieved his aim. Once Lin Yi was out of sight, Song Qianxiu rushed to check on the courtesan, only to find that she had indeed breathed her last. Damn it, how cruel. Lin, once I am free from the seal, I will ensure your demise, he cursed inwardly. 3 days later, as night fell and stars twinkled in the sky, Lin Yi anxiously awaited Song Qianxiu's arrival in a tranquil grove, 100 miles from the Kirin sect. With each passing moment, his anxiety grew. Suddenly, faint footsteps approached, and Lin Yi's spirits lifted as he focused intently on the sound. Soon, Song Qianxiu's figure emerged in the moonlight, moving with a ghostly silence. Did you manage to steal the Kirin arm? Lin Yi inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. With a slight smile, Song Qianxiu shook his storage ring, and a dazzling light burst forth. A powerful Kirin arm materialized before Lin Yi's eyes. Young Master Lin, this is the Kirin arm that Lord Blood Demon desires. I have successfully retrieved it, Song Qianxiu said softly. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the magnificent arm. The Kirin arm boasted a deep crimson hue, adorned with mysterious totemic patterns that seemed to hold boundless secrets. Under the moonlight, these patterns shimmered like stars in the night sky. Upon closer inspection, the arm was covered in fine scales, closely arranged and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, rivaling steel in hardness. More astonishing was the aura of invisible power that rippled around the Kirin arm, distorting the air as if it were water. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi reached out, cautiously touching the Kirin arm. The moment his fingertips brushed against the hardened scales, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him, sending a shiver down his spine. Impressive, Lin Yi murmured, marveling inwardly. Possessing such a divine artifact would undoubtedly elevate his strength immensely. Compared to his previous arm, this Kirin arm was 100 times more formidable. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yi thought, haha, what a twist of fate. I believed I would never rise again after losing my arm, yet here I am, presented with such an opportunity to acquire this unparalleled Kirin arm. It seems I am indeed favored by fortune, destined for greatness. Chapter 39. A Test of Endurance. Younger Master Lin. I have fulfilled my promise and risked much to steal the Kirin arm. Can you now lift my seal? Song Qianxiu inquired with hopeful anticipation after handing over the arm. He thought to himself that once the seal was lifted, the first to meet his blade would be Lin Yi. After stowing away the Kirin arm, Lin Yi produced the jade seal inscribed with the character for Song, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Great Elder, I shall now lift your seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi crushed the jade seal in his hand. You have betrayed your word, Song Qianxiu exclaimed in disbelief. Realizing Lin Yi had not only failed to uphold his promise, but had also destroyed the seal that could have ensured his survival. With the seal shattered, Song Qianxiu found himself stripped of all his powers, his spirit damaged, leaving him frozen in place, dazed and confused. Humph, Great Elder, you are a spy of the demonic path. As a righteous person, I must act on behalf of justice, Lin Yi declared with feigned righteousness. While inwardly he thought, I certainly do not want anyone knowing about my shameful act of stealing the Kirin arm. A glint of malice crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he gathered a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertip and pointed it towards Song Qianxiu's brow. The energy pierced through, obliterating his spiritual core to prevent any remnants of his soul from escaping, as had occurred with the blood demon. Then, Lin Yi cast a fireball spell, reducing Song Qianxiu to ashes. Watching Lin Yi's ruthless actions, the blood demon gasped in awe, thinking, this young man is indeed ruthless and leaves no room for future troubles. He is destined for great achievements. Senior, you won't hold this against me, will you? Lin Yi remarked casually, dusting off his hands after the deed was done. Haha, you did well. How could I possibly blame you? Blood Demon smiled on the surface, yet he remained vigilant against Lin Yi. He discerned that this young man, despite his seemingly virtuous facade, possessed a heart more ruthless than anyone else's. A refined egoist, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the world for his own benefit. Enough, he thought. Once I obtain the demonic body, I shall not spare you. Lin Yi, let us hasten back to the sacred land. I shall assist you in fusing this Qilin arm with your body. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded and soared towards the sacred land. On another front, Gu Changsheng waited until Su Qingyao departed before returning to his abode with Zhao Linger. He held a deep fondness for this junior sister, yet the moment was not right for romantic sentiments. It could only be said that he encountered the wrong person at the wrong time, an unfortunate series of events. If he were to be led astray by the minor, resulting in the collapse of the narrative world, it would be his own folly. But was it really the minor's fault? His remarkable self-restraint was his greatest asset. Young master, you have risen? I shall fetch water for you to wash up. Seeing Gu Changsheng awake, Zhao Linger hurriedly went to prepare warm water, attending to his bathing and dressing needs. Once everything was ready, someone arrived at the door. Senior Brother Gu, there is someone from the foot of the mountain claiming to be the Minister of Works of the Great Li Dynasty, saying he has urgent matters to report to you. The visitor was a disciple of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. What could the Minister of Works of the Great Li Dynasty want with him? It seemed a troublesome affair. Let him in, Gu Changsheng instructed. Soon, a procession of the Minister of Works, carrying dozens of large chests, ascended from the mountain. Gu Changsheng watched this spectacle with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency, I am Wu Li, the Minister of Works, sent by Her Majesty the Empress to deliver a batch of treasures. Wu Li? Such a name was indeed quite impudent. I am a practitioner of the Tao and have no interest in wealth. You may take it back, Lord Wu. Gu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Please, do not make it difficult for me. This is the Empress's decree. How can I explain if I return empty-handed? Wu Li implored earnestly. Considering the lengthy journey Wu Li and his entourage undertook to bring these items, Ye Qingcheng pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall accept them this time, but convey to Her Majesty that it shall not be a precedent. Bring these inside for the master." Upon receiving Ye Qingcheng's acceptance, Wu Li hurriedly directed his subordinates to carry the chests into the room. Wu Li surveyed the surroundings and seemed to notice something of great importance. "Master, your dwelling is far too modest. You are our national master, representing the Great Li. How can you reside in such simplicity?" Before Ye Qingcheng could respond, Wu Li ordered his men to begin renovations for a new abode for him. "Why are you all standing there? Hurry! Commence the construction of a new dwelling suitable for our master's status." Wu Li was aware that Ye Qingcheng was not only the national master, but also the savior of the empress and the third princess, making him a figure of great significance in the Great Li. If he could ensure Ye Qingcheng's satisfaction, not only would his career prosper, but he might also receive some elixirs to prolong his life. Xian Peak had ample space. Wu Li chose a site near Ye Qingcheng's original dwelling and instructed his subordinates, "You have 10 days to erect a suitable residence for the master. Any delays will result in death." Constructing abodes was indeed the forte of the Ministry of Works, and they soon set to work with great vigor. Ye Qingcheng considered intervening but realized he could manage, and Zhao Linger could not continue sharing the same chamber with him. Thus, he refrained from obstructing Wu Li's impudent actions. It must be said, the workers from the Ministry of Works acted with remarkable speed. In less than 10 days, the new dwelling was completed. "Master, this house is splendid," exclaimed Zhao Linger, clearly enamored with the new residence, pulling Ye Qingcheng inside to admire it. "I must remain composed. I cannot let them see my delight," Ye Qingcheng thought, although he was quite pleased. He feigned greed and remarked, "It is a pity it is not paved with gold bricks and roofed with jade tiles. I suppose I shall have to make do for now." Wu Li felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth, thinking, such extravagant demands. Gold bricks and jade tiles. Even the imperial palace would not dare to be so ostentatious. "I shall certainly relay the master's wishes to the empress," Wu Li assured him. "No need. Let it be as it is," Ye Qingcheng replied. "Here are a few longevity elixirs as a reward for you." Ye Qingcheng presented a vial of low-grade elixirs to Wu Li. Upon hearing it was a celestial elixir, Wu Li's hands trembled with excitement as he accepted the vial. What a delightful task! Not only would he receive a commission, but he would also secure a vial of elixir. What a tremendous gain! "Thank you, master, for your generous gift. I shall remember your kindness and offer incense for you at the shrine daily," Wu Li said, leaving in high spirits with his entourage. Ye Qingcheng remained, bewildered by the departure, calling after them, "Return my elixirs." Chapter 40. Moon Viewing Cliff at Tianxian Peak. In the dormitory of ordinary disciples, a young man in green robes sat cross-legged on his bed, palms facing the heavens, breathing evenly, enveloped in a luminous aura. With a deep exhale, he slowly opened his eyes. Within them flickered a divine light, and he was shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Behind him, a phantom Qilin subtly manifested, displaying an imposing presence. The young man's aura had multiplied in strength compared to before. Haha, not only have I fused the Qilin arm, but my cultivation has also reached the first level of the spirit condensation realm. Thanks to your guidance, Senior. I am fortunate to have your secret technique to integrate such a formidable Qilin arm into myself. Now, not only other disciples, but even Ye Qingcheng is no match for me. The young man raised his right arm, now infused with the Qilin. Its skin glistened like bronze, adorned with shimmering totemic patterns, muscular contours, and covered in fine scales that sparkled under the sun. When he swung it, waves of power surged, and divine light flickered, emanating an overwhelming aura. With a sudden burst of strength, his fist struck, resonating with a deep sound, as if the might of the divine beast Qilin lay dormant within, instilling awe. "Kid, now you understand the magnitude of my power?" Blood Demon expressed satisfaction with his remarkable creation. "Now I am truly convinced. With Blood Demon Senior guiding me, what do I have to fear in realizing my ambitions?" Lin Yi hurried to express his praise. "Enough. Next, you must hasten to become the Holy Sun. Only then can you enter the Sacred Land's Demon Suppression Tower and obtain the coveted Blood Prison Demon Emperor's body for me. Of course, I will fulfill my promise to you, Senior," Lin Yi vowed earnestly. At that moment, a woman's voice called from outside, "Lin Yi, are you in there? It is Ye Qingcheng." "Ye Qingcheng? Lin Yi was taken aback, elated that she had come to seek him out. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Not only had he attained the Qilin arm and advanced in cultivation, but now the long-desired Ye Qingcheng was personally visiting him. Be cautious, young man. Your right arm may indeed be the target of her scheming, blood demon warned, but Lin Yi, brimming with eagerness, was already opening the door. Sister Qingcheng, I did not expect you to come find me. Ye Qingcheng had originally intended to check if Lin Yi was still alive, but she was astonished to see him standing before her, vibrant and robust, his aura magnitude stronger than before. Clearly, he had broken through to the spirit condensation realm. She paused, taken aback. Yet Lin Yi remained oblivious to any anomalies, intoxicated by his recent triumph. Before him stood Ye Qingcheng, as ethereal as a celestial maiden, stirring his heart profoundly. Lin Yi, have you made a breakthrough? Ye Qingcheng inquired, her voice laced with astonishment. Yes, senior sister, I have successfully advanced to the concentration realm. Lin Yi replied with pride. Then congratulations, Ye Qingcheng said, her heart brimming with ire. She had clearly placed a curse on the dragon blood jade. So why was he completely unharmed and even thriving? Senior sister, did you summon me for something? Lin Yi asked. No, nothing in particular. Just wanted to see how your training was progressing. Ye Qingcheng stammered. Rest assured, during the sacred land assessment, I will surely bring glory to Taishan Peak. Lin Yi declared earnestly. Ye Qingcheng's anger flared. She wished she could pierce him with a sword right then and there. But given the circumstances, she had to devise another plan. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Lin Yi, do you have some time? Would you accompany me to Wangyue Cliff to enjoy the moonlight? I do. I have time. Lin Yi replied eagerly at the invitation to share a moonlit moment with her. He had long awaited such an opportunity for a private rendezvous. Seeing his eager expression filled Ye Qingcheng with disdain, yet for the sake of Changsheng, she was willing to suppress her feelings. Qingcheng, senior sister, I will defeat that scoundrel Changsheng during the sacred land assessment, ensuring he never dares to trouble you again. Lin Yi foolishly brought up Changsheng again, causing Ye Qingcheng to bristle. Enough, she shouted. Lin Yi was taken aback by her strong reaction. Ye Qingcheng, realizing her outburst, quickly covered. Lin Yi, we must not speak of such matters. What if Changsheng overhears? In truth, she wished she could dismember Lin Yi for his insults against her brother. It's fine, Qingcheng's senior sister. In the past, I might have feared him, but now that we are both in the concentration realm, defeating him would be a trivial task. Lin Yi boasted, raising his right arm. Ye Qingcheng was taken aback to see runes swirling on his arm, emanating an indescribable aura of strength. This arm is peculiar. Lin Yi, what happened to your arm? Ye Qingcheng feigned curiosity. Senior sister, you may not know, but the red jade you gifted me was tampered with by someone, leading to a curse that cost me my right arm. However, there is no need for you to feel guilty. I was fortunate enough to gain the Qilin arm from this misfortune, Lin Yi bragged. How infuriating. He truly was a cockroach that could not be exterminated. It seems there is indeed something amiss. I must endure for the sake of brother Changsheng. Ye Qingcheng suppressed her anger and said, Lin Yi, congratulations. Let us go enjoy the moonlight. Certainly, Qingcheng senior sister, let us proceed. With that, the two of them utilized their abilities, transforming into two streaks of light, heading toward Wangyue Cliff. Moments later, Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng arrived at Wangyue Cliff. The spiritual energy of this place felt extraordinarily unique, as if an invisible force was drawing the essence of moonlight, continuously gathering here. Lin Yi had recently joined the sacred land as a mere disciple, thus he had never visited this place before. Observing the extraordinary scene before him, a strong curiosity surged within him. Senior sister, this place you chose is truly exquisite. The spiritual energy here feels not only purer and more refined than elsewhere, but it also seems to contain a mysterious energy unique to moonlight. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, exclaiming in wonder. Upon hearing Lin Yi's praise, a fleeting, inscrutable light flashed in Ye Qingcheng's beautiful eyes, though she quickly returned to her gentle demeanor, softly stating, I'm glad you like it. By the way, now that you have successfully advanced to the concentration realm, I have prepared a modest gift for you, as a token of my congratulations. Haha, thank you for your kindness. Senior sister, with such thoughtful gestures from Ye Qingcheng, Lin Yi was filled with joy and would never dare to refuse. However, at that moment, a low, sinister voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Kid, have you forgotten about the dragon blood jade? The blood demon silently warned Lin Yi. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yi was entirely absorbed in thoughts of the enchanting Ye Qingcheng, paying no heed to the blood demon's warning. He mused to himself, blaming the blood demon for providing misleading information that nearly cost him his life. This had nothing to do with the beautiful Changsheng senior sister. Lost in his delight, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the blood demon's words and made no response. My gift is in my cave. I will fetch it now. Please wait for me here. Be sure to come back. With that, Ye Qingcheng transformed into a streak of light and departed. Chapter 41. The Moonlight Fairy Lin Yi. It seems Ye Qingcheng harbors some secrets. I noticed subtle changes in her expression. The spiritual energy at Wangyue Cliff is exceptionally unique. This place feels unusual, and I suspect there is something amiss. Moreover, I just sensed a strange aura that does not seem to originate from a human, but rather from a spirit beast. The blood demon warned solemnly. Haha, blood demon senior, it seems you are suffering from a bit of paranoia. Why do you think senior sister Ye Qingcheng is plotting against me? You underestimate my charm, don't you? Since escaping the Great Li Imperial Palace, we have encountered numerous dangers, yet I have overcome each one and even reaped unexpected rewards. What is there to fear? I shall see what this intrigue is about. Lin Yi chuckled dismissively, confident in his own charm and luck, and held unwavering trust in Ye Qingcheng. While that may be true, do not forget about Ye Qingcheng. He seems more complicated than he appears. Blood Demon Senior, refrain from mentioning that scoundrel in my presence. When the Sacred Land assessment occurs, I will surely trample him underfoot. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute, as if he had already secured victory, exuding a demeanor that suggested he was the only one fit for the challenge. Sigh. The blood demon sighed lightly within the necklace, shaking his head, unwilling to say more. Blood Demon Senior, since you suspect something is amiss here, I shall investigate while Ye Qingcheng is away. Intrigued by the blood demon's words, Lin Yi decided to explore while he had the chance. He set off toward the bamboo groves in front of Wangyue Cliff. The further he walked, the more he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. This scent made him pause in surprise. Such fragrance could only mean one thing, the scent of a woman. His heart raced with anticipation. As he ventured deeper, he discovered a tall stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Shiyu Pond. Shiyu Pond? The name resonates well with Wangyue Cliff. As the fated protagonist, a healthy curiosity is essential, otherwise, how would one encounter so many adventures? Lin Yi, driven by his curiosity, approached Shiyu Pond. Lin Yi, heed my advice and leave this place at once, the blood demon urged. Senior, you worry too much. This is the Sacred Land. What danger could there possibly be? Lin Yi replied dismissively, gazing into the pond. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, with mist swirling around the pond, resembling a celestial paradise. A graceful silhouette flickered in the mist, as if a celestial maiden had descended to earth. Though he could not see her face, her figure suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty with an exquisite form. Who dares intrude upon my sacred domain? A cool voice emanated from the pond. Lin Yi was taken aback by how quickly she had detected his presence. He had hoped to gaze a little longer. Inferior disciple Lin Yi of Taishan Peak, I have inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden realm of the Celestial Maiden. I beg your pardon. A flicker of delight surged within Lin Yi, according to past experiences. Such circumstances invariably led to serendipitous encounters. His sole concern was that Ye Qingcheng might arrive at this moment and witness the scene, complicating matters beyond explanation. Yet, who was Lin Yi? He had long prepared a strategy for such eventualities. Ah, so you are a disciple of Yuan Jinzi. No wonder you display such rudeness. As the woman spoke coldly, a radiant light erupted from the pool, and she was instantly adorned in a flowing gown, gracefully stepping through the air towards him. It was then that Lin Yi realized the formidable nature of his opponent. She was a powerful Saint King. Before he could react, she stood before him. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with exquisite features, radiant dark skin, and serpentine curls cascading down her back. Her alluring figure was captivating. Her exquisite oval face bore an exotic charm that was striking in its allure. In terms of beauty, she may not surpass Ye Qingcheng, yet she possessed a unique flavor of her own. Lin Yi was astonished to discover such an enchanting foreign beauty in this locale, and her profound cultivation left him yearning for a deeper exchange. If he could win her favor, establishing himself in the realm of Qingming would pose no challenge. Instinctively, Lin Yi swallowed hard. Conversely, upon noticing Lin Yi, the enchanting woman appraised him from head to toe, then surprisingly licked her lips. Lin Yi, beware, she is not human. She is a millennia-old celestial serpent. The blood demon within the necklace exclaimed anxiously. I must say, elder blood demon, why are you always so alarmist? Such a beautiful maiden. Even if she is a serpent, what of it? With my charm, how could I fail to conquer her? Lin Yi was brimming with confidence. During his flight, he had once subdued a cat demon, and they had shared several nights of pleasure. He considered himself quite adept at dealing with demonesses, dismissing the blood demoness warnings. He was even entertaining dreams of conquering the Saint King and luxuriating in her affections. Greetings, esteemed one. Your beauty is truly unparalleled. It is a great fortune for me to behold you today. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Lin Yi pretended to be nonchalant while bowing in greeting. Huh. You possess the same flowery tongue as Yuan Jinzi. Your words may charm other women, but for me, Yuehua, it is akin to courting death. As she spoke, Yuehua raised her delicate hand and effortlessly seized Lin Yi, rendering him immobile. Caught off guard by her abrupt hostility, he found himself unable to move under her overwhelming pressure. Indeed, you possess the nine-yang physique and have integrated the arm of a Qilin. It seems you are a person of great fortune. If I could absorb your nine-yang essence, I would undoubtedly achieve transformation and no longer need to draw upon the sun and moon's essence monthly to maintain my human form. Ha ha. Yuehua erupted into laughter. Oh no. She intends to use me as a furnace. She seeks to absorb my nine-yang essence. Help! Help! Sister Ye Qingcheng, come save me. The blood demon within the necklace was equally speechless. This fool still clung to hope that Ye Qingcheng would rescue him. It was evident she had set a trap for him. Foolish child. Even now, he failed to comprehend the gravity of his situation. Whether it was a lack of intelligence or sheer overconfidence, the blood demon could not act without drawing Yuehua's ire, lest he suffer the same fate. She was a millennia-old celestial serpent, utterly devoid of chivalry. Ye Qingcheng had brought Lin Yi to Wangyue Cliff. Fully aware that today was the day Yuehua would come to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The 15th day of each month, the night of the full moon, was a forbidden day at Wangyue Cliff. No one was permitted to enter. Yuehua held a position of great esteem within the Qingming sacred land. She had once been the spirit companion of the land's ancient ancestor. After the ancestor ascended to higher realms, Yuehua became the guardian beast of the sacred land. Even the current Lord Ling Xiaozi treated her with the utmost respect, referring to her as his grand mentor. Her rank was formidable. In the sacred land, she was an entity of considerable influence. Realizing he had provoked a person of immense consequence, Lin Yi hastily pleaded, Celestial Maiden, please spare me. I did not intend to offend. It was Sister Ye Qingcheng who invited me here to enjoy the moonlight. Ye Qingcheng? I have watched her grow. She would never commit such a blunder. You are surely lying. Your words are futile. I shall ensure you feel my wrath. Chapter 42. The true form of the serpent in the abode of Yuehua. Within the secret chamber, Lin Yi found his mouth stuffed with rags, bound tightly to a stone pillar by Yuehua. He wished to plead for mercy, but no sound escaped his lips. His eyes were now a fiery red, filled with grievances he could only express in muffled whimpers. Lin Yi, I have warned you countless times. Had you heeded my advice, you would not have ended up in this predicament. The blood demon in the necklace shook its head in resignation. Lin Yi now felt a twinge of regret, but such reflections were too late. His body trembled, fear evident in his formerly resolute gaze. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. Soon, an enchanting beauty stood before Lin Yi, lifting his chin with her finger, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Impudent boy, I shall be gentle. Rest assured, I will merely refine your nine-yang essence. Your life will not be forfeit. Yuehua greedily licked her lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart plummeted. The nine-yang physique was the foundation of his ascendance. If he lost its essence, how could he ever strive for supremacy? A profound sense of dread enveloped him as he silently pleaded, Blood demon, save me. I cannot afford to lose my nine-yang essence. Think of a plan quickly. We are inextricably linked. Should I perish, you will not fare well either. In that moment, he could only place his hopes in the blood demon within the necklace. Yet, the blood demon remained silent. He dared not utter a sound. Even in its prime, it would not claim to be able to negotiate favorably with Yuehua, let alone now, as merely a remnant of its soul. Blood demon, you old fool. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, a tempest of anger and fear twisting his features into a ghastly pallor. At this moment, despair consumed him. As if sensing his turmoil, Yuehua delicately grasped Lin Yi's clothing, tearing it effortlessly as if it were mere paper, revealing his alabaster chest. Without hesitation, she bit her slender fingertip, a drop of crimson blood oozing forth. With her blood, she swiftly inscribed a mystical array upon Lin Yi's chest. Upon completion, Yuehua began to rapidly shift her hands in intricate gestures, chanting melodiously yet chillingly. Lin Yi felt a force within him being forcibly extracted, an agonizing sensation akin to his very soul being torn asunder. The essence being drained was none other than his nine-yang source of power. This was the very foundation of his potential rise. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Yuehua siphoned it away, his heart shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a look of ecstatic delight blossomed upon Yuehua's face. As a flash of light enveloped her, she revealed her true form as a celestial serpent. Before him appeared an extraordinarily elongated serpent, its body undulating like a majestic mountain range. Its scales shimmered in iridescent hues, dazzling under the flickering candlelight. A colossal serpent's head bore a pair of sharp, glinting horns, emanating a chilling radiance. Four robust limbs supported its immense body, each claw as hard and sharp as forged steel. Its lengthy tail resembled a dancing steel whip, surrounded by swirling mist and enveloped in roaring flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. At this moment, the Moonlight Fairy was utterly engrossed in the ecstasy of devouring the primordial essence of Lin Yi's nine-yang power. She opened her gaping maw, greedily siphoning the potent energy that surged ceaselessly from Lin Yi's being. With the influx of this primal force, her already formidable aura began to rise at an astonishing pace. Seemingly boundless. The agony was unbearable. It felt as though every ounce of strength was being drained from him. He felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. That wretched woman. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, frothing at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably as his consciousness began to blur. I am dying. No, I cannot perish here. Just then, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, as the Moonlight Fairy ceased her extraction of the primordial essence. TSK, truly worthy of the nine-yang essence, so domineering, she remarked, transforming into her human form. Licking her lips with insatiable desire, she approached the perspiring Lin Yi, lifting his chin with her finger and saying, Boy, let us pause here for today. I must refine this primordial power. I shall return tomorrow. With that, she turned and glided away gracefully. Tomorrow she will come again? Damn it! Lin Yi despaired and shut his eyes. At that moment, he heard the voice of Blood Demon. Lin Yi, I shall rescue you at once. Senior Blood Demon, you finally spoke. Hurry, save me. Lin Yi cried out. If I am drained of any more primordial power, I am doomed. Very well, I will expend my soul power to open a portal for you to escape. Blood Demon replied. After forming a series of hand seals, he conjured a portal before Lin Yi. Hurry, you must leave this place. Thank you, Senior Blood Demon. I have misjudged you. Enough with the pleasantries. The portal won't last long. Go. Blood Demon untied Lin Yi's bindings, and he dashed into the portal. With a surge of energy, Lin Yi vanished from sight. Just as the Moonlight Fairy prepared to harness the primordial essence, she sensed Lin Yi's aura abruptly vanish, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. TSK, it appears this boy possesses quite a few hidden cards. However, refining this strand of primordial essence will suffice to significantly enhance my cultivation. Narrowing her eyes, she licked her lips and settled into a meditative posture, commencing her cultivation. Chapter 43. Playfulness aside, we must refrain from recklessness. At Taishin Peak, Lin Yi, battered and pale, staggered back to his quarters. He had finally escaped the clutches of the Moonlight Fairy. The voice of Blood Demon echoed weakly from the necklace. Lin Yi, you have put me in dire straits. I just exhausted my painstakingly gathered soul power to assist your escape. Now, you must seek out elixirs to nurture my soul power. Silence. Why did you not help me escape sooner, allowing that old hag to siphon so much of my essence? Lin Yi roared, expressing not gratitude but resentment towards Blood Demon for not facilitating his earlier escape. My nine-yang body is damaged, and it's all your fault. The only reason you have survived until now is due to my nine-yang body sustaining you. Do not portray yourself as noble. You are merely a great demon. Do not think I am unaware of your true intentions. Feeling the brunt of Lin Yi's accusations, Blood Demon became slightly breathless, pausing for a moment before responding. Very well. Since fate has brought us together, let bygones be bygones. Fortunately, the Moonlight Fairy only extracted a trace of your essence and did not harm your foundation. With the right treasures, it can still be restored. We are now in the same boat. Our fates are intertwined. Let us cooperate for mutual benefit. Lin Yi's mindset eased a bit. Given the circumstances, he would have to devise a way to compensate for the lost primordial power. He still had many hidden cards, so he did not feel entirely despondent. He slowly raised his fused Kirin right arm, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. At Purple Cloud Peak, within a cave, Su Qingyao placed a drop of blood obtained from Ye Qingcheng into a vessel, activating a formation once more. Her love silk bug was nearing its final stage. Senior brother, everything I do is for you. Please do not hold it against me. In this world, aside from you, no one else can capture my heart. I shall ensure no harm befalls you, and I will not allow anyone else to harbor any thoughts of you. You belong solely to me. I will make certain you are forever mine. Ha ha ha. With a maniacal laugh, Qingyao swiftly performed intricate hand seals, exerting her full strength to control the mysterious formation before her. Her expression was grave, entirely focused on executing the spell, preparing to perfectly merge Ye Qingcheng's blood with the bug. As the formation above flickered with radiant light, a powerful energy wave began to emanate. After expending a substantial amount of spiritual power, the love silk bug was finally successfully crafted. At last success. Gazing at the translucent, shimmering love silk bug in her hand, Qingyao could hardly contain her joy, exclaiming, "Once this love silk bug is placed within senior brother's body, from this moment forth, his heart will know only my presence, and he shall belong to me eternally." At this moment, her possessiveness reached its zenith. However, before executing her plan, Qingyao knew she needed to address a crucial matter, eliminating the most significant threat, the loathsome Lin Yi. Only by removing Lin Yi can senior brother attain true safety, allowing us to be together forever. With this thought in mind, Qingyao resolutely opened the insect cage beside her and carefully retrieved another bug. This particular bug radiated a faint azure glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. It was the extraordinary flower pig bug, known for its miraculous ability to significantly enhance one's cultivation in a short time. Meanwhile, Ye Qingcheng had settled into the new house that Wu Li had just built for him, feeling elated. Though his role was about to conclude, living in comfort was certainly preferable to the previously modest accommodations. He had endured too much hardship before. Leaning back in his chair, he savored the spirit fruits and pastries that Zhao Linger had thoughtfully prepared for him, reveling in the bliss of life. Just then, Zhao Linger entered slowly, saying, "Young master, someone is here to see you." "Let them in," Ye Qingcheng replied, spitting out the grape seed in his mouth, speaking leisurely. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Qingcheng entered, clad in a white dress. "Brother Changsheng, you've been back for several days. Why haven't you come to see me? Is it that if I do not seek you out, you will never come looking for me?" Ye Qingcheng pouted playfully, casting a glance at Zhao Linger beside her. Her expression slightly displeased. She refrained from inquiring about Zhao Linger, fearing it might make her seem petty. After all, the esteemed senior brother of Purple Cloud Peak having a maid was nothing extraordinary. Yet, she could not shake off the pangs of jealousy in her heart. Once, the mere presence of Su Qingyao was enough to make her anxious. Now, with the addition of Zhao Linger, there were even more individuals to keep an eye on. Well, Ye Qingcheng indeed had not thought to seek her out, momentarily at a loss for words. After the young master returned to Xian Peak, he was preoccupied with cultivation. "Please do not blame the young lady." Zhao Linger quickly came to Ye Qingcheng's aid. "I am conversing with Brother Changsheng. What right do you have to interject?" Ye Qingcheng said, somewhat displeased, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Linger. Startled, Zhao Linger hastily lowered her head. She was aware of Ye Qingcheng's identity and recognized that she was not to be trifled with. "Qingcheng, do not be angry. It is entirely my fault. You see, these past few days, aside from cultivation, I've been overseeing matters and truly have not found the time," Ye Qingcheng said, knowing that without a reasonable explanation, this little lady would certainly not let it go. "I wish to spend time alone with Brother Changsheng. What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave," Ye Qingcheng said coldly, assuming an authoritative demeanor as she addressed Zhao Linger. "Understood." Zhao Linger quickly lowered her head and departed in dismay. "Brother Changsheng, I have missed you so much," Ye Qingcheng said, her expression softening as she flung herself into Ye Qingcheng's embrace once Zhao Linger left the room. Since her transmigration, Ye Qingcheng's character had taken an unexpected turn. With her overtly affectionate demeanor, Gu Changsheng had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He was too lazy to contest it, embracing her in return, adopting an attitude of acceptance. After all, the system had assured him that all deviations and subplots would ultimately converge on the main storyline. To enjoy the benefits without indulging would be to endure hardship in vain. Word has it that Brother Changsheng single-handedly resolved the crisis at the Dali Imperial Palace. Truly impressive. Ye Qingcheng murmured in Gu Changsheng's arms, her soft whispers a sweet balm to his ears. After not seeing you for so long, do you not think of me at all? She asked, her enchanting eyes fixed on Gu Changsheng, brimming with alluring tenderness, her tempting lips slightly pouting. What she desired needed no explicit articulation. Gu Changsheng swallowed hard. The atmosphere was thick with ambiguity, leaving him somewhat dazed. Indeed, as a villain, he ought to engage in actions befitting of his role. As long as the main plot remained intact, why should he not indulge himself? Gently caressing Ye Qingcheng's hair, he spoke with earnestness. Qingcheng, how could I not think of you? I am constantly reminded of you. If it were not for the thought of you waiting for me, how could I have summoned such astonishing potential to avert such a significant crisis? Is that true? Ye Qingcheng, moved by Gu Changsheng's sweet words, leaned in for a kiss. Playful as we are, we must refrain from extending our tongues, she teased. Chapter 44, Defying Fate. That is my destiny, Lin Ye Qingcheng. Are you perhaps transforming into an octopus? Your grasp is extraordinarily strong. Gu Changsheng mused inwardly. Ye Qingcheng's assertiveness had left him feeling somewhat breathless. After a brief moment, she reluctantly released him, both of them now tethered by an invisible thread. Huff, huff. Qingcheng, is this your star-sucking technique? I feel as though my very essence has been drained, Gu Changsheng gasped. Ye Qingcheng, flushed by his jest, quickly covered his mouth with her delicate hand. How vexatious. I shall not allow you to say that. Have you been anticipating this for a long time? Ye Qingcheng accused playfully, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Gu Changsheng was bewildered. What was he supposed to have been anticipating? Was it not her initiative all along? He felt wronged, akin to the tragic figure of Dou-yi. As he attempted to protest, Ye Qingcheng interrupted, continuing, I know you desire this. The reason I only acquiesced now is that I feared you would not cherish it if it came too easily. Gu Changsheng thought, did I not receive this rather easily? You delivered it to me on a silver platter. Just as he sought to clarify, Ye Qingcheng would not grant him the opportunity. Seeing him about to speak, she covered his mouth again, insisting, that was my first kiss. You must take responsibility. From this day forth, I am part of your Gu family. At her declaration, Gu Changsheng was left in a state of disbelief. What on earth was happening? Was he suffering from oxygen deprivation, hearing things? No. Qingcheng, please allow me to explain, he said, moving her hand away, eager to clarify. Yet, Ye Qingcheng plugged her ears, declaring, I shall not listen. You need not worry about my master's disapproval. I will handle it. Brother Changsheng, I came primarily to inform you that Lin Yi has somehow acquired a Kirin arm, which he has already refined into his right arm. His strength cannot be underestimated. You must be cautious. Lin Yi obtained a Kirin arm? Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng quickly rifled through his memories, realizing he had no recollection of Lin Yi acquiring such an arm. Instead, it was the mid-arc character, Han Lin, known as the Kirin Son, who possessed the Kirin right arm, posing a significant threat to Lin Yi. Was he not a minor antagonist during the mid-story arc? How could this arm have ended up with Lin Yi? If Lin Yi were to claim it, what would become of the Kirin Son? The thought alone was overwhelming. Believing Gu Changsheng was merely apprehensive, Ye Qingcheng comforted him, saying, But do not worry, Brother Changsheng. I will not allow him to harm you in the slightest. Oh no. I am not worried. I merely find it outrageous how fortunate Lin Yi has been, Gu Changsheng replied casually. Brother Changsheng, you noticed that too? How remarkable. Ye Qingcheng asked with curiosity. Gu Changsheng, hearing her praise, could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, am I blind or a fool? How could I not see it? Her flattery felt somewhat insincere. Ye Qingcheng continued, Brother Changsheng, I must enter seclusion to break through to the third layer of the concentration realm. I will not be able to see you during this time. You must take care of yourself. Gu Changsheng thought, as expected of a Xianyin body, her cultivation speed is astonishing. In just a few days, she has already reached the third layer of the concentration realm. Truly remarkable. Very well, Qingcheng, focus on your seclusion. I will take care of myself. He replied with a smile. I will await your return, she said, and as she turned to leave, Gu Changsheng playfully patted her backside, maintaining his character. Indeed, as a cultivator, She was delightfully firm. Ye Qingcheng, her cheeks flushed, showed no signs of anger, teasingly replied, "Brother Changsheng, do not rush, just a few more days, and I will surely satisfy you." With that, she fluttered away like a butterfly, leaving Gu Changsheng alone to reminisce about the delightful sensation. "Brother Changsheng, I must continually grow stronger to protect you, to not hold you back. Once I deal with that wretched villain Lin, I shall transform my very being to match yours." At the ordinary disciple dormitory on Taishan Peak, Senior Blood Demon, I am preparing to confront Sister Changsheng directly and see how she explains herself. I do not believe she intended to harm me. Lin remained obstinate, refusing to accept that Ye Qingcheng could be his adversary. He was convinced of his charm and believed she must surely harbor feelings for him. There was certainly a hidden truth behind it all. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek Ye Qingcheng and inquire about the events of that day. Why had she vanished without a trace, leaving him to be misunderstood by the Moonflower Fairy and losing a fragment of his 9-yang essence? His once 9-yang body had now been reduced to an 8-yang body, leaving him in a pitiful state. "Lin, why will you not heed my advice? Have you noticed something?" Ever since that incident, Ye Qingcheng seems to have transformed entirely. Transformed? Indeed, she has become more beautiful, and she appears to love me more. Lin said with a charming smile. Blood Demon Sun's face was covered with dark lines. Confidence is admirable, but narcissism is somewhat excessive. Does she truly love you more? It is evident that her feelings have shifted from a mild affection to a hint of disdain. Although the reasons remain unclear, it is undoubtedly related to Gu Changsheng. Have you not realized? Recently, Gu Changsheng seems to be fundamentally different. His aura has noticeably changed, and his behavior is no longer that of a greedy and lustful person. Recently, he has also assisted Dolly in resolving significant troubles, suggesting a shift in fortune. He is nothing like the person I observed before, whose fate appeared grim and foreboding. Enough. Upon hearing the name Gu Changsheng, Lin felt an inexplicable surge of anger. His face darkened, and he retorted, "Senior Blood Demon, please refrain from mentioning that person or the affairs of Dolly. Are you trying to mock me by bringing this up?" Feeling misunderstood by Lin, Blood Demon Sun was at a loss. He was no saint, but he held disdain for those who would harm their kin. However, he was now bound to Lin and had no intentions of mocking him. Lin, however, was exceptionally sensitive. That insignificant Gu Changsheng is hardly worthy of my regard. In 30 years, fortunes will shift. During the Holy Land assessment, I will surely trample him underfoot. Sighing inwardly, Blood Demon Sun sensed a change in this young man. Since encountering Gu Changsheng, Lin seemed to act recklessly and without thought. "Very well, I have said enough. Take care of yourself." After a sigh from the necklace, there was no further response. Chapter 45, Cloud Capital Xian Peak. In the absence of significant events, Gu Changsheng lived a carefree life, eating and sleeping, occasionally teasing Zhao Linger. Today, with nothing pressing, he reclined in a chair, basking in the sun, contemplating the unfolding narrative. Following the timeline, a minor subplot in Cloud Capital was on the horizon. This subplot was not of great consequence to him. Primarily, demonic forces had infiltrated Cloud Capital, resulting in the demise of several disciples sent by the Holy Land for investigation. In light of this, the Holy Lord decided to send core disciples to ascertain the situation, leading to a draw among the heads of the major peaks to determine who would go. Ultimately, the head of Taishan Peak was chosen, sending Chao Quan, Ye Qingcheng, Lin and 18 other core disciples to Cloud Capital. Upon arrival, they discovered the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Cloud Capital had been thoroughly infiltrated by the demonic puppet sect, with even the city lord, Sidu Xing, betraying his allegiance to the demonic forces. The demonic path, valuing lives so little, slaughtered many citizens to forge demonic puppets. To their astonishment, an elder from the demonic puppet sect at the Huangji realm was also stationed in the city. In the end, only Ye Qingcheng and Lin survived. Lin, endowed with the protagonist's aura, executed various remarkable maneuvers, not only leading Ye Qingcheng to safety, but also vanquishing numerous formidable foes from the demonic puppet sect. As a result, he caught the attention of the Holy Lord, Ling Xiaozi, who appointed him as a true disciple during the Holy Land assessment. Following this event, Ye Qingcheng's feelings for Lin deepened, and she fell for him entirely. Wherever the destined male lead appeared, others were bound to encounter misfortune. However, this was beneficial. Lin's swift growth would allow her to reach the conclusion of her journey sooner. Reflecting on this, Gu Changsheng shook his head and rose from the chair, stretching his limbs. After lounging all morning, he indeed felt a tad weary. Cultivation? What a thought! The conclusion was imminent. Why bother with cultivation now? At that moment, a sweet voice called from afar, "Young master." Gu Changsheng looked up to see Zhao Linger hurrying toward him. "What is it? Linger, why the rush?" Gu Changsheng yawned as he inquired. "Young master, someone from the Holy Lord Peak has come, requesting you to hurry there." Zhao Linger exclaimed breathlessly. Why am I summoned to the Holy Lord Peak? It seemed puzzling. Since the Holy Lord Peak had issued a summons, he could not ignore it. Thus, he instructed Zhao Linger to assist him in changing attire. Although it was already midday, he was still clad in his shorts. Soon after, at the Holy Lord Peak, in the plaza before the Great Hall, Gu Changsheng arrived riding the blazing golden lion, exuding an air of authority. As he landed, many disciples who recognized him bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Brother Gu." "Salutations, Senior Brother Gu." Maintaining his character, Gu Changsheng held his head high, dismissing the disciples with indifference, striding toward the hall with an air of arrogance. At that moment, a graceful figure approached him, exclaiming, "Brother Changsheng. Ah, Qingcheng, have you finished your seclusion so soon?" Gu Changsheng was surprised to see Ye Qingcheng, dressed in a flowing white gown. Having not seen her for over 10 days, her aura seemed even more profound, indicating she had reached the third layer of the concentration realm. "I intended to remain in seclusion until the Holy Land assessment, but my master summoned me to the Holy Lord Peak for urgent matters." Many male disciples present envied Gu Changsheng as Ye Qingcheng stood close beside him. They resented Gu Changsheng for continually pursuing their goddess, who had disregarded him for 3 years. Yet, Gu Changsheng unabashedly wrapped his arm around Ye Qingcheng's waist in front of everyone, all for the sake of maintaining his character. This scene left the crowd in stunned silence. What was happening? Wasn't it said that Ye Qingcheng despised Gu Changsheng? How could she allow his hand to rest upon her waist? It must be a misunderstanding, a mere illusion. Everything was merely a trick of the eye. The goddess's waist was a lethal weapon. Someone should eliminate Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng remained unfazed by the crowd's ire. Just then, he felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to see Lin Yi glaring at him with fierce intensity, his eyes almost aflame. "Damn, our destined male lead has arrived. What bad luck." Calculating the time, today was indeed the day for the Cloud Capital subplot. But why was I summoned? This plot has nothing to do with me. Gu Changsheng mused inwardly. "Senior brother." At that moment, another figure rushed toward him, a youthful silhouette. The little junior sister, Su Qingyao, beamed with excitement as she dashed toward Gu Changsheng, disregarding Ye Qingcheng's icy glare, and leaped into his embrace. She deliberately positioned herself to block Ye Qingcheng from Gu Changsheng. Seeing the multitude of onlookers, Ye Qingcheng suppressed the urge to utter the words "little harlot." Her inner resentment simmered. "Senior brother, after such a long time apart, did you miss me?" Su Qingyao asked, linking her arm through Gu Changsheng's, oblivious to the surrounding crowd. "Ahem, miss what? You haven't come to greet your senior brother in days, and you dare to ask?" Gu Changsheng feigned authority, asserting his seniority. Upon sensing a hint of reproach in his tone, Su Qingyao felt guilty but could not confess that she had been crafting a love charm to ensnare his heart forever. Instead, she looked at him with teary eyes, fearing he might genuinely be upset with her. She could only feign a pitiful demeanor. She knew that Gu Changsheng was most afraid of girls shedding tears. Sure enough, upon seeing Su Qingyao weep, Gu Changsheng hurried to comfort her, saying, "Junior sister, the senior brother was just joking with you. Please do not cry. There are so many people watching." As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief from his bosom to wipe her tears. Only then did Su Qingyao manage to smile through her tears, playfully saying, "How irritating. I took it seriously. Such a scheming little vixen." Ye Qingcheng thought to herself, feeling an intense frustration bubbling within her. She was on the verge of exploding with anger. She feared she might lose control and draw her frostblade, puncturing Su Qingyao several times. "The Saint Lord has arrived." With the clear and melodious voice of the steward echoing across the Saint Lord Peak, Ling Xiaozi arrived, accompanied by a group of elders. "Greetings, Saint Lord." All the disciples present bowed in respect. Gu Changsheng promptly withdrew his hand, respectfully returning the gesture. Under the gaze of all, Ling Xiaozi strode forward. Gu Changsheng's gaze instantly fell upon his master, Qin Wushuang, who was surprisingly standing behind Ling Xiaozi, flashing him a sweet smile. To his astonishment, he noticed that his beautiful master was wearing the black stockings he had gifted her, her legs undeniably captivating. Many male disciples, even some elder men, were casting furtive glances at Qin Wushuang's legs. Seeing this scene, Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of jealousy. Unbeknownst to him, he had subtly begun to view Qin Wushuang as his own cherished possession. Dear disciples, I have gathered you all here for an important announcement, Ling Xiaozi stated solemnly. Upon hearing that there was significant news, the crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting his next words. Just yesterday, the 20 ordinary disciples sent to Yundu City on a mission had their soul tokens shattered completely. As Ling Xiaozi's words fell, an uproar erupted among the crowd. The shattering of the soul tokens of 20 disciples meant that they had all perished. This was no trivial matter. Who would dare to kill the disciples of the Qingming sacred land? Moreover, it was 20 disciples at once. It was no wonder they had gathered everyone here. Clearly, a great incident had transpired. In order to investigate the truth of the matter, the sacred land has decided to dispatch 20 core disciples to Yundu City. At this announcement, the disciples below began to murmur among themselves once again. Everyone was aware that the journey to Yundu City would undoubtedly be perilous, and many wore troubled expressions. No one wished to be chosen. Only Gu Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, as he was privy to the unfolding narrative. He thought to himself, it is merely a matter of a few heads of the sect drawing lots, and then Yuan Xinzi will draw the lot, sending senior brother Chao Quan to lead the expedition to Yundu City. Following that, it would merely be Wang Lini's solo performance. However, what Ling Xiaozi said next nearly caused Gu Changsheng to drop his jaw in disbelief. Ling Xiaozi slowly announced, Dear disciples, we will now begin the drawing of lots. Those who draw a lot will proceed to Yundu City to carry out their mission. What? This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it the heads of the sect who were supposed to draw lots? Why had the procedure changed? As Gu Changsheng mulled over these thoughts, a ball of light flew into his palm. All disciples, shatter the light ball in your hands. Those with characters will step forward, the elder steward declared loudly. Damn it! As Gu Changsheng crushed the light ball, he was astonished to find the words Yundu City emblazoned upon it. Chapter 46, The Arena of Carnage Yundu City? Upon seeing the words Yundu City appear in his palm, Lin Yi's lips curled into a pleased smile. The more challenging the sect's tasks, the more they would showcase his prowess. This journey to Yundu City would mark the day he rose to prominence within the Qingming sacred land. He was determined to astonish everyone. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Ye Qingcheng, and he silently prayed. She must take part in the Yundu City mission. Please, let it be so. In his mind, as long as he could embark on an adventure with a beautiful woman, he would surely capture her heart. He was convinced that Ye Qingcheng would be no exception. Moreover, he sought to inquire about the events at Wanghua Cliff. He refused to believe that Ye Qingcheng would deliberately harm him. There had to be some misunderstanding. He needed to clarify matters in person. Perhaps Lin Yi's prayer had borne fruit. The light ball in Ye Qingcheng's palm dissipated, revealing the words Yundu City. She quickly glanced at Gu Changsheng's palm and, upon seeing the same words, felt a surge of joy. To undertake the mission alongside Gu Changsheng was the perfect opportunity to deepen their bond. As for the danger, she was unconcerned. After all, she knew that the Yi family had secretly dispatched protectors to watch over her. Should any peril arise, assistance would surely come. Why is there nothing in my palm? Seeing Gu Changsheng and Ye Qingcheng with the words Yundu City in their hands, Su Qingyao burst into tears. Gu Changsheng gently patted Su Qingyao's shoulder, comforting her, I don't wish to go either. Junior sister, please don't cry. If I manage to return from Yundu City, I will bring you some candied hawthorns. He spoke from the heart. He truly did not wish to go. Moreover, this plot originally had nothing to do with him, yet he had now become a member of the team, undoubtedly facing grave danger. Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng both possessed the aura of protagonists, so they were unlikely to perish. He, however, was different. There was a real risk that Lin Yi, the fool, might be the cause of his demise. System, get out here right now. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? If I die in Yundu City, does that count as completing the plot? The system remained unresponsive. Damn it. So the system chooses to remain silent at this critical moment. Huh? Host, please calm down. Branch plot, Yundu City, is activated. Rest assured, all deviations will ultimately converge back to the main storyline. Finally, the system's notification echoed after a few moments of silence. Though it was the same old rhetoric, at least it was an explanation. An explanation was certainly better than none. Since all deviations from the plot would eventually return to the main storyline, he felt a modicum of relief. System. This time, there is an elder from the Huangji realm overseeing matters. My situation is dire. What if I die? Does that count as a perfect completion of the plot? Another moment of silence ensued. Ding. Host perfectly restores character setting. System grants rewards. Reward. Advanced Substitute Puppet X3. Advanced Substitute Puppets. When combined with the Tao Tribulation Substitute Secret Technique, enable the host to withstand a fatal blow. Note. Fatal blows below the Emperor realm can be perfectly resisted. Damn it. Does that mean I can withstand all fatal blows from those below the Emperor realm? In this world, there are no longer any emperors. Even quasi-emperors are a rarity. Even if I encounter a quasi-emperor, I should be able to preserve my life. Unbelievable. But if I possess such a powerful life-saving artifact, how will Lin Yi defeat me? System, are you certain you are not digging a pit for me? Host, please do not doubt this system's sincerity. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Love you. Damn it. Not giving you a bad review is already generous. 5 stars is out of the question. Seeing Gu Changsheng dazed and frozen in place, Ye Qingcheng assumed he was worried about the potential dangers of the mission. She linked her arm with his, softly reassuring him, Brother Changsheng, there is no need to worry. With Qingcheng by your side, no one can harm even a hair on your head. In the original character setting, Gu Changsheng's fear of death was indeed one of his traits. At that moment, Gu Changsheng had already regained his composure, realizing that Ye Qingcheng had misunderstood him. He could not be bothered to explain. Instead, he nodded and gently caressed her delicate hand, saying, Qingcheng, I am counting on you. Su Qingyao watched as Ye Qingcheng would accompany her senior brother on the mission, and jealousy surged within her heart. She harbored no fear of the perilous tasks ahead, but rather an overwhelming dread of her senior brother's association with other women, particularly in the face of such arduous missions, where the intensity of battle could ignite an uncontrollable surge of chemistry between them. She could not help but envision the unsettling image of Gu Changsheng and Ye Qingcheng engaged in a game of poker, sending her into a frenzy. However, the situation was beyond her control, and no one could alter the course that had been set. The selection of the 20 core disciples tasked with the mission to Yunda City had been finalized, with Chao Quan, Ye Qingcheng, and Lin Yi representing Taishan Peak, while Gu Changsheng stood for Ziyun Peak, alongside disciples from various other peaks. As the Holy Master concluded the meeting, both Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao gravitated towards Gu Changsheng, who, with open arms, welcomed the two stunning beauties into his embrace. This display ignited a fury within Lin Yi, who seethed with indignation. You scoundrel, Gu Changsheng, just wait until we leave Qingming's sacred land. I shall make you pay for this. In a bid to provoke Lin Yi further, Gu Changsheng deliberately let his hand slide from Ye Qingcheng's slender waist to her derriere. The fated male protagonist required external stimuli to unlock his potential, and Gu Changsheng was determined to provide Lin Yi with the necessary provocation. The rest is up to you now, Izai. Do your best. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Gu Changsheng intensified his antics, a gentle cough from behind caught their attention, accompanied by an imposing aura of the Saint King. Master? Master. Qingcheng pays her respects to Master Uncle. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang's stern visage standing behind them, the two women, who had been reveling in Gu Changsheng's embrace, sprang back as if startled cats. While others might be unperturbed, the strictness of their master was notorious. Even Su Qingyao, known for her rebelliousness, adhered to decorum in the presence of Master Qin Wushuang. Qingyao, your senior brothers have grown up together, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Yet, you are no longer a child. Clinging to your senior brother like that is hardly appropriate. Such disregard for propriety will not bode well for your future marriage prospects. As Qin Wushuang reprimanded them, jealousy simmered within her heart. As a master, she bore the weight of many considerations, and were it not for the confining constraints imposed upon her, she would yearn to indulge in the same fleeting joy experienced by her disciples. Seeing Su Qingyao and Ye Qingcheng nestled in Gu Changsheng's arms was intolerable. She could only assert her authority to interrupt. Ye Qingcheng, my disciple harbors deep feelings for you. Do not let him down. As for your engagement, I shall discuss it thoroughly with your master, Yuan Jinzi. Until then, I hope you will conduct yourself with dignity. Qin Wushuang's tone was stern, resembling a warning. Ye Qingcheng, feeling disgruntled yet unable to defy her, respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. I shall remember your words. Changsheng, come here. I have something to discuss with you. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Qin Wushuang's expression softened as she beckoned Gu Changsheng closer. Master, Please give your instructions. With a heart full of trepidation, Gu Changsheng approached Qin Wushuang and inquired cautiously. This mission may prove exceedingly perilous. I am concerned for your safety. Take this jade pendant. Should you encounter a formidable foe, shatter it, and I shall rush to your aid. As she spoke, Qin Wushuang removed the jade pendant she often wore and handed it to Gu Changsheng. Upon receiving it, Gu Changsheng felt a warmth emanate from the pendant. Qin Wushuang's body heat. He held it up to his nose and, with a playful grin, remarked, "Master, how fragrant! Impudent! Do not act recklessly. Should danger arise, remember to break the pendant." Qin Wushuang, upon hearing his playful comment, playfully poked his forehead with her delicate finger, offering a few more words of caution, akin to a worried mother from Blue Star sending her child off into the world. Gu Changsheng felt a warm sensation in his heart. Having lost his parents at an early age, he seldom experienced the affection of family. Here, with such a beautiful master concerned for him, he found it difficult to contemplate leaving. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was a fictional realm, not his Blue Star, creating a deep sense of conflict within him. "Senior brother, this is a liquor worm I have painstakingly nurtured. Please keep it close. It may assist you in your endeavors." At that moment, Su Qingyao approached, presenting Gu Changsheng with a delicate insect cage containing a liquor worm she had cultivated over many years. The liquor worm was a high-grade insect that could significantly enhance the user's potential and combat prowess without adverse effects, though it came at a considerable cost in terms of time and resources. Su Qingyao's gesture touched Gu Changsheng deeply. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Keep the liquor worm. Trust in your senior brother's strength. Besides, Master has provided me with the jade pendant. Be good and wait for me at Xian Peak. I will bring you some candied hawthorns when I return." With that, Gu Changsheng playfully pinched Su Qingyao's cheek. Truth be told, Gu Changsheng felt increasingly alienated from the plot, as the omniscient perspective he once possessed began to wane. The narrative was deviating from its expected course. This mission was originally intended to bolster Lin Yi's experience. Aside from the female lead, others were destined to perish. Would his involvement lead to his own demise? He was well aware of the male protagonist's aura of misfortune. Any task or quest involving a fated protagonist inevitably culminated in chaos, with the protagonist miraculously overcoming every obstacle, gaining wealth, and winning hearts, while others fell victim to their misfortune and became mere collateral damage. Regardless of status or experience, none were exempt from this fate. Contemplating the unfortunate souls who had perished under the male protagonist's shadow, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of tragic resolve. Yunda City, located within the eastern continent and under the jurisdiction of the Qingming Sacred Land, spanned over 1,000 miles. Surrounding it were several smaller satellite cities, with numerous prestigious families and minor sects in close proximity. To avoid alarming the enemy, the Sacred Land had instructed Gu Changsheng and his companions to disguise themselves as ordinary individuals, traveling in groups of 5 by carriage to Yunda City. As fate would have it, Gu Changsheng, Ye Qingcheng, Lin Yi, and 2 other disciples found themselves grouped together. The other 3 groups had already departed, leaving only theirs yet to set off. Why was that? Because Gu Changsheng had yet to arrive. After waiting for a while, they finally spotted Gu Changsheng, clad in a flowing green robe and accompanied by the maid Zhao Linger, strolling leisurely towards them. He was the antagonist. After all, tardiness was merely part of the act. Gu Changsheng was a dedicated villain, striving to present himself as a figure of widespread disdain to lay the groundwork for the male protagonist's triumph. Reflecting on his commitment, he felt a swell of emotion. "Gu Changsheng, you have some nerve being late for a mission from the Sacred Land." While the others remained silent, Lin Yi erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Changsheng. Indeed, the destined male protagonist shared his commitment to the role. Their characters were perfectly aligned. It appeared that within this fictional world, only the 2 of them were genuinely striving to maintain their personas and propel the plot forward. Gu Changsheng felt inclined to raise a middle finger at Lin Yi. "No. Wait, perhaps it was a thumbs up instead. Who told you I was late? Who set the time? You hold the lowest status here. What gives you the right to speak?" His words struck a chord with Lin Yi. In their group, he was indeed the least influential, as they were all senior brothers and true disciples. Yet, as the destined male protagonist, he would not back down, puffing out his chest defiantly. "Do not use your status to intimidate me. If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. One-on-one. You think you're worthy? Come back and challenge me when you've truly become a true disciple." Gu Changsheng looked down his nose at Lin Yi. indulging in mockery to the fullest extent. Apart from Lin Yi, Ye Qingcheng and the other two dared not utter a word. You. Lin Yi was rendered speechless by his retort. Get lost. What do you mean by you? A stutterer daring to argue with this master brother? Hurry up and set off. Can you bear the consequences if we delay the mission? After saying this, Changsheng took Ye Qingcheng's hand and boarded the carriage. Lin Yi nearly erupted in fury behind them. How infuriating. Changsheng, if I do not eliminate you, I vow never to be human. The carriage moved at a pace that could not compare to the flying speed of magical artifacts, as the group advanced slowly. Senior Sister Changsheng, I have some spirit oranges. Do try them. Lin Yi retrieved several golden oranges from his storage ring, peeled one, and offered it to Ye Qingcheng. Ye Qingcheng's expression remained utterly indifferent as she replied, Thank you, but I do not eat. Rejected, Lin Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Changsheng could not help but chuckle derisively. Heh, what a faithful dog. Why the derisive laughter? It was for the sake of character. Changsheng, who are you laughing at? And who do you call a faithful dog? Lin Yi understood that Changsheng was mocking him. He could hardly suppress his indignation and retorted. I laugh at those who are laughable. I never said the faithful dog was you. If you take it to heart, what can I do? Changsheng continued his taunting. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng nearly burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her jade hand, her expression irresistibly charming. The other two disciples sensed the tension within the carriage and dared not speak, fearing they might ignite the conflict. Chapter 48. Ginseng, goji berries, and soft-shelled turtle soup. Lin Yi seethed with rage, trembling all over, yet he suppressed his anger. He knew this was not the time to explode. But Changsheng continued to provoke him, saying, My throat is parched. I could really use a spirit orange to quench it. Hearing this, Ye Qingcheng unhesitatingly snatched an orange from Lin Yi's hand. Then, to Lin Yi's astonishment, she carefully peeled it, broke it apart, and placed it in Changsheng's mouth. Brother Changsheng, do you find it sour? After seeing Changsheng consume it, Ye Qingcheng asked with genuine concern. Her tender expression left the other two disciples envious beyond measure. They were showered with dog food. They all wished to jump from the carriage, eager to escape this place. It was utterly inconsiderate of the feelings of single dogs, especially since Ye Qingcheng was regarded as a noble goddess by all. Unlike the other two, Lin Yi was on the verge of an explosion. Lin Yi, you are so petty. What harm is there in sharing an orange? Look at how pained you are. Changsheng mocked Lin Yi while allowing Ye Qingcheng to feed him. Despicable. Despicable. How dare you, Changsheng, enjoy such tender care from Ye Qingcheng? Heavens, why must you treat me this way? I, Lin Yi, vow once more that one day, I will crush Changsheng beneath my feet, making him repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold for the enmity of a single orange. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. To avoid being seen as miserly by Ye Qingcheng, he forced down his anger and opened an orange, eating it with resentment. If he did not eat, Changsheng would consume them all. Lin Yi, do you have any more delicious food? Bring it all out. As the saying goes, one who eats alone has no blessings. Hearing Changsheng's words, Lin Yi's anger flared. And he shouted, If you crave it so much, why don't you bring your own? I have long abstained from food, living on air and dew, unlike you. Who is so worldly? Changsheng smirked, speaking haughtily. Finding fault where none existed was his forte. Changsheng, you are shameless. Had Lin Yi been confident of defeating Changsheng, he would have lost his temper long ago. Be quiet, Lin Yi. You keep saying Changsheng left and right. You should refer to him as Brother Gu. Ye Qingcheng's face grew somewhat cold as she spoke sternly to Lin Yi. It was out of the question for Lin Yi to refer to Changsheng as Brother Gu, but he gave Ye Qingcheng enough respect to close his mouth and cease the argument with Changsheng. Thus, the group bickered their way through the day until they finally reached Yenda City. As dusk fell, Ye Qingcheng proposed they first find an inn to settle down before contacting the other three groups to begin their investigation. Changsheng, aware of the plot, immediately heightened his senses, perceiving the surroundings with an extraordinary mental acuity. He detected a barely perceptible trace of demonic energy in the air. As night deepened, the others remained oblivious to the anomalies within the city. Lin Yi, there is demonic energy in the city. It likely emanates from the demon puppet sect. As Blood Demon entered the city, he quickly discerned the source of the demonic energy and informed Lin Yi. Demon puppet sect? Seeing that Lin Yi was unfamiliar with this demonic sect, Blood Demon began to enlighten him. The demon puppet sect specializes in crafting and controlling puppets, excelling in refining living beings into demonic puppets, hence the name. Oh, Lin Yi nodded in understanding. This Yunda city is not simple. It must be under the watch of formidable experts, so be cautious. Blood Demon continued. Since fleeing the Great Li Imperial Palace, Lin Yi had faced countless life-threatening situations. Yet, he always managed to turn peril into safety, gaining tremendous opportunities in the process. He believed this time would be no exception. Thus, rather than feeling fear, he felt a sense of anticipation. He cast a cold glance at the others, contemplating how to ensnare Ye Qingcheng should danger arise. Senior Sister Qingcheng. There is an inn ahead. Lin Yi pointed to an inn and called out to Ye Qingcheng. Ye Qingcheng looked in the direction of his finger and indeed spotted an inn. Brother Changsheng, it is getting late, and there happens to be an inn ahead. Why don't we rest there for the night, then contact the other 3 groups and plan further? Brother Gu, we have traveled all day and are weary. Let us stay here. Looking at the sign of the inn that read there is an inn, it was precisely the location where the plot unfolded. So he naturally had no objections. He nodded and said, very well, we shall follow your suggestion and find a few rooms to rest. Upon arriving at the inn, the wealthy Ye Qingcheng tossed a bag of silver to the innkeeper, securing 5 superior guest rooms. Returning to his room, Ye Qingcheng began to review the upcoming plot. According to the storyline in the original novel, the next day they would set out for the city lord's mansion to inquire about the deaths of the disciples from the Qingming sacred land. In truth, City Lord Sidu Xing had already allied with the demon puppet sect, transforming Yunda City into a stronghold for the demonic path. Lin Yi, with his protagonist's aura, was the first to sense the hidden schemes and had long been prepared to escape. By the time the others realized they were trapped, it would be too late. Surrounded by the elite forces of the demon puppet sect, all except Lin Yi, the 6th wheel who had prepared in advance to flee with Ye Qingcheng, would be slaughtered. Of course, following the usual tropes of novels, the protagonist's escape would undoubtedly encounter difficulties. An elder of the demon puppet sect, a formidable figure at the first level of the Huangji realm, would pursue Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng alone. However, Blood Demon, possessing Lin Yi, would unleash the flame lotus from the heavenly burning demon emperor's technique, injuring and successfully retreating back to the Qingming sacred land. Although Lin Yi would be gravely injured, he would gain fame from this battle. After learning the details of Yunda City from Lin Yi, Ling Xiaozi would be exceedingly furious, commanding Qin Wushuang and others to lead over 1,000 core disciples to not only exterminate the demonic forces in Yunda City, but also obliterate the millennial-old demon puppet sect. This operation would also forge a connection between Qin Wushuang and Lin Yi, leading to Qin Wushuang developing a fondness for this exceptional young man, laying the foundation for their future relationship. From the reader's perspective, Ye Qingcheng viewed the plot of the demon puppet sect as a mere experience-gaining side quest for Lin Yi. He needed to surpass the first layer of the yellow extreme realm and triumph over the Dark Elder, capturing the attention of the higher-ups in the sacred land. Simultaneously, he aimed to deepen his bond with Ye Qingcheng, while also laying the groundwork for his interactions with Qin Wushuang. Had he followed the original plot, it would have resulted in only Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng escaping, leaving the others to perish. Wouldn't that mean his demise as well? Death was unequivocally not an option, as he still had more than 20 chapters until his part was complete. The true test of his acting prowess lay in ensuring his survival without altering the established narrative. He decided to feign illness. Yes, he would claim that Lin Yi's oranges were the cause of his distress, leading to a night of discomfort. Cultivators possessed bodies far beyond mere mortals, rendering the notion of a stomach ailment implausible. Perhaps he could say he had encountered a mishap during his practice. But everyone knew he seldom engaged in such activities. Moreover, who would practice while on a mission? What excuse could he conjure? The more he pondered, the more it troubled him. Thus, Ye Qingcheng resolved to take things as they came. Just as he was about to retire for the night, Ye Qingcheng entered without knocking, cradling a bowl of soup in her hands. Brother Changsheng, after a long day of travel, are you not hungry? I had the kitchen prepare a special ginseng and goji turtle soup for you. What a generous offering. Ye Qingcheng, who had just begun to feel drowsy, was roused by Ye Qingcheng's arrival, and his spirits plummeted. Qingcheng, I'm not hungry. No, you are hungry. Come, drink this, she insisted, her face adorned with a smile that could enchant anyone. Yet, to Ye Qingcheng, there seemed to be an ulterior motive. Chapter 49. The Duel of Two Women in the Dead of Night. Ye Qingcheng delivered turtle soup to him. Was such a gesture truly necessary? A kindness offered without cause often harbors ulterior motives. Thank you for your kindness, Qingcheng, but I am really not hungry. Please take it back. Changsheng waved his hands, rejecting the bowl she presented. Seeing his refusal, Ye Qingcheng remained undeterred. She placed the soup on the table and filled a bowl to the brim, presenting it to him with a radiant smile. Changsheng, please drink this. It was specially made for you. As she tenderly scooped a spoonful, blowing on it gently before bringing it to his lips, he found himself unable to refuse her earnestness. The flavor was exquisite. The chef truly excelled. After savoring the soup, Changsheng expressed his genuine admiration. Qingcheng, don't just let me drink. You should have some too. No rush, brother Changsheng. You should drink more, she urged, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she insisted he finish the bowl. A flicker of cunning sparkled in her gaze. This soup feels peculiar. After consuming the entire bowl, Changsheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body growing weak. Eventually, he succumbed and collapsed into Ye Qingcheng's embrace. Brother Changsheng, after tonight, you shall belong to me, she declared, her voice laced with triumph. She twirled a strand of her hair and leaned closer, her delicate hand caressing his handsome face. The longer she gazed at him, the more exhilarated she became, leaning in to press her lips against his. In this soup, I added a love potion. The unfinished business from that day at the private residence shall be resolved tonight. Brother Changsheng, you are so handsome, so full of masculinity. It is my fault for being so naive, not understanding what a true man is, neglecting you. Now, I must make amends. I love you. She pressed herself against him, murmuring sweet nothings, her hands roving over his body, exploring from his face to his chest, and wandering lower. Approaching the belt area where she had previously faltered. Ye Qingcheng, release my senior brother. What are you planning to do to my senior brother? How dare you attempt to harm him again, you shameless wretch? Just as Ye Qingcheng prepared to proceed, the door swung open, revealing a woman's voice laced with indignation. Su Qingyao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Qingcheng's fury ignited. You again, ruining my plans. From the moment they entered the Qingming sacred land, the two had clashed repeatedly, often engaging in heated disputes. Now, both viewed each other as accomplices to Lin Yi, their enmity intensified by visions of the future that painted them as adversaries. Why are you here in Yenda City? Ye Qingcheng's expression was filled with resentment, her usually composed demeanor shaken. Reluctantly, she leaped off Changsheng's bed and summoned her frost sword. If I hadn't come, my senior brother would have fallen victim to your treachery. Su Qingyao, unyielding, drew her azure water sword. Have you been deceived by Lin Yi, wishing to harm my senior brother? In her mind, Su Qingyao believed Ye Qingcheng was the main female lead in Lin Yi's harem, having conspired against her senior brother multiple times. She was one of the culprits responsible for his dark transformation and eventual demise. Ye Qingcheng harbored similar thoughts. In her visions, Su Qingyao and Lin Yi were a pair, with Changsheng cast as the villain they sought to eliminate. Both women believed the other was wicked, while they themselves were defending Changsheng. Tension mounted as the two glared at each other, swords drawn. Changsheng, lying in bed, sighed at the unfolding chaos. In truth, he had already dispelled the potion's effects and was merely pretending to be unconscious. With his Hunyuan Dao body and 9 Dragon Emperor Qi, such a trivial concoction had no effect on him. It would be foolish not to feel moved by the advances of a stunning beauty like Ye Qingcheng. The system had assured him that even if the plot diverged, it would ultimately return to the main storyline. He had intended to bask in the benefits of the situation. But now Su Qingyao had interrupted. Her arrival was fortuitous. Otherwise, the escalating tension might have led to an explosive outcome. I will seek justice for my senior brother today. Su Qingyao's eyes gleamed with determination as she unleashed her spiritual energy, charging towards Ye Qingcheng. Stop your nonsense. For brother Changsheng, I shall teach you a lesson for your ingratitude. Ye Qingcheng retorted coldly, her frost sword transforming into a streak of icy light to meet Su Qingyao's advance. The two were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Unbelievable. These two girls, what are they trying to accomplish? Their characters are crumbling, but more importantly, they must not disrupt the side plot. Changsheng, donning a mask of feigned agony, slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. If he did not intervene swiftly, the commotion would attract others, and he would find it difficult to explain. You two, cease this at once. He rose from the bed, his voice firm. The two combatants froze, turning to face him, their expressions shifting from aggression to surprise. Gu Changsheng stood there, appearing unfazed. Ye Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. How was it possible that he was unharmed after consuming the soup laced with a love potion? Dare I ask, senior brother, are you all right? Su Qingyao, quick to react, rushed to his side, wrapping her arm around him with concern. Silly girl, I am the invincible senior brother. How could anything possibly harm me? Gu Changsheng replied with an air of pride, eliciting a playful scolding from her. How annoying, making me worry for nothing. Su Qingyao clung to Gu Changsheng's arm, swaying back and forth. Why aren't you staying in the sacred land? What brings you to the capital? Gu Changsheng asked, puzzled. This girl had been acting strangely of late, not only with a dramatic change in temperament, but also persistently shadowing him. I'm just worried about my senior brother. So I sneaked out to protect him in secret. Nonsense. Leaving the mountain without permission is punishable. Quickly return. Gu Changsheng adopted a stern demeanor, speaking with gravity. He feared that Su Qingyao's presence would disrupt the progression of the subplot, which was perilous, and he wished to keep her out of harm's way. Senior brother. Why so fierce? You're scaring Qingyao. Su Qingyao pouted, feigning cuteness. Gu Changsheng was instantly charmed, unable to maintain his sternness. He could only shake his head in resignation. Brother Changsheng? Ye Qingcheng approached timidly, hands clutching her skirt as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Changsheng could detoxify. He must have seen and heard everything she had just done. Though she spoke from the heart, being a girl, she felt bashful, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Realizing this, Ye Qingcheng's face turned scarlet. I didn't mean to. Ye Qingcheng sounded like a child caught misbehaving, her voice barely audible. Chapter 50. The breakfast in hand suddenly lost its appeal. Gu Changsheng felt quite pleased. How could he possibly scold her? Gazing at the two charming faces before him, he yearned to kiss them passionately. Smack. He merely thought of it, yet Su Qingyao truly kissed him, right in front of Ye Qingcheng. She planted a bold kiss on Gu Changsheng's cheek. How dare you? You dare to kiss brother Changsheng? I will kill you. Ye Qingcheng's previously calmed emotions flared up again, and she prepared to confront Su Qingyao. What to do? The two girls were ready for a confrontation, desperate for assistance. Ye Qingcheng, how long have you known my senior brother? I've grown up alongside him. He has even shared a bed with me. You, Su Qingyao. Seeing Ye Qingcheng's anger rise from her words, couldn't he help but feel smug, yet feigned innocence as she continued to fan the flames. Ye Qingcheng, why are you angry? There are many interesting stories between me and Gu Changsheng. For instance, once we went herb picking on the mountain, and my senior brother. As Su Qingyao recounted their past, Ye Qingcheng's expression darkened with fury, trembling as she pointed at Su Qingyao, exclaiming, You shameless creature. Clearly, Su Qingyao's words had successfully provoked Ye Qingcheng's wrath. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, listening to Su Qingyao reminisce, felt a hint of embarrassment cross his face. He inwardly lamented. This Su Qingyao truly had no filter. Should she accidentally reveal any of his past blunders, it would be utterly mortifying. To prevent Su Qingyao from continuing her tale, Gu Changsheng raised his voice, declaring, Enough. You both need to stop this. If we keep making noise, we'll expose our whereabouts, and if we fail the mission, we'll all face punishment from the sacred land. His tone carried an undeniable authority. At Gu Changsheng's shout, both Su Qingyao and Ye Qingcheng fell silent, exchanging glances, neither daring to speak further. What? You want to investigate too? Gu Changsheng looked at this troublesome girl before him, sighing in resignation as he asked, Little junior sister, do you even understand how formidable this task is? It's a matter of life and death. Su Qingyao blinked her innocent, sparkling eyes and replied earnestly, Senior brother, of course I know. That's precisely why I'm worried about your safety, following you quietly to protect you. Upon hearing Su Qingyao's words, Gu Changsheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He inwardly scoffed. With your meager skills, you think you can protect me? It would be fortunate if you didn't cause me trouble. However, in front of Su Qingyao, he couldn't directly expose her naivety. So he could only chuckle awkwardly to brush it off. In the original novel, Su Qingyao's displayed strength early on was indeed not remarkable. However, in the latter part of the story, she suddenly revealed astonishing prowess. It turned out she was the reincarnation of a demon clan empress, with divine blood flowing through her veins. And the legendary demon summoning banner could only be activated by her, commanding the myriad demons to assist Lin Yi in controlling a vast demonic force. Yet, all this was still a tale for another time. At this moment, the Su Qingyao, who had yet to awaken her bloodline power, was merely a novice adept in a little sorcery. But speaking of which, How could Ye Qingcheng, another central character, be inferior? She possessed the exceedingly rare profound Yin body by birth. This unique physical advantage led her to choose the path of the ice law in her cultivation, advancing rapidly. Ultimately, through relentless effort and fortuitous encounters, she successfully integrated the Ice Soul Tao, earning her the title of the Ice Empress. With her formidable abilities like Ice Soul Burial World, Profound Mirror Retrace Soul, and Lunar Eclipse Convergence, she accompanied Lin Yi through the heavens, overcoming countless trials, laying the groundwork for Lin Yi's ascension to the throne of the heavenly realm. Without Ye Qingcheng's support, Lin Yi's achievements would not have been easily attainable. At this moment, watching these two future prodigious heroines bicker over him, the antagonist Ye Qingcheng felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. They bore none of the grace one would expect from future empresses. The character deviations were not slight. It was an utter chaotic battleground. Ye Qingcheng's expression darkened as he declared, "This is sheer madness. Junior sister, you will stay here for the night and return to the sacred land at dawn." Then, he exerted all his effort to finally pacify the two emotionally charged heroines, escorting them back to their respective rooms. Once everything settled, Ye Qingcheng felt utterly drained. Dragging his weary body to his room and collapsing onto the bed, he inwardly gasped, "These women are truly difficult to please." The following morning, sunlight streamed onto Lin Yi's slightly excited face. Eagerly, he rushed to the market early in the morning, purchasing the most distinctive breakfast from the capital to bring back for Ye Qingcheng. Changsheng will surely be delighted to taste the breakfast I specially bought for her. Lin Yi envisioned the joyful smile that would illuminate Ye Qingcheng's face as she savored the meal. The blood demon within the necklace wore a look of disdain. She might not even like it. Impossible. If I bought it, Changsheng will definitely love it. The blood demon thought it was absurd. An outsider could see Ye Qingcheng's true feelings, while Lin Yi, immersed in his own emotions, believed she adored him. When Lin Yi excitedly arrived at Ye Qingcheng's room, he was taken aback to find it empty. Where could she have gone so early in the morning? Holding the still warm breakfast, Lin Yi began to search around, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a faint voice of a woman drifted into his ears. Lin Yi couldn't help but pause, straining to listen intently. Why did this voice sound so familiar? His eyes brightened suddenly. Could it be Ye Qingcheng's voice? What was she doing? Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi hurriedly followed the sound to a particular room. This was none other than Ye Qingcheng's chamber. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi endeavored to lighten his movements, cautiously peering through the narrow crack to observe the scene within. What he saw left him as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Inside, Ye Qingcheng was gently placing steaming, fragrant breakfast dishes on the table in Ye Qingcheng's room, her face radiating tenderness. Where was the aloofness she usually portrayed? She seemed nothing like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. She appeared to be nothing more than a devoted little wife. To Lin Yi's astonishment, in another corner of the room stood a beautiful figure, none other than Su Qingyao. This enchanting girl, who had long captured his attention with her penchant for playing with insects, was someone he intended to pursue after winning Ye Qingcheng's heart. To find her here in Ye Qingcheng's room was utterly unexpected. At this moment, both women wore bright smiles, eagerly presenting their meticulously chosen breakfasts to Ye Qingcheng, even feeding him. This heartwarming scene pierced Lin Yi's heart like a razor-sharp sword, causing the world around him to spin and crumble in an instant. The breakfast he had joyfully prepared for Ye Qingcheng now seemed to slip from his numbed hands. Devoid of all support. Chapter 51. The Mockery of the Crowd. Lin Yi's moment of glory sigh. Lin Yi, do you still not understand? The blood demon sighed from within the necklace, shaking his head. I understand, Lin Yi replied, his face contorted with resentment, his teeth clenched. That's good. As long as you understand. The blood demon assumed Lin Yi had grasped that Ye Qingcheng did not harbor feelings for him. However, I understand that Ye Qingcheng must be coerced by that scoundrel Ye Qingcheng, which is why she is so accommodating towards him. It must be like that. Lin Yi's comprehension was entirely off the mark. The blood demon nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Of course, being a remnant soul, he had no blood to expel. Had he possessed any, it would have surely been forced out in frustration. You can never awaken a super narcissist. I must eliminate that detestable Ye Qingcheng, I swear. Unable to bear the scene unfolding within, Lin Yi turned and left the doorway of Ye Qingcheng's room. Meanwhile, Ye Qingcheng was relishing the attentions of the two women, completely oblivious to Lin Yi outside. With his immense spiritual power, how could he not sense Lin Yi's presence? He was intentionally putting on a show for Lin Yi to witness. Let him seethe with anger. Let him roar. Such humiliation would only be more gratifying. The early characterizations of the two leading ladies could not be said to be crumbling. It was nothing short of a disaster. Only he and Lin Yi could uphold the plot, and Ye Qingcheng decided to intensify the provocation. And it could not cease. Lin Yi, you must contribute. For the success of this grand performance relies solely upon us. This is the Lord's mansion. The four groups from the Qingming Holy Land finally converged, arriving at the Lord's mansion in Yunde City. Senior Sister Chun Mei from Zayas Hufeng, hailing from Yunde City, took the lead, guiding them to the entrance of the mansion. Lord Situ Xing, the city lord, is a disciple dispatched here by the Qingming Holy Land 20 years ago, tasked with overseeing this city and paying tribute to the Holy Land annually. Senior Sister Chun, why was Lord Situ Xing sent away? Lin Yi, keenly sensing something amiss about the Lord's mansion, inquired about the most pressing concern. It is said that Situ Xing's talent was too lacking, and he could not progress further in the Holy Land, leading him to become disheartened and voluntarily request to take the position of city lord here. This reasoning seemed quite plausible, as it was not uncommon for disciples to realize their limitations and seek a position in the secular world to enjoy life, not entirely losing the experience of living. Let us enter the Lord's mansion and inquire about the recent happenings in Yunde City, Chen Mei suggested. The Lord's mansion was quite imposing. After the group stated their purpose to the guards, it wasn't long before a steward came out to greet them. As Ye Qingcheng stepped over the threshold, he felt a faint trace of demonic energy permeating the air. This demonic energy was evidently being deliberately concealed. It would be challenging to detect unless one possessed formidable spiritual strength. Lin Yi, prompted by the blood demon, also took note of it. Although Ye Qingcheng was aware of certain future events, they were all related to Ye Qingcheng. She remained oblivious to the specific subplot. As the group entered the hall, they found Lord Situ Xing awaiting them with his subordinates. Situ Xing appeared to be in his 50s, with a dignified demeanor and a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Despite his esteemed position as a city lord, he remained exceedingly humble before Ye Qingcheng and the others. It has been years since we last met. The city lord's grace remains unchanged. Chen Mei, recognizing Situ Xing, took the initiative to greet him. I am but an old man. I wish you all a bright path ahead. Please, come in. After some pleasantries, Situ Xing ushered everyone into the hall, where they took their seats. He instructed someone to serve tea, saying, esteemed guests, this is Yunde City's specialty, cloud mist tea. Though it is not enlightenment tea, it is fragrant and delightful. Please enjoy. City Lord, has Sun Tianan from the Qingming Holy Land visited Yunde City recently? Chen Mei took a sip of tea before broaching the most pertinent question. No, I have not seen him. Why? What has happened to Sun Tianan and the others? Situ Xing feigned surprise. Yet Lin Yi detected a barely perceptible hint of panic in his eyes. Thus, he did not drink the tea before him, but set it down gently. Ye Qingcheng, aware of the plot, understood that the tea was poisoned. To avoid disrupting the storyline, he refrained from warning the others against drinking it. He merely brought the teacup to his lips to pretend to sip. As the daughter of the Yi family, Ye Qingcheng was accustomed to drinking only the finest spiritual tea and naturally regarded this cloud mist tea with disdain. Recently, there have been rumors of demonic forces appearing near Yunde City, and Sun Tianan and his group were dispatched by the Holy Land to investigate. Yet, their soul tokens shattered overnight, indicating their demise. Chen Mei informed. What? They were all killed? Upon hearing this, Situ Xing feigned shock, rising from his seat. Such a thing? I will certainly order an investigation into the truth. If it is indeed the work of the demonic forces, I am willing to lead the charge. That would be greatly appreciated, City Lord. Chen Mei replied. Immortal, why do you not drink the tea? At that moment, a beautiful maid standing behind Lin Yi noticed he had not touched his tea. Her expression slightly altered, and she quickly leaned forward, offering the tea with a gentle tone. Lin Yi looked at the lovely maid before him, a devilish smile curling at his lips. I am not thirsty. Your lips appear parched. Why not have a sip instead? Lin Yi brought the tea to the maid's lips, saying, No, that would be improper. The maid gasped in shock, hastily pushing the cup away. Lin Yi, how can you be so rude? Chen Mei's expression darkened at Lin Yi's actions. Being the most senior and highest ranked in cultivation among the group, she naturally considered herself the spokesperson. The others were equally respectful of her authority. Seeing her admonish Lin Yi, they echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Lin Yi, You are being quite inconsiderate as a guest. You truly bring shame to the Holy Land. If you won't drink, then leave. Linny, upon hearing the jeers of the crowd, did not feel anger but instead allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. With a cold chuckle, he addressed the maid behind him. Your acting skills are indeed quite lacking. I presume there is poison in this tea? We have only fine tea here. How could there be poison? Do not jest, immortal. The maid's panicked expression revealed her inner turmoil. Sima Xing, noticing the unusual change in atmosphere, hastily intervened. Lin Daoist, what brings you to such accusations? Has the city lord wronged you in any way? Why must you humiliate me in such a manner? The others regarded Lin Yi with looks akin to that of observing a fool. They thought, it matters not if you offend the city lord, but do not involve us. If the city lord is angered, the standard of our hospitality will undoubtedly diminish. Linny, you are truly despicable. Linny mused, it is time to put on a show. Ignoring the disdainful gazes of the others, he forcefully smashed the teacup to the ground. As the tea spilled, a wisp of green smoke surged forth. This shocking scene instantly transformed the expressions of everyone present. Sima Xing's demeanor shifted from benevolence to malevolence, while the expressions of the other city lords' officials turned dark. Chun Mei and the others were filled with disbelief, tinged with fear. What? This tea is indeed problematic. The crowd exclaimed in unison, realizing the truth of Lin Yi's words. The tea was poisoned. Some began to cough violently, while others attempted to expel the toxins through their cultivation. They could never have imagined that the city lord, a disciple of the Qingming sacred land, would resort to such treachery in the tea. Chapter 52. Please strike the sixth brother on the public screen. What do you mean, Sima Xing? Chun Mei gazed at Sima Xing in shock, her face a portrait of disbelief. Ye Qingcheng, what does this mean? Is it not clear? Sima Xing has long since allied with the demon puppet sect. All those years of cultivation in the immortal path have been in vain. Seeing his plot exposed, Sima Xing no longer feigned innocence. His expression darkened, and the demonic aura around him radiated unabashedly. This is demonic energy. Why do you possess demonic energy? Huh? Is it not obvious? I have aligned myself with the demonic path. Following the orthodox methods could never allow me to achieve immortality. Only the demonic techniques can aid me in this quest. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with utter shock. You traitor, did you also cause the demise of Sun Tiannan and the others? Chun Mei asked, her face etched with terror, her voice trembling. Sima Xing, no longer concealing his true self, coldly replied, indeed, it was I. Absorbing the essence of mortals can no longer allow me to break through. Thus, I require the essence of cultivators. As he spoke, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the disciples of the Qingming sacred land. If I were to absorb all your essence, I could surely break through to the sixth or even seventh layer of the heavenly king realm. Ha ha ha. In contrast to the panic of others, Ye Qingcheng remained remarkably composed. This was hardly surprising. The female protagonist possessed her own pride. With a frostbitten countenance and a surge of spiritual energy within her, Ye Qingcheng coldly scoffed, Sima Xing, do you think we will surrender so easily? As she spoke, she summoned her innate treasure, the frostblade. With a flash of cold light, the temperature in the room plummeted, causing those of lower cultivation to shiver uncontrollably. The Xianin body, truly impressive. Offering you to the sect master would be a great merit. Sima Xing's eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld Ye Qingcheng, his tongue flicking across his lips like a predator eyeing its prey. The tea earlier contained a poison that suppresses your spiritual energy, though not lethal. You are now akin to mortals, unable to wield spells. Even if you still possess some power, you are merely at the concentration realm. What can you truly achieve? Submit. And when I absorb your essence, I can grant you a swift end. Sima Xing clapped his hands, and dozens of his subordinates, hidden in the shadows, sprang forth to encircle everyone. At that moment, Lin Yi, instinctively, crept to the back of the group near the door. He planned to escape at the first sign of trouble, adhering to his principle. The death of a friend does not concern the path of a cultivator. Allies exist only to delay the enemy. Senior Sister Chun, you have all been poisoned. Hurry and flee. I will hold them off. Ye Qingcheng unleashed her spiritual energy, positioning herself before her fellow disciples, ready to confront the forces of the demonic path, buying time for their escape. Very well, thank you, Ye Junior Sister. In such dire circumstances, survival took precedence. Hearing someone willing to be a hero, the others readily acquiesced. They turned to leave. only to find the disciples of the demon puppet sect had already blocked their path. Gu Changsheng, witnessing Ye Qingcheng step forward despite the peril, felt a stirring in his heart. He was neither a good person nor a villain. The 9 years of compulsory education in Blue Star instilled in him a moral compass. At this moment, Lin Yi was prepared to flee. Once the conflict erupted, he intended to use his precious teleportation talisman to escape. After all, the destined male protagonist values his life greatly. However, he could not allow Ye Qingcheng to endanger herself. He tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Qingcheng Jr. sister. This place is far too dangerous. We must retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. We should promptly return to the sacred land and report the situation. The elders will avenge us. The mission is paramount." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng felt a wave of disgust. Just as she envisioned, in times of danger, he only thought of himself. "Lin Yi, await your reckoning. I shall take your life one day." "Dog, is that polite?" All of this transpired under Gu Changsheng's watchful eye. A cold smile crept across his lips. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction within. It had to be you, Lin Yi, perfectly recreating the plot. With you here, this novel world is bound to be chaotic. But on the other hand, I am also present. I cannot afford to die. I still have over 20 chapters of plot left. As he internally grumbled, Lin Yi revealed a sinister smile. He took a few steps forward, positioning himself behind Gu Changsheng. "Gu Changsheng, you are unaffected by the poison. As the eldest disciple, why not help us fend off the enemies here while I take Ye Junior's sister to safety?" With that, he forcefully kicked Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, caught off guard by Lin Yi's treachery, was propelled toward the crowd of demonic cultivators. "Lin Yi, I curse you." As he sent Gu Changsheng flying, Lin Yi grasped Ye Qingcheng's hand, preparing to escape. "Qingcheng Jr. sister, now's our chance. Hurry, or it will be too late." Let Gu Changsheng hold off the demonic cultivators. Let him meet his demise, and you will no longer be coerced by him. Lin Yi seized Ye Qingcheng's hand, intent on using the teleportation talisman to flee. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel!" Ye Qingcheng, realizing Lin Yi's despicable nature, was taken aback by his utter treachery. She unleashed her spiritual energy, shaking off Lin Yi's grip, then delivered a sharp slap to his face. "Get away from me." With that, her anxious gaze turned toward Gu Changsheng as he flew into the throng of demonic cultivators. All of this transpired in an instant. The others finally reacted, shocked to see Lin Yi had deliberately kicked Gu Changsheng into the crowd of demonic cultivators. It was clear he intended to kill Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng cursed Lin Yi 1,000 times in his heart. The demonic cultivators were equally stunned, never expecting that among the disciples of the Qingming sacred land, there could be such a treacherous individual. To think that one of their own would betray them. Had the disciples of the Qingming sacred land united against a common foe, they might have had to exercise caution. Yet now, this infighting was a gift handed to them on a silver platter. As Gu Changsheng was violently kicked away like a cannonball, the followers of the demonic path rejoiced, raising their gleaming weapons without hesitation, grinning malevolently as they prepared to strike down this unfortunate soul. "Humph, if I cannot deal with that so-called destined protagonist, can I not handle you mere lackeys?" A flicker of divine light shone in Gu Changsheng's eyes as he steadied himself. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A deep and resonant dragon's roar suddenly echoed, reminiscent of ancient times, deafening in its intensity. This unexpected turn of events caused several timid disciples of the demonic path to turn pale, their faces filled with terror as they hurriedly attempted to retreat. Yet, it was already too late. With a mere thought, the Jinhuan sword, long concealed within the purple-gold sword-nurturing gourd, shot forth. The sword gleamed with a dazzling azure light, and a fierce sword chi howled through the air, descending like a torrential storm. Each day, the Jinhuan sword had been gathering sword chi within the gourd, and now, releasing merely dozens of them, unleashed an utterly terrifying power. The disciple at the forefront of the demon puppet sect had no time to react before being mercilessly shredded by the horrifying sword chi, blood and flesh flying. A sight too gruesome to behold. In an instant, the hall of the city lord's mansion was suffused with an acrid, pungent scent of blood. Staring at the sprawled bodies of the demon puppet sect disciples and the severed limbs scattered about, Situ Xing was left utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable individual among the disciples sent by the sacred ground. Not only Situ Xing, but even the members of the Qingming sacred ground were left speechless. This was their first encounter with Gu Changsheng's true strength. Previously, They had only heard tales of the senior brother from Ziyun Peak, regarded as a mere facade, lacking in skill, greedy, and lecherous. During every sect competition, he either claimed to be ill or spoke of cultivation mishaps. Thus, few had witnessed his actual prowess. Today, they finally beheld his might. It turned out that Ye Qingcheng's strength was so formidable. Why then had he concealed his talents? The crowd found themselves perplexed. "Brother Changsheng, you're amazing. Qingtian adores you," suddenly exclaimed Ye Qingtian, her voice ringing out amidst the silence. Chapter 53. Lin Yi's regret. Lin Yi, who had already taken out a teleportation talisman in preparation to escape, was also taken aback by this scene. Ye Qingcheng was rampaging. Ye Qingtian was openly declaring her love. "I am the protagonist, as the destined male lead. How can I allow Ye Qingcheng to steal the spotlight?" Lin Yi thought to himself that he had been overly cautious. It turned out these demonic path followers were so incompetent, I could handle them too. Damn it, that kick just now had inadvertently aided Ye Qingcheng. Thinking about it made him feel more nauseated than swallowing a fly. He absolutely could not let Ye Qingcheng take all the glory. With this in mind, Lin Yi put away the teleportation talisman. He then drew the heavy sword, Black Abyss, from behind and shouted as he charged towards Shang. He thought to capture the leader first. If he could seize Shang, the success of this mission would be his. "Shang, you traitor, why not surrender?" Before the words left his mouth, Lin Yi leaped into the air, akin to a war god descending from the heavens, rushing towards Shang. In his hand, he gripped the Black Abyss sword, its blade engulfed in roaring flames of crimson, as if it could ignite the very heavens. The intense flames surged and danced, emanating an overwhelming heat wave, suffocating in its approach. Faced with Lin Yi's formidable presence, Shang was initially taken aback, but soon his astonishment was replaced by a chilling glare. A glint of icy malice flashed in his eyes, followed by a disdainful scoff as he declared, "Humph, such an arrogant fool. Today, I shall show you the high-level demon puppet I have meticulously crafted." As he spoke, Shang swiftly formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations. With a flicker of eerie light, a colossal black humanoid puppet, radiating an unending aura of malevolence, suddenly materialized before everyone. This puppet was no ordinary creation. It was forged from the body of a strong cultivator and nourished by the souls of countless lives, requiring a decade of effort to complete. The malevolent power and terrifying aura it contained were enough to instill fear in anyone. Upon its appearance, the high-level demon puppet raised a fearsome wolf-toothed club, charging towards Lin Yi with the force of a landslide. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated, deafening all. The Black Abyss sword clashed violently with the wolf-toothed club, sending dazzling sparks flying and resulting in a deep, resonating boom. The wolf-toothed club wielded by the high-level demon puppet was merely an ordinary artifact, while Lin Yi's Black Abyss sword was a true Dao artifact. The disparity in power was immense. Upon impact, the wolf-toothed club shattered instantly. Lin Yi was overjoyed at this sight. With a sudden surge of strength, he brought the Black Abyss sword down upon the high-level demon puppet. He had believed this strike would cleave the puppet in two, only to be shocked when the unexpected happened. The high-level demon puppet seized the Black Abyss sword with both hands, displaying an astonishing strength that rendered Lin Yi incapable of delivering the blow. The situation descended into a stalemate. "Lin Yi, please hold off the enemy for us. We'll return to fetch reinforcements." "Thank you, Lin Yi. We shall report this matter to the sacred ground and summon elders to handle it. Take care, junior brother Lin." Witnessing Lin Yi's proactive engagement with Shang, the other members of Qingming's sacred ground swiftly made their escape from the city lord's mansion. What a bunch of traitors, so utterly lacking in loyalty. Ye Qingcheng internally scoffed. "Brother Changsheng, we should hurry. If there are more demonic experts, we could be in trouble." He was then pulled away by Ye Qingtian as they fled. "What on earth? You all?" Lin Yi was left speechless, his insides churning with regret. Why did he have to be the one to stick his neck out? Wouldn't it have been better to slip away earlier? "Lin Yi, you are too impulsive. Do not linger in battle. Run now. It is unwise to remain here." Blood Demon's voice carried an urgency. "Understood." Lin Yi nodded, realizing he must quickly escape from the high-level demon puppet. Seeing the others from Qingming's sacred ground attempting to flee, Shang understood he could not allow their escape. He immediately retrieved a communication jade talisman and shattered it. Following that, he swiftly formed seals again, summoning another high-level demon puppet to charge at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he fought to retrieve his Black Abyss sword. preparing to face two high-level demon puppets. Both of these puppets were crafted from the bodies of strong cultivators, nourished by the blood and souls of countless citizens, making them fearsome entities. Without the ability to cast spells or techniques, they were nonetheless incredibly formidable in combat. Fearless and impervious to pain, they possessed immense strength. Even when injured, they could recover in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi found himself pressed back by the two puppets, the situation growing increasingly perilous. He cursed Ye Qingcheng in his heart. If it weren't for Ye Qingcheng, he would have long since escaped using the teleportation talisman and would not have foolishly chosen to show off. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, continuously cursing Ye Qingcheng. Meanwhile, just as Ye Qingcheng and his companions burst out of the city lordess mansion, they were confronted by a throng of demon puppet sect disciples. Among this group were several powerful cultivators, with the leader being a formidable figure of the heavenly king realm. In the Qingming sacred ground, apart from Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng, the others had been poisoned and were now as defenseless as ordinary mortals. Faced with such formidable foes, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Jie, where do you think you're running? Surrender and become our puppet. The leader of the demon puppet sect, a formidable figure of the heavenly sovereign realm, cast a brief glance over the crowd from the Qingming sacred land and immediately fixated on the ethereal beauty of Ye Qingcheng, whose eyes sparkled with a sinister glimmer. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to find a little beauty here. Listen well, everyone else is to be killed. This little beauty will be kept for myself. I intend to turn her into a beautiful doll. Senior brother, what about that other female cultivator from the Qingming sacred land? She's too old. Eliminate her. Understood, senior brother. With that, the members of the demon puppet sect summoned their own life-bound puppets, each more fearsome than the last, preparing to wipe out Ye Qingcheng and his companions. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng's expression turned icy. Turn me into a puppet? How dare you? You're courting death. Even if you are a heavenly sovereign, I shall pierce you with several holes. Chun Mei's expression soured even further. What do you mean too old? I am merely a year older than Ye Qingcheng. After spending an hour daily maintaining her skin, how could they dare call her too old? One may be killed, but not insulted. Always cackling. How annoying. Can you not make other sounds? Chapter 54. I just want to be a fearful, beautiful man, Ye Junior sister. Gu Junior brother, you two have not been poisoned. It is up to you now. Chun Mei said, quietly retreating behind Ye Changsheng and Ye Qingcheng. The other disciples followed suit. It was not their fault. At this moment, they were as powerless as ordinary mortals, with the demonic forces slaughtering them with ease. Ye Changsheng surveyed the opposing heavenly sovereign and several spirit condensation realm cultivators, along with the multitude of puppets, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Was it his role, as a villain, to step forward? Where was the justice in that? As he pondered, the demonic forces, disregarding martial ethics, initiated their assault. Several spirit condensation realm experts manipulated the puppets to charge at the Qingming sacred land disciples. These puppets exuded a fearsome aura, imbued with immense strength and an utter disregard for their own lives, engaging in close combat without hesitation. Monstrous fiends, do not lay a hand on my brother Changsheng. Die. Ye Qingcheng, fiery as a blazing inferno, summoned her frost sword and, with a fierce shout, positioned herself before him. With her strength, dealing with one or two puppets was effortless. However, the adversaries had no intention of allowing her a chance for a fair fight, as they all converged to encircle her. Yet, under the command of the sect's senior brother, the adversaries sought to capture Ye Qingcheng alive, thus refraining from delivering lethal blows. After several exchanges, beads of sweat began to form at her temples. Ye Changsheng's persona was that of a cowardly man, and at this moment, he was perfectly embodying this role. Standing aside to cheer for Ye Qingcheng. Qingcheng, be careful. Qingcheng, watch behind you. Qingcheng, to your left. The other disciples of the Qingming sacred land looked at Ye Qingcheng with disdain, having witnessed his earlier prowess. With such exceptional skill, why did he choose cowardice? He merely hid behind a woman, shouting encouragement. How embarrassing. No wonder he had pursued Ye Qingcheng for 3 years, yet she remained indifferent. Seeing the scornful looks from others, Ye Qingcheng remained unfazed. You know nothing. I am the true master of performance. You mere extras do not comprehend the essence of acting. Looks like you're just a useless pretty boy, hiding behind a woman. I'll send you to your grave first. A spirit condensation realm demon cultivator, mistaking Ye Qingcheng for an easy target due to his cowardice, commanded a puppet to swing a large blade at him. Damn it. When faced with the choice between maintaining his persona and preserving his life, Gu Changsheng decisively chose the latter. His eyes glimmered with cold light as he raised his right hand, summoning his life-bound flying sword, Jinhua. Get lost. Stop being a nuisance. With a flick of his finger, the Jinhua erupted with azure brilliance, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that obliterated the puppet and the demon disciple in one fell swoop. This strike astonished all present. What powerful sword chi! It turns out you were the strongest among them. How vile! You were merely pretending to be weak. The senior brother of the demon puppet sect, realizing Gu Changsheng's true strength, turned pale and shouted, "Everyone, focus on eliminating this brat first. The rest are insignificant." Understood, senior brother. Upon hearing the command, the crowd redirected their assault towards Gu Changsheng. Seriously? I can't even enjoy being a soft-handed, beautiful man in peace. Gu Changsheng sighed as he looked at the pack of spirit condensation realm demon disciples charging at him like wolves. Even the trees wish for stillness. Yet the wind refuses to cease. Shaking his head, he unleashed his spiritual energy once more, sending forth countless sword chi to envelop the assailants. As expected, they could only withstand a brief moment before being decimated by his sword chi, leaving a scene of utter carnage. The ground was stained with blood, the air thick with the scent of death. The anguished cries echoed, resembling a haunting symphony of demise that sent chills down one's spine. The senior brother of the demon puppet sect gazed upon the bloody spectacle below, his face ashen, his already terrifying features rendered even more fearsome. His eyes, blazing with fury, fixated on Gu Changsheng, his entire being trembling with rage. How dare you? You have slain so many of my comrades. Today, I shall eradicate you without mercy. The senior brother of the demon puppet sect seethed, his teeth clenched. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations. Suddenly, a dark light surged from his body, and a massive, grotesque puppet appeared beside him. This puppet was unlike any ordinary one. It radiated a chillingly powerful aura. Crafted at great cost by the sect, using the corpse of a heavenly sovereign cultivator as the core, supplemented with vast amounts of cultivator blood and numerous precious materials. This puppet was not only impervious to harm but also possessed astonishing abilities, capable of unleashing formidable spells. Kill everyone here. With a command from the senior brother, he continuously altered the seals in his hands. The puppet sprang into action, its previously lifeless eyes now glimmering with a green light, akin to two icy bolts of lightning slicing through the air. It opened its terrifying maw and unleashed a torrent of black flying swords. These swords descended like a storm, a deluge of darkness sweeping towards Gu Changsheng. In that critical moment, Ye Qingcheng unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Gu Changsheng. With a fierce cry, her frost sword erupted with dazzling cold light. In an instant, the frost sword transformed into an impenetrable barrier of blades, attempting to ward off the onslaught of black flying swords. Ridiculous. A mere spirit condensation realm cultivator thinks she can stop me? Die. The senior brother of the demon puppet sect bellowed. This was alarming. Ye Qingcheng sensed the terrifying nature of the attack, a wave of dread surging within her. Chapter 55. What is happening with these two? Killing across realms as if it were child's play. Upon witnessing the imminent danger facing Ye Qingcheng, Gu Changsheng could not remain idle. Should the female protagonist perish while protecting him, the narrative of the novel would undoubtedly unravel, and his conscience would bear the weight of guilt. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changsheng's aura surged forth, his figure darting like lightning. Just as the rain of swords descended, he wielded his sword, Changsheng, slicing through the air, manifesting countless strands of sword energy that coalesced into a vast net, spanning dozens of yards, effectively blocking the impending attack. Brother Changsheng, thank you for saving me, Ye Qingcheng exclaimed, still shaken, as she instinctively leaned against him. Even in such dire circumstances, she did not forget to express her fondness for him. The other disciples of the Qingming sacred land erupted in cheers. Had the multitude of black swords fallen, not only would Ye Qingcheng have met her demise, but they too would have faced certain death. Fortuitously, Gu Changsheng had intervened at a critical moment, preserving their lives, at least for now. Senior brother Gu, quickly slay this demonic senior brother and lead us back to the sect. Yes, senior brother Gu, we rely on you. Junior brother Gu, the senior sister is counting on you. Chun Mei and the others encouraged Gu Changsheng, their only hope for survival resting upon him. Despite any past animosities, they could only feign admiration now. Ye Qingcheng harbored no fondness for these individuals. In her memories, They were complicit in Gu Changsheng's demise when Lin Yi had pressured him. Their ugly faces lingered in her mind. Gu Changsheng's actions were not driven by a desire to protect his fellow disciples, but rather by a fear that any harm to the female protagonist might jeopardize the fabric of the narrative. The demonic senior brother. Witnessing Gu Changsheng effortlessly deflecting the sword rain conjured by his puppet, felt a shift in his demeanor. Despite being a level above Gu Changsheng, he could not fathom why the latter remained so composed. It seemed he had not exerted his full strength to dispel the attack, igniting a sense of dread within him. In the midst of battle, courage prevails. The moment doubt creeps into either side's heart, the outcome becomes evident. Impossible. You are merely at the condensing spirit stage. That was mere luck. You shall not be so fortunate again. The demonic senior brother bellowed, his eyes turning crimson. His aura surging as he ascended from the 1st to the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. Gu Changsheng had no intention of killing this demonic senior brother, for that was not his role. Yet, the adversary, driven by embarrassment and rage, was willing to burn his essence to eliminate Gu Changsheng. You are the first and the last to force me to this extremity. With that, he spat blood onto the puppet, which immediately became frenzied. Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of annoyance. When did I compel you to burn your essence? Are you out of your mind? Did I wrong you, or push your child into a well? As he observed the demonic senior brother and his puppet charging at him like mad dogs, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of resignation. As fellow antagonists, he had no desire to torment the other. However, the winds of fate were unyielding. With this in mind, he could not be held accountable for what transpired next. Gu Changsheng's usual playful demeanor gave way to an extraordinarily serious expression. He gently gestured for Ye Qingcheng to retreat, his movement deceptively gentle yet imbued with an uncommon authority. Once Ye Qingcheng had distanced herself to safety, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened them wide, unleashing 2 dazzling golden beams of light that blazed forth as if 2 suns had risen, rendering it impossible to look directly at him. A formidable aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempestuous tide. In an instant, a deep, resonant dragon's roar emanated from within him, initially faint, but quickly crescendoing into a thunderous sound that echoed across the heavens. As the crowd stood in astonishment, an even more astonishing sight materialized. Behind Gu Changsheng, a colossal golden dragon phantom slowly emerged. Its entire form radiated a brilliant golden light, with every scale vividly apparent. Seemingly alive, it coiled majestically in the air, its claws poised, exuding an imposing presence as if it were about to break through the void and descend into the mortal realm. Having refined the mysterious dragon blood gem gifted by Ye Qingcheng, Gu Changsheng had unlocked the power of the 9 dragons' sovereign qi. With the emergence of this sovereign energy, all malevolence would dissipate. Gazing upon the magnificent and awe-inspiring golden dragon phantom, an indescribable reverence surged within Chun Mei and the others. They felt as though they had become insignificant as ants beneath this overwhelming pressure, even experiencing an impulse to kneel and worship. This is truly a dragon phantom. What immense power. I never imagined Senior Brother Gu had been concealing such formidable abilities, truly unfathomable. Senior Brother Gu must have been deliberately keeping a low profile, unwilling to reveal his true strength. Such a demeanor is beyond our reach. Given this situation, Gu Changsheng undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to compete for the title of Holy Son. Someone in the crowd boldly proclaimed this, and others nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. In no time, exclamations of awe and discussions erupted, filling the air. At that moment, Ye Qingcheng's heart was entirely consumed by thoughts of Gu Changsheng, rendering her oblivious to the words of others. Brother Changsheng, so handsome, so valiant, so manly. Qingcheng is captivated. Here, she referred to her eyes. As Gu Changsheng unleashed the power of the 9 dragon sovereign qi, the fate of the demonic senior brother was already sealed. With a swing of his sword, infused with the might of the dragon, the sword energy cleaved through the heavens and earth, eclipsing the sun and moon and inverting the cosmos. In an instant, the demonic senior brother and his puppet were reduced to mere fragments, dead beyond resurrection. No jesting here. This was the strongest trump card of the fated protagonist, Lin Yi. In the early narrative, and it remained effective in Gu Changsheng's hands. Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly. Seeing that Gu Changsheng and Ye Qingcheng had resolved the situation with the demonic sect, Chen Mei immediately suggested they return to the sacred land to report the events. Should we wait for Lin Yi? At that moment, a thoughtless disciple suddenly inquired. A hush fell over the crowd. After such a long time without a word. He must be in grave peril. We have lost our cultivation. It is best we flee and return to the sacred land to seek guidance from the Holy Master. We cannot allow Lin Yi's sacrifice to be in vain. Chun Mei silently cursed the thoughtless disciple, yet spoke with a facade of righteousness. To all, it was evident that Lin Yi's confrontation with Situ Xing would end poorly. He had only just entered the condensing spirit stage. While the latter possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, and they were on the enemy's home turf, Lin Yi's demise was assured. It was merely a question of how long he could delay Situ Xing. Among the group, only Ye Qingcheng and Changsheng believed Lin Yi was still alive. Wait for me. Just as the group prepared to flee, Lin Yi's voice echoed from behind them. Everyone turned to see him, bloodied and staggering from the city lord's mansion. Appearing quite disheveled. Linny, are you all right? Chun Mei stammered in shock. Seeing Lin Yi's battered state, yet marveling at his escape from the city lord's mansion. Quick, I killed Situ Xing. But a powerful emperor-level expert is pursuing us, likely an elder from the demonic sect. We must run. As Linny spoke, he dashed forward. What? You killed the 5th level Situ Xing. Chun Mei's heart sank. While Changsheng's prowess was understandable as the senior brother of Ziyun Peak, Lin Yi had only recently joined the sacred land. How could he possibly have slain the 5th level Situ Xing? Chapter 56. The arrival of the sage. In a desperate bid to eliminate Situ Xing, Lin Yi resorted to all his trump cards. Ultimately, he was compelled to employ the power of the Qilin's right arm to subdue Situ Xing. However, he too was left in a dire state, severely injured and nearly depleted of spiritual energy. Yet, as the destined protagonist, each perilous encounter bestowed upon him opportunities, and this instance was no exception. He acquired Situ Xing's storage ring, which contained not only a wealth of spiritual stones and medicinal pills, but also several puppets along with methods to control them. Thus, from this battle, he emerged with further gains. Before his demise, Situ Xing signaled to an elder of the demon puppet sect, who was in seclusion not far from Yunda City. This elder, possessing the Imperial Extreme Realm, was hastening towards their location. The branch of the demon puppet sect in Yunda City, painstakingly established, could not be allowed to perish so easily. Lin Yi intentionally led the elder here, achieving a dual purpose. He could have Changsheng and the others stall the opponent, while simultaneously ensnaring Changsheng. Lin Yi's demon monarch's vanishing steps allowed him to move swiftly without expending spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Truly, he was deserving of admiration. Even rabbits would hail him as an ancestor. Observing the direction in which the foe fled, Changsheng silently commended Lin Yi. I have sent a distress signal to the sect, but it will take several hours for reinforcements to arrive. We should flee as well. Chun Mei suggested just as dark demonic energy began to roll in from the horizon, indicating the arrival of the Imperial Extreme Realm powerhouse from the demon puppet sect. Is that an Imperial Extreme Realm expert? What are we to do? Chen Shiji, think of something. Indeed, you are the most experienced and powerful among us. Please come up with a solution. At this moment, everyone had consumed the clear spirit pills that Changsheng provided, and their cultivation was gradually recovering. Chen Mei, the eldest sister of Shaozhu Peak and the only cultivator at the first layer of the Heavenly King realm, bore the weight of their hopes. Seeing the eager gazes of her companions, Chen Mei felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Internally she lamented, "What do you want from me? The opponent is an Imperial Extreme Realm expert. If my cultivation had been restored, I would have fled long ago instead of indulging in this idle chatter. Gushidi, what do you think we should do?" Chun Mei hastily redirected the question to Changsheng, who had just revealed himself. You stepped forward. So now you shall bear the burden. How should one perceive this situation? One could only observe passively. As a cultivator at the concentration realm, even if I unleashed the might of the 9 dragons' imperial chi to vanquish a Heavenly King realm adversary, it would only be within the confines of the mid-tier 3 realms. The disparity between the Imperial Extreme Realm and the Heavenly King Realm is not merely one of boundary, but a qualitative leap, allowing mastery over a portion of the laws of heaven and earth, turning the tides of battle at will. While the group deliberated their strategy, the elder of the demon puppet sect had already reached their vicinity. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Imperial Extreme Realm left everyone feeling as if they were suffocating. Changsheng remained relatively unscathed due to his innate mixed-element body and the 9 dragons' imperial chi, but Ye Qingcheng's complexion paled, her body trembling, though her expression remained resolute. This was not due to a lack of fear for death, but rather the knowledge that her protector was about to arrive. You disciples of the Qingming sacred land, are you the ones who killed Sidu Xing and my disciple? The elder of the demon puppet sect, shrouded in black, demonic energy, exuded an air of mystery. It was not us. It was him and Lin Yi who did it. One terrified disciple pointed towards Ye Qingcheng and the fleeing Lin Yi. Despicable. The elder of the demon puppet sect expressed his disdain for such cowardice. With a mere wave of his hand, the disciple was obliterated before he could react. Sun Shitty? Is this the terrifying power of the Imperial Extreme Realm? To annihilate a concentration realm cultivator with a single gesture? We're doomed. Seeing the true strength of the Imperial Extreme Realm expert, panic engulfed the crowd, their cries echoing in despair. Each of them had endured great hardships to reach their current cultivation, and none wished for death. I did not expect among you there exists a Xianyin body. And such beauty at that. Ha ha ha, the heavens have favored me. If you hand this woman over to me, I may spare your lives. Upon seeing Ye Qingcheng, the elder's delight was palpable. If he could possess her as his furnace, a breakthrough to the sage realm would be within reach. Chun Mei and the others exchanged apprehensive glances. They turned hopeful eyes towards Ye Qingcheng, as if urging her to agree to become the elder's furnace, buying time for them. The sacred land would find a way to rescue her. Otherwise, they all faced death. Sacrificing one for the salvation of many seemed a fair trade. Ye Qingcheng, aware of the treachery that permeated the realm of cultivation, knew that cultivators were often selfish. She was taken aback to find her own sect mates so callous. With a soft sigh, she reflected on the images of Ye Qingcheng that lingered in her mind and his actions throughout this period. They only served to solidify her belief that her brother Changsheng was a refreshing force amidst the corruption of this world, a savior capable of purging its evils. He was the man she cherished. Her gaze towards Ye Qingcheng brimmed with profound affection, thick enough to be palpable. Have you made your decision? I shall count to 3. 3, 2. At that moment, Ye Qingcheng discreetly crushed the jade slip in her hand. 1. I will not become your furnace. You may perish, you ugly fiend. What? You dare to insult me as an ugly fiend? The elder of the demon puppet sect seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for such words. Upon hearing her declaration, it was as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. His aura erupted like a volcano. In an instant, a formidable and terrifying pressure surged forth, causing all present to feel as though their chests had been struck by a heavy hammer, inflicting intense pain that compelled them to spew forth blood. Ye Qingcheng, are you intent on condemning us all to death? Someone shouted angrily, their eyes filled with resentment. Indeed, even if you refuse to acquiesce to his demands, you should not provoke him so. Another chimed in, their face a mask of fear and helplessness. Alas, you have truly doomed us. Others wiped the blood from their lips, beginning to blame Ye Qingcheng in a cacophony of voices. Yet, in the face of their accusations, Ye Qingcheng stood silently, her expression as unchanging as an iceberg. The elder of the demon puppet sect let out a cold, sinister laugh. Humph, since you are so ungrateful, I shall capture you and erase your consciousness, turning you into a living puppet. Ha ha ha. Before that, let me eliminate the others. Before his words had even finished, he thrust forth a colossal hand towards Ye Qingcheng and the others below. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black hand materialized, crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. This gigantic black hand blotted out the sun, carrying with it the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Should it strike true, those below would surely be reduced to mere ashes, their souls scattered. As death loomed imminent, the faces of the crowd turned ashen, their hearts heavy with despair. Yet, at that critical moment, a voice akin to thunder echoed from the heavens. How dare you to lay hands on the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Have you truly lost your senses, demon puppet sect? Accompanying this furious shout was an immense and boundless force descending from the sky, hurtling straight towards the colossal black hand. A shocking scene unfolded as the formidable force surged forth, shattering the once invincible black giant hand into countless fragments that dissipated into nothingness. Saint. Upon hearing the commotion, an elder of the demon puppet sect rushed forward, his face etched with terror. A saint? A powerful saint has arrived. We are saved. The crowd erupted in cheers, believing that an elder from the sacred grounds had come to their aid. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? The demon puppet sect humbly addressed the source of the voice. You are not worthy to know my name. Should you dare to harm the young lady of the Yi family, your fate shall be death. Furthermore, The existence of the demon puppet sect is no longer necessary. As the words fell, a golden light descended like a divine decree, obliterating the demonic mist along with the elder of the demon puppet sect. Chapter 57. A perilous journey of a single hair. Everyone was instantly petrified. Was this plot twist too dramatic? The elder of the demon puppet sect was dispatched with such ease? Indeed, beneath a saint, all are but ants. Chingcheng, are you unharmed? The voice from the sky came again, devoid of its previous menace and authority, replaced instead by a tone of kindness. I am fine, 13th ancestor. Brother Changsheng has been protecting me. Ye Qingcheng called out to the void. That's good. Hurry back to the sacred grounds. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. Understood, 13th ancestor. Ye Qingcheng playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing a mischievous side. It turned out to be the ancestor of the Ye family. No wonder their power was so terrifying. Everyone was aware that Ye Qingcheng hailed from the Ye family, but few realized her high status that warranted the personal intervention of the 13th ancestor. The crowd wore awkward expressions, recalling how they had just considered sacrificing her to the elder of the demon puppet sect as a vessel. Junior sister Ye. We were compelled by circumstances. Please don't take offense. Indeed, we merely needed to buy some time. Please don't hold it against us. Senior sister Ye. You have a generous heart. Let us not dwell on this. In Ye Qingcheng's eyes, they were of no consequence, and she was too disinterested to listen to their explanations. In her gaze, there was only one person, Ye Qingcheng. Brother Changsheng, are you injured? If even a single hair of yours is harmed, I will annihilate the entire demon puppet sect. Ye Qingcheng anxiously inspected Ye Qingcheng, for even the loss of a hair was of great concern in her eyes. Ye Qingcheng felt both frustrated and amused. Ye Qingcheng had employed the same tactics on him as she had on Lin Yi. He was a contradictory amalgamation of emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was tirelessly fleeing back to the sacred grounds, reporting the events of Yundu City to the sovereign and the high-ranking officials. Sovereign, it is highly likely that our other senior brothers and sisters have met with misfortune. What? What did you say? Feigning heartbreak. Lin Yi spoke of the fate of the others. Upon hearing this, the faces of several high-ranking officials changed dramatically. Qin Wushuang stood up abruptly, panic overtaking her as she heard that Ye Qingcheng might have faced peril. Her vision blurred, nearly fainting from the shock. Just then, the soul tablet of a disciple with the surname Sun shattered. Its crisp sound echoed in the air, instilling a sense of foreboding in everyone, further corroborating Lin Yi's claims. The dispatched were all core disciples, including several elite ones. Their loss would be a tremendous blow. Quickly, tell us the details. It was the sovereign Ling Xiaozi who remained the calmest, his expression dark as he demanded Lin Yi clarify the investigation's findings. Lin Yi's heart swelled with delight. His moment in the spotlight had finally arrived. He retrieved the head of Situ Xing from his storage ring and tossed it onto the ground. Gasps of shock filled the room. Situ Xing? What is going on? Many present recognized Situ Xing and were baffled by his severed head. Everyone was deceived by Situ Xing. In his quest for power, he allied with the demon puppet sect, using Yundu City as a stronghold to harm the citizens and his fellow disciples. We went to the city lord's mansion to investigate, only to discover that this vile traitor had poisoned the tea. I, unable to endure tea, narrowly escaped. He could never admit he sensed a scheme. If he had, why did he not warn his fellow disciples? Lin Yi was cunning. The high-ranking officials were equally astonished. Realizing such a significant operation transpired right beneath their noses without detection, it was a grave oversight. What of Ye Qingcheng? You say he has met with misfortune? Qin Wushuang seized Lin Yi by the collar, shaking him frantically. I was severely injured and only thought to return with news. I did not see Ye Qingcheng. He may have already fallen victim to the demon puppet sect. Nonsense. My disciple would not be so short-lived. Though she spoke those words, her heart was filled with trepidation. If the demon puppet sect dares to harm even a hair on my disciple, I shall obliterate them. Lin Yi was exasperated. After declaring this, Qin Wushuang transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Yundu City. Should anything happen to Ye Qingcheng, she would be utterly devastated. Regardless, she needed to reach Ye Qingcheng's side to find peace of mind. Her dear disciple must not come to harm. In a state of disarray, tears unwittingly streamed down her cheeks. It had been over a century since she had shed tears since stepping into the realm of saints. This was her first time crying. After flying 100 miles, Qin Wushuang spotted a group of people riding swords towards the Qingming sacred ground. Disciple. From afar, she saw Ye Qingcheng, her face lighting up with joy. However, Upon noticing Ye Qingcheng clinging to him like glue, her expression darkened. "Master, what brings you here?" Changsheng immediately pushed Ye Qingcheng away and respectfully saluted Qin Wushuang. "My dear disciple, I was terrified to hear from Lin Yi that you were poisoned by Sidu Xing." As she spoke, she gently patted her ample chest, relief flooding her demeanor. Seeing her disciple safe and sound, her anxious heart finally eased. Changsheng felt deeply moved by his master's concern, a warm sense of home enveloping him once more. "Forgive me for causing master worry. Foolish child. As long as you're back, that's enough. Come with me to Ziyun Peak. I must thoroughly check if you are injured." Ignoring the astonished gazes of the others, she took Changsheng and soared away. Ye Qingcheng's expression soured, quite evidently feeling envious. As a woman, she could keenly sense Qin Wushuang's hostility towards her. Uncertain whether it stemmed from her relationship with Yuan Zhenzi or some other motive, she felt dissatisfied. Yet, she could do nothing about it. With a frustrated stomp, she reluctantly flew back to the sacred ground. Subsequently, a significant piece of news erupted within the cultivation world. Below is a report from the Tianji Pavilion's Cultivation Weekly, brought to you by reporter Bao Datian. Recently, the Qingming sacred ground assembled several powerful saints and over 1,000 disciples, launching a surprise assault on the demon puppet sect under the leadership of the first seat, Qin Wushuang, at Ziyun Peak. According to reliable sources, the demon puppet sect has committed heinous acts to forge demonic puppets, resulting in the massacre of numerous mortals and cultivators, including disciples from the Azure Realm. A disciple from the Azure Realm, who wishes to remain anonymous, declared, "Those who offend Azure will be hunted down, no matter how far they flee." Under the leadership of Qin Wushuang, a formidable half-step Saint King, the Azure Realm Expeditionary Force advanced with relentless vigor, obliterating the millennia-old legacy of the demon puppet sect in just a day. Most of the elders and disciples of the sect were slain, while the sect leader, gravely injured, fled with a small contingent, their whereabouts unknown. The Azure Realm subsequently issued a bounty of 1 million spirit stones for the head of the demon puppet sect leader. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's remarkable talents have caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Azure Realm. Having entered the sect less than a year ago, he has already attained the Condensation Realm, a rarity indeed. Moreover, he managed to engage and slay Sidu Xing, a mid-stage heavenly king, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. The senior officials regard this youth as a potential star destined for greatness, should he receive proper cultivation. The Azure Realm, known for its prestigious lineage, is not lacking in gifted young individuals. However, Lin Yi stands out as exceptional. Currently, there are 8 holy sons, with 1 position remaining. The leaders have decided to observe his performance in the upcoming sect competition, and should he excel, the final holy son position may be awarded to him. Unbeknownst to the higher-ups, Changsheng's feat of slaying a heavenly king remains unreported. In the cultivation world, there is a saying, fellow practitioners are rivals. During their recent expedition to Yunda City, the group fell into a trap set by their adversaries, primarily due to a lack of vigilance. If they were to overstate Changsheng's capabilities, it would reflect poorly on their own competence. Changsheng, himself, remained silent about his prowess, and thus, others did not speak of it. Ye Qingcheng had initially intended to inform the Azure Realm of Lin Yi's attempt to frame Changsheng and the latter's selfless act of saving the group. However, Changsheng had explicitly forbidden her from doing so. She dared not defy his wishes and could only watch in frustration as Lin Yi garnered favor before the higher-ups. Little did Changsheng know, his humility and unassuming nature only served to deepen Ye Qingcheng's admiration. Chapter 58. Su Qingyao's Oath to the Heavenly Path. Elder Brother, I heard you encountered danger? Su Qingyao inquired, concern etched on her face. Are you injured? Quickly, take off your clothes so I can have a look. Qingyao is so worried. Su Qingyao grasped Changsheng's hand, her lips forming a cute pout. What? Take off my clothes? It was clear she had ulterior motives. Fear not. I have returned unscathed, Changsheng reassured her, recognizing her genuine concern as he affectionately ruffled her hair, presenting the smile befitting an elder brother. Elder brother, give me a hug. I missed you so much. Su Qingyao opened her arms, a pleading expression on her face. Let me be clear, it is only a hug. Changsheng set the boundary to prevent any unforeseen surprises. No, Qingyao wants a kiss too. With that, she puckered her lips, eyes closed, inviting him to take action. Her boldness left Changsheng momentarily speechless. How was he to respond to such an unpredictable opponent? As he hesitated, Su Qingyao lunged at him, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. She had certainly prepared well for this encounter. Qingyao, stop this. I am your elder brother. If you continue, I shall spank you. Gu Changsheng adopted a stern expression, raising his hand in mock anger. To his surprise, Su Qingyao, undeterred, turned away, presenting her rear. Go ahead. Qingyao is not afraid of pain. What on earth? Such reasoning left Gu Changsheng at a loss. How was he to engage with her? This was turning into a disaster. All right, I concede. We agreed only to kiss on the cheeks and forehead, not on the lips, or I shall truly be upset. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao paused, her face momentarily falling, before she nodded and planted a kiss on his cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yet, her true intention was not merely a kiss. She sought to implant a meticulously concocted love curse. Once this curse was set, the afflicted would forever be devoted to the one who cast it, ensuring Gu Changsheng would love Su Qingyao unconditionally for all his days. As she stealthily prepared to enact the curse, it unexpectedly triggered the Tao tribulation substitute technique. Gu Changsheng's advanced puppet silently bore the burden of the love curse. No one attacked me with lethal force. Why did my Tao tribulation substitute activate on its own? Gu Changsheng pondered, puzzled. Su Qingyao, believing her love curse had successfully taken root, felt a surge of triumph. She murmured to herself, Elder brother, I know this is not honorable, but to eternally possess your love, I am willing to bear the scorn. Elder brother, from now on, you shall love only me, understand? Su Qingyao declared, her gaze greedy as she looked at Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng found her words baffling. In his mind, he mused, I am the man you will never possess. He shook his head, signaling his confusion and disinterest in her declarations. What nonsense are you spouting? Your words seem somewhat daft today. He gently touched her forehead. Elder brother, am I not your most beloved woman? Su Qingyao, sensing a miscommunication, rephrased her inquiry. Of course. You are my most cherished junior sister. Gu Changsheng responded, feeling something was amiss in her demeanor. No, not just a junior sister. I am your one and only love. The woman you shall cherish for eternity. Su Qingyao shouted passionately. Indeed, you are my beloved junior sister for all my days. You shall forever remain my junior sister. Gu Changsheng, bewildered by her fervor, merely followed her lead. Su Qingyao sensed something was off. She then asked, Elder brother, do you feel any impulse when you gaze upon me? Do you wish to possess me? Gu Changsheng was taken aback. Surely, this girl has ingested something inappropriate. Her words dripping with seduction. Qingyao, as your elder brother, I must advise you. This is the prime time for your cultivation. Do not squander it on trivial matters of love. You are falling behind. Love and affection are mere distractions. As your elder brother, I command you to recite the heart-calming incantation 10 times. His paternal tone left Su Qingyao suddenly enlightened. Her attempt to cast the curse had failed. Why had it failed? She was certain she had placed the curse within her elder brother's body. How perplexing. To ensure success, she had conducted numerous trials. She was utterly baffled. No matter. Even if the love curse failed, she had to confess her feelings to Gu Changsheng. Time was of the essence, as the Azure Realm assessments were imminent. She needed to express her intentions to her elder brother before it was too late. Otherwise, she would regret it. She envisioned fleeing with Gu Changsheng to a distant land. Elder brother, Qingyao does not wish to hear your nagging. I must make my feelings and determination known. Before she could finish, she lunged at Gu Changsheng, attempting to loosen his belt. However, she faced a challenge similar to Ye Qingcheng's. No matter how forcefully she tugged, Gu Changsheng's belt remained steadfastly secured. It would only loosen if Gu Changsheng himself chose to do so. This was the protective talisman bestowed upon him by Qin Wushuang. Had the master foreseen the possibility of being overwhelmed and taken precautions in advance? When will the master truly become omniscient? If that were the case, would she foresee the events of the future? Such thoughts sent a chill down Gu Changsheng's spine. Qingyao, cease your actions. You cannot unlock the master's treasure. No matter how hard you try, he gently pushed Su Qingyao aside and spoke softly. Tears streamed down Su Qingyao's face. Despite her relentless efforts, why could she not win the affection of her senior brother? If senior brother were to be with Ye Qingcheng, he would inevitably fall victim to Lin Yi's schemes. Senior brother, you are so foolish. I do not wish for your demise. If your fate leads you to be harmed by Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng, then Qingyao shall accompany you in death. With this determination, Su Qingyao's expression hardened. She wiped her tears and kissed Gu Changsheng on the cheek, declaring, Senior brother, I vow to the heavens that I shall marry no one but you in this lifetime. If you are unwilling to wed me, then I shall remain alone until my final breath. Should you meet with misfortune, I am willing to sacrifice myself to accompany you in the afterlife. What kind of vow is this? Ugh, quickly touch wood. This vow does not count. Gu Changsheng was genuinely startled by Su Qingyao's declarations. What a twisted sentiment. It was an utterly pathological love. Even Gu Changsheng, the villain, found it disturbing. Senior brother, oaths to the heavens cannot be rescinded. Qingyao has no regrets. Chapter 59. The unfairness of heaven. Little junior sister, you should not go to such lengths for someone like me, Gu Changsheng said, bewildered and conflicted. As the saying goes, to err is human. Who can be devoid of emotion? Surely he understood Su Qingyao's feelings. Yet he was not from this world and would eventually depart. When that time comes, would he truly be able to enjoy life back on earth while leaving Su Qingyao to suffer? Is that still being human? The current situation presented an insurmountable dilemma for Gu Changsheng. Hearing his words, Su Qingyao grasped his hands. Her eyes filled with warmth as she said, Senior brother, you are the one I cherish most in this world. You are deserving, infinitely deserving. Even if you never wish to marry me, I will not regret my vow. Su Qingyao's heartfelt declaration touched the softest parts of Gu Changsheng's heart. His nose tingled, and he nearly shed tears. Tears from a villain should be akin to crocodile tears, not genuine expressions of emotion. He sniffled and forced his tears back. System, can you enlighten me on Su Qingyao's intentions? Gu Changsheng called upon the system within his mind. After a moment, the system's voice responded. Dear host, this system is currently undergoing routine maintenance and is unable to answer your inquiries at this time. Please accept my apologies. Damn it. Of all times for maintenance, it chooses now to abandon me. Gu Changsheng, not wishing to see Su Qingyao saddened, said gently, Little junior sister, I am aware of your feelings. I will consider it. Let us discuss this after the sacred land assessment. He thought to himself that if he could delay for a day, perhaps circumstances might change. Indeed, oaths to the heavens cannot be violated. Yet they are not entirely insurmountable. One can find the oath stone. The oath stone can dissolve oaths sworn to the heavens. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng mention the sacred land assessment, Su Qingyao's expression dimmed. An inexplicable sorrow welled within her. She thought to herself, Senior brother knows nothing. He believes the assessment will yield fruitful results. Little does he know that the detestable Lin Yi is destined for greatness and will undoubtedly triumph. Moreover, Senior brother will face a devastating defeat, leading him down a dark path until he reaches the end of his life. She had intended to share this with Gu Changsheng, but found herself unable to articulate the images in her mind. Whenever she attempted to speak of these matters, a mysterious force silenced her. Writing was no solution either. She wished to inscribe her thoughts on animal hide, only to watch the words vanish inexplicably. Clearly, some law forbade such actions. Thus, only she remained aware of the impending fate. It was a torment beyond measure, watching her beloved senior brother walk gradually into darkness, leading to death, left her feeling utterly powerless. That sense of helplessness was unbearable. Her desire for intimacy with Gu Changsheng was not born from lewdness, but rather a longing to bear him a child, a cherished reminder of him in the world. It was her way of repaying him. Yet now, that plan lay in ruins, deepening her sense of loss. Foolish child, why the forlorn expression? After the sacred land assessment, I shall take you on a journey, treat you to your favorite candied hawthorn, and show you the beautiful sea. How does that sound? Gu Changsheng pinched Su Qingyao's cheek playfully. Senior brother, will you grant me one request? Unexpectedly, Su Qingyao did not respond to his words, but asked abruptly. What is it? Please, share. Gu Changsheng inquired, perplexed. Su Qingyao replied, I hope senior brother can find some reason to abstain from the sacred land assessment, just as in previous years. After all, master will handle it for you. This was the best solution Su Qingyao could devise. As long as he refrained from participating in the assessment, the prospect of defeat would vanish, and perhaps the subsequent events would be averted. Not participate in the sacred land assessment? That was absolutely out of the question. On one hand, it was essential for the unfolding narrative. On the other hand, he had promised the master to participate in the assessment. Whether he could claim victory or become the chosen one was irrelevant. What truly mattered was the storyline. This was crucial to the main plot, leaving no room for carelessness. He must humiliate and undermine Lin Yi during the assessment, ultimately facing a crushing defeat at his hands. Let Lin Yi be brought low, begging for mercy. The more arrogant he was at the outset, the more humiliating his downfall would be. The thrill was palpable. Qingyao, I cannot agree to this. for I have already promised Master to secure the top position in this sacred land assessment." As he uttered these words, Ye Qingcheng dared not meet her gaze, fearing the disappointment reflected in her eyes. Su Qingyao stood frozen, the atmosphere suddenly heavy with silence. A stillness akin to death enveloped them. After a moment, Su Qingyao turned, tears streaming down her face as she fled outside, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I hate you. You know nothing. I detest you." Watching the retreating figure of the beautiful girl, Ye Qingcheng scratched his head and sighed. Hate me is better than being sorrowful for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's journey to Yunda City proved to be both prosperous and rewarding. He discovered a blood pill within Situ Xing's storage ring. This blood pill, formed from copious human blood, was a supreme treasure of utmost yang energy. By refining and absorbing it, Lin Yi was able to restore the essence of the 9 suns that had been devoured by the Moonlight Fairy. His strength advanced significantly. Moreover, he was overjoyed to find that with the assistance of the blood demon, he successfully transformed 2 demonic puppets into his own marionettes. Thus, he now possessed 2 formidable puppets of the spirit condensation realm as his trump cards. Furthermore, since returning from Yunda City, Yuan Jinzi recognized his potential and elevated him to the status of his true disciple. He now ranked behind Chao Quan and Ye Qingcheng. His position and treatment were incomparable. "You lad, truly possess great fortune." Even the blood demon within the necklace could not help but admire his luck. Every crisis Lin Yi encountered transformed into an opportunity for gain. He consistently emerged unscathed, often reaping substantial rewards. Consider his exceptional talent, relentless training, and the arduous journey he endured to become the sovereign of the blood demon sanctuary. Only he truly understood how challenging that path had been. Yet, it seems that Lin Yi has achieved everything enviable by his peers with little effort. How infuriating it is to witness such disparity among individuals. Blood demon sighed softly, lamenting the injustice of the heavens. Chapter 60, A Sister Over 10,000 Years Old? Within the cave of the Moonlight Fairy, after refining a strand of Lin Yi's 9 yang essence, she had fully transformed. No longer did she require moonlight to maintain her human form. As she swayed her serpentine waist, an unusual glint shone in her captivating eyes as she murmured, "Lin Yi, are you truly the fated child that appeared in my mind? The sacred land of Qingming shall be destroyed because of you. Do you believe I would allow such a thing to transpire? The sacred land is the legacy created by my master, and I promised him to safeguard it diligently. Thus, I shall permit no one to harm the sanctity of the land. What of the fated child? I am willing to defy destiny and eliminate this scourge." With that thought, a fierce glimmer flickered in the Moonlight Fairy's beautiful eyes. Her tongue instinctively licked her lips. It is easy to take on a human form, yet challenging to alter one's instincts. On Ziyun Peak, within the sleeping quarters, Qin Wushuang donned a sheer silk nightgown, her alluring figure barely concealed as she drank from a wine jug. "Stupid disciple, can't you spare a moment to keep me company? Do you not realize how worried I have been about you these days? If, during the sect competition, Lin Yi dares to defeat Changsheng as depicted in my mind, I would not hesitate to send him into reincarnation. What of the rules of the sacred land? What of destiny? I shall contend against the heavens. I seek not just longevity, but to surpass it." With that thought, Qin Wushuang gulped down several mouthfuls of strong liquor. Perhaps only the potency of alcohol could help her forget the troubling people and matters. "Hey, little Wushuang, indulging in your solitary drinking again?" At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from outside, instantly brightening Qin Wushuang's dazed eyes. "Elder Sister Yuehua." Hastily, Qin Wushuang adjusted her nightgown that had cascaded to her shoulders and emerged from her quarters to greet her. The Moonlight Fairy had watched her grow up, and their bond was particularly close. "How many times must I tell you? Call me Sister Yuehua." Swaying her alluring figure, the Moonlight Fairy effortlessly followed her inside the quarters. "All right, Sister Yuehua." Before the over 10,000-year-old Moonlight Fairy, Qin Wushuang felt like a mere child. Moreover, since the fairy had raised her, Qin Wushuang never dared to act too recklessly in her presence. "Drinking without inviting me. Are you reluctant to share?" The Moonlight Fairy picked up Qin Wushuang's wine jug, sniffed it, and drained it in one gulp. "Not at all. I merely feared that Sister Yuehua would become intoxicated and revert to her true form, and I would suffer for it." Recalling the last time the Moonlight Fairy had drunkenly transformed back into her true serpentine form and teased her with her tail, nearly destabilizing her Dao heart. "Haha. There is no need for concern now. I have completed my transformation. Unless I choose to, My true form shall remain concealed. Congratulations, Sister Yuehua. This is all thanks to that little rascal Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Qin Wushuang's interest peaked. The Moonlight Fairy, noticing her fascination with the gossip, took her hand, and they settled onto the bed to share whispers. Wait, you absorbed a strand of his essence? Qin Wushuang gasped in surprise at the Moonlight Fairy's revelation. Who told him to spy on me while I bathed? I had intended to absorb all his essence, but alas, he had a trump card and escaped. The Moonlight Fairy said, somewhat disgruntled. Qin Wushuang remained silent, her expression filled with disappointment. Internally, she mused, what a pity. If only I could have absorbed all his 9-yang essence, perhaps the future could have taken a different turn. Truly, he is deserving of the title of fated child. Perhaps only Ye Qingcheng could rid us of this calamity. This boy possesses numerous extraordinary trump cards. Not only does he have the 9-yang body, but his right arm has also fused with that of an ancient Qilin. Even I feel a modicum of trepidation upon seeing that arm. The Qilin is a descendant of the Yinglong. Even I must submit. Given his multitude of advantages, it is likely that no one in this realm shall be his match in due time. The Moonlight Fairy stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushuang's expression grew grave. She thought to herself, how tragic it is for Ye Qingcheng to stand alone against such a fated child. I must never let my disciple feel despondent. No matter the challenges we face in the future, I shall be a steadfast support for Ye Qingcheng. Even if it costs me my life, I shall protect him. As if summoned, a voice rang from outside. Master, are you there? Your disciple has come to pay homage. Oh, what has prompted such enthusiasm from my disciple today? No need to call him, and yet he comes of his own volition. Qin Wushuang momentarily stunned. A joyful expression rapidly blossomed upon her beautiful face. She extricated her legs from beneath the Moonlight Fairy and sat up, casually adjusting her disheveled attire before saying, Disciple, come in. Ah, your devotion is truly commendable. I have not seen that little rascal in quite a while. The Moonlight Fairy also sat up, tidying her attire and hair, then instinctively licking her lips. Seeing her lick her lips, Qin Wushuang's corner of her mouth twitched. She thought, surely you do not harbor ulterior motives towards my disciple. If you dare entertain such thoughts, do not blame me for disregarding your seniority. Ye Qingcheng, motivated by the impending conclusion of his project, sought to visit and spend time with his master, knowing he would soon have little opportunity to care for her. Reflecting on Qin Wushuang's kindness towards him, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Master, as Ye Qingcheng stepped into the quarters, he was instantly taken aback. In addition to Qin Wushuang, there stood an exquisite beauty before him. Moreover, she possessed an exotic allure. Her long, flowing red waves were striking. Her features were deep and defined, her figure voluptuous, and her gaze held an enticing glimmer. When Ye Qingcheng's eyes met hers, he felt an unexpected shyness wash over him, particularly as she extended her seductive tongue to lick her ruby lips. Who could withstand such a sight? In all realms, any being with a pulse would find their heart racing and blood surging at such a display. Master, who is this? Having never seen the Moonlight Fairy in her human form, Ye Qingcheng was oblivious to her identity. Cough, cough. Qin Wushuang, noticing the Moonlight Fairy's unwavering gaze on Ye Qingcheng, gently nudged her with her elbow and introduced, Disciple, this is your great aunt, the Moonlight Fairy. Moonlight Fairy? The legendary serpent of 10,000 years? During his reading of the original novel, he often jested about Lin Yi, who spared no effort in conquering even serpentine beings, akin to Su Xian, a paragon of masculinity. The serpent mentioned therein referred to the Moonlight Fairy. Little did he expect her to be such a captivating beauty. No wonder Lin Yi had taken action. One could only lament his own lack of imagination. Disciple Ye Qingcheng, greetings to my great aunt. Ye Qingcheng respectfully bowed. There is no need for such formalities. You make me feel old. Call me sister. Sister Yuehua, a sister over 10,000 years old? Ye Qingcheng cast a pleading glance at Qin Wushuang. Since your great aunt wishes for you to call her sister, then do so. Qin Wushuang could only acquiesce. She was well aware of the Moonlight Fairy's temperament. Any man who captured her interest would inevitably be drained dry. She must keep a watchful eye on her precious disciple to prevent this seductive serpent from ensnaring him. Chapter 61. The Tortoise Shell requests your support, Sister Yuehua. Ye Qingcheng found himself surprisingly comfortable uttering the title. It is not to be blamed on him. One can only attribute it to the youthful beauty of the Moonlight Fairy, which renders the term sister entirely fitting. Had the other party been old and unattractive, the mere suggestion of calling her sister would surely have provoked a violent reaction. Little brother, The last time I saw you, you were just a child in open-crotch pants. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. If you call me sister, I cannot let you do so without recompense. This pair of Serpent S battle boots is crafted from my shed skin. They not only allow you to move with great swiftness, but ordinary beasts will shy away from you upon sighting these boots. As she spoke, the Moonlight Fairy produced a pair of snake-patterned boots from her storage ring and presented them to Ye Qingcheng. The most crucial aspect is that these boots carry my unique fragrance. With a flirtatious glance, the Moonlight Fairy addressed Ye Qingcheng. He awkwardly smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Sister Moonlight, for this precious gift." As he accepted the battle boots, Ye Qingcheng pondered. In the original novel, the Moonlight Fairy was gravely injured by heavenly lightning during her transformation tribulation, and just as she was on the brink of annihilation, Lin Ilu passed by and shielded her from the final bolt, saving her life. To express her gratitude, the Moonlight Fairy gifted him a pair of boots made from her shed scales. From that moment on, a bond was formed between them. Now, if she were to gift him these boots, what would Lin wear? All right, she had shed her skin more than once, undoubtedly. There were numerous pairs of such battle boots. In that case, wouldn't it mean that he and Lin would be wearing the same boots? The thought nearly made Ye Qingcheng chuckle. All right, I shall not delay you any further with your disciples' duties. Farewell. The Moonlight Fairy glanced at Ye Qingcheng before gracefully exiting the chamber, transforming into a streak of white light as she returned to her abode. Still watching? Have you perhaps developed feelings for your sister Moonlight? As Ye Qingcheng saw her off, a slightly jealous voice came from behind him. Qin Wushuang. No, master. Where are your thoughts wandering? Seeing Qin Wushuang with her lips pursed in displeasure, Ye Qingcheng hurried to clarify. Be cautious. The Moonlight Fairy has a penchant for men. Qin Wushuang feigned a scare. Ye Qingcheng knew the plot. It was true that the Moonlight Fairy had a taste for men. After all, as a serpent, wasn't it natural for her to consume humans? Moreover, consuming men was a common practice among demon cultivators to replenish their yang energy, which was quite justifiable. In light of your filial piety, I won't frighten you any further. You little rascal, come here. Qin Wushuang returned to her bed, her exquisite face flushing slightly, her ruby lips parting as she beckoned Ye Qingcheng. Upon seeing his enchanting master, Ye Qingcheng couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought about returning to Blue Star after filming and never seeing his beautiful master again. His gaze lingered a moment too long on Qin Wushuang. You little rascal. All you do is stare, without a shred of courage. If you truly dare, I might not refuse. Give it a try. Come on. Show some guts. Like a man. Unfortunately, Ye Qingcheng had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage, and after a moment, he withdrew his gaze, bending down to massage Qin Wushuang's shoulders. Master, if there comes a day when your disciple is no longer here, please take good care of yourself. Don't always drink to excess. Especially after drinking, do not fly with your sword. There's an old saying, drink not while flying, and fly not while drinking. And also, my junior sister has a very stubborn temper. Master, please do not get angry with her. Listening to Ye Qingcheng's words, Qin Wushuang felt as if he were making funeral arrangements. Pa. Disciple, refrain from such morbid talk. If you dare to die before me, I shall never forgive you. Qin Wushuang turned her head, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Ye Qingcheng, her tone grave. She understood why Ye Qingcheng spoke such words. The sect competition. It was the disastrous defeat in the sect competition that had driven Ye Qingcheng onto a path of no return. Qin Wushuang's disposition was unlike that of other women. She was fiercely competitive, battling against others, fate, and even the heavens. She yearned for Ye Qingcheng to bravely participate in the sect competition, not only to take part, but to defeat all and claim the top spot. Avoidance would not change the visions of the future. My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. With this thought, Qin Wushuang's gaze turned resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Disciple, follow me. Qin Wushuang produced her innate treasure, the Xianhuang Linglong Tower, and, amidst Ye Qingcheng's astonished gaze, took his hand and flew directly into it. The Xianhuang Linglong Tower was a spatial treasure. It was Ye Qingcheng's first time entering the internal space of the Xianhuang Linglong Tower, and he was utterly amazed. Upon stepping into this tower's interior, Ye Qingcheng was greeted with a breathtaking sight. This place resembled an independent little world, a hidden paradise. The melodious chirping of birds filled his ears, while the air was laden with the fragrant scent of flowers. Not far away, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its waters shimmering. Such beauty was akin to a realm beyond the mundane, utterly intoxicating. Master, why have you brought me here? Though Gu Changsheng adored the place, he could not fathom Qin Wushuang's intentions. She would not have brought him into the inner space of her innate treasure without a purpose. I do not wish for anyone to disturb us. Qin Wushuang smiled charmingly, striding gracefully towards Gu Changsheng, her delicate fingers lightly pressing against his chest as she commanded, "Undress." Huh, undress? Master, what do you intend to do? Gu Changsheng crossed his arms protectively over his chest, panicking like a startled deer. What do you mean? Hee. Quickly remove your shirt. I need to infuse you with the essence of the Xian turtle to grant you a powerful physique. Seeing Gu Changsheng hesitating, Qin Wushuang took it upon herself to remove his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. His skin glimmered like jade, and his impressive eight-pack abs were immediately visible. Even Qin Wushuang, a sage of such temperament, couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. Essence of the Xian turtle? Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's mind began to race. The essence of the Xian turtle is a rare treasure. If it were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Should he manage to refine the essence of the Xian turtle, wouldn't his body become tougher than a turtle's shell? His physical strength already surpassed that of his peers. If he were to possess the protection of the Xian turtle, how painful would it be for Lin Yi to strike him? No, he must absolutely refuse. Master, such a precious treasure should be kept for yourself. Chapter 62. Not a drop left, eh? A formidable surge of energy erupted within Gu Changsheng's body, accompanied by a deep roar that echoed from his abdomen, reminiscent of the growl of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Simultaneously, a melodious dragon's chant resonated, intertwining with the low growl in a cacophony that was both deafening and exhilarating. Clearly, at this moment, the dragon energy within Gu Changsheng was engaged in a fierce clash with the recently absorbed essence of the mysterious tortoise spirit, with the former evidently prevailing. Qin Wushuang, perceptive as ever, sensed the exceptional potency of the true dragon aura, her heart filled with astonishment. With wide eyes brimming with surprise, she gazed at Gu Changsheng, murmuring, "Ah? My disciple, I never anticipated that such extraordinary dragon energy resided within you. It appears I have underestimated you." Her words revealed a maternal pride. The process of refining the tortoise essence was no trivial matter. Without sufficient cultivation and control, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. This was precisely why Qin Wushuang had delayed allowing Gu Changsheng to absorb and refine it until now. Even with the assistance of the nine-dragon imperial qi, Gu Changsheng found himself drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Breathless, he managed to utter, "Master, I have finally completed the refinement. There is not a drop of spiritual energy left within me." As he spoke, darkness enveloped him, and he weakly collapsed onto Qin Wushuang. Time passed, and when Gu Changsheng awoke, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance, akin to floral notes mingled with a hint of milk. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered himself lying in a sea of blossoms beside Qin Wushuang, his head nestled in the soft curve of her pristine silhouette. No wonder there was a hint of milkiness. It had stirred a pang of hunger within him. Qin Wushuang appeared still asleep, her gentle breaths accompanied by the faint sound of soft snores. The intoxicating aroma wafted around him, and Gu Changsheng couldn't help but think, "Goodness, master is truly beguiling." Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he reminded himself, "This is my master. I must harbor no inappropriate thoughts, nor engage in any disrespectful actions." Approximately an hour later, Qin Wushuang stirred from her slumber, her beautiful eyes fluttering open. She regarded Gu Changsheng, who was seated in meditation, with a hint of disappointment. "Such a timid fellow. Is it so difficult to confront your master?" Cough, cough. "You incorrigible disciple," she chided playfully. "Assist your master to rise. No need to feign diligence before me. I rarely see you train with such fervor." Embarrassed, Gu Changsheng scratched his head, thinking, "If it weren't for my countless recitations of the tranquil heart incantation, you would be a mother by now. Come, let us spar. I wish to see how strong you have become," she beckoned. At her words, Gu Changsheng's lips twitched. "Please, master, you are a half-step Saint King, while I am merely at the peak of the spirit concentration realm. If you sneeze, I might just spit blood. No need to fret. Can I truly engage you with my full cultivation? I shall naturally suppress my strength," she assured him. "Rest assured, it will be a fair contest." Very well, he relented, albeit reluctantly. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Wushuang unsheathed her innate sword, Zili Yuyan, and launched an attack at Ye Qingcheng. He thought to himself, facing someone of the same realm? What is there to fear? With that, he summoned his Jinghuan sword to counter her assault. However, Ziliyuyan, a quasi-immortal artifact, could shape-shift at the user's will. With a mere thought, Qin Wushuang transformed Ziliyuyan into a whip and struck down upon Ye Qingcheng with force. Caught off guard, he felt the whip lash against his back. Clang! The tortoise essence he had refined activated, manifesting a spectral tortoise that shielded him from the blow. Since refining the tortoise essence, it had automatically granted him a passive skill, absolute defense, lasting 3 seconds with a cooldown of 3 hours. Indeed, Master enjoys these tactics. He mused inwardly, relieved to possess his protective shell. Otherwise, he might have cried out in distress. Just as he pondered this, Qin Wushuang attacked again, this time transforming Ziliyuyan into a spear. With a resounding whoosh, the spear shot toward Ye Qingcheng's throat. Realizing she was serious, Ye Qingcheng's expression turned grave as he wielded his Jinghuan sword to counter the strike. Stop, Master, please. I have no energy left. His hard-earned spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Huh, disciple, not bad. You are the first to withstand 10 rounds under my Ziliyuyan, Qin Wushuang said, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she retracted her aura and patted Ye Qingcheng on the shoulder. Your leniency allowed me to endure, he replied modestly. Do not be humble. With your current strength, few beneath the royal extreme realm can surpass you. Observing Ye Qingcheng now, Qin Wushuang felt a weight lifted from her heart. Unless he sought his own demise, with his current capabilities and survival techniques, even a royal extreme expert could not harm him. Disciple, let us depart from the Xianyuan Linglong Tower, she suggested. Indeed, he replied, and she took his hand as they ventured away from that small world. Chapter 63, The Sacred Ground Assessment approaches. The heroines gather emerging from the Xianyuan Linglong Tower. Qin Wushuang regarded Ye Qingcheng with a mixture of anticipation and seriousness. This sacred ground assessment is of utmost significance. Do not approach it with your usual indifference. You must treat it with the gravity it deserves. Do you understand? Ye Qingcheng thought to himself, this marks a pivotal climax in the narrative. As a key character, how could I not take it seriously? When the time comes, I shall utter the harshest words and endure the most severe trials. Master, I understand, he affirmed. Qin Wushuang's expression softened as she gently took Ye Qingcheng's hand, speaking tenderly. Disciple, you must give it your all without any reservations. You need not shoulder this burden alone. I am willing to help you bear it. Do you understand? If something were to happen to you, I would have no reason to continue living, she said, her phoenix eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Ye Qingcheng was puzzled, wondering why his master spoke in riddles today, her words shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, he felt a profound connection, memories of their time together flooding his mind. Those tender moments brought a lump to his throat, realizing he might soon return to Blue Star and possibly never see her again. In that instant, he knelt before Qin Wushuang, disregarding her astonished expression, and said, Master, I am an unfilial disciple. Please accept my bow. With that, he knocked his forehead against the ground 3 times. Master, I shall return to my training now. With those words, he turned and hastily exited the chamber, not wishing for her to see the tears brimming in his eyes. Such abrupt words would bewilder anyone else, but Qin Wushuang understood their meaning. Watching Ye Qingcheng's retreating figure, she murmured softly, Foolish disciple, what are you saying? You make it sound like a farewell. Had I not known what lay ahead, perhaps you would face peril, but now, I am aware that no one can harm you. Do you think I am truly a drunkard? She continued. For the past 20 years, I have immersed myself in drink. Appearing carefree and indulgent, all of it has been for you, my foolish disciple. I have sacrificed my lifespan to forge that unparalleled purple gold sword nurturing gourd for you. The Zijing sword nourishing gourd possesses capabilities far beyond merely condensing fierce sword energy. It harbors a critical and formidable ability. In times of dire peril, it can unleash the wine goddess curse. Although this curse can only be activated 6 times, once invoked, it ensures your life remains unthreatened. With such assurance, even if Lin Yi, that exceedingly detestable individual, possesses countless hidden cards, you can still vanquish him. Silly disciple, I have high hopes for you and only wish for you to comprehend my earnest intentions. Upon returning to his dwelling, Ye Qingcheng found himself unable to sleep for a prolonged period. Memories surged in his mind like a flood breaching its dam, incessantly bombarding him. Numerous recollections of Ye Qingcheng felt strikingly authentic, as if he had genuinely experienced them. His heart stirred profoundly, grappling with an inexplicable sense of longing. Why did he feel such a poignant attachment? Indeed, he was an emotional person. Despite merely being a fictional world, why did he develop sincere feelings? Pondering this, Gu Changsheng could only shake his head in resignation. He wondered what Ye Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, and Lin Fengge, the heroines, were doing at this very moment. On the official road from the Dali dynasty to the Qiming sacred ground, a troop of soldiers clad in golden helmets and armor escorted a luxurious carriage forward. Let us hasten, lest we delay the sacred ground assessment tomorrow. As you command, Your Highness the Third Princess. Indeed. It was Lin Fengge and her companions who had come to witness the sacred ground assessment. Qing speak truthfully. Have you developed feelings for Gu Changsheng? Lin Fengge inquired of Shang Wanqing at her side. Of course not. Who says I like Gu Changsheng? Shang Wanqing retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. If you do not harbor feelings for Gu Changsheng, then why? Upon hearing I was coming to observe the sacred ground, did you forsake the academy assessment to accompany me? Lin Fengge regarded Shang Wanqing with a teasing glint in her eye. I just worry about you. Shang Wanqing scrambled to concoct a seemingly plausible excuse. Worry about me? Or do you worry about Gu Changsheng? Ha. Lin Fengge continued to jest. In truth, it was not only Shang Wanqing who harbored concerns for Gu Changsheng. Lin Fengge felt the same. Ever since their last parting, she had not gone a day without yearning to see him again. Otherwise, she would not have taken the time to witness the sacred ground assessment amidst the tense battles at the front lines. Fengge, do you not have feelings for Gu Changsheng? Shang Wanqing countered, turning the tables and pressing Lin Fengge. I do. Lin Fengge answered candidly, unreservedly admitting her affection for Gu Changsheng. Her temperament was as fiery as her constitution. Will you confess your feelings to Gu Changsheng? Shang Wanqing was taken aback by Lin Fengge's forthrightness and felt a twinge of admiration, then asked, I will not. Why must one declare their feelings? Keeping them hidden in one's heart can also be a choice. After saying this, Lin Fengge gazed toward the luminous moon hanging high in the sky. The images in her mind revealed that Gu Changsheng was battling fate, resisting the destiny that sought to plunge this world into ruin. She was willing to assist him in this struggle against destiny. As for her feelings for him, they were negligible compared to the myriad beings of this world. The imperial family is known for its coldness. As the third princess of Dali, she possessed this awareness. At Ziyun Peak, within a cave dwelling, a strikingly graceful maiden in a blue dress rested her chin on her hand, brooding in solitude. Why did the love silk Gu fail? Had the love silk Gu succeeded, I could have eloped with my senior brother, escaping the chaos, and he would not have perished. Tomorrow is the sacred ground assessment. What am I to do? She was bewildered that her love silk Gu had failed against Gu Changsheng, a remedy that had never failed before. If that is the case, I shall shield my senior brother from Lin Yi. My senior brother has his destiny, and I have mine. My fate is to protect him. I cannot allow such a kind senior brother to fall victim to the treachery of Lin Yi. Even if it costs me my life, I will not permit the events depicted in those visions to transpire. I will not allow it. With this thought, Su Qingyao took a deep breath and carefully retrieved a delicate insect cage from her bosom. The cage, woven from golden threads, was adorned with a few gems that emitted a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Gently lifting the lid of the cage, she gazed within to find several vividly colored and oddly shaped Gu insects resting quietly. These were the flower pig Gu, their bodies round and pearl-like, adorned with resplendent patterns. As she beheld these insects, a resolute glimmer appeared in Su Qingyao's eyes. Slowly, she extended her fair hand, delicately unfastening an ancient and simple array plate from her waist. The plate, dark brown throughout, was inscribed with a myriad of cryptic runes and patterns, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. With both hands cradling the array plate, she focused her energy, channeling her spiritual power into it. As her spiritual energy surged, the once dull array plate erupted in radiant light, the runes and patterns seemingly imbued with life, swirling along specific trajectories. In the blink of an eye, a small array, roughly a foot in diameter, materialized before Su Qingyao, its intricacies unfathomable, light shimmering within. Senior brother, I hope you can understand Qingyao's predicament. Su Qingyao murmured softly. Without hesitation, she gently lifted several flower pig Gu from the cage and carefully placed them into the enigmatic array. Chapter 64. Who is more beautiful, the Saintess Dantai Xian or Ye Qingcheng? On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, cascading upon the magnificent and imposing sect square. The Sacred Ground assessment finally commenced as scheduled. This grand event, held every 3 years, serves as a vital means for the Qingming Sacred Ground to evaluate and select outstanding talents. It involves a comprehensive assessment of tens of thousands of disciples. Those who perform exceptionally not only advance to become direct disciples or true disciples, but may even ascend to the esteemed position of chief disciple. Moreover, those with extraordinary talent and remarkable strength may earn the highest honor of being designated as the Holy Son by the Sacred Lord himself. Disciples who fail the evaluation will be relegated to outer disciples. These diligent practitioners eagerly anticipate this pivotal moment to shine. It is worth noting that the 8 holy sons currently within the Sacred Ground all emerged from these assessments, handpicked by the Sacred Lord Ling Xiaozi, becoming paragons admired by their peers. Consequently, this Sacred Ground assessment has garnered immense attention, with everyone eager to witness the emergence of a new holy son and complete the legendary 9 sons of Qingming. For the Sacred Ground, nurturing fresh blood is always the foremost priority in the continuation of its lineage. Generations of exceptional disciples are the cornerstone of the Sacred Ground's enduring existence. Various sects, dynasties, and elite families from across the Eastern continent sent representatives to witness the event, eager to see which exceptionally gifted young disciples the Qingming Sacred Ground would unveil. Thus, the Sacred Ground was brimming with distinguished guests, a gathering of esteemed friends. The location of the Sacred Ground assessment was set on the Marshall Peak Square within the inner sanctum of the Sacred Ground. Spanning over 10 miles, the square was paved with unique blue stones, flanked by towering white jade pillars adorned with lifelike dragon carvings, as if dragons soared into the skies. Countless disciples of the Qingming Sacred Ground flocked to the square. As I gaze upon the sea of people before me, the crowd resembles an endless ocean of azure. After 3 years of arduous training, I have finally reached the realm of sky control. Today marks the moment I become a direct disciple, one declares with fervor, to bring glory to my name. I, He Sanduo, must become a true disciple today. My talent is mediocre. Merely remaining in the inner sect would be a victory for me. To become a direct disciple would be a source of great satisfaction. Not only would I gain abundant resources, but my family would also be rewarded. The disciples line up in the square, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the distant 9 Saint Peaks, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Who will occupy the 9th peak? For all present, today will irrevocably alter the course of their lives. At that moment, a figure emerges from the crowd, dressed in a stark black robe. He stands out among the disciples clad in blue sect uniforms. His handsome visage and exceptional aura, combined with the enormous black sword slung across his back, unmistakably identify him as Lin Yi, the destined protagonist. He stands quietly apart from the others, eliciting curious glances from many disciples. That youth must be Lin Yi, the Taishan Peak disciple who has garnered much attention lately, one whispers. Indeed, who else could it be? What arrogance, deliberately positioning himself to attract attention, another scoffs. I heard he easily defeated the senior brother Chao Quan in a private challenge. His strength is indeed formidable, someone adds. This rumor has reached my ears as well. It is said that the sovereign holds him in high regard. He is the strongest contender for the 9th saint position in this Holy Land assessment. As the fated protagonist, Lin Yi possesses keen hearing. All manner of discussions about him are absorbed into his ears. A swarm of ants dares to discuss me. Once I ascend to the position of saint, I shall ensure you all receive your due reckoning. As a protagonist, it is imperative to repay grievances in kind. At this moment, in the very center of the square, a mysterious and peculiar island hovers in the air. Suddenly, several figures appear on the island, as if conjured from thin air. The figure in the forefront draws particular attention. Clad in a flowing robe as white as snow and crowned with a resplendent golden diadem, he emanates a chilling aura of power. This figure is none other than the sovereign, Ling Xiaozi. Accompanying him are the leaders of each peak, each surrounded by a majestic law manifestation that flows with an air of authority. These manifestations are imbued with boundless power and an overwhelming presence, leaving all who behold them utterly astounded. Undoubtedly, these individuals are superlative beings who have surpassed the saintly realm. With solemn expressions and frigid gazes, they look down upon the throng of disciples below, their faces betraying no hint of emotion. Their lofty demeanor resembles that of deities observing the myriad mortals from above. The crowd, in turn, casts reverent and apprehensive glances toward the esteemed figures on the floating island. Sovereign Ling Xiaozi has already entered the quasi-emperor realm. And the other peak masters, even the weakest among them, possess formidable saintly cultivation, each exuding a sanctified and awe-inspiring presence that dissuades any attempt at direct confrontation. Look! A sudden shout pierces the air, drawing the attention of every person present. As they turn to the source of the voice, they behold a radiant light rapidly approaching from the horizon. As it draws nearer, they are astonished to discover that the brilliance emanates from a magnificent seven-colored lotus platform. Atop this grand and splendid lotus, a figure stands poised and serene. As the lotus approaches the square, the onlookers finally discern the identity of the person atop it. It is a woman, and one of extraordinary beauty. Draped in a flowing pink gown that dances gracefully in the breeze, she resembles a resplendent lotus blooming amidst tranquil waters. A sight to behold. Her face is partially veiled, yet even through the delicate fabric, her unparalleled beauty shines through. Her enchanting eyes, deep and luminous, sparkle like stars in the night sky, captivating all who gaze upon her. Her ethereal grace and otherworldly charm evoke the image of a celestial being who has inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, inspiring awe and reverence. Upon her appearance, a wave of excitement surges through the square. Gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd. Who is she? She is Dantai Xian. Dantai Xian? Indeed. She is the holy maiden of our sacred land. Wow, what luck to witness the holy maiden in person today. Indeed, I have heard tales of her beauty. Seeing her confirms those stories. But who is more beautiful, Dantai Xian or Ye Qingcheng? Countless disciples buzz with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions, unable to contain their curiosity. Even the esteemed guests joining the lively discourse. Chapter 65. The encounter of Dantai Xian and Lin Yi's machinations upon arriving at the floating island. Dantai Xian greets everyone with respect before approaching her master, the Moonlight Fairy. With a respectful bow, she inquires, "Master." The Moonlight Fairy nods gently, a smile gracing her lips as she replies, "My dear Xianer, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Let me have a look at you." With that, the Moonlight Fairy draws Dantai Xian closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "It has been too long. Not only have you progressed in your cultivation, but you have also grown even more beautiful." Dantai Xian blushes slightly, remaining silent. "You have always been reclusive. Why have you chosen to attend the Holy Land assessment today? Is there someone you wish to observe?" Having lived for 10 millennia, the Moonlight Fairy perceives all too well, especially when it concerns her own beloved disciple. Dantai Xian, typically reticent, lowers her head, offering no response. The Moonlight Fairy has indeed not misjudged her. There is indeed someone she wishes to observe. That is the man who frequently appeared in her mind during her seclusion, Ye Qingcheng. Though they have had no direct interaction, his presence has become vividly real in her thoughts. The visions that play in her mind seem to foreshadow the events of the future. She wishes to discern the true nature of Ye Qingcheng. Why does he linger in her consciousness? Meanwhile, Lin Yi gazes up at the exalted Dantai Xian, his eyes wide with disbelief. The holy maiden Dantai Xian standing upon the dais is the very celestial being he rescued in the Beast Forest. At that time, she had battled a King Realm Crimson Flame Tiger for an entire day and night. Exhausted and gravely injured, she had been unable to even wield her sword. The Crimson Flame Tiger, too, was on the verge of collapse. Yet, as a beast, its physical prowess remained formidable, capable of easily ending Dantai Xian's life despite their shared injuries. Just as the tiger prepared to rend her with its claws, Lin Yi appeared at the perfect moment. He had been waiting for this opportune moment, biding his time to reap the rewards of their struggle. The Blood Demon Master requires the absorption of high-level fire attribute inner cores from formidable demon beasts to cultivate his Demon Emperor's Burning Heaven technique. The Crimson Flame Tiger is his target. However, he is reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with such a powerful creature. So he lures it to the vicinity of Dantai Xian. When both the human and the tiger are gravely injured, he plans to make his move. This is indeed a clever scheme, one only a destined protagonist could devise. Initially, Lin Yi intended to eliminate Dantai Xian and seize her treasures. Yet, upon approaching her, he was struck by her extraordinary beauty and abandoned his murderous intentions. Instead, he assisted her in bandaging her wounds and even provided her with a healing pill. Oblivious to his true motives, Dantai Xian was immensely grateful. However, fearing that her master, the Moonlight Fairy, would discover her secret excursion to the Beast Forest, She left behind some spirit stones and magical artifacts for Lin Yi while he slept, and quietly departed. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi was surprised to encounter her again. Ha ha, what a coincidence. I never expected this little fairy to be the saintess of the Qingming sacred land. He mused, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips. Since Ye Qingcheng was unappreciative, he had a far more enticing target in mind. If Dan Taixian were to see her savior, she would undoubtedly be thrilled. With his charm, she might even visit his room that very night. As he envisioned these scenarios, he nearly burst into laughter, feeling truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny. Look, someone exclaimed. The crimson flame, golden lion. It's Changsheng, the senior brother from the Purple Cloud Peak. How arrogant. What an occasion, with the sacred lord and so many esteemed guests present, and he dares to be so ostentatious. Damn it, he's showing off. To maintain his persona, Changsheng deliberately rode the crimson flame golden lion to the martial arts peaks plaza, seeking to impress. To the dismay of other disciples, he was accompanied by 3 stunning beauties, Ye Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, and Zhao Linger. It was truly a display of extravagance. How infuriating. The sacred land's assessment is grand and prestigious, yet it serves as a stage for Lin Yi's arrogance. Just thinking about it makes me furious, Changsheng thought bitterly. There was nothing to be done. After all, he was the child of destiny. No matter how powerful or exceptional others were, they could only serve as a backdrop to his brilliance. The thought of being trampled by Lin Yi later filled him with dread. At that moment, he sensed someone observing him. It was not Lin Yi. Changsheng's gaze met Dan Taixian's from the floating island. Isn't that Dan Taixian? What is she doing here? According to the original novel, wasn't she in seclusion until her demise, when her storyline would unfold? The idea that the new saint, Lin Yi, is actually the one who once saved her would lead to a flurry of affection and a harem subplot. One could not deny, Dan Taixian's beauty and figure were remarkable, rivaling even Ye Qingcheng. Her long legs, while perhaps not as voluptuous and straight as Qin Wushuang's, were still quite admirable. The key was her natural allure, enhanced by the snake techniques taught by the Moonlight Fairy, capable of ensnaring Lin Yi's heart. Not wishing to appear impolite as Dan Taixian gazed at him, Changsheng subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Changsheng himself was even more handsome in person than in appearances, exuding an extraordinary aura. Indeed, you are my true soulmate. Brother Changsheng, who are you nodding at? Ye Qingcheng asked, her tone tinged with jealousy as she noticed Changsheng's unusual focus. Her eyes followed his to Dan Taixian on the floating island, and sparks flew in the air. It's nothing. Changsheng shook his head, eager to avoid any trouble as the plot reached its climax. I forbid you from looking at other women. Ye Qingcheng pouted, tugging at his arm. This place is filled with men and women alike. Unless I were to gouge out my eyes, how could I avoid looking? Changsheng thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed. He endured this burden solely to see the story through and return to Blue Star to enjoy life. He mused over the impending matches. The first match should be Ye Qingcheng against Chun Mei from the Bamboo Peak. While Ye Qingcheng has commendable talent, Chun Mei is already at the half-step Heavenly King realm, and she will ultimately lose. Su Qingyao is likely to face someone named Shin Su from the Lingshu Peak. It seems she will emerge victorious, having devoured one of Shin Su's kidneys with her bugs, adding insult to injury. Then there's a match against Chao Quan, where I will be defeated in 3 moves. I will have a bye in the first round, and face Lin Yi in the second, where I will make bold threats, only to be slapped in the face later. Excited by these thoughts, he couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness that lingered. Chapter 66. Su Qingyao, the old 6 senior brother. I'm back from the draw. As Changsheng reflected on the plot, Su Qingyao joyfully approached, linking her arm with his. The draw? Who did you draw? Changsheng thought, knowing her opponent was Shin Su all along. Yet, he feigned ignorance and inquired with concern. Lin Yi. Su Qingyao waved the name in her hand, seemingly elated. The moment Changsheng heard her opponent's name, he felt a jolt of unease, as if struck by lightning. Why Lin Yi? Had his memories gone awry? Or was something else at play? Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyao had discreetly slipped 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to the steward responsible for the draw, manipulating the outcome. She was determined to face Lin Yi herself, aiming to defeat him for Changsheng and prevent the plot from unfolding as intended. She would not hesitate to sacrifice herself if it meant altering the storyline. Senior brother, why do you look so pale? Su Qingyao asked with concern. Is it your stomach again? Typically, during sacred land assessments, Changsheng would claim stomach troubles. Though his excuses were flimsy, with Qin Wushuang backing him. The elders would overlook it. What was going on? Why was the match order altered so drastically? If Su Qing'ao faced Lin Yi, who would he contend with? He was on the brink of concluding the plot. He couldn't afford any tricks now. System, can you provide an explanation? All is normal. Host may proceed with the performance. All actors are in position. I asked if there was an issue with the plot. All is normal. Are you certain? Affirmative. Fine. System, if you play tricks at a critical moment, do not blame me for turning against you. Despite his doubts, Ye Qingcheng had no choice but to press on. He was no longer a novice. With his past experiences, he quickly composed himself, donning a warm smile as he said, "Your opponent is formidable. You must prepare well. You might ask Sister Changsheng for advice. Since she shares a lineage with Lin Yi, she may offer some insights." At the mention of Ye Qingcheng, Su Qingyao lifted her chin, proudly declaring, "I don't need her advice. She's in cahoots with Lin Yi." How absurd. Dare to speak such nonsense, and I won't hold back. Ye Qingcheng, upon hearing Su Qingyao's accusation, was ready to retaliate. Come on. Before defeating Lin Yi, I wouldn't mind taking you down first. Su Qingyao assumed a fighting stance. All right, what is this occasion? You two should be mindful of your actions, if you please. Ye Qingcheng was equally at a loss. The unfolding narrative had left him in a state of disarray, and he had no desire to witness the two female leads continue their antics. Even the elder's words might not sway them, but when it came to Ye Qingcheng, his words were akin to a royal decree. Both women, puffed up with indignation, suppressed their energies, each standing on either side of him, deliberately avoiding eye contact. You both are no longer children. Cease this foolishness. As cultivators, we must maintain a heart of tranquility and emptiness. Should there come a day when I am no longer here, as fellow disciples, you must support and care for one another, avoiding jealousy and discord that could harm our harmony. Ye Qingcheng recalled the original novel where the two women harmed each other in a bid for affection, and he felt compelled to offer a few words of caution before returning to the Blue Star. During his time in this realm, he had sensed the depth of their feelings for him. Alas, it was a burden too heavy to bear. Humans are not mere grass and wood, who can remain unfeeling. When the weight of Ye Qingcheng's paternal tone and his mention of a potential departure struck them, both women felt a pang in their hearts, grasping the underlying meaning of his words. This was a prelude to farewell. Ye Qingcheng declared, "Brother Changsheng, I will not allow history to repeat itself." Su Qingyao vowed, "Senior brother, Qingyao will shield you from all threats, even at the cost of her life." Qin Wushuang observed Ye Qingcheng and the two women from her floating island. Her gaze tinged with amusement. "Disciple, today is your grand day. It seems these two little girls can hardly bear to part from you. Alas, you are indeed splendidly handsome. I know that no matter how hard I try to shield you from romantic entanglements, there will come a day when it cannot be prevented. I only hope that you hold a place for your master in your heart. Disciple, go forth boldly to confront Lin Yi. With me here. Those visions in your mind shall not manifest in reality." Qin Wushuang had made thorough preparations. Should Ye Qingcheng exhaust all his means, and even the god of wine's curse fail to best Lin Yi, she would not hesitate to risk breaching the sacred land's prohibitions to eliminate Lin Yi on the spot. This would settle matters once and for all. Naturally, this was a last resort, for the consequences of such an action were dire. Aside from Su Qingyao's opponent being somewhat mismatched, the others were relatively standard. Ye Qingcheng faced off against Chen Mei. Ye Qingcheng received a bye in the first round. At this moment, in the square above, the elder responsible for the assessment waved his sleeve, his voice echoing across the entire martial peak. All disciples are present. The sacred land assessment officially commences. As his words fell, the entire square erupted with excitement, the gazes of all present igniting with fervor. The assessment of the sacred land consisted of 3 parts: talent evaluation, cultivation level test, and finally, a practical combat test. The first was the talent evaluation. Each disciple ascended the testing platform to assess their aptitude. Inner disciples were required to reach the 3rd level of the skyward realm. Otherwise, they would be demoted to outer disciples, resulting in a significant reduction of cultivation resources. Talent was equally crucial. The sacred land placed great importance on this. Disciples with outstanding talent would attract the attention of the elders, and those with extraordinary aptitude might even be coveted as true disciples by the higher echelons, or even become key candidates for the position of the Holy Sun. The final part was the practical combat test. Should one dominate in this test, congratulations, the position of Holy Sun beckons. An inner disciple, his heart racing with trepidation, was the first to step onto the testing platform. He was an ordinary disciple from Xianyun Peak, who, through diligent practice over the years, had barely reached the third level of the Skyward Realm. Buzz, as his hand touched the testing stone tablet, a low hum resonated. Then, ancient characters appeared on the stone. Skyward Realm, Level 3, Medium Talent. The elder overseeing the assessment glanced at the inscriptions on the stone tablet and stated coolly, "The first two evaluations are satisfactory. Prepare for the third round." Upon hearing this, the disciple leapt for joy. His status as an inner disciple was secured, and he hoped to achieve a good ranking in the combat test, thus elevating his standing on Xianyun Peak and increasing his cultivation resources. Subsequently, other disciples took their turns on the platform. For every joy, there was also sorrow, as many were demoted to outer disciples due to insufficient cultivation and talent. Talent is not immutable. It can change with personal growth experiences. This is one reason why the sect conducts assessments every 3 years. The unfolding events closely mirrored the descriptions in the original text. Ye Qingcheng found little interest in the proceedings, his focus drawn solely to Lin Yi. Chapter 67. Talent of the Tao Level Hiss. Terrifying indeed. Exceptional talent. Who would have thought Lin Yi of Taishan Peak possessed such extraordinary aptitude? His cultivation has reached the formidable 9th level of the concentration realm, a half step into the king realm. Thus far, Lin Yi is the only one to be assessed with exceptional talent. Even talents like Ye Qingcheng and Chao Quan are merely of high aptitude. Lin Yi is simply too powerful. It seems his achievements in Yunda City were not mere luck. Surrounding the testing stone tablet, numerous disciples gasped in astonishment at Lin Yi's talent and cultivation level. The elder responsible for the assessment nodded repeatedly, recognizing the limitless potential of this young man. It appeared that Lin Yi had a significant chance of claiming the top spot in this sacred land assessment. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, brimming with pride. He gazed towards the floating island, pondering, "Dantai Xian, do you see this? Do you recognize me? I possess exceptional talent. Your savior is of extraordinary aptitude. Are you not delighted?" However, Dantai Xian seemed oblivious to him, leaving Lin Yi somewhat disheartened. He then shifted his gaze to Ye Qingcheng. How infuriating! The more he looked, the angrier he became. Ye Changsheng sat in a chair, with Ye Qingcheng to his left and Su Qingyao to his right. One held fruit while the other presented pastries, constantly feeding Ye Qingcheng. How outrageous! Ye Qingcheng was perfectly capable of feeding himself. Did he truly require their assistance? Ye Qingcheng, how dare you underestimate me? I possess exceptional talent, and the position of Holy Son is within my grasp. You truly have no eye for talent, failing to congratulate me while seeking to curry favor with Ye Qingcheng. Watch as I trample him beneath my feet, and you shall see who the true man worthy of your affection is. On the floating island, Yuan Jinzi observed Lin Yi with evident satisfaction, seemingly speaking to himself. It appears our Qingming's sacred land will soon have another holy son. It was clear to all whom he referred to. Although the peak masters of the other factions were displeased, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Qin Wushuang, who had always harbored a disdain for Yuan Jinzi, saw him hinting at Lin Yi's qualification to become holy son and remarked with a slight frown, "Indeed, my disciple Ye Qingcheng is qualified to be a holy son. Your disciple Ye Qingcheng spends all his time circling around my disciple Ye Qingcheng, neglecting his duties. If not for your protection, he would have been absent from the sacred land assessment and relegated to the outer sect. You have led my disciple astray, and I shall not consent to your proposal." Yuan Jinzi retorted with thinly veiled mockery. "How is it that I feel your disciple has been the one persistently pursuing my disciple?" Qin Wushuang quipped, noticing that Ye Qingcheng had linked her arm with Ye Qingcheng's, beaming with joy, while Ye Qingcheng appeared troubled, as if burdened by some concern. Yuan Jinzi's expression darkened. He mused, "I know my own disciple well. Ye Qingcheng is known for her aloof demeanor. How could she display such a countenance? Truly perplexing. I am Lin Yi of the Xianfeng clan, endowed with extraordinary talent. In less than a year since my arrival at the sacred ground, I have achieved the realm of half-step heavenly king and have already accomplished great feats in Yunda City. My future is undoubtedly boundless." "That depends on whom you are compared to." The two exchanged sharp retorts, their words clashing like swords. The other high-ranking members of the sacred ground feared that a disagreement might escalate into a physical altercation before the multitude of disciples, which would be difficult to mediate. Fortunately, after a century of verbal sparring, they had developed a tacit understanding. Gentlemen engage in dialogue, not in brawls. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng observed Lin Yi inciting discussions among the crowd with a serene expression. Everything was under his control. He relished the sight of Lin Yi's pretentiousness, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Soon, he would unleash a brilliant performance, propelling this captivating narrative to its zenith, ensuring that Lin Yi would be thoroughly humiliated. It was not that he had a penchant for suffering. Rather, it was the curse of his actor as professionalism. After Qin Wushuang and Yuan Jinzi finished their verbal exchange, she gazed at Gu Changsheng, her phoenix eyes filled with warmth. Disciple, destiny must be grasped in one's own hands. You must shatter the shackles of fate. I believe in you. I believe you will defeat Lin Yi, change your destiny, alter mine, and transform the fate of this world. Remember, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Humph, how could I be inferior to that insufferable Lin Yi, who possesses only high-level talent? Senior brother, it's your turn. Su Qingyao stepped down from the testing platform, her face etched with dissatisfaction. Gu Changsheng mused. What more could one possibly desire? High-level talent is already a rarity, yet she remained unsatisfied. After all, Lin Yi was the destined protagonist. As it was now his turn, Gu Changsheng rose, stretched lazily, and swaggered toward the testing platform with an air of arrogance. Why the swagger? To maintain his character. If he could, he would plaster a sign of his superiority on his forehead. Make way, make way. I, the senior brother, am here to take the test. Gu Changsheng shoved aside the disciples in front of him, exuding an extremely arrogant demeanor. The disciples he pushed aside could only resentfully part the way for him, too intimidated to voice their grievances. Even the elder overseeing the assessment displayed an expression of disdain upon seeing Gu Changsheng, with a gait that suggested he recognized no kin. Gu Changsheng slowly ascended the testing platform. In the original novel, he had tested with above-average aptitude, having reached the 3rd level of the concentration realm. Now, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the concentration realm. There was some discrepancy from the original text. He did not intend for it to be this way. The system frequently rewarded him with cultivation boosts. Moreover, Ye Qingcheng had gifted him a dragon blood jade, even if he refrained from training. His cultivation had been forcibly elevated to the 9th level of the concentration realm. Let it be a little higher. As long as he held back, Lin Yi would still be able to shine. Before everyone, Gu Changsheng extended his hand and gently touched the testing stone tablet. Boom. In that instant, the stone tablet emitted a deafening sound as if it were under immense pressure. While others produced low, rumbling sounds during their tests, Gu Changsheng's was a sharp, thunderous roar, startling even him. Was it going to explode? Then, a dazzling cascade of 7-colored light erupted from the testing stone tablet, radiating magnificently, as if aiming to pierce the heavens and illuminate eternity. From the sky came mysterious resonances of Tao, followed by a golden beam descending upon Gu Changsheng, enveloping him entirely. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, words appeared on the stone tablet. Tao level talent. Concentration realm level 9 this. How is this possible? It's actually Tao level, surpassing all other talents. Could it be a malfunction of the testing stone tablet? Yes, that is possible. After testing tens of thousands today, it might have gone haywire. At that moment, the entire martial arts peak plaza, including the sacred lord and high-ranking officials on the floating island, as well as the esteemed guests in attendance, were utterly astonished. Tao-level talent had not appeared in millennia. At the testing platform, Gu Changsheng stared at the inscription on the stone tablet, completely dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that his talent was absurdly high. Could it be due to refining the dragon blood? That shouldn't be the case. Talent is a comprehensive assessment. A single drop of true dragon blood may enhance it, but not to this extent. It must be due to the primordial Tao body. System. Explain to me why you granted me the primordial Tao body. ISNT this complicating matters for me? This is a template reward. This system cannot intervene. ISNT that considered intervention? My talent has reached the Tao level. Rest assured, host, the plot is proceeding as normal. We look forward to your splendid performance. Beside him, the elder in charge of the assessment was utterly stunned, forgetting to announce his results due to the overwhelming shock. His long eyebrows twitched incessantly, rendering him quite comical. After an indeterminate amount of time, he slowly spoke. Xian Peak. Gu Changsheng, Tao level talent, concentration realm level 9. Upon the conclusion of his words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. What does Tao level talent signify? The last individual to possess Tao level talent had long since ascended to a higher realm. He was the legendary figure of the most powerful family in the novel-esque world, the Di family of Zhongzhou, known as Di Lintian. In his time, Di Lintian single-handedly elevated the Di family from an ordinary clan to the foremost family in the novel-esque universe. Since his ascension, the family had thrived for a millennium without decline, demonstrating the terrors of Dao-level talent. The emergence of Ye Qingcheng with Dao-level talent in the Qingming sacred ground was, without doubt, a monumental revelation. Dao-level. I never imagined I would witness a Dao-level talent in my lifetime. With such an extraordinarily gifted disciple, the Qingming sacred ground is destined to rise once again. This young man could ensure the continuation of the Qingming sacred ground's fortunes for millennia. Chapter 68. Master, I wish to learn your serpent technique upon witnessing the emergence of Dao-level talent. Even the sacred Lord Ling Shuzi found it difficult to remain composed. His brows unfurled, his countenance betraying his delight as he turned to Qin Wushuang and remarked, Sister Wushuang, you have a remarkable disciple. Could you summon him here, so that I may meet your esteemed eldest disciple? Of course, no problem. Qin Wushuang could hardly contain her joy. Were it not for the thousands of disciples and esteemed guests below, she might have taken out a wine gourd to celebrate. Changsheng, come to the floating island. The sacred Lord wishes to see you. Qin Wushuang's voice resonated throughout the martial field, ensuring that everyone knew Ye Qingcheng was her disciple. All the disciples and guests present turned their gazes toward the floating island. What a position the sacred Lord holds. To request an audience with a disciple during the assessment is unprecedented. Very well, I will come at once, Ye Qingcheng replied, his heart reluctant. Yet with the sacred Lord wishing to see him, he could only brace himself and step toward the floating island. As the thousands of disciples and esteemed guests looked on, their previous disdain for Ye Qingcheng was replaced by awe. Ye Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, Lin Fengge, Sheng Wanqing, Zhao Ling The few women closely linked to him gazed at Ye Qingcheng, bathed in golden light, with deep affection in their eyes. Disciple Ye Qingcheng pays respects to the sacred Lord, to my master, and to the esteemed elders. Ye Qingcheng respectfully bowed to the high-ranking officials before standing still, exuding an ethereal aura, his demeanor transcendent. Seeing Ye Qingcheng's bearing, Ling Shuzi nodded in approval, his eyes shining with a profound light, as if connecting with the stars and the vast ocean. The Lord unexpectedly opens the celestial eye. This is simply too much. To consume one's lifespan for the sake of a disciple, merely to glimpse his future? The high-ranking members observed with astonishment as the Lord Ling Shuzi employed the celestial eye to peer into Ye Qingcheng's future. In Dan Tai Xian's beautiful eyes, there flickered a hint of surprise and anxiety. She thought to herself, could the Lord see my presence in Ye Qingcheng's future? How embarrassing. She had already become a little fan of Ye Qingcheng. Hiss. In less than 2 breaths, it seemed that Ling Shuzi was struck by some form of backlash. Abruptly retracting the celestial eye, his previously rosy complexion turned pale in an instant, filled with terror. His breathing quickened. Lord, what is the matter? The surrounding high-ranking members rushed to inquire upon witnessing his distress. Such a formidable lord had never been so flustered. His celestial eye had once aided the Holy Land through a great calamity. This child, even I cannot fathom. All I see is chaos. After a brief adjustment of his breath, Ling Shuzi slowly articulated what he had glimpsed of the future. Upon hearing this, the surrounding high-ranking members exchanged glances, realizing that Ye Qingcheng's future was obscured by some formidable power. Good indeed, Ye Qingcheng. I hope you perform admirably in the upcoming practical assessment. Ling Shuzi now felt utterly drained, speaking with a lack of energy. The disciple shall exert every effort, living up to the Lord's expectations. Ye Qingcheng clasped his hands in salute. Inwardly, he muttered, perform well? I'm contemplating how to make Lin Yi's face-slapping look more natural. What a hassle. Why must there be such a Dao-level talent? With such talent, if I were easily defeated by Lin Yi, wouldn't that seem rather implausible? In the square, Lin Yi, who had just basked in the admiration of the crowd, now stood frozen in disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't he today supposed to be his moment to shine, basking in the envy of others? He had meticulously planned various poses, gazes, and lines. He had rehearsed them countless times in his mind. Yet now, no one paid him any mind. Instead, Ye Qingcheng had become the focal point of the entire gathering. The Lord had expended his lifespan to peer into his future. Why? This cannot be real. As he looked again, he saw Dan Tai Xian pursuing the departing Ye Qingcheng, displaying a bashful demeanor typical of a young woman. Gu senior brother, please wait. Gu Changsheng halted, turning to see Dan Taixian had come after him. Dan Tai Saintus, is there something you need? Gu Changsheng's mood was quite low, and his tone appeared somewhat indifferent. How cool. Other men nearly go mad at the sight of me, yet Gu Changsheng remains so aloof. It's simply too cool. Dan Taixian murmured to herself. May I ask if Gu senior brother remembers me? Dan Taixian blushed as she spoke softly. Dan Tai Saintus, the only saintess of the Holy Land. How could I forget? Gu Changsheng maintained his cold expression. It has been a long time. I wonder if after the assessment, you would be available to discuss the path of cultivation with me. The path of cultivation? I am not well versed. Dan Tai Saintus, are you jesting? Gu Changsheng felt vexed, his words icy. Dan Tai Saintus, you may consult other holy sons or elders. I truly cannot assist. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After speaking, Gu Changsheng turned to depart, needing to contemplate how to navigate the unfolding events. It was quite troublesome and awkward. Watching Gu Changsheng's retreating figure, Dan Taixian felt somewhat at a loss. This Gu Changsheng truly lacked sensitivity. He let such a beautiful saintess walk away. Disciple, stop standing there foolishly and return with me, said the Moonlight Fairy, who approached and whispered in her ear. Master, what do you mean I? Love between men and women is a natural sentiment. It is only normal for someone as outstanding as Gu Changsheng to capture your interest. There is nothing to feel shy about. Once I impart some skills to you, I assure you, Gu Changsheng will fall deeply in love with you. The Moonlight Fairy smiled mischievously. Dan Taixian recalled that her master was proficient in dual cultivation techniques and possessed formidable skills, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she softly said, Master, I wish to learn. Please teach me. The Moonlight Fairy. Chapter 69. Even goddesses have their moments of being unrefined. The tests have all concluded. Next, we proceed to the practical assessments, based on the draw results. Each will head to the arena for the first round of competition. Upon the elder's announcement, the atmosphere surged once more. Not all disciples were qualified to participate in the practical assessments. Only those with above-average talents and cultivation at the spirit condensation stage were eligible. Tens of thousands of disciples and numerous esteemed guests directed their gazes toward the massive arena in the center of the square. The first match is between Chun Mei of the Bamboo Peak and Ye Qingcheng of the Taixian Peak. With the elder's loud proclamation, a silvery sword light cleaved through the air, plunging straight into the center of the arena. As the sword light gradually dissipated, a woman stood proudly atop the sword's hilt, exuding grace and confidence. It was none other than the senior sister, Chun Mei, of the Bamboo Peak. Truly worthy of being the senior sister of the Bamboo Peak. Her entrance is nothing short of impressive. The technique she just displayed must be the Bamboo Peak's signature move, Shadow of the Sword. It appears she has mastered the Qingzhu Fengyun sword to an extraordinary level. She is likely a strong contender for the top position in this assessment. Indeed, I heard that upon returning from Yundu City, the first seat of Bamboo Peak specifically conducted intensive training for her. Look, our goddess, Sister Ye Qingcheng, has arrived. As the crowd focused on Chun Mei, someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Ye Qingcheng, clad in a flowing white gown and stepping gracefully in cloud-patterned battle boots, walked slowly toward the arena with an air of aloofness. In contrast to Chun Mei's dazzling entrance, her understated arrival was even more captivating. Chun Mei had assumed she could overshadow her with her dramatic entrance, only to find that her efforts paled in comparison to the other's beauty. All eyes fell upon Ye Qingcheng. She seemed to be a magnet, drawing in all gazes and attention. Chun Mei stood awkwardly atop her sword's hilt. Her expression stiffened as the cold wind blew against her. Look, compared to Ye Qingcheng's elegant entrance, Chun Mei of the Bamboo Peak appears somewhat clumsy. Brother, your words are rather harsh, yet they hold some truth, haha. Not far from the arena, Gu Changsheng lounged comfortably in a chair brought by Zhao Ling, reclining casually as he observed Ye Qingcheng on the stage. Gu Changsheng had a bye in the first round, and thus found himself at ease. According to the original storyline, Ye Qingcheng and Chun Mei would battle for 30 exchanges, ultimately leading to Ye Qingcheng's narrow defeat. Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao were both mediocre fighters in the early stages, gradually gaining strength as the story progressed. Nonetheless, Chun Mei was indeed somewhat pretentious. With Lin Yi, the true powerhouse, present, did she really think she could show off? How overly contrived was her entrance? Ye Qingcheng, whom he had not found particularly stunning in close quarters, appeared strikingly beautiful in contrast to the crowd. Young master, who do you think is stronger, Miss Yi or her opponent? Zhao Linger, who had yet to embark on her cultivation journey, could not discern the subtleties and casually inquired out of boredom. Ye Qingcheng will surely be defeated in 30 rounds, Gu Changsheng asserted, fully aware of the unfolding narrative. Zhao Linger nodded, her understanding tenuous at best. She could not fathom how Gu Changsheng arrived at such a conclusion. Surely, it was merely idle speculation. Junior Sister Yi, this practical assessment is no mere display. I shan't hold back. Should I mar your exquisite visage, do not hold it against me, Chen Mei exclaimed, her jealousy having reached a boiling point after being neglected for so long. She yearned to mar Ye Qingcheng's stunning beauty with her sword. Senior Sister Chen, this is not a banquet. Why the pleasantries? Your awareness is commendable, Chen Mei retorted, her words scarcely lingering as she lunged with her sword, attacking Ye Qingcheng with fierce determination, her strikes imbued with lethal intent. In that moment, the arena erupted with fervor. Remarkable. Our goddess Yi can actually hold her own against the senior sister from Shaozhou Peak. Who would have anticipated that? Indeed, she could easily rely on her beauty, yet chooses to toil in her cultivation. Isn't it obvious? A cultivator who neglects their training cannot truly be called a cultivator. Do you even know how to give compliments? Gu Changsheng observed the match with languor, counting 27, 28, 29. Linger, in the next move, Chen will unleash a technique called shadow sword splitting, which will disarm Ye Qingcheng. Gu Changsheng stated, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. Zhao Linger regarded the arena skeptically. Was he truly this prescient? If he were indeed correct, would he not be regarded as a celestial being capable of divining the future? As they both focused intently on the stage, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ye Qingcheng suddenly shouted toward Chen Mei's rear, Brother Tsongtsong, why have you come? Brother Tsongtsong was the object of Chen Mei's affections. Instinctively, upon hearing his name, Chen Mei turned to look behind her. In the realm of masters, the outcome hinged upon a mere thought. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sly smile graced Ye Qingcheng's lips. Apologies, Senior Sister Chen, but I have my reasons to emerge victorious. With that, she darted forward, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, and in an instant, she was at Chen Mei's side. Realizing there was no one behind her, Chen Mei comprehended her folly, yet it was too late. Ye Qingcheng granted her no chance for a response, delivering a forceful palm strike that sent Chen Mei hurtling from the stage. A resounding thud echoed as she crashed to the ground. The impact bore little physical harm, but was a profound humiliation. Chapter 70. The secret of Su Qingyao being cast off the stage meant defeat for Chen Mei. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the elder overseeing the assessment proclaimed, Disciple Chen Mei of Shaozhou Peak has been thrown from the stage. Ye Qingcheng of Taishan Peak is the victor. Ye Qingcheng's lips curled into a slight smile. She intended to continue winning, diminishing the number of rivals for her dear brother Changsheng. A hushed silence enveloped the arena. Could it be? The aloof Ye Qingcheng resorting to such cunning tactics? It was utterly unforeseen. Even the dignitaries in the stands exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how Ye Qingcheng had secured victory so effortlessly. Yet, while this was within the bounds of the rules, they were at a loss for words. Only the head of Shaozhou Peak was left fuming, his face flushed with ire. Old Wang, do not be upset. I apologize on behalf of my disciple, Yuan Jinzi said, unable to suppress his delight. The head of Shaozhou Peak, observing his smug demeanor, coldly retorted, leave. Zhao Lingo, suppressing laughter, cast a teasing glance at Gu Changsheng. Just moments ago, he had spoken with such conviction, she had nearly believed him. It appeared that no one could truly predict the future. Gu Changsheng was utterly speechless. Ye Qingcheng had completely disregarded the expected norms. Ye Qingcheng, your character seems awry. How could one so proud, akin to a pure lotus, resort to such underhanded tactics? As Ye Qingcheng approached him, her demeanor cheerful, Gu Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Brother Changsheng, am I not impressive? Ye Qingcheng, oblivious to any impropriety in her actions, grasped his hand. Eager for praise, Gu Changsheng thought, impressive? Would you prefer I strike you with my staff? What a calamity, what a transgression. Next, Taishan Peak's Lin Yi will face off against Ziyun Peak's Su Qingyao. At that moment, the elder announced the upcoming duel. Goodness, I nearly forgot about the other contender. What a mystery. How did Su Qingyao end up matched with Lin Yi? Let us hope nothing goes awry. Junior sister, if you cannot win, concede quickly. Lin Yi is no trifling opponent. He shows no mercy, even to women. Gu Changsheng mused to himself. Where was Su Qingyao? He had not seen his little junior sister since the beginning. Where could she have wandered off to? Lin Yi stood with his arms crossed, striking a nonchalant pose. Yet Su Qingyao had yet to appear. Elder, is Su Qingyao from Ziyun Peak still coming? If she does not arrive soon, declare my victory. He was well aware of Su Qingyao's cultivation level, merely at the 3rd level of concentration, in stark contrast to his own half-step to the Heavenly King realm. Their abilities were worlds apart. She was likely avoiding confrontation out of fear of being harmed. How perceptive of you. Otherwise, I would have delivered a harsh lesson before Gu Changsheng. The elder furrowed his brow, calling out, Su Qingyao, Su Qingyao, if you do not take the stage soon, you will be declared the loser. No sooner had his words echoed than a melodious voice rang out, Elder, I am here. Su Qingyao transformed into a streak of azure light, racing toward the floating island. Nearby, Qin Wushuang observed her departing figure, her expression grave. Qingyao, I had no idea you harbored such deep feelings for your senior brother, devising such schemes. How unfortunate. Changsheng, to ensure you can defeat that villain Lin Yi, I must accompany this little girl in her antics. Are you aware that I too? Qin Wushuang sighed, shaking her head as she returned to her seat, her heart a tumult of emotions. As Su Qingyao approached the arena, she glanced toward Gu Changsheng. Their eyes met. Gu Changsheng noticed tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. Senior brother, ever since those visions of the future appeared in my mind, I have resolved to protect and cherish you at all costs, as a token of gratitude for your care over the years. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will stand against Lin Yi for you. With that thought, Su Qingyao's eyes hardened, her expression resolute. This girl is acting rather strangely. Her gaze just now seemed akin to a farewell. Could it be she knows I am returning to the Blue Star? That cannot be. Strange, very strange. Gu Changsheng pondered, his gaze withdrawn, his mind racing. The combatants are in position. The assessment begins. With the elder's command, Su Qingyao and Lin Yi simultaneously drew their respective treasures. Lin Yi, with an air of pride, thrust the enormous sword, heroine, forcefully into the ground, producing a dull thud. He then slightly tilted his head back and, in a nonchalant tone, declared, Su Qingyao, you are no match for me. I have no desire to strike a woman. You should concede voluntarily. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on him, her tone icy as she retorted. What are you thinking? Lin Yi, from where does your confidence stem? A faint smirk graced Lin Yi's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. I have reached the half-step king realm, while you are merely at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. The disparity is evident. No further words are necessary. By your logic, the sacred grounds need not conduct practical assessments. One merely needs to look at the cultivation levels, correct? At this, Lin Yi's expression turned frosty. Sharp-tongued as ever, since good advice cannot sway a stubborn fool, do not blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Su Qingyao's obstinacy, Lin Yi grew weary of further discourse. Defeating her would also bring disappointment to Gu Changsheng. First, he would thoroughly trample his little junior sister to diminish her spirit. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi's figure flickered, and he leaped into the air like a flash of lightning. He raised the heroine sword high, its blade shimmering with a frigid light, exuding an overwhelming force akin to splitting Mount Hua, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as he swung it down towards Su Qingyao. Lin Yi truly is formidable. Faced with such a powerful strike, Su Qingyao felt a rush of astonishment, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she gripped her long sword tightly, summoning all her strength to counter Lin Yi's blow. Alas, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Despite Su Qingyao's utmost effort to defend, she could not withstand the thunderous impact of Lin Yi's strike. In the moment of collision, a tremendous force surged up her sword, causing her hands to tremble. Before she knew it, her petite frame was propelled backward, stumbling several steps under the relentless pressure of Lin Yi's sword. Had she not managed to steady herself, she would have fallen to the ground in utter disarray. Gasping for breath, Su Qingyao felt her vitality waver, her breath quickening. Young master, what should we do? Sister Qingyao. Although Zhao Linger had been previously kidnapped, their relationship had improved over time. Witnessing Su Qingyao at a disadvantage, she anxiously clutched Gu Changsheng's arm, shaking it fervently. Gu Changsheng, pained by her agitation, wondered what he could possibly do. Their powers were vastly unequal. He could only hope that Su Qingyao would concede soon to avoid injury. Lin Yi was all too familiar with his own strength, Su Qingyao was not his woman, and he would show no mercy. Su Qingyao, will you not concede? Lin Yi's voice was cold. No, I shall defeat you for senior brother. I will not allow you to harm him. Su Qingyao stood tall, determination etched on her delicate features, as an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from her. Lin Yi noticed that she seemed to be employing some secret technique, her cultivation visibly rising. He dared not underestimate her and retreated a few steps to create distance. Again, it's Ye Qingcheng. He is not worth such devotion. Ye Qingcheng was the name Lin Yi least wished to hear. Seeing Su Qingyao go to such lengths for him ignited a fierce jealousy within him. He's worth it. For senior brother, even death is worthwhile. Su Qingyao gritted her silver teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Yet she resolutely urged the insects within her body to forcibly elevate her cultivation to the later stages of the spirit-gathering realm. However, this extreme method came with a price. She could feel a powerful backlash gnawing at her meridians and organs. Yet in that moment, Su Qingyao paid no mind to the consequences. She gripped the Bihui sword tightly, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance, as clear and enchanting as emerald waters. With a swift motion of her arm, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted forth, roaring like the tumultuous waves of the ocean, surging powerfully towards Lin Yi. This sword light, imposing in its might, caused the very air to resonate with sharp explosions, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. Faced with such a fierce assault, Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyao could unleash such a terrifying sword technique. Yet, Lin Yi was a battle-hardened warrior. He did not dare to hesitate, swiftly channeling all his spiritual energy, gripping the heroine sword tightly as he braced against the oncoming wave of sword light. A tremendous clash echoed as the two sword lights collided, sending sparks flying. The sheer force of the impact struck Lin Yi like a sledgehammer, forcing him to stagger backward involuntarily. Despite his best efforts to remain steady, the overwhelming power was too great, and he found himself retreating step by step towards the edge of the arena. Realizing he was perilously close to falling off the stage, Lin Yi internally lamented. It seemed he would need to resort to some hidden tactics. Resolute, Lin Yi roared, Su Qingyao, if this is all you can muster, then your defeat is certain. Before his words could fully settle, Lin Yi stomped his foot, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Then, the heroine sword erupted with a pitch-black glow, slashing down with a force that could move mountains. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, and the very space around Lin Yi seemed to tear apart. The once unstoppable emerald sword light melted away upon encountering this dark sword shadow, disintegrating like ice before a raging fire, ultimately dissipating into countless specks of starlight. Indeed, remarkable. As the attack was neutralized, Su Qingyao also suffered substantial backlash. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body trembling. Qingyao, you cannot defeat him, concede. Ye Qingcheng, unable to bear watching Su Qingyao suffer further, suddenly rose from his seat and shouted towards the arena. Senior brother, if anything were to happen to Qingyao, you must live on. Ignoring Ye Qingcheng's plea, Su Qingyao shouted fervently. This sounded like a declaration of her inevitable demise, akin to a final farewell. Even more astonishingly, Su Qingyao cried towards the floating island, Master, please forgive your unfilial disciple. With that, she knelt and knocked her head 3 times against the ground. Ye Qingcheng was taken aback. As a person from Blue Star, who did not know the significance of those 3 phrases which heralded great events. The first, father and mother, forgive your child for being unfilial. The second, ancestral spirits, bear witness. The third, the most severe, disciples. This matter is not about life or death. The sacred grounds have tested us. As soon as these 3 phrases were uttered, a fierce battle was inevitable. To his shock, Su Qingyao had spoken the first. It seemed she was resolved to face death. What could possibly motivate this? Ye Qingcheng was left in a state of bewilderment. Su Qingyao's once delicate visage now bore a chilling intensity, her beautiful eyes turning a deep crimson, as if they could bleed. Simultaneously, a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin, a horrifying sight to behold. Yet, even more shocking was the surging, formidable aura that erupted from her, akin to an overwhelming torrent, instantly engulfing the entire arena. A madwoman, absolutely insane. She dares to burn her own essence. Beside her, Lin Yi's eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He gasped in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that Su Qingyao would be so resolute, willing to pay such a tremendous price to conquer herself. Su Qingyao, what have I, Lin, done to offend you? If it is merely because of Ye Qingcheng, surely it cannot warrant this extreme measure. Can we not have a calm discussion? Linny, his face marred by panic, stumbled through his words in a desperate attempt to communicate with Su Qingyao, hoping to quell the fierce conflict. Meanwhile, the onlookers below began to stir restlessly. They exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion and bewilderment. After all, this was merely a routine practical assessment. Why was Su Qingyao fighting so desperately, even resorting to the burning of her vital essence? Was there a deep-seated animosity between the two that remained hidden from view? In an instant, various speculations and discussions erupted among the spectators, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Chapter 71. The bitter strategy. Lin Yi felt particularly vexed. He believed he had not provoked Su Qingyao in any way. Moreover, he had made efforts, both intentionally and inadvertently, to be amiable towards her. It seemed unjustifiable. Not only was Lin Yi troubled, but Ye Qingcheng was utterly bewildered. He held no grudges against Lin Yi. Why would Su Qingyao go to such lengths? Having just invoked a secret technique to violently amplify her cultivation, and now burning her vital essence, the backlash on her body would be immense. It was recklessness. Such actions could ruin her path to immortality. Why? Why was this happening? Ye Changsheng recalled Su Qingyao's words. Was she truly willing to sacrifice her life to shield him from Lin Yi? It was madness. Could it be that Su Qingyao, like him, was a traveler aware of the narrative? That seemed improbable. If she knew the story, as the heroine of the harem, she should be joining forces with Lin Yi against him. What had gone awry? Her character was unraveling. It was as though she had lost her sanity. There was no time for Ye Qingcheng to ponder further. The situation on stage was shifting rapidly. Seeing Su Qingyao gamble everything and place herself in peril. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he growled. The Sacred Land's practical assessment places no restrictions on life and death. Since you seek death, I shall not hesitate to end you. Burning Heavens, 9 transformations. With Lin Yi's furious roar, it resonated like thunder, shaking the entire arena. Burning Heavens transformation. In an instant, a torrent of searing crimson flames erupted from Lin Yi, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing him entirely. The flames, seemingly alive, swiftly coiled around Lin Yi, forming a magnificent and formidable suit of fiery armor. This armor shimmered with dazzling brilliance, wrapping Lin Yi tightly within, rendering him a fearsome warrior from the depths of hell, exuding an air of majesty that instilled dread. At this moment, Lin Yi's appearance and demeanor had undergone a transformative change. His once handsome features now appeared particularly stern and imposing, illuminated by the flames. His eyes, once clear as water, now brimmed with boundless murderous intent and battle fervor, making it difficult to gaze upon him directly. More importantly, he radiated a powerful aura, an invisible pressure that spread outward, as if the very air around him were on the verge of igniting. Watching from below, Qin Wushuang's expression turned grave as she witnessed Lin Yi unleash such a terrifying technique. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Qingyao, filled with worry and anxiety. She whispered, her lips trembling, "Please, let nothing happen to Qingyao. Let her be safe." Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, palms slick with perspiration from overwhelming tension. Simultaneously, Ye Qingcheng, who had been observing the battle, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi unleash the Burning Heavens 9 transformations against Su Qingyao. He knew well that this was one of Lin Yi's ultimate techniques, and each transformation would greatly enhance his power. Given Su Qingyao's current strength, it was inconceivable that she could withstand such a formidable attack. Realizing this, Ye Qingcheng felt a surge of urgency and cried out, "Qingyao." His voice was laced with concern and panic. Qingyao quickly conceded. Returning to the Blue Star was his aspiration, but not at the cost of losing his humanity. Over these days, Su Qingyao's kindness towards him had been quietly etched in his heart, despite his nonchalant demeanor. Now, faced with her peril, how could he remain unperturbed? Moreover, if anything were to happen to Su Qingyao, it would not merely be a matter of character collapse. The very storyline could be jeopardized. The battle between the two on stage was nearing its climax, and with a punch, Lin Yi unleashed his Demon Emperor fist. The wind from the punch howled, its immense force seeming capable of shattering space itself. Su Qingyao had reached her limit, utterly incapable of withstanding this unparalleled blow. Bang! The punch shattered Su Qingyao's defenses. striking her abdomen with tremendous force and sending her flying. Just as she was about to collide with a stone pillar, Ye Qingcheng transformed into a streak of light, catching her in his arms. "Qingyao, how are you?" Ye Qingcheng looked down at the barely conscious Su Qingyao, his face filled with sorrow. "Senior brother, Qingyao is useless. Lin Yi is too powerful. I cannot withstand him." Su Qingyao's face was pale, blood trickling from her lips, her voice weak. "Foolish girl, why would you do this?" Ye Qingcheng cried out in despair. Su Qingyao managed a faint smile, saying, "I wanted to protect senior brother. You." At that moment, Qin Wushuang rushed over, her heart aching as she gazed at Su Qingyao, producing a healing pill and placing it in her mouth. "This is a supreme healing pill. As long as you take it, you will be safe." After speaking, she placed her hand on Su Qingyao's pulse to assess her injuries. Ye Qingcheng turned to his mentor, urgently inquiring, "Master, how severe are junior sister's injuries? Is it serious?" Qin Wushuang's face was as solemn as water as she shook her head gently, saying, "She forcibly elevated her cultivation through sorcery, which is already a grave taboo. Coupled with the burning of her vital essence and suffering such severe injuries, her meridians are shattered. She may never tread the path of immortality again." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. They understood the implications of this revelation. Even Ye Qingcheng, who had often clashed with Su Qingyao, wore a sorrowful expression. She had never anticipated that Su Qingyao would go this far for Ye Qingcheng. It filled her with profound admiration. "Master, is there truly no way to help her? The treasures within the 10,000 treasures pavilion are numerous. I can procure any that may aid junior sister Qingyao's recovery." Ye Qingcheng spoke earnestly. "It is futile. Qingyao's injuries are too grave. Even a deity would struggle to alter her fate." At those words, Ye Qingcheng felt as if a boulder had been placed upon his heart, suffocating him. Watching his devoted junior sister, he felt a sense of confusion. In that moment, his heart ached as if being torn asunder. "Junior sister, I do not deserve your sacrifices. Why must you be so foolish?" Su Qingyao, with great effort, extended her hand, weakly grasping Ye Qingcheng's senior brother. "Promise me. Defeat Lin Yi, avenge me." This. Upon hearing her words, Ye Qingcheng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Defeat Lin Yi? Lin Yi was the destined male protagonist. If he were to triumph over him, the rewards he might gain were secondary. This world itself could very well collapse. "Senior brother, promise me. You must defeat Lin Yi, all right?" Looking upon Su Qingyao's heart-wrenching expression, Ye Qingcheng felt a flicker of doubt. Lin Yi. The atmosphere on site was suffocating. Even when the elder in charge of the assessment announced the results, his voice was deliberately lowered, barely audible to anyone except Lin Yi on stage. This time, Lin Yi has emerged victorious. The next match will be Chapter 72. A firm resolution. Since his arrival in this world, Ye Qingcheng has diligently maintained his persona, bearing the weight of his responsibilities. He is not oblivious to the feelings of his junior sister. He understands them all too well. Deeply touched, he might have accepted those feelings without hesitation if not for that damned reward. Yet, as he gazes upon his severely injured junior sister, his heart wavers. In his previous life, he was a transparent person, unloved and unnoticed. Upon traversing into this fictional realm, he found a caring master and a beloved junior sister, Ye Qingcheng, among others. Yet, he finds himself plagued by uncertainty, becoming the very person he despises the most. It is all too difficult. What path should he choose? Should he forsake all emotions, betray everyone, complete the system's tasks, and return to Blue Star with his rewards? Or should he gamble everything to be his true self, even if it means never returning to the real world? It is rather absurd. Countless times, while reflecting on the plot, he has harbored a glimmer of hope. A hope that some irresistible circumstance would arise, preventing him from fulfilling the system's tasks, compelling him to remain in this world, to stay by the side of his master, junior sister, Ye Qingcheng. As he looks at his fainted junior sister, tears he had long suppressed finally trickle from the corners of his eyes. It seems he has made a decision. Next, Ye Qingcheng from Ziyun Peak will battle Lin Yi from Taishan Peak. Please, the two disciples, ascend the stage promptly. Ye Qingcheng clutched Su Qingyao's icy hand, seemingly wishing to atone for his past shortcomings towards her. Ye Qingcheng from Ziyun Peak, please ascend the stage swiftly, the elder in charge called out again. Brother Changsheng, the elder has called for you. We will handle things here, Ye Qingcheng whispered softly. Ye Qingcheng nodded, his demeanor now stripped of its previous nonchalance. shrouded instead in an air of chilling resolve. He rose to face the arena. Lin Yi sensed the murderous intent in Gu Changsheng's gaze, causing his heart to tremble. Lin Yi, this Gu Changsheng may be the strongest opponent you have faced thus far. Exercise utmost caution. His hidden cards are likely not inferior to yours. Blood Demon, wary of being detected, used a secretive tone to warn Lin Yi. Now fully integrated with the ancient Qilan arm and having restored his nine-yang body to perfection, Lin Yi brimmed with confidence, disregarding Blood Demon's words entirely. What heavenly talent! It's all mere pretension. Since the moment I left the Delhi Imperial Palace, I have faced countless perils. I have waited far too long for this day. I will show everyone the terrifying existence that I, Lin Yi, am. Gu Changsheng, do you see the sharpness in my gaze? It has already tasted the path to your demise. Lin Yi mused, casually inserting the heroine sword before him and beckoning Gu Changsheng with a finger, gesturing for him to come forth. Master, teach him a lesson and avenge Sister Qingyao. Brother Changsheng, defeat Lin Yi. Disciple, exert your full strength to vanquish him. Do not disappoint Qingyao. If you conquer Lin Yi, I shall reward you handsomely. Gu Changsheng offered no response, merely nodding coolly before leaping onto the stage. In the original novel, Gu Changsheng would exchange many taunts during his duel with Lin Yi. For instance, Lin Yi, in the eyes of the senior brother, you are but a songstress. Best surrender quickly, or I shall ruin you. Ye Qingcheng is not a woman you can covet. Dare to approach her, and you shall face my wrath. Yet now, as Gu Changsheng gazes at Lin Yi, he feels no inclination to utter a single word. He simply regards him coldly. Lin Yi finds himself unnerved under Gu Changsheng's piercing stare. Should Gu Changsheng engage in verbal warfare, the more he speaks, the more Lin Yi's fighting spirit would rise, enabling him to unleash his potential. But Gu Changsheng's current silence is unsettling, deviating from the expected script. Swish. Gu Changsheng's expression was grim, his eyes resolute as rock, devoid of any unnecessary words. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a sword radiating cold light shot forth from his purple-gold gourd, landing in his grasp like a bolt of lightning. The blade shimmered with a frosty brilliance, his fateful flying sword, Jinhua. With a cold snort, Gu Changsheng declared, for the injury inflicted upon my junior sister, I shall make you pay in full today. He had resolved to face the destined male protagonist in a decisive battle, regardless of the future's outcome. He was determined to leave no regrets. Even if the system deemed his task a failure, he would simply start anew. After all, he was already alone, having nothing left to lose. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Humph, what a grand jest. You wish to take revenge? First, let us see if you possess the capability. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a chilling light, an overwhelming aura suddenly surging forth from within him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi moved with lightning speed, gripping the hilt of the heroine's sword behind him and carving a deep trench into the hard ground. Accompanied by a piercing sound of friction, a fierce sword chi rushed towards Gu Changsheng with relentless force, targeting his lower body. This strike came with tremendous momentum. Swift as the wind, its power formidable and nearly impossible to evade. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This Lin Yi is truly insidious and cunning. Indeed, this attack to the lower body is particularly devious and hard to defend against, and Lin Yi is clearly going all out from the outset, seemingly aiming for a one-hit kill. I wonder if Gu Changsheng can evade it. One cannot deny that Lin Yi's combat experience is exceptionally rich. Just look at his sword technique, swift, precise, and ruthlessly decisive, without a hint of hesitation, clearly intent on eliminating his opponent. Thank goodness I am not facing him. Otherwise, with my strength, I might very well fall here. As the crowd speculated, Lin Yi's strike descended upon Gu Changsheng with the might of thunder. Thus, this highly anticipated and intense duel officially commenced. One possesses exceptional talent, while the other exhibits the prowess of a destined individual. When judging solely by talent, Gu Changsheng undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Yet, combat prowess is not solely determined by individual talent. Many factors play a role. Otherwise, how could the fated protagonists in light novels ever meet their demise? After all, are not all antagonists remarkable individuals in their own right? Chapter 73. Choose Your Destiny. With Lin Yi's swift assault, the atmosphere at the scene ignited instantly. The crowd's emotions surged with fervor. Lin Yi, it must be you. Just like in the original text, even the manner of attack is identical. Gu Changsheng understood well. He had long prepared a counter for Lin Yi's assault, choosing not to evade but instead harnessing the essence of the Xian Gui to form a sturdy defense before him. Boom! Lin Yi's sword qi, laden with formidable force, struck heavily against the shell of the Xian Gui, creating ripples of energy. After a few trembles, the shell remained entirely unscathed. If we adhere to the original narrative, Gu Changsheng scarcely regarded Lin Yi, merely employing the flowing cloud sword technique of Ziyun Peak, which led to his considerable misfortune. The immense force of the Black Abyss sword left his arm numb and his palm cracked. Unwilling to follow the script, Gu Changsheng had no intention of clashing head-on with him. Under the circumstances where Lin Yi refrained from utilizing his trump cards, the defense of the Xian turtle was sufficient. The turtle shell indeed proved useful, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. Gu Changsheng did not intend to rely on it for long, as he possessed a plethora of hidden cards himself. It was reasonable to surmise that Lin Yi would soon unleash the 9 transformations of Burning Heaven. According to the narrative's logic, Lin Yi could currently execute at most the 4th transformation, the True Fire Refinement. To cultivate the techniques within the Demon Emperor Burning Heaven art to their utmost potential, one must convert all internal spiritual energy into demonic energy. Clearly, Lin Yi had yet to contemplate this course of action. If that were the case, countering him would not be overly challenging. Gu Changsheng, it seems I have underestimated you indeed. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the might of Lin's 9 transformations of Burning Heaven. Lin Yi proclaimed, his aura surging dramatically. A torrent of spiritual power erupted from within him, causing his cultivation to ascend from the half-step king realm to above the king realm. The 9 transformations of Burning Heaven were indeed extraordinary. Unlike Su Qingyao's insect techniques, which bore significant side effects, this transformation merely accelerated spiritual energy consumption. After all, he was the fated male protagonist. The 9-yang body was the most suitable constitution for cultivating the 9 transformations of Burning Heaven. In the fleeting moment before Lin Yi cast his spell, an array of emotions surged within Gu Changsheng's mind. Which path should he choose? Even at this juncture, he had not fully committed to a decision. Then, let him consult the heavens. Lin Yi, cease your fanciful tricks. I shall stand here for you to strike. If you manage to injure me, I shall concede your prowess. Gu Changsheng declared, crossing his arms and adopting a relaxed demeanor. What? Is Gu Changsheng truly as foolish as he seems? Even with divine talent, one cannot be so arrogant. Lin Yi's techniques are terrifying, allowing him to elevate his strength several tiers within a short span. Gu Changsheng's actions are undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. All present, including the holy master Ling Xiaozi, were perplexed by Gu Changsheng's intentions. Qin Shozhua, is your disciple perhaps overly elated? He seeks his own demise, if he is struck down. Do not blame Lin Yi of Taishan Peak. It is his own choice to stand there and let Lin Yi strike. Yuan Jinzi's words went unheeded by Qin Wushuang, her eyelids remaining unfluttered. Impudent disciple, cease your antics. Do not be overconfident. The other party possesses numerous trump cards. A careless misstep could lead to. May fortune smile upon us. I hope Changsheng defeats the villain Lin Yi. Her gaze remained fixed on the arena, her heart fervently praying for Gu Changsheng's victory over Lin Yi. On the stage, Gu Changsheng appeared somewhat at ease, closing his eyes to reminisce about the moments spent massaging his beautiful master, envisioning her exquisite figure. Gu Changsheng, you scoundrel, are you attempting to play tricks? Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Just as Gu Changsheng became lost in his daydreams of idyllic moments with his master, Lin Yi suddenly swung his arms, unleashing an unparalleled force that erupted from within him. What followed was astonishing. A colossal, crimson lotus, resembling molten lava, materialized slowly between his palms. This infernal red lotus radiated a blinding brilliance, as if it were a demonic flower emerging from the depths of hell. The searing heat it emitted spread rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area in a terrifying wave of burning power. Within a radius of several dozen feet from the arena's center, the atmosphere was shrouded in this overwhelming scorching force. Those within this domain could not help but feel an excruciating heat that penetrated to their very bones. This searing sensation not only assaulted their flesh, but also directly impacted their mental state, rendering them nearly despondent. Faced with such terrifying might, many displayed expressions of dread, hastily summoning their full spiritual energy to resist this fearsome burning force. Heavens! Just how many trump cards does Lin Yi possess? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The power of this lotus is truly alarming. It surely surpasses the heavenly tier. Could it be? Is this a legendary holy tier martial technique? In an instant, gasps of astonishment and murmurs of speculation filled the air. All eyes were firmly fixed upon Lin Yi and the infernal red lotus, which continued to unleash its devastating power. Gu Changsheng must be regretting his brash words. He has truly gone too far this time. Even if Gu Changsheng's constitution is extraordinary, should he be struck by this lotus, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes in an instant. If he does not resist, death is certain. The question is whether there will be anything left of him. Alas, Gu Changsheng is clearly walking a path to self-destruction. A sigh escaped someone in the crowd, echoing the sentiments of those around them. Brother Changsheng, what exactly are you intending to do? Are you truly seeking death? If anything were to happen to you, I, Qingcheng, would not wish to live alone. Ye Qingcheng's heart raced with anxiety, uncertain of Gu Changsheng's intentions. Dark forebodings clouded her mind as she recalled the potential fate that awaited him. Die, Lin bellowed, hurling the lotus toward the obliviously enthralled Gu Changsheng. Choose. Either be reborn in the fire or perish within it. Gu Changsheng spread his arms wide, shouting defiantly. To onlookers, his actions were undeniably those of a madman, standing resolutely to receive the infernal red lotus. Chapter 74. Foolishness, a choice of madness. Foolishness, a choice of madness. Be reduced to dust. Lin Yi felt a sense of humiliation upon witnessing Gu Changsheng's readiness to confront his infernal red lotus. The handsome visage that once graced his face contorted into a fearsome snarl, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The thought of this loathsome individual disintegrating before him filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction, surpassing even the most intimate of pleasures. Gu Changsheng, your demise is at hand. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yi unleashed the infernal red lotus, which surged toward Gu Changsheng with the force of a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, the red lotus loomed above Gu Changsheng, expanding rapidly to several yards in size. The intense energy radiating from the lotus ignited the surrounding air, causing the very fabric of space to warp under the oppressive heat. This appalling spectacle left all present dumbfounded, erupting into panicked screams. Among the crowd, Zhao Lingyer turned pale with fright, instinctively covering her eyes with trembling hands, her body quaking as if about to collapse. Qin Wushuang, Ye Qingcheng, Lin Fengge, and Shang Wanqing all wore expressions of grave concern, their eyes glued to the unfolding events, uncertain of what would transpire next. They dared not think further. Lin Fengge's emotions were particularly complex. Lin Yi was her half-brother, while Gu Changsheng was the one she cherished. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself hoping for Gu Changsheng's victory. Oh my goodness, are we truly about to witness a brutal massacre today? Although the Holy Land assessment has never restricted life and death, ultimately, it is merely a test for selecting disciples. Must it come to such a desperate struggle for survival? Has the enmity between Taishan Peak and Ziyun Peak truly escalated to this level? It certainly cannot be trivial. Did you not see how Su Qingyao was willing to burn her essence to eliminate Lin Yi? Lin Yi's killing move is exceedingly domineering. Gu Changsheng is doomed this time. What a pity, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, destined to perish beneath his own arrogance. On the floating island, Dantai Xian gazed down in shock at the unfolding events. Her mouth slightly agape, her body trembling. She could not comprehend Gu Changsheng's actions. Has he lost his mind? To withstand such a formidable attack is to court death. Was there something troubling Gu Changsheng? Sensing her disciple's emotional turmoil, the Moonlight Fairy grasped her somewhat cold hand. Disciple, as the esteemed saintess, do not lose your composure. Is it not merely a man? But Dantai Xian hesitated, for everything she knew about Gu Changsheng was beyond description. Do not worry. I perceive his fortune. He is certainly not a short-lived individual, the Moonlight Fairy said calmly. Is that true? Just observe. Boom. A massive red fire lotus descended, engulfing a substantial portion of the arena. Everyone present understood the might of this technique, yet they were unprepared for its sheer magnitude. My goodness, where's Gu Changsheng? He has surely perished, likely reduced to ashes. The crowd watched the arena shrouded in flames, murmuring their regrets. On the floating island, the high-ranking officials, including the Holy Master, gazed solemnly at the arena, each lost in their thoughts. Ling Shuzi could not believe Gu Changsheng would be foolish enough to seek his own demise. Yet he could not fathom the reasoning behind such reckless behavior. Yuan Jinzi, however, wore a cold smile, wishing nothing more than for Lin Yi to eliminate Gu Changsheng. After all, Gu Changsheng was the favored disciple of Qin Wushuang. His death would surely sadden her. This was precisely what he wished to witness. As he beheld the fire lotus engulfing the arena, he mockingly remarked, "Ah, he seeks his own death. This is his own desire. Not Lin Yi's intent to kill him. Those who are arrogant shall have their comeuppance." This was directed at Qin Wushuang. Yet, Qin Wushuang was in no mood to respond, her gaze fixed intently on the arena. Her expression did not reveal excessive anxiety, for she sensed Gu Changsheng's aura remained unchanged from before. Her precious disciple was not only alive, but seemingly unscathed. How did he manage this? The high-grade tortoise essence she gifted him could withstand all physical assaults. Yet the fire lotus was a magical strike, which should be insurmountable. The wine god curse. No, that merely amplified one's strength. The chastity belt? That had no defensive capabilities, it simply protected chastity. How did her troublesome disciple accomplish this? Never mind. There was no point in overthinking. He must possess unknown trump cards. Senior Blood Demon, did I execute this move, the fiery lotus, with style? It is my most satisfying performance in years. From the temperature of the flames to the explosion's might in the area covered, it has set a new historical record. The feeling of being above all others has returned. I must compose an impromptu poem to express my current emotions. The Blood Demon was somewhat speechless. He distinctly sensed Gu Changsheng's presence amidst the searing flames, yet now was not the time to dampen Lin Yi's spirits. He simply shook his head. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Lin Yi stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and recited to the heavens. The fiery wrath consumes beyond the firmament. The red lotus blooms amidst the sea of blood. Splendid poem, splendid poem. Your verse surpasses the might of your techniques. As Lin Yi uttered the final word, applause resonated from within the blazing inferno. Is it haunted? Lin Yi stared in horror as the flames on the arena gradually subsided, revealing a figure he particularly despised. A figure clad in snow-white robes emerged gracefully from the smoke, radiating a profound aura, his garments untouched by a speck of dust. As if a celestial sword immortal had descended. It was none other than Gu Changsheng, whom everyone believed to be doomed. The entire venue fell into silence, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at Gu Changsheng, murmuring, How did you manage that? Why is it that you emerged unscathed from my fiery lotus?" His shock at this moment surpassed that of anyone else, for he was well aware of the fiery lotus's power. Once struck by this move, even a powerful Emperor Realm cultivator, without any special means of survival, would be reduced to ashes. Why is Gu Changsheng unharmed? Why? This question even lingered in the mind of the Holy Master, Ling Xiaozi. Despite his formidable cultivation at the quasi-emperor level, he could not discern what spell or technique Gu Changsheng had employed. Others were equally perplexed. Gu Changsheng possessed the most formidable passive technique, the Dao Calamity Substitute. In that critical moment, facing imminent death, the terrifying power of the fiery lotus was entirely redirected to his high-grade substitute puppet. The Dao Calamity Substitute could transfer any damage. But there was a prerequisite. The target of the transfer must possess adequate resilience. Thus, the three high-grade substitute puppets rewarded by the system came into play. One had been destroyed by Su Qingyao, another by Lin Yi. Only one remained. If all were used, he would need to find suitable substitutes. Chapter 75, Qilin Versus. True Dragon. Why? Because you are virtuous. The fiery wrath is a karmic fire that can scorch the very soul. What you wield is hardly a true fiery wrath. It did not even scorch my garments. Fool, you are worthless. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Not even his garments were scorched? That may be true for you. I stand 100 zhang away from the arena, merely feeling a hint of residual warmth from the fiery wrath, and my head is now buzzing. Gu Changsheng, what sorcery did you employ? It is impossible to remain unscathed from my fiery lotus. It cannot be. You must have cheated. Gazing at Gu Changsheng, who appeared unfazed, Lin Yi felt a rare surge of fear. Senior Blood Demon, can you discern what method he employed? Lin Yi anxiously communicated with the Blood Demon. After a moment of contemplation, the Blood Demon replied nonchalantly, I cannot discern the exact technique, but I have heard of a profound ability called damage transfer. However, that is a technique of the immortals. Lin Yi, from my perspective you should concede. Why? Why should I concede? If even the fiery wrath cannot harm this individual, it seems you possess no chance of victory. Hearing the Blood Demon suggest he concede to Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi's pride was deeply wounded, and he retorted coldly. Senior Blood Demon, Do you regret encountering me and wish you had met Gu Changsheng instead? This is an entirely different matter. Do not confuse the two. Enough. Blood demon. You have taught me your techniques and aided my growth. I am grateful. However, if you inflate others' ambitions while extinguishing your own, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Yi, the blood demon, was momentarily silenced, unable to articulate a response. Blood demon, if I cannot become the Holy Sun, I shall not have the qualification to enter the demon suppression tower for trials, and I will have no means to help you regain the blood prison demon emperor's corporeal form. Think it over. Enough of the trivialities. Just tell me how to defeat Gu Changsheng. Xue Mozu acknowledged the validity of Lin Yi's words and, after a brief contemplation, replied, "For now, we must harness the power of the Qilin arm. The greater the divine ability, the more restrictions it imposes. It is likely that Gu Changsheng has expended considerable strength in neutralizing the Karma Fire, and while you can no longer wield the Karma Fire Red Lotus, you still possess the Qilin arm. When I assisted you in merging with the Qilin arm, I suppressed its ferocious power with sealing techniques. Now that you have fully integrated with the arm, you may attempt to lift the seal. When the time comes, you will acquire the formidable power of the Qilin." Upon hearing Xue Mozu's words, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, his confidence as the destined protagonist restored. He cast a glance at Gu Changsheng, a cruel and beguiling smile gracing his lips. Gu Changsheng, no matter your myriad of tactics, I shall shatter them all with sheer force. Noticing Lin Yi's lips moving and his expression shifting, Gu Changsheng realized he was conversing with his own golden finger. Lin Yi, you fool. Resorting to cheating in exams and seeking external help like this. I am no longer confused. I have resolved to follow my heart and deal with you. Curse the heavens. I, Gu Changsheng, shall obliterate your precious son. With this determination, Gu Changsheng's previously nonchalant and handsome visage seemed to be cloaked in a layer of frost, cold and intimidating to behold. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from him began to undergo a transformation. An unparalleled force of primordial chaos surged forth, awakening like a ferocious beast from slumber, roaring and merging with 9 majestic dragon forms of imperial aura. In an instant, the two forces intertwined, unleashing a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the sky above the arena suddenly darkened, lightning flashing and thunder crashing. Brilliant bolts of lightning cleaved through the firmament, accompanied by deafening roars, as if the very fabric of the world were being torn asunder. A deep, resonant sound of dragon roars echoed through the heavens, relentless and spine-chilling. A phenomenon. Such an astonishing phenomenon has emerged. Someone in the crowd uttered this exclamation first, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a phenomenon, and it is Gu Changsheng who has triggered this celestial spectacle. Truly, he is a peerless prodigy with innate gifts of the Tao. Merely unleashing his aura can incite such a cataclysmic phenomenon. It is utterly terrifying. The crowd marveled, their gazes towards Gu Changsheng imbued with reverence. It seems we have underestimated him. He has been deliberately concealing his strength, waiting for this opportunity to astonish us. To think he employed the tactic of feigning weakness. How truly clever of him. Every spectator gazed upward in awe at the extraordinary spectacle in the sky, their expressions marked by astonishment and disbelief. Gu Changsheng, unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd, stood clad in a pristine white robe, its flowing sleeves dancing in the wind. With the weapon Jin Wei in hand, he slowly advanced towards Lin Yi. Though Lin Yi felt alarmed by Gu Changsheng's approach, he refused to show any signs of weakness. He bellowed, "Gu Changsheng, you have indeed concealed your prowess. Yet, even so, I shall not fear you. Today, allow me to reveal my true trump card." With that, he resolutely untied the bandages wrapped around his right arm. As the bandages fell away, Lin Yi's robust right arm was fully unveiled to all. What? This is his right arm is peculiar. Not only does it possess crimson scales, but it is also adorned with totemic runes. This is not his own arm. It belongs to a divine beast. A Qilin. It is indeed a Qilin. At that moment, amidst the rising chorus of exclamations, a colossal and imposing Qilin apparition suddenly materialized behind Lin Yi. This Qilin specter was vivid and awe-inspiring, its sharp fangs and claws glinting ominously, reminiscent of a living divine beast. Then, with a powerful sweep of his hands, Lin Yi shattered the formidable seal that Xue Mozu had placed upon him. An unparalleled torrent of terrifying power surged forth from the Qilin arm, akin to a flood bursting through a dam. from Lin Yi's right arm as the epicenter. Waves of imperceptible yet potent force rippled outward. Wherever these waves passed, the surrounding space warped as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, undergoing astonishing distortions. Heavens! This power is overwhelmingly potent. It is almost suffocating. This terrifying pressure must be the legendary might of an ancient divine beast. Everyone, quickly gather your spiritual energy to withstand it. Those closest to the arena, feeling the oppressive force, turned pale and hastily summoned their spiritual energy to resist the divine beast's pressure emanating from the Qilin arm. Ha. You do not disappoint, Lin Yi. I never anticipated you possessed such a formidable trump card. However, that Qilin arm does not belong to you. It resembles the treasure of the Qilin sect. Ye Qingcheng, unfazed, revealed a slight smirk, tinged with mockery. Humph. Spare me the chatter. Lin Yi, his secret unveiled by Ye Qingcheng, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. With a loud shout, he declared, "Heavenly transformation of the 9 flames." As his voice echoed, his aura shifted dramatically, the already formidable presence escalating further. 5th transformation, the fury of the burning world. As this declaration reverberated, flames erupted around Lin Yi, engulfing him in a blazing inferno that shot skyward, as if intent on incinerating the very heavens. To wield the power of the Qilin arm, he must leverage the 5th transformation to elevate his strength. Otherwise, he could not hope to control the unleashed Qilin right arm. You possess a Qilin, but I possess a true dragon. A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Ye Qingcheng's eyes as a fearsome dragon coalesced above him, its claws poised menacingly. It was indeed a true dragon. Chapter 76. The best method to overcome Lin Yi. With the true dragon facing the Qilin, the Qingming sacred land shall rise. Ling Shuzi's countenance brightened at the sight of the clash between Lin Yi and Ye Qingcheng's disciples, which could provoke a celestial phenomenon. For the Qingming Dao lineage, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. An exceptional disciple is the cornerstone of a lineage, ensuring its enduring legacy. As the Holy Master, he was naturally elated. The higher-ups on the floating island nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for both Ye Qingcheng and Lin Yi, especially Qin Wushuang, who, upon witnessing Ye Qingcheng emerge unscathed from the karma fire, could hardly suppress her smile. Were it not for the multitude of spectators, her exuberance would have surely burst forth. Standing behind the moonlight fairy, Dantai Xian's expression had completely unraveled, her delicate form trembling involuntarily, not from fear, but from excitement. Since her debut, she had dazzled with her extraordinary talent, towering over her peers. Neither the prodigies of the Dao lineage nor the scions of nobility could capture her attention. Yet now, upon encountering Ye Qingcheng, her long-sealed heart opened wide. As Ye Qingcheng continued to astonish the crowd, she found herself thoroughly captivated. Captivated by his flowing white attire, captivated by Ye Qingcheng's nonchalant demeanor, his carefree spirit, and his celestial aura that transcended the mundane. So it was. The beloved one I have long awaited is you. Ye Qingcheng. On the stage, 2 figures stood in stark opposition, their overwhelming pressures colliding and causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. Yet, in Ye Qingcheng's gaze, there remained only one person. Brother Changsheng, your excellence is enough to outshine the sun and moon. I adore you dearly. National Master. The countless citizens of Dali take pride in you. Keep it up. Lin Fengge grasped Sheng Wanqing's hand, cheering for Ye Qingcheng together. Go for it, young master. Zhao Linger chimed in softly, as she was currently responsible for caring for Su Qingyao, concerned that a loud shout might disturb her recovery. Big brother, you must defeat Lin Yi. If you do, I shall reward you handsomely, Su Qingyao murmured, slowly opening her eyes and sitting up, quietly supporting Ye Qingcheng from the sidelines. Zhao Linger turned in astonishment to Su Qingyao, finding it hard to believe. Hadn't she been gravely injured, nearly on the brink of death? Why did she seem so unscathed now? Su Qingyao playfully signaled for silence towards Zhao Linger, then lowered her voice, whispering, "Silly girl. What I said earlier was all a ruse to spur Big Brother's fighting spirit. In truth, I am wearing the protective armor gifted by our master. Though it appears I am severely hurt, I have only sustained a minor injury." With that, she mischievously winked at Zhao Linger with her sparkling eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger was momentarily taken aback. Then her lips twitched slightly as she pondered. Su Qingyao truly had a knack for mischief, concocting such a scheme to deceive the young master. If he were to discover the truth, he would surely be furious. Meanwhile, on the arena, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Ye Qingcheng and Lin Yi stood facing each other, their figures as solid as mountains, unyielding and immovable. Despite the calmness on the surface, the powerful pressure emanating from them indicated that a breathtaking battle was imminent. Above the stage, two colossal creatures, a true dragon and a Qilin, roared and howled, seemingly intent on tearing the very heavens apart. Their thunderous roars instilled fear, and the audience could sense that a monumental clash was on the brink of eruption. Lin Yi's gaze was piercing as he locked onto the phantom of the true dragon coalescing behind Ye Qingcheng, his voice brimming with fury. Ye Qingcheng, so it was you who absorbed the true dragon's essence from the dragon blood jade. You despicable thief, you stole the grand opportunity that rightfully belonged to me. You are nothing but a shameless scoundrel. In that moment, Lin Yi's understanding dawned. He realized why there was no dragon blood within the jade. Ye Qingcheng had preemptively refined and absorbed it. He even suspected that the accompanying curse was secretly placed by Ye Qingcheng to ensnare him. Despicable. As he recalled the agonizing pain of his severed arm, Lin Yi's expression twisted into a grimace. A thief? Lin Yi, only you would dare to utter such baseless accusations. Beware, I might just sue you for slander. One may eat indiscriminately, but words must be measured. This jade was a gift from Ye Qingcheng. How could there be any notion of theft? Ye Qingcheng smirked disdainfully, addressing Lin Yi coldly. He was unfazed by Lin Yi's ludicrous claims, having long grown accustomed to his peculiar reasoning. Yet, that Qilin arm of yours likely does not belong to you, does it? As far as I know, the Qilin arm is the treasured relic of the Qilin sect. How could it end up on your arm? At this juncture, Ye Qingcheng had made his decision, no longer entangled in the narrative, and thus felt no hesitation in confronting Lin Yi. Humph, what business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Lin Yi retorted with a cold snort, his face a mask of fury as he sought to deflect attention from the truth. Suddenly, flames ignited in his eyes, his right hand gripping the black abyss as he swung it mercilessly towards Ye Qingcheng. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted from the black abyss sword, as if it were a sea of flames from the depths of hell, surging towards Ye Qingcheng with the intent to consume him entirely. Empowered by the might of the Qilin arm, this strike was formidable. In a mere contest of strength, Lin Yi's combination of the burning Heaven 9 transformations and the terrifying power contained within the Qilin arm would undoubtedly surpass Ye Qingcheng. Without a doubt, this was Lin Yi's proudest trump card. Ye Qingcheng understood that to truly defeat Lin Yi, he must deliver a heavy blow to the very technique in which Lin Yi took pride, thereby shattering his psychological defenses and achieving a devastating victory. Chapter 77. Sword slashes the fate of the male protagonist as Lin Yi revealed the Qilin arm. Blood Demon sensed an ominous foreboding. His instincts were not mistaken. The moment the Qilin arm appeared, Han Lin, the young master of the Qilin sect in the VIP section, instantly recognized it as the very one that had been lost from their sect. So it was stolen by this fellow named Lin Yi. Lin Yi, not only have you stolen our sect's prized treasure, but you also killed our elders and disciples. I shall report you to the Holy Master. Since the sect's treasure had gone missing, the Qilin sect had dispatched people far and wide in search of it, but to no avail. They never anticipated finding its trace during the assessment at the Qingming sacred land. Meanwhile, on the arena, Ye Qingcheng squinted his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind as a purple gourd, shimmering with mysterious light, materialized in his hand. The gourd was covered in intricate symbols, clearly not an ordinary artifact. Ye Qingcheng's expression turned grave as he carefully levitated the gourd before him, swiftly forming a series of complex and exquisite hand seals. As the seals shifted, he began to chant an ancient incantation softly. With the wine's essence, intoxication flows, summon the spirits to drink and revel for eternity. At that moment, the blood demon, sensing the incantation, paled in alarm, exclaiming, Lin Yi, watch out. This is the legendary wine god spell. He desperately attempted to warn Lin Yi, but it was too late. On the floating island, Qin Wushuang watched Ye Qingcheng's actions, and an involuntary smile graced her once tense features. She understood that her beloved disciple had made a difficult yet courageous decision. He was about to challenge fate. After uttering the final line of the incantation, Ye Qingcheng did not hesitate to tilt his head back and drink deeply from the gourd filled with exquisite wine. In an instant, a torrential wave of heat surged down his throat, as if igniting his very being. Ye Qingcheng harnessed all his spiritual energy, and with a resounding boom, his true essence erupted forth, forming an immensely powerful aura around him. This aura swept through the arena like a tempest, stirring up dust and debris, nearly blinding those present. At that moment, Ye Qingcheng felt as if his meridians were ablaze, an unprecedented surge of strength erupting from within him. The force coalesced into a dazzling brilliance, akin to a roaring dragon soaring skyward, piercing deep into the endless firmament. What a spectacular battle! Although it is merely a contest between two disciples at the spirit concentration stage, its intensity rivals that of a yellow extremity realm master. Indeed, it has been years since I have witnessed such fierce combat. This journey has been worthwhile. How enviable it is that two such extraordinary individuals have emerged among the current disciples of the Qingming sacred land. The guests, gathered to witness the event, were profoundly shaken by the frequent unveiling of trump cards by the two combatants. Lin Yi, if you wish to prove your path through strength, then I, Gu, shall defeat you with sheer force, compelling your acceptance of defeat. Do you truly possess the capability to do so? Lin Yi bellowed, channeling all his power into his hands, striking fiercely at Ye Qingcheng. A robust and explosive sword energy surged forth, reminiscent of a fire kirin descending upon the earth. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. They comprehended the magnitude of Lin Yi's strike. Not only was the sword energy sharp, but it also contained the might of the kirin. Not even those of the heavenly monarch realm would dare confront it head-on. Yet Ye Qingcheng prepared to withstand it. Brilliant rays of divine light erupted from his eyes as a manifestation of the wine god materialized behind him, brandishing a purple gourd, surrounded by entwining golden dragons, evoking awe and reverence in all who beheld it. The manifestation, the wine god manifestation. Master Qin, I never anticipated your favoritism towards your disciple would extend to bestowing upon him your wine god incantation. Yuan Jinzi's expression turned grave. Aware of the formidable nature of the wine god incantation, which had once instilled terror in the demonic path upon being unleashed by Qin Wushuang, earning her the title of the foremost female sword immortal of the Eastern continent. Mind your own business. Qin Wushuang dismissed him with indifference. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Qingcheng wielded the Jinhuan sword and swung it fiercely. In an instant, a resplendent sword energy howled forth. This sword energy rampaged like a ferocious dragon, extending dozens of feet in mere moments, while continuously drawing upon surrounding energy, ultimately coalescing into an enormous luminous sword, exuding an annihilating aura as it descended violently towards Lin Yi's unleashed sword energy. A thunderous roar erupted, as though the very fabric of the world were being torn asunder. Two immensely powerful forces clashed violently in the air, producing a cacophony of deafening sounds and blinding brilliance. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with dust and debris swirling, rendering direct observation impossible. After a brief yet intense exchange, Lin Yi's formidable sword energy shattered instantaneously as if it were delicate glass, dispersing into countless twinkling stars that faded into the air. Conversely, Ye Qingcheng's sword energy remained unscathed, still carrying unmatched terror and descending upon Lin Yi with unrelenting ferocity. Faced with such a horrifying scene, an unprecedented fear surged deep within Lin Yi. As the colossal sword drew ever closer, the shadow of death loomed like a heavy mountain upon his heart. In this moment of dire peril, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and withdrew an ancient copper shield from his bosom. Though the shield appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, a treasured artifact that Lin Yi had painstakingly acquired from the lair of an ancient cultivator. Had it not been for the life and death situation, he would never have dared to utilize it. Do you think a mere small shield can withstand my assault? That is nothing more than a fool's dream. Ye Qingcheng scoffed disdainfully upon witnessing this, channeling more true essence into the massive sword, amplifying its might. With his furious shout, the enormous sword descended with the weight of a mountain. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the seemingly indestructible ancient shield withstood only a brief moment before succumbing to the colossal sword's violent force, shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, Lin Yi emitted a heart-rending scream, his body hurtling backward from the arena as though struck by a tremendous force. Even more astonishing was the sight that accompanied his blood-spattered cry. A crimson arm was dislodged, soaring through the air alongside Lin Yi's anguished wail. As the onlookers gazed closely, they collectively gasped in horror. It was an arm. It was Lin Yi's right arm. It was that arm, the one that inspired fear, the Kirin arm ding. Chapter 78, System Upgrade. from minor villain to major antagonist, detected a shift in host's mindset, triggering the phenomenon of destiny and calamity absorption. Detected that the host has received abundant incense offerings. The fate has transformed. Using the new fate as an anchor point, the system will automatically upgrade. Please be patient, host. The actor's self-cultivation system is upgrading. The incessant chime of system notifications left Ye Qingcheng momentarily bewildered. Abundant incense offerings? The living shrine. Recalling how Lin Mingru had arranged for Wu Li to construct a living shrine for him, it seemed this fellow had spared no effort in seeking merit. Now, the incense offerings had become so plentiful that even his fate had undergone transformation. Impressive indeed. What could the change in fate triggering a system upgrade possibly mean? System, provide me with an explanation. After a brief silence, there was no response from the system. Moments later, the notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. System upgrade complete. The Destiny Major Antagonist system is beginning to bind. Congratulations, host. The binding of the Destiny Major Antagonist system has been successful. Now distributing upgrade rewards. Reward, completion of the Primordial Tao Body. Note, the completion of the Primordial Tao Body not only grants extraordinary spiritual power, but also significantly enhances cultivation speed, unlocking multiple divine abilities, such as Creation Divine Thunder, 5 Elements Affinity, and Primordial Unity Chi, among others. It will also awaken body manifestations, such as the Primordial Eye, Sun and Moon, and exorcising Golden Light. Destiny Major Antagonist? This term was not unfamiliar to Ye Qingcheng. Previously, he had merely been a minor villain. Now with the term Destiny, the nature had changed entirely. It was akin to having the imperial sword of a special envoy. Although he remained a villain in the narrative, his significance had increased substantially. System, if I unilaterally alter the plot, shouldn't that lead to a failure in character portrayal, necessitating a reset? The moment the host's mindset shifted, the gears of fate began to turn. Now, the host's identity is Child of Calamity. This system, as a derivative of the heavenly path, also upgrades alongside the host's fate. System, do not toy with me. Ye Qingcheng understood what it meant to be the Child of Calamity. It implied a birth linked to a certain calamity, also known as the Child of Destiny, the Child of Causality. What Child of Calamity? What nonsense. I only wish to complete my task and return to Blue Star. Host, please remain calm. After the system upgrade, the task rewards will also undergo corresponding changes. What changes? Do share. Should the host complete the task, they will become a true immortal. Upon becoming a true immortal, they will manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, traverse the myriad realms, and possess infinite lifespan. True immortal? Ye Qingcheng had heard of true immortals in his memories. This was a transcendent realm above the emperors, a genuine immortal. If he were to become a true immortal and traverse the myriad realms, returning to Blue Star would be but a thought away, wouldn't it? Then, this reward is certainly negotiable. System, what is my current task? Eliminate the Child of Destiny in this world and survive until the grand conclusion. Eliminate the Child of Destiny? Indeed. System task, eliminate Lin Yi and acquire the fetal essence of the realm within him. Eliminate Lin Yi? The fetal essence of the realm? No wonder this fellow's luck is so extraordinary. It turns out he possesses the fetal essence of the realm within him. The essence of the realm can absorb the fortunes of the plane for its own use, and its possessor is deemed the child of the realm. Once the essence is fully matured, Lin Yi shall ascend as the new sovereign of the realm. Indeed, with such a remarkable artifact in his possession, the efforts of others would merely serve to embellish his achievements. As Ye Qingcheng pondered this, the astonished elder in charge of the assessment finally remembered to announce the results. Lin Yi from Taishan Peak has been thrown off the stage. This match is won by Ye Qingcheng of Ziyun Peak. With the elder's declaration, the audience erupted into applause. The thrilling battle had left everyone present in awe, and many esteemed guests felt their journey was worthwhile. However, upon hearing the announcement, Ye Qingcheng appeared unexpectedly disheartened, devoid of the joy typically associated with victory. The announcement signified he could no longer confront Lin Yi. Brother Changsheng, you were magnificent. That last strike was simply stunning. Ye Qingcheng was the first to rush onto the stage, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around, and threw herself into Ye Qingcheng's embrace, playfully seeking affection. Young master, congratulations. Zhao Ling'er followed onto the stage, her excitement tempered by the differences in their statuses. Ye Qingcheng nodded, his thoughts drifting to the injuries of his junior sister. and he refrained from showing too much delight. Ye Qingcheng, my senior brother belongs to me. Kindly give us some space. Senior brother, thank you for avenging me. At that moment, a familiar figure leaped into Gu Changsheng's arms like a playful kitten, startling him greatly. It was none other than the seemingly lifeless Su Qingyao from moments before. Why, young junior sister, weren't you gravely injured and unconscious? What on earth? Ye Qingcheng, equally perplexed, questioned how Su Qingyao, who had appeared so pale and weak, was now full of vitality, competing for Gu Changsheng's affection. Annoyed, she exclaimed, Su Qingyao, what are you playing at? Clarify yourself. Well, I was actually wearing the protective celestial garment from our master, so I only sustained minor injuries. A life-replenishing pill did the trick. Senior brother, you wouldn't hold it against your adorable junior sister, would you? Su Qingyao playfully interlaced her fingers, adopting a cute demeanor, hoping Gu Changsheng would not be upset with her. Gu Changsheng was taken aback by Su Qingyao's cunning. She had deceived him. He raised his hand, intending to swat her playfully. Disciple, do not blame your junior sister. I consented to this. Su Qingyao eagerly awaited the playful swat, but at that moment, the voice of Qin Wushuang interrupted. Hearing her, Gu Changsheng immediately halted, leaving Su Qingyao feeling somewhat disappointed. Master, your timing is truly unfortunate. You are also quite mischievous. Your actions have put your disciple in a difficult position. What was supposed to conclude in a few chapters now requires a grand finale, and I must defeat Lin Yi. Changsheng, do not reproach your junior sister. I approved this, fearing you might become too lackadaisical, wishing to spur you to action. Qin Wushuang could hardly conceal her excitement, a smile gracing her lips that was utterly captivating. With their good intentions in mind, what could Gu Changsheng say? He could only accept fate. He bowed respectfully, proclaiming, It is my failings that have caused you concern, master. And let us also extend gratitude to my junior sister. This playful swat can be overlooked, he stated. No. If my senior brother says to swat, then a swat it shall be. One must not make promises they cannot keep. The onlookers were left aghast at this unreasonable demand. What a ludicrous request to seek a playful swat. Chapter 79, From Star to Calamity. Qingyao, cease your foolishness. There are so many eyes upon us. Master, you are quite fierce. I understand my mistake. Qin Wushuang feigned anger, and Su Qingyao dared not be too unruly, retreating to the side. Though your injuries are not severe, the burning of essence has left your vitality diminished. You must rest and focus on your recovery. Master, hearing this, Su Qingyao was reluctant but understood her master's temperament and could only nod in acquiescence. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere surrounding Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi was in abject misery. His right arm had been severed once more, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Gu Changsheng, with no one coming forth to offer concern for him. Damn it, Gu Changsheng must have cheated. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, clutching his severed arm. Lin Yi, cease your utterances and tend to your wounds, came the voice of the blood demon. It hurts like hell. A wave of agony surged through his right arm as Lin Yi gritted his teeth and consumed a hemostatic pill. Just as he prepared to endure the pain and retrieve the fallen Kirin arm from the ground, a figure obstructed him. Lin Yi, from where did you acquire that Kirin arm? The speaker was none other than Han Lin, the young master of the Kirin sect. Upon witnessing Lin Yi unveil the Kirin arm, he had sensed a resonance with the Kirin blood coursing through him. This arm was undoubtedly the treasure lost by their sect, and he was certain of it. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Step aside, Lin Yi retorted irritably, pushing Han Lin aside to retrieve the arm. I am Han Lin, young master of the Kirin sect. I suspect this Kirin arm is the treasured artifact stolen from our sect. As the young master, having fused with a drop of Kirin blood, he had reached the threshold of the Heavenly King realm. His visit was initially to observe the prodigies of the Qingming sacred land, yet he unexpectedly encountered the sect's lost treasure. In a swift motion, he seized the arm for himself. Glaring coldly at Lin Yi, he declared, If Lin Daoyu cannot elucidate the origin of the Kirin arm, I have reason to suspect that you are responsible for the death of my sect's disciple and elder, and that you have stolen the Kirin arm. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. All attention shifted from Gu Changsheng and his companions to the confrontation between Lin Yi and Han Lin. A fresh spectacle was unfolding. Bao dating from the Tiangue pavilion, possessing keen instincts, quickly darted from Gu Changsheng's side to Lin Yi's, ready to capture the unfolding drama with a recording stone. Seeing the young master of the Kirin sect interrogate Lin Yi, The higher-ups of the sacred land also hastened to the scene. Young Master Han, what is the meaning of this? My disciple has already been injured. Are you taking advantage of his misfortune? Do you intend to cause a disturbance in the Qingming sacred land? A figure clad in a dark blue robe interposed himself between the two, revealing himself as Yuan Zhenzi, the head of Taishan Peak. Unaware of the truth, Yuan Zhenzi assumed Han Lin was attempting to deliberately antagonize Lin Yi, and his expression darkened as he inquired coldly, "Do you Kirin sect hold us Qingming sacred land in such contempt? Before so many esteemed guests. To challenge my disciple is to trample upon the dignity of Taishan Peak and my own." As a disciple of Taishan Peak, Lin Yi was determined to defend his honor. Honorable head Yuan Zhenzi, please do not be angry. Do not misunderstand. Allow this young man to explain. Recently, our sect's treasured artifact, the Kirin arm, was stolen. Simultaneously, one of our disciples and the Grand Elder were murdered. Now, the Kirin arm that Lin Yi wields is undoubtedly the precious item lost by our sect. Holding the Kirin arm, Han Lin maintained his composure, even in the face of a sage. Why? He held the moral high ground, and, with so many witnesses present, he was unafraid of Yuan Zhenzi or Lin Yi denying the truth. Does this Kirin arm bear your name? By what right do you claim it as yours? Lin Yi, suppressing the pain emanating from his arm, continued to argue vehemently. Indeed, in front of so many esteemed guests, you accuse my disciple of stealing your sect's treasured artifact. If you cannot provide irrefutable evidence, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, what remains of the dignity of the Qingming sacred land and my own? Yuan Zhenzi felt uncertain and silently prayed that Lin Yi would not embarrass him. Otherwise, he would not be spared. Since I dare to say such a thing, I naturally have my grounds, Han Lin declared, channeling his energy to awaken the bloodline of the Qilin within him. With a fierce roar, the Qilin bloodline resonated with the Qilin arm he held. As you may know, the Qilin sect has a storied history. As the sect's young master, I merged with a drop of Qilin blood since childhood, thereby establishing a natural bloodline connection with the Qilin arm. The resonance of our bloodlines serves as the most compelling evidence. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. The evidence presented was indeed as solid as a mountain, leaving no doubt that Lin Yi had stolen the Qilin sect's most sacred treasure. Yuan Zhenzi, I implore you to uphold justice. And esteemed leaders of the Qingming sacred land, I beseech you to do the same. Lin Yi has acted with brazen audacity, killing our disciples and elders while stealing the Qilin arm. What punishment should he face? The moment those words were uttered, the faces of all the high-ranking members of the Qingming sacred land turned ashen, and the atmosphere grew tense. This was a scandal. A disciple of the prestigious Qingming sacred land had committed such heinous acts of murder and theft. It was a disgrace, especially to be exposed in front of so many distinguished guests. Even if there were intentions to shield him, it was no longer feasible. The Qingming sacred land is the leader of the righteous path in the eastern continent, renowned for its fairness and strictness. An old saying goes, the emperor and the commoner are equally guilty when laws are broken. No matter how high Lin Yi's status or how exceptional his talents, he cannot evade the law. When Qin Wushuang spoke these righteous words, they resonated deeply, stirring a strong response among those present. A fervent chorus of agreement erupted throughout the martial arts plaza. Qin Zongzhu speaks most wisely. As a bastion of the righteous path, the Qingming sacred land must serve as a model of integrity for the world. Lin Yi's actions warrant severe punishment. Indeed, we must deal with this matter sternly. At this moment, Yuan Zhenzi's expression darkened to an extreme, as if he could squeeze water from it. Faced with such indisputable evidence, despite his reluctance, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only glare at Lin Yi with venomous eyes, cursing this unworthy fellow in his heart. Once, he had been overjoyed at Lin Yi's outstanding talents and extraordinary fortune, believing this young man would bring him and Taishan Peak great honor. Who could have predicted that Lin Yi would suffer a crushing defeat at Ye Qingcheng's hands, and worse still, that such a scandal would erupt? Murder and theft were despicable acts. In Yuan Zhenzi's eyes, Lin Yi had fallen from a dazzling star to an unmitigated harbinger of disaster. At this point, Lin Yi held no value for Yuan Zhenzi. All he wished for was to rid himself of this burden as swiftly as possible to prevent further tarnishing of his reputation. Chapter 80. Ye Qingcheng versus Ye Qingcheng. Lin Yi, look at the mess you've made. I have been deceived by you. What more can you say? Murder and theft are intolerable by the heavens. I shall cleanse the ranks today. Yuan Jinzi was too weary to deal with Lin Yi any longer and, disregarding all else, prepared to strike him down on the spot. Hold on. Just as Yuan Jinzi raised his hand to eliminate Lin Yi, a woman's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see the speaker was the highly esteemed Yuehua fairy of the sacred land, swaying her alluring figure as she approached. Her mature and sensual charm instantly captivated all the men present. Yuehua fairy, do you have an opinion? Yuan Jinzi regarded her with a mix of respect and trepidation. For aside from the sacred master Ling Shuzi, she was the one he feared most. There are laws of the nation and rules of the family. How can one act so rashly? In my view, we should temporarily detain him. The nature of his crimes must be determined by the sacred land according to the law. Her words were sound. Yuehua fairy is right. Let us deliberate on Lin Yi's punishment after discussion among the elders of the sacred land. Ling Shuzi's voice now joined the fray. His words held the weight of finality. Even Yuan Jinzi could not argue further. Then let it be as the sacred master decrees. Let this miscreant be imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. As his words fell, disciples from the enforcement hall stepped forward to seize the severely injured Lin Yi. Blood demon elder. Save me. Quickly think of a way. Panic-stricken, Lin Yi called desperately for the blood demon within his necklace. The blood demon, somewhat exasperated, transmitted softly, Lin Yi, be quiet. Do you want us all to perish here? Having said that, he dared not speak further, fearing the experts would discover his presence. As Lin Yi was led away, he cast a fierce glare at Ye Qingcheng, his eyes brimming with resentment. In his view, all that had befallen him was Ye Qingcheng's fault. He loathed Ye Qingcheng. He wished nothing more than to devour his flesh and tear his skin. Is it my fault? Ye Qingcheng shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Ye Qingcheng and the others were naturally elated to see Lin Yi meet this fate. This was precisely the outcome they had desired. Should the sacred land sentence Lin Yi to death, their fates would be forever altered. From that moment on, they could remain by Ye Qingcheng's side daily, inseparable. After witnessing Lin Yi being dragged away, Qin Wushuang teased softly, Yuan Jinzi, you truly have taught a fine disciple. Yuan Jinzi's face darkened with rage. Yet he found no retort. His gaze fell upon Ye Qingcheng, noticing his disciple clinging to Ye Qingcheng's side, which only fueled his anger further. Changsheng, come here at once. Yuan Jinzi shouted. Seeing her master call for her in such a furious manner, Ye Qingcheng felt 1,000 unwilling sentiments but could not defy his command. Reluctantly, she approached Yuan Jinzi's side. What manner of behavior is this? You shall remain by my side and go nowhere else. In the upcoming matches, you must perform well. With that, Yuan Jinzi took Ye Qingcheng away, preparing for the next contest. It seemed that her rival being taken away only brought joy to Su Qingyao, who snuggled up to Ye Qingcheng, blissfully content. Qingyao, you are injured. You should return to recuperate. Just as she basked in her happiness, Qin Wushuang's voice interrupted. Master, I'm fine. Su Qingyao was about to protest when Qin Wushuang coldly interjected, if I say you are unwell, then you are unwell. Return now to recuperate. Your senior brother still has matches to contend with. All right. Su Qingyao understood her master's temperament. If she did not leave immediately, she would surely face punishment. Reluctantly, she departed. Disciple, well done. Qin Wushuang approached Ye Qingcheng with a gentle expression, praising him affectionately. The crowd was taken aback. This master was undeniably biased. She treated her senior brother and junior sister entirely differently. Thanks to master for bestowing treasures, otherwise. Ye Qingcheng began to speak, but was silenced by Qin Wushuang's finger. Disciple, no need for further words. In the forthcoming matches, I believe no one will be your match. You shall undoubtedly secure first place in this assessment. Then, Qin Wushuang transmitted secretly to Ye Qingcheng. After the competition concludes, come to my quarters. The reward I promised you will be fulfilled. Having spoken, Qin Wushuang turned and departed, watching his master's graceful figure as she walked away. Ye Qingcheng felt a stirring in his heart. Ye Qingcheng, do not entertain any errant thoughts. After all, that is your master. Master. The disciple is no longer lost in confusion. From this day forth, I shall honor and respect my master for all eternity. Watching the receding figure, Ye Qingcheng silently repeated these words in his heart. The upcoming assessment of the sacred land was devoid of suspense. No longer shackled by concerns over the narrative, Ye Qingcheng deftly orchestrated the entirety of the sacred land examination, ultimately emerging as the victor without any unforeseen circumstances. The Lord of the Sacred Land, Ling Xiaozu, personally announced him as the 9th holy son of the sacred land, bestowing upon him a peak named Changsheng Peak. The much-anticipated assessment concluded as Ye Qingcheng ascended to the position of Holy Son, while Lin Yi languished in the heavenly prison. On April 19, 3092 of the Divine Martial Calendar, during the triennial examination of the Qingming Sacred Land, the elder brother of Ziyun Peak, Ye Qingcheng, showcased unparalleled talent, clinching victory with his extraordinary Dao aptitude. According to the reports from the front by journalist Bao Datian, the real highlight of this assessment was the confrontation between Ye Qingcheng and Lin Yi. Despite both being at the spirit concentration stage, they exhibited prowess comparable to that of Emperor Realm experts, leaving the audience in awe. Particularly noteworthy was Lin Yi's display of the legendary Qilin arm, whose formidable strength astonished the entire assembly. However, it was unexpectedly revealed that this Qilin arm had been stolen from the Qilin sect by Lin Yi. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, igniting a significant uproar within the Qingming Sacred Land. As a vital sect within the cultivation world, the theft of the Qilin arm from the Qilin sect was undeniably a major incident. Lin Yi's actions were met with disdain by the righteous path. Currently, the higher-ups of the Qingming Sacred Land have initiated an investigation, with the Qilin sect also becoming involved. This turmoil not only concerns Lin Yi's future and the prestige of the Qingming Sacred Land, but could also have profound implications for the entire cultivation community. Journalist Bao Datian from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will continue to monitor the developments of this matter, bringing the latest reports to the vast community of cultivators. A report from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion quickly spread throughout the cultivation world. Within the Gu family's Great Hall, the family head, Gu Jiyuan, regarded the report with an amused expression. Conversely, the elder of the family, Gu Nantian, reacted quite differently upon seeing the news. Patriarch. It is indeed a cause for celebration that the branch descendant Ye Qingcheng possesses such Dao talent and has become the holy son of the sacred land, Gu Nantian remarked. Years ago, Ye Qingcheng's father had been demoted from the main lineage for certain reasons, leading to significant disagreements between Gu Nantian and the family head. Now, with Ye Qingcheng's remarkable ascent, he felt compelled to speak up. Indeed, Ye Qingcheng has brought great honor to the family, Gu Jiyuan replied nonchalantly. Let bygones be bygones. Given Ye Qingcheng's position as the holy son of the Qingming Sacred Land, his future is limitless. Should we not consider reinstating him into the main lineage? Gu Nantian pressed on. His suggestion garnered unanimous support from the assembled elders, who insisted that such an exceptional descendant must return to the main lineage. However, upon hearing their support for Ye Qingcheng's reinstatement, Gu Jiyuan's expression darkened. While Ye Qingcheng's astonishing performance was undeniably impressive, the family must strive to win him over, lest it adversely affect both the family's development and his own prestige. Yet, the conflict with Ye Qingcheng's father placed him in a dilemma. If Ye Qingcheng returned to the main lineage, his Dao talent and status as holy son would undoubtedly make him a formidable contender for the position of future heir. This was something Gu Jiyuan could not bear. He aspired for his son, Ye Qingcheng, to inherit the family and succeed him as the head of the Gu family. This matter requires further deliberation. Hearing the patriarch's desire to postpone the issue, Gu Nantian continued, with Ye Qingcheng becoming the holy son, the Qingming Sacred Land will undoubtedly hold a ceremony in his honor, making it the perfect opportunity to invite him back into the main lineage. We cannot afford to wait any longer, lest we dishearten the clansmen. Many elders in the family echoed their agreement with the elder's statement. Since Gu Jiyuan had assumed the role of patriarch, he had devoted considerable resources to nurturing his own son, Ye Qingcheng, which had led to dissatisfaction among the clansmen. Now, his intention to appoint Ye Qingcheng as the heir had aroused even greater discontent among the higher-ups. Thus, many were keen to leverage Ye Qingcheng's new status as holy son to facilitate his return to the main lineage, ensuring a rivalry for the position of heir. Otherwise, the vast Gu family would indeed fall entirely under the control of Gu Jiyuan's branch. Though unwilling, Gu Jiyuan, faced with considerable support for the elder's proposal, could only ponder briefly before conceding. Elder, you shall take full responsibility for this matter. You will represent the family at Ye Qingcheng's holy son ceremony. And regarding his return to the main lineage, I shall inquire about his thoughts when he returns to the family. He may not wish to come back, after all. After all, the family's expulsion of his parents from the main lineage created a considerable rift, Gu Jiyuan said coldly. There is no need for the patriarch to worry. I shall handle this matter, Gu Nantian thought to himself. confident that once the patriarch relented, he would find a way to bring Gu Changsheng back into the Gu family. As he watched Gu Nantian depart, Gu Zhouyuan's expression grew increasingly ominous. Curse you, Gu Changsheng, I never imagined your son would surpass you. Humph. Yet he still pales in comparison to Chang'e. If Gu Changsheng were to obediently comply, all would be well. However, if he sought to contest the position of heir with his son, the repercussions would be dire. Come here. Patriarch, what are your orders? Go to the heavenly sword sacred land and summon the young master back. Understood. Meanwhile, atop Ziyun Peak, lanterns and decorations adorned the surroundings. With Gu Changsheng's ascension as the ninth holy son of the Qingming sacred land, many gathered to extend their congratulations, transforming the previously quiet Ziyun Peak into a lively hub. Among them were Lin Fengge and Shang Wanqing. National teacher, congratulations on becoming the holy son. This is a glory for our Dali dynasty as well. I raise my glass to you, Lin Fengge said, elegantly approaching Gu Changsheng to offer her congratulations, since he had ceased to be troubled by his thoughts. Gu Changsheng's demeanor had undergone a transformation, becoming more confident, though his persona had also taken on a more antagonistic air. Third princess, now that I am the holy son, do you like me even more? Uffed. Lin Fengge, having just taken a sip of her drink, unintentionally sprayed it all over Gu Changsheng. Fortunately, Gu Changsheng's ceremonial robe remained untouched, effectively shielding him from the deluge. Third princess, are you that excited to see me? I have done nothing, yet you sprayed me. National teacher, you are insufferable. Lin Fengge, no longer a naive girl, understood Gu Changsheng's teasing. She playfully struck him with her delicate fist, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. Not far away, Su Qingyao, who was attending to the guests, felt a pang of crisis upon witnessing the playful interaction between Gu Changsheng and Lin Fengge. For some time, she had viewed Ye Qingcheng as her rival in love, both vying for Gu Changsheng's affections. But now, with the emergence of Lin Fengge, she found herself unable to tolerate the situation. While her rivalry with Ye Qingcheng was an internal conflict within the sacred land, Lin Fengge was an outsider. The spoils must not flow to an external party. Thinking this, she approached Ye Qingcheng and gently nudged her with her elbow. Hey, look quickly. We should not bicker among ourselves. We have an external foe. The third princess of Dali? She is indeed coveting my Changsheng brother. How dare she compete with me for Changsheng brother? Even if she is a princess, it matters not. I shall teach her a lesson. Ye Qingcheng, possessing an elegant demeanor in public, transformed into a fierce woman the moment Gu Changsheng was involved. Let us go. We cannot allow Changsheng brother to be taken away by outsiders. Finally, Su Qingyao and Ye Qingcheng stood united, marching towards Gu Changsheng and Lin Fengge with an air of determination. One person on each side grasped Gu Changsheng's arm, as if to assert their claim, saying, Third princess, the senior brother must attend to other guests. Please feel free. With that, they pulled Gu Changsheng away, much to Lin Fengge's astonishment. What are you two doing? I was just speaking with the third princess, Gu Changsheng said, somewhat exasperated, as he was interrupted at a crucial moment. Senior brother, you are the protagonist today, and there are many guests who need your attention. At that moment, the Grand Elder Gu Nantian arrived with a group of people to offer congratulations. Witnessing Gu Changsheng being escorted by the two young women. Changsheng, congratulations on becoming the holy son of the sacred land. I come on behalf of the Gu family to express our wishes. Gu Changsheng looked at the elder before him in bewilderment, quickly searching his memory for information about him. Grand Elder? Thank you, Grand Elder. In his recollection, Gu Changsheng remembered that his father had been demoted from the main lineage by the family patriarch Gu Zhouyuan on unfounded charges, and at that time, the Grand Elder had spoken in favor of his father. He could be considered one of the few allies within the family. His demeanor shifted to one of politeness. Gu Nantian glanced at Gu Changsheng's companions, Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He mused, just like his father. Gu Changsheng is quite popular with women. How enviable. Then he said, Changsheng, may I borrow you for a moment? Cough, cough. Gu Changsheng lightly cleared his throat, signaling to his two guardians. Upon realizing the arrival of a family elder, Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao discreetly withdrew. Grand Elder, please proceed. Once alone, Gu Changsheng smiled and spoke. According to the original narrative, the Gu family was entirely under the control of Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Chang'e, who firmly held the family's lifeblood. For those family members who dared defy their wishes or disobey orders, this father-son duo showed no mercy, employing ruthless and violent methods to suppress dissent. It is noteworthy that Gu Changge possessed extraordinary talent, rivaling even Lin Yi, if not surpassing him. He possessed an exceedingly rare constitution, the innate sword body. Because of this, he smoothly became the third holy son of the heavenly sword sacred land. His strength was formidable, reaching unparalleled heights, instilling fear in others. In the middle stages of the story, Gu Changge, as a minor antagonist, was one of Lin Yi's most formidable rivals. However, a significant change in the storyline had occurred, which could potentially forge new connections between him and the Gu family. Thus, he was filled with curiosity, eager to discover what the Grand Elder wished to convey. With a beaming smile and a hint of pride, Gu Nantian addressed Gu Changsheng, Changsheng. I have exerted considerable effort to request the Patriarch's consent for your return to our family's main lineage. After my persistent persuasion, the Patriarch finally acquiesced. He understood perfectly that as long as Gu Changsheng continued down this path steadily, a promising future awaited him. If he could curry favor with this exceptionally gifted young man, it would not only allow him to suppress the arrogance of the Patriarch's faction, but also provide him with a strong ally. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 82. Lin Yi has fled again. Well, allow me to ponder this matter thoroughly. To Gu Nanshan's surprise, Gu Changsheng did not display overwhelming excitement. Instead, he hesitated. He could not fathom why. Assuming Gu Changsheng was playing hard to get, thinking the benefits were insufficient, he added, "We old fellows hope you will return to the main lineage and compete with Gu Changge for the title of heir. I will wholeheartedly support you." Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Changsheng hastily waved his hand, saying, "Grand Elder, you misunderstand my intention. I need to consult my master before I can respond to you." Whether it was the main lineage or not, he hardly cared. As for this attempt to please him, which official could withstand scrutiny? The title of heir? Merely a hot potato. He was even less interested. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. He already held enough titles. Any more, and his business card would be overflowing. Oh, I hope you consider this carefully. The resources and connections available to the heir are certainly not inferior to those of the Holy Son. Fearing that Gu Changsheng might be unaware of the advantages, Gu Nantian quickly added, "Yes, I will consult my master and let her decide." Gu Changsheng nodded, revealing not a hint of surprise. To him, these matters were mere trifles. At Wangyue Cliff, two stunning women of contrasting styles gazed at the distant Ziyun Peak. Many have gone to Ziyun Peak to congratulate Gu Changsheng on becoming the Holy Son. Why are you not among them? The Moonlight Fairy gently brushed her disciple Dantai Xian's hair, asking with a knowing smile. Dantai Xian's expression was complex as she stared at Ziyun Peak, pouting. "Gu Changsheng has been so cold towards me. Why should I warm myself to him?" "Perhaps Gu Changsheng has his own difficulties," the Moonlight Fairy said with a gentle smile. Drawing on her own experiences, that could be possible. "Do you have feelings for Gu Changsheng?" "Master, such an embarrassing question. How can I possibly answer?" "Yes. Haha. My disciple, you have a discerning eye. Gu Changsheng possesses extraordinary talents and bears the 9 dragons' imperial qi with countless hidden strengths. His future is limitless. This realm has not seen a great emperor for a millennium. Gu Changsheng undoubtedly has the qualifications to compete. If you could become his Dao partner, it would be a splendid affair." Hearing her master's praise for Gu Changsheng, Dantai Xian felt a swell of pride. Yes, master speaks the truth. Gu Changsheng is indeed formidable. "My disciple, you have a particularly strong personality, and few men can capture your attention. Since you like Gu Changsheng, be brave and pursue him. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by mountains, while a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. If you are willing, a gentle touch will suffice to part the veil." The Moonlight Fairy gently embraced Dantai Xian, softly saying, "Be bold and go to Ziyun Peak. Staying here with me will not allow you to win Gu Changsheng's heart. Master, go on, with your talent and beauty. If you believe Gu Changsheng is not a fool, he will surely fall for you." The Moonlight Fairy nudged Dantai Xian, prompting her decision. Dantai Xian bit her lip, as if resolutely deciding something, transforming into a streak of light towards Ziyun Peak. Watching her disciple depart, the Moonlight Fairy licked her lips. "I should pay Lin Yi a visit as well. Just thinking about his 9-yang body makes my mouth water." He. The Moonlight Fairy had long coveted Lin Yi's 9-yang body. Now that he was imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, he would die sooner or later. She might as well absorb and refine all his 9-yang essence before it went to waste. With that thought, she felt a momentary daze before vanishing from her spot. In the Sacred Land's celestial dungeon, Compared to the brightly lit outside, this place was exceedingly dim. The only flicker of light was a feeble candle. A one-armed youth, his body wrapped in bandages, covered in wounds, and pale-faced, was shackled in a cell. He had long lost the gleam in his eyes. Blood Demon Master, please think of a way. I feel as if I am about to perish. I do not wish to die so cowardly. Master, please help me find a solution. Why must I, the favored child of destiny, face such failure? I refuse to accept it. Senior, please say something. Lin Yi lamented. Fortunately, during his confinement in the law enforcement hall, they had not confiscated his necklace. However, after calling out to Blood Demon for quite some time, he received no response. Overwhelmed by despair, Lin Yi found himself shedding tears. Lin Yi, a man of stature, crying like a helpless girl. It's truly disappointing, a voice interjected. At that moment, a captivating beauty, exuding an exotic charm, entered the dimly lit dungeon. She delicately covered her nose with her jade hand, evidently repulsed by the putrid stench within. Upon recognizing that it was the Moonlight Fairy who had come to the dungeon, a chill ran down Lin Yi's spine. As if facing imminent death, the last time she had drained a strand of his 9-yang essence, he had exerted tremendous effort to restore it. Now in her grasp, he knew the outcome would be dire. What do you intend to do, Moonlight Fairy? Stay back. If you come any closer, I shall scream, Lin Yi warned. Retreating as the Moonlight Fairy approached, her eyes gleamed with greed, her bright gaze transforming into serpentine slits out of sheer excitement. She licked her lips and said, "Scream all you like. As a sinner, no one will heed your cries. Just obediently become my meal," she declared. Lin Yi, this is your chance for escape. The ancient celestial serpent believes your powers are sealed and will surely lower its guard. When it comes time to extract your essence, it will release your restraints. I shall assist you once more to flee this place. However, you must agree to do something for me in return. Senior, as long as it means escaping the Qingming sacred land, I will agree to anything. Lin Yi, desperate for freedom, was willing to make any promise, even 100. With a graceful gesture, the Moonlight Fairy opened the dungeon door and entered, lifting Lin Yi effortlessly. Tonight, I shall drain your 9-yang essence completely. With this, I will ascend to the Holy King realm, she proclaimed, her tongue flickering like a serpent's as it glided over Lin Yi's body, removing his shackles. She then stripped him of his garments and inscribed cryptic runes upon his skin. The Moonlight Fairy intended to use Lin Yi's body as a furnace to set up a spirit-capturing array, extracting his 9-yang essence to create a 9-yang elixir. Although terror gripped Lin Yi's heart, he recognized that he had no choice but to gamble on this. Senior, please save me, he silently prayed. Just as the Moonlight Fairy focused on arranging the spirit-capturing array, Blood Demon suddenly possessed Lin Yi's form. This is bad. The Moonlight Fairy, engrossed in her incantation, sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy and opened her eyes in alarm. Yet, she had underestimated the situation. Blood Demon, now in control, swiftly unleashed the Blood Shadow escape technique, transforming into a swirling mist that fled the dungeon. The Moonlight Fairy had not anticipated that Lin Yi, despite his sealed powers, possessed a means of escape. With her saintly strength, capturing him should have been effortless, yet Blood Demon's technique was exceedingly elusive. Once outside the dungeon, the mist split into dozens of blood shadows, scattering in all directions. Each shadow bore a similar aura, leaving the Moonlight Fairy uncertain of which was the true Lin Yi. Damn it! Damn Lin Yi, I shall kill you. The Moonlight Fairy seethed with anger. The 9-yang body she had nearly captured had escaped, complicating matters further. The Holy Land had promised the Qilin sect a fair judgment. Now that Lin Yi had fled, explaining this predicament would prove troublesome. Surely, she could not admit that she had stripped Lin Yi, preparing to refine the 9-yang elixir. Such a humiliation she could not endure. With her thoughts spiraling, the Moonlight Fairy's hair flew wildly about her. Chapter 83. The reward from the beautiful master in stark contrast to Lin Yi's disheveled state. Ye Qingcheng was basking in triumph. Having dealt with the elder of the Gu family, he turned to leave, only to encounter the ethereal Dan Tai Xian approaching him with grace. Their unexpected meeting plunged them both into a moment of silence. Dan Tai Saintus, what brings you here? Ye Qingcheng broke the uncomfortable stillness. No wind, can one not come without it? She replied playfully. I have come specifically to congratulate you on becoming the newly appointed Holy Son, Dan Tai Xian said, producing a pristine white lotus and handing it to Ye Qingcheng. This is the Tianshan Snow Lotus, acquired during my recent training. It possesses the ability to cleanse and enhance one's essence. Consider it a gift to celebrate your ascension as Holy Sun. Gu Changsheng gazed at the snow lotus in his hands, somewhat taken aback. Since ascending the mountain, he had only crossed paths with Dan Taixian a couple of times. Their relationship was distant, to say the least. While Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao expressed fondness towards him, it was understandable given their close bonds. But why would Dan Taixian, ranked 6th among the saintesses, proactively extend goodwill towards him? Shouldn't he be the one seeking to forge a connection? Her unexpected gesture of gifting him a congratulatory token left him surprised. As the 9th Holy Son, I should have visited you first to pay my respects. It is rather remiss of me to have you incur such expense. Gu Changsheng remarked with a faint smile. Seeing his formal demeanor, Dan Taixian's lovely face betrayed a hint of disappointment. She softly inquired, "Are we truly so estranged? Do you regard me merely as a fellow disciple?" Taken aback by her words, Gu Changsheng's lips twitched. Was there any other connection? Could it be a more intimate bond? Having barely exchanged a few words, it was unreasonable to act as if they were old friends. Dan Taisaintus, what do you mean? He inquired, intrigued. Cannot we become friends? Dan Taixian gazed at him with hopeful eyes, awaiting an affirmative response. Who would refuse the friendship of such a stunning saintess? Gu Changsheng, certainly not a fool, responded earnestly. I have long considered you a friend, Dan Taisaintus, but lacked the courage to express it. Now my wish has been fulfilled. Then we shall be friends from now on, and I prefer you not to call me Dan Taisaintus. Please call me Xin'er, she implored, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xin'er, certainly, he agreed. Yay, that's wonderful. The exalted Dan Taisaintus, akin to a delighted child, jumped for joy, leaving the onlookers bewildered. What could possibly cause a saintess to exhibit such exuberance? Perhaps she had experienced an epiphany and uncovered a profound technique? It must be so. Dan Taixian, you have arrived. Where is your master? Just then, Qin Wushuang, who had been mingling with the older generation, approached, joyfully carrying a wine jug. According to hierarchy, Dan Taixian, being the Moonlight Fairy's disciple, should be on par with Qin Wushuang and others. However, since the Moonlight Fairy had only imparted her skills without formalizing the master-disciple bond, she was still regarded as a third-generation disciple. Greetings, Elder Qin. My master. She is currently in seclusion. There was no way to divulge that her master was swallowing Lin Yi's 9-yang essence. From this day forth, my disciple has also become a holy son of the sacred land. You must support each other and grow closer, Qin Wushuang said, evidently intoxicated as the aroma of wine wafted from her. Some individuals exuded a foul stench of alcohol, while the fairy's breath bore a sweet scent. It all came down to appearances. Absolutely. I find great affinity with Holy Sun Gu. We will surely discuss the path of cultivation frequently, Dan Taixian replied. Her spirits lifted after Gu Changsheng's acceptance of their friendship. As a fellow woman, Qin Wushuang recognized that this young lady harbored interest in her disciple, and jealousy surged within her. Dan Taixian, please take a stroll around Ziyun Peak for now. I have some matters to discuss with my disciple. So I shall not accompany you, he said, pulling the event's main character along and swiftly heading towards the sleeping quarters. Seeing the protagonist depart, the others exchanged pleasantries and began to disperse. Only Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao remained, gazing in the direction of the sleeping quarters, their expressions heavy with concern and mixed emotions. What does your master mean? Why did they take Brother Changsheng away? Ye Qingcheng expressed her displeasure, complaining to Su Qingyao. The two had formed a defensive alliance, willing to share Gu Changsheng and unite against external adversaries. Their current targets included the Lin sisters of the Dali royal family, Shang Wanqing, and now seemingly, Dan Taixian had also been added to their list. Regrettably, they had not considered Qin Wushuang as a rival. Qin Wushuang had just returned to the sleeping quarters with Gu Changsheng when the effects of the wine began to take hold. Her speech became slurred, and her gaze grew somewhat unfocused. Swaying slightly, she collapsed into Gu Changsheng's embrace. Master, are you all right? Why have you drunk so much again? Gu Changsheng lifted Qin Wushuang effortlessly and carried her to the bedside, gently laying her down. I'm fine. I'm not drunk. I'm just happy today. Disciple, you truly bring me pride. All my efforts have not been in vain. Now, I must fulfill my promise and give you a grand reward. With that, she playfully threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck like a serpent, and before he could react, she pulled him closer, pressing her warm, wine-scented lips against his. Chapter 84. The truth behind their parents' death, Gu Changsheng felt a jolt at the soft sensation, realizing he had been forcefully kissed by his master. As a notorious villain, being unable to confront his own master and yet receiving such an unexpected kiss was a blow to his pride. While he pondered this, Qin Wushuang, with legs that seemed to have learned the art of seduction, wrapped around him, gently but firmly pulling him onto the bed. Master, this reward. Disciple, stay with me. Soon you will have your own sacred sun peak, and it will be difficult for me to have you by my side. As she spoke, a tear unexpectedly rolled down her cheek. Tears from a sage do not flow easily. Seeing his master in tears deeply moved Gu Changsheng. He ceased to resist, allowing Qin Wushuang to hold him close, as if returning to his childhood days when he often longed for home, and she would gently accompany him to sleep. Master, just now someone from the Gu family wanted me to return to the main branch and compete for the title of heir. Should I refuse them? I have long ceased to care about the Gu family's affairs. Qin Wushuang lay against Gu Changsheng's arm, and they rested together as if they were lovers. He suddenly mentioned the matters discussed by Gu Nantian that day, eager to hear his master's insights. Return, not only to the main branch, but also to become the heir. Only then can you uncover the truth behind your parents' deaths. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Gu Changsheng questioned with confusion, is there more to my parents' deaths than meets the eye? She nodded, her expression instantly turning grave, shedding any remnants of her earlier drunkenness. Yes, it is time to tell you. Your parents' deaths were likely not a mere coincidence, but are intricately linked to the position of the Gu family's head. Years ago, your father and the current head of the Gu family, Gu Jiyuan, were both strong contenders for the position. Your father, as a true disciple of Xian Peak, was backed by the Qingtian sacred land, while Gu Jiyuan was supported by the Tianjin sacred land. The struggle for the new head of the Gu family was not simply a contest between two candidates. Fundamentally, it was a fierce battle for control between two great sacred lands. I am of the same lineage as your parents, and I shared a sisterly bond with your mother. I remember a time when we undertook a mission together to eliminate demons, but unexpectedly, we were ambushed by a powerful group of unknown enemies. Shockingly, among this ambush were hidden superiors of saintly caliber. It was evident that this group's actions were not spontaneous, but premeditated, with a singular goal, to eliminate your father. Your father quickly discerned their sinister intentions and realized he was trapped in a dire situation with no escape, yet he did not succumb to fear. He made a brave decision to hold off these enemies at the cost of his life, ensuring a chance for me and your mother to escape their clutches. In light of this, your mother resolutely refused to survive alone. After entrusting the young you to me, she fearlessly accompanied your father to a noble demise despicable. It must have been Gu Jiyuan and those from the Tianjin sacred land. I will never let them off the hook. Although Gu Changsheng was a transmigrator, the instinctual feelings for his parents stirred within him, deeply affecting his heart. Qin Wushuang did not dispute his assertions, instead cradling his face with her hands, saying, Disciple, do not act impulsively. Investigate discreetly within the Gu family to uncover the truth. In due time, both I and the sacred land will support you. The two faced each other closely. Qin Wushuang exhaled softly, carrying a hint of the wine's fragrance, leaving Gu Changsheng somewhat entranced. Their eyes locked. The atmosphere grew intensely intimate. They could feel each other's heartbeats and breaths. Master, Gu Changsheng began to speak, yet was gently silenced by Qin Wushuang's finger on his lips. Disciple, may I ask you to hold me as you sleep, just as I once held you to lull you to sleep? Qin Wushuang's cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or intoxication, he could not tell. In this silent moment, Gu Changsheng tenderly embraced Qin Wushuang, allowing her to rest her head on his arm as she drifted into slumber. Soon, soft snores escaped Qin Wushuang's lips. As Gu Changsheng gazed at the beauty beside him, sleep eluded him. Truth be told, anyone would be captivated by the beauty of his master. He was no exception. Staring at her enchanting visage, a wave of tenderness surged within him. Unlike others, he harbored no ill intentions toward Qin Wushuang. Even as his body reacted, his heart held no thoughts of rebellion. He simply wished to quietly admire her. How beautiful! Surely no celebrity from his past life could compete with his master's beauty. As he silently appreciated her flawless face, Qin Wushuang turned, entwining her legs around him, murmuring in her sleep, Disciple, do not ever leave me. Without you, what meaning does this world hold for me? Mua. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had escaped from the Qingtian sacred land using the blood shadow escape technique, finally dared to pause in a desolate stretch of desert in the western wilderness. Senior Blood Demon, we have successfully escaped from Dongzhou at last. I can finally breathe easy, Lin Yi gasped, his spiritual energy entirely drained by the Blood Demon, leaving him utterly spent. His complexion was as pale as paper, and he swayed perilously, as though a gentle breeze could topple him to the ground. The Blood Demon, having just employed the perilous blood shadow escape technique, revealed a desperate gambit for survival. It is crucial to understand that the execution of the blood shadow escape may alert his enemies, and should they discover that he is still alive, they would undoubtedly pursue him with ruthless intent, seeking to eradicate him entirely. In that moment of dire crisis, if he did not decisively choose to flee, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Lin Yi, had you heeded my counsel, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. You have truly brought calamity upon me. To aid you in your plight, I risked everything to unleash the blood shadow escape technique. Now, my enemies will soon sense my presence and track my movements. We must hastily seek a concealed refuge. The Blood Demon's face was heavy with concern, his words laced with reproach towards Lin Yi. He could not help but think of his once promising disciple, now a formidable demon sovereign, who would undoubtedly seek vengeance if he discovered that the Blood Demon still drew breath. Blood Demon, why do you persist in blaming me? If it weren't for my nurturing of your spirit with the essence of the Nine-Yang body, you would have perished long ago, Lin Yi retorted, summoning strength to counter the accusations. Enough with your pretense of virtue, the Blood Demon exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger directed at Lin Yi. Consider this. If any harm were to befall me, what fate would await you? Should the people of the Qingming sacred land learn of your identity as the master of the Blood Demon Sanctuary, they would imprison you within the Demon Suppression Tower, ensuring an eternity of suffering. You would find existence more unbearable than death, Lin Yi remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips. We are bound together in this fate, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Cease your lofty declarations. Lin Yi, the Blood Demon, once a figure of great power, now found himself trapped within a necklace, devoid of options. Lin Yi, you shall await your reckoning. Once my spirit is sufficiently restored, I shall seize your body. In the past, Lin Yi's fortune was unparalleled, affording the Blood Demon no opportunity to usurp him. They were bound to share their fates, yet circumstances had changed. Observing Lin Yi's current plight, the Blood Demon saw the decline of his fortune and realized it was impossible for Lin Yi to summon the Blood Prison Demon Emperor's corporeal form on his behalf. He contemplated regaining his strength before attempting to take over Lin Yi's body, for the Nine-Yang body surpassed even that of the Blood Prison Demon Emperor. His assistance to Lin Yi would not be in vain. Ah, master, how fortunate to find you. It has been quite a search. Just as Lin Yi was about to seek a quiet place to meditate and replenish his energy, a boisterous laugh shattered the air like thunder, causing his ears to ring painfully. Not good. This is Duan Wuyo's voice. It seems the use of the blood shadow escape has indeed drawn him near. The Blood Demon in the necklace gasped, fear evident in his tone. Even in his prime, he would not dare confront Duan Wuyo. Now, with only a fragment of his shattered soul, he felt utterly powerless. Lin Yi's face turned ashen as cold sweat poured from his forehead. He looked up in terror, the laughter echoing from the depths of the void, accompanied by an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate him. In an instant, a colossal and terrifying shadow began to materialize in the air. Although it was merely an apparition of Duan Wuyo, the overwhelming power it exuded instilled dread in all who beheld it, a manifestation of the might unique to those of the quasi-emperor realm. Duan Wuyo, you traitor! Having betrayed your master and ancestors, you've already caused me such suffering, and still, you plan to pursue me? The necklace glimmered, and the Blood Demon's apparition materialized to confront Duan Wuyo's projection. Master, it has indeed been too long. You once taught me to eliminate roots along with the weeds. I am merely adhering to your teachings. Duan Wuyo's voice was cold as he spoke from the air. A commendable disciple indeed. The Blood Demon spat bitterly. Lin Yi, he is merely a projection, capable of exerting at most the strength of the Imperial realm. If you burn your essence, we might still escape. The Blood Demon urged Lin Yi to act. Do not hesitate, he insisted. Lin Yi, wise to the situation, remained still, choosing to observe further. Young man, you may not fully grasp the nature of the Blood Demon. He is a deranged fiend who murdered my parents yet raised me due to my exceptional heritage. He intends to possess me one day, Duan Wuyo revealed. I see you possess a unique constitution. The Blood Demon's assistance likely harbors ulterior motives. Duan Wuyo's words sent a shiver through Lin Yi. Had the blood demon truly aided him for the purpose of usurpation? A naturally suspicious individual. Lin Yi began to question the blood demon's intentions. Lin Yi, do not listen to him. He seeks to sow discord between us. Burn your essence, and we shall flee this place. The blood demon urged in earnest. Silence, blood demon. There is no such thing as unconditional love. Your assistance has likely masked sinister intentions. Lin Yi responded, his doubts now apparent. Lin Yi, do not let his words sway you. He is attempting to create division. Trust me. The blood demon was genuinely anxious. What is your name, young man? Duan Wuyo inquired. Lin Yi, he replied without reservation, sensing no need for concealment. Lin Yi, elder, do you know me? Lin Yi asked. Confusion evident. Ah, you are quite the notable figure now. How could I not know you? Duan Wuyo remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Noticing Lin Yi's bewilderment, Duan Wuyo continued. The latest issue of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Cultivation magazine has published a joint statement from the Qingming Sacred Land, the Dali Dynasty, and the Qilin sect, placing a bounty on your head. They offer 500,000 spirit stones for your capture, and even a reward of 100,000 spirit stones for any information leading to your whereabouts. You are now a veritable treasure trove. Do you not think I should capture you for the Qingming Sacred Land? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the very world was spinning. He could hardly fathom that he had become a wanted man. The staggering bounty sent chills down his spine, for it was said that great rewards would attract countless greedy souls to pursue him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Lin Yi trembled at the thought of the days to come, knowing he would need to constantly evade both righteous and demonic forces. Elder, you do not intend to hand me over to the Qingming Sacred Land, do you? Lin Yi's face turned as pale as a sheet, his voice quivering with fear. Duan Wuyo smirked, a hint of disdain on his lips. 500,000 spirit stones. You think I would stoop to such triviality? Trivial? 500,000 spirit stones could sustain a mid-tier sect for an entire year. Yet, for someone of Duan Wuyo's standing, it was indeed a paltry sum. Immediately, Duan Wuyo shifted his gaze, locking onto Lin Yi, and spoke slowly. Lin Yi, as long as you obediently hand over the blood demon child to me, you shall officially become a disciple of the blood demon's sacred land from this moment forth. With me as your protector, even the formidable Qingming Sacred Land shall not dare to act against you lightly. However, if you insist on protecting the blood demon child, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, a powerful and chilling aura emanated from Duan Wuyo, sending shivers down one's spine. This proposition was undeniably enticing for Lin Yi, who found himself cornered. After all, he was currently being hunted by the three major righteous factions. If he could align himself with the blood demon's sacred land, a notorious sect of the demonic path, he might indeed preserve his life. Deep down, Lin Yi understood that once he joined the blood demon's sacred land, he would irrevocably sever ties with the righteous path. Lin Yi, you cannot hand me over to Duan Wuyo. We can still escape, the blood demon child urged. If you burn your essence blood, I can once again employ the blood shadow escape technique. Do not be swayed by his temptations. Do not forget who helped you rise step by step. Without me. Before the blood demon child could finish, Lin Yi tore the necklace from around his neck. Blood demon child, since you have aided me so much, you might as well help me one last time. Chapter 86. Master, my hands are numb. What are you doing, Lin Yi? The blood demon child exclaimed. You cannot treat me this way. Do not forget who assisted you in your desperate escape from the palace. Without my help, you would have perished long ago. You cannot repay kindness with malice. Seeing Lin Yi's determination to surrender him to Duan Wuyo, the blood demon child cried out in desperation. Yet, these words fell on deaf ears, as Lin Yi had made up his mind. Clutching the necklace tightly, he looked up at Duan Wuyo and declared, Demon Lord, the blood demon child is now in my possession. I can hand him over to you. But I hope you will honor your promise and accept me as a disciple of the blood demon's sacred land. Certainly, Duan Wuyo replied with a nod. I have one small request. I hope the demon lord will grant it. Lin Yi continued. What is your request? I wish to become the demon lord's true disciple. Lin Yi said with a serious expression. To become my disciple? You possess the nine-yang body and have cultivated the demon emperor's fiery heaven technique. You indeed have the qualifications. Very well, I shall accept you as my true disciple. With that, he tossed a pitch-black token to Lin Yi, who caught it, and was taken aback to see the words true disciple inscribed upon it. This is the true disciple token of the blood demon's sacred land. Bearing this token signifies your status as a true disciple. Those of the demonic path will show you respect, Duan Wuyo explained. Hearing this, Lin Yi's spirits soared. Since he could not become a true disciple of Qingming's sacred land, why not embrace the path of the demons? Lin Yi, since you have become my true disciple, do not hesitate to pay your respects to your master, Duan Wuyo prompted. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Lin Yi bowed deeply. You despicable wretch. You are shameless and ungrateful. The blood demon child, knowing he was doomed, shouted in fury. Humph, despicable? It is merely a matter of perspective, Lin Yi retorted with a cold smile, fearful that the blood demon child might act out in desperation. He sealed the necklace and presented it to Duan Wuyo. Duan Wuyo, upon receiving the necklace, burst into laughter. Master, allow your disciple to show you proper filial piety from now on. I have prepared a place for you in the soul-refining banner, he continued. I shall ensure your soul is refined within it, suffering eternally without hope of rebirth. Upon hearing Duan Wuyo's words, the blood demon child trembled in fear. Duan Wuyo, you cannot treat me this way. Let me go. Duan Wuyo's ethereal form paid him no heed, transforming instead into a mist of blood that vanished into the horizon. Lin Yi, watching the direction in which Duan Wuyo disappeared, felt a mixture of shock and contemplation. The animosity between this master and disciple ran deep. Having already destroyed the blood demon child's physical form and seized his position as the master, it was perplexing that the blood demon child still harbored such hatred. The terrifying thought of the soul-refining banner sent a chill through Lin Yi. Yet, these matters were no longer of concern to him. He needed to find a place to recuperate. Reflecting on his current predicament, Lin Yi's expression darkened as he shouted to the heavens, Ye Qingcheng, you are the cause of all this. I swear, I will not rest until I have avenged myself upon you. The following morning, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, gradually giving way to warm, gentle rays of sunlight that crept through the window, softly illuminating the spacious and opulent chamber. Qin Wushuang's enchanting eyes fluttered open, bathed in the golden morning light. Last night, she had nestled comfortably in Ye Qingcheng's broad, warm embrace, enjoying a particularly sweet and serene slumber. In the realm of dreams, she had even experienced a blush-inducing romantic fantasy. In that dream, she and Ye Qingcheng transcended their master-disciple relationship to become an enviable celestial couple. Together, they distanced themselves from the chaos and clamor of the world, finding refuge along the tranquil and picturesque shores of the East Sea. In this idyllic sanctuary, it was just the two of them, living a romantic life that belonged solely to each other. Most wondrously, within this beautiful dream, she bore a lovely child for her beloved Ye Qingcheng. The three of them lived harmoniously, basking in the joy of family life, filled with laughter and warmth at every moment. As Qin Wushuang gradually awakened, she gently rubbed her sleepy eyes and shyly turned to gaze at the figure beside her. She found Ye Qingcheng's deep, tender gaze fixed upon her, as if he had been watching her for quite some time. Master, you are finally awake, he said. Yes. Qin Wushuang replied softly, her voice rich with the languor and sweetness of someone just roused from slumber. Disciple, did you sleep well last night? Ye Qingcheng inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingcheng smiled ruefully. Master, could you please shift your head slightly? My arm has gone numb from being pinned down. Having slept the entire night with her head resting on Ye Qingcheng's arm without moving, how could it not feel numb? Senior brother, let me accompany you back to the Gu family, Su Qingyao pleaded, tugging at Ye Qingcheng's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness as she wished to join him on his journey. Little ancestor, please, I have serious matters to attend to at the Gu family. You are still recovering. You should rest at Xian Peak, he replied. I promise to bring you delicious treats when I return from the Gu family, all right? Ye Qingcheng said, gently patting Su Qingyao's little head. Brother Changsheng, since Su Qingyao is recuperating at home, let me accompany you, Ye Qingcheng chimed in, grasping Ye Qingcheng's hand, eager to join him. Qingcheng, spare me, please. If you want to see me return from the Gu family in one piece, it is best for you to focus on cultivating at Taishan Peak, Ye Qingcheng advised. Ever since the incident with Lin Yi, he has been in a foul mood. Chapter 87. My dear girl, your acting is truly unbearable. Ye Qingcheng harbored a profound unease towards Ye Qingcheng, for he was exceedingly exceptional and irresistibly charming. Ever since he ascended to the position of the ninth holy son, Numerous female disciples had sought to volunteer as handmaidens at Changsheng Peak. But both Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao had employed every means at their disposal to thwart these advances. While hindering such intentions within the Holy Land was relatively manageable, it became increasingly challenging to deter women from the outer sect. Thus, both women remained in a state of anxiety. Now allied, they resolved to confront any external threats together, sharing the burden of Ye Qingcheng. Changsheng, I hear you plan to return to your family for a while. Allow me the honor of seeing you off, came a melodious voice from behind them. Turning, they beheld the holy maiden, Danai Xian, approaching with a warm smile that sent alarm bells ringing in Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao's minds. How could I trouble the esteemed Dantai holy maiden to come and see me off? Ye Qingcheng replied with a calm smile, displaying his customary politeness. However, upon hearing herself addressed so courteously, Dantai Xian's expression shifted slightly, her tone taking on a mock annoyance. Changsheng, did you not promise to call me Xianer from now on? A hint of discomfort flickered across Ye Qingcheng's face as he recalled his oversight. He rubbed his nose and replied, Xianer, thank you for coming to see me off. How annoying. There's no need for thanks. I have a gift for you, Dantai Xian declared, producing a beautifully embroidered pouch and presenting it to Ye Qingcheng. What is this? He inquired, accepting the pouch, which exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance that invigorated him. I specially crafted this pouch for you. It contains 7-star osmanthus grass, which can invigorate the mind and ward off malevolent spirits. The implications of a woman gifting a pouch to a man were unmistakable. Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao exchanged knowing glances, their hearts sinking as they realized they had gained a formidable rival. Brother Changsheng, one of them called, while another added, Master brother, it's getting late. We should hasten our departure. The most prudent course of action was to interrupt Dantai Xian's incantation. Indeed, Xianer, the hour grows late. I must be on my way, Ye Qingcheng replied, mounting his crimson flame golden lion, with Zhao Linger joining him. With Ye Qingcheng's current status, he was permitted to bring along 24 attendants. However, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention during this return home, he chose to take only Zhao Linger with him. As they watched Ye Qingcheng's figure recede into the distance, the three women exchanged glances, each letting out a cold snort before departing in a flurry of light. My dear sir, you are truly fortunate. The three most beautiful women in the Holy Land all hold such affection for you, Zhao Linger remarked. Ye Qingcheng sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Do you consider this a blessing? The most challenging thing to share in this world is love. The more people who cherish you, the more difficult it becomes to navigate. It's truly burdensome for me. Cut it out. You are oblivious to the fortune you possess, Zhao Linger teased. Help! Someone save me. As they soared above a forest on the crimson flame golden lion, a woman's desperate cries reached their ears, echoing into the sky. My lord, it seems someone is in distress. Should we not lend our aid? Zhao Linger, imbued with a sense of justice since arriving at Ziyun Peak, promptly inquired. Ye Qingcheng, clad in flowing white, appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. His deep, ocean-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a penetrating insight into the situation below. Utilizing his formidable ability, the primordial eye, he surveyed the unfolding events with clarity. Not only did his acute perception allow him to grasp the circumstances swiftly, but it also enabled him to deduce that the woman's cries for help were orchestrated, harboring ulterior motives. If his conjecture were accurate, she had set this entire scene in motion with the intent of ensnaring him. Given his current prowess, he harbored no fear of such trivial schemes. Since he was the target, he was intrigued to discover the true nature of her ruse. Gently patting the crimson flame golden lioness head, he signaled for it to descend, flying straight into the heart of the forest. As they landed, a flurry of hurried footsteps emerged from the depths of the woods, followed by a disheveled figure rushing towards them. Esteemed sir, I beseech you, show mercy and save me. Someone seeks to take my life. It was a woman, strikingly beautiful yet marred by dirt that seemed freshly applied. Her patched clothing did little to complement her refined demeanor. Any individual with a modicum of worldly experience could easily perceive the deception at play, even without the aid of the primordial eye. Ye Qingcheng felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Did these people truly believe him to be a fool? This was an affront to his intelligence. Before he could voice his thoughts, a gang of ruthless bandits emerged, surrounding Ye Qingcheng. The woman feigned desperation, clinging to his leg. My lord, I implore you, save me. I have given them all my possessions, yet they still seek to kill me. If you are willing to assist me, I shall serve you faithfully. Another plea for servitude. What need had he for such servitude? Would it not suffice to be treated as a person? One could not deny that the woman's acting skills were rather subpar. As an experienced performer himself, Ye Qingcheng felt compelled to offer her some pointers. Mind your own affairs. If you wish to live, swiftly depart. The leader of the bandits growled. Ye Qingcheng, wishing to play along and uncover who had orchestrated this, replied, "Fear not, my lady. As righteous individuals, it is our duty to uphold justice. I shall take care of these miscreants," he declared, flicking his fingers to release strands of primordial qi that flew toward the bandits. Before they could react, the primordial qi pierced their foreheads with lethal precision. Dead. The woman stared in horror at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Shock etched across her face. Had he dispatched them all without a word? These were her subordinates, and in an instant, they were gone. According to her script, Ye Qingcheng should have engaged in lengthy discourse before subduing one, after which the rest would scatter in fear. Yet, her subordinates were all seasoned warriors. They had barely entered the scene before they were all slain. Ye Qingcheng's strength was indeed formidable. The woman gazed at him, her eyes now tinged with fear. With your assailants vanquished, how do you intend to repay me, my lady? Chapter 88. Establishing authority. Ye Qingcheng, now embodying the role of a destined antagonist, regarded the woman before him with an expression that danced between amusement and intrigue. The woman trembled under his cold gaze. As long as you do not find me unworthy, I am willing to serve you as a humble maid in gratitude. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, feigning vulnerability as she spoke softly. Ye Qingcheng grasped her chin, scrutinizing her closely, when a sudden realization struck him. Was she not the esteemed subordinate of his cousin, Ye Qingcheng, known as the jade-faced demoness, Ying? No wonder she bore a semblance of familiarity. In the original narrative, following his demise, Lin Yi would confront Ye Qingcheng next. As the holy son of the heavenly sword's sacred land, Ye Qingcheng had triumphed over numerous peers, aspiring to forge an invincible sword heart. Inevitably, he crossed paths with Lin Yi. Throughout the mid-narrative, they clashed repeatedly, but Ye Qingcheng could never prevail. Ultimately, within a hidden realm, he unleashed the soul of a monstrous entity, intending to join forces to eliminate Lin Yi. Little did he know, Lin Yi had undergone a transformation, swiftly severing Ye Qingcheng's ambitions, leaving him gravely injured. The demon seized the opportunity, taking possession of Ye Qingcheng's body in his weakened state. What a tragic fate. The enchanting nightingale, the jade-faced Rakshasa, had been of great assistance to Ye Qingcheng in dealing with Lin Yi. Regrettably, she was often exploited by Lin Yi instead. On one occasion, she attempted to ensnare him using her beauty, only to be thwarted and ultimately taken advantage of. After being thoroughly humiliated, Lin Yi not only defeated her, but also ridiculed her mercilessly. Following Ye Qingcheng's demise, the loyal jade-faced Rakshasa sought vengeance against Lin Yi, only to meet a tragic end beneath his shadow. The forlorn woman felt an unsettling pressure as Nightingale sensed Ye Qingcheng's piercing gaze, as if he could see into her very soul. "Young master, why do you gaze upon me so?" she asked nervously. "I find you beautiful," he replied, "and it would be a pity to see you toil as a servant. Why not become my woman instead?" With a playful tone, Ye Qingcheng swept her into his arms and ascended into the sky upon the crimson flame golden lion. Nightingale was taken aback by Ye Qingcheng's assertiveness, feeling anxious in his embrace, fearing he might force himself upon her. Zhao Linger was equally astonished by Ye Qingcheng's behavior, pondering, what has come over the young master today? He appears to be a tyrant. She mused that he had never been so lecherous before, especially considering that this woman was less appealing than herself, let alone the three fairies of the Holy Land. The fearsome jade-faced Rakshasa, known for her ruthless disposition, felt as timid as a wounded fawn in Ye Qingcheng's presence. He was aware of her tragic backstory. She was an orphan, raised as an assassin by Gu Jiyuan. Unbeknownst to her, her status as an orphan was a consequence of Gu Jiyuan's actions, leaving her in servitude to her enemies until her dying breath. How pitiful. Currently, she was acting on Ye Qingcheng's orders, attempting to get close to Ye Qingcheng while posing as a spy. However, she was struck by the ruthless decisiveness of Ye Qingcheng, who had already eliminated one of his own subordinates, instilling deep fear within her. After approximately half a day's journey, Ye Qingcheng and his companions finally arrived at the ancestral estate of the Gu family, situated on the distant Penglai Island in the easternmost part of the eastern continent. This island was one of the largest in the region, sprawling over tens of thousands of miles. The landscape was adorned with majestic peaks, lush greenery, meandering rivers crystal clear, and exotic flowers competing for attention, exuding enchanting fragrances. Ethereal beasts roamed amidst the spiritual aura, making it a veritable paradise. As the crimson-flamed golden lion descended steadily, Ye Qingcheng stepped down, followed closely by Zhao Linger and the recently acquired nightingale, who was using the alias Sun Yulan. The elder Ye Nantian and several other elders had been awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing Ye Qingcheng, they approached to extend their greetings. Ye Qingcheng, this journey must have been arduous. The clan leader has prepared a banquet to welcome you, one elder remarked. Indeed, let us proceed to the banquet hall, another added. I heard that your cousin Ye Qingcheng has come back from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land specifically to catch up with you. They continued. Catch up? Perhaps he fears I might usurp the title of heir. The thought of Ye Qingcheng made Ye Qingcheng feel a sense of foreboding. His cousin's talent was formidable, and with the innate sword body he possessed, it was no wonder he had become the third saint of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Furthermore, with a spy in his midst, the forthcoming events would undoubtedly become complicated. He resolved to take one step at a time as he sought to uncover the truth behind his father's death, accepting the fate and ties he had inherited. The banquet hall was spacious and resplendent, illuminated by brilliant lights. The current patriarch, Ye Qingcheng, sat regally at the head of the table, exuding an intimidating presence. Beside him sat his prominently featured son, Ye Qingcheng. The moment Ye Qingcheng entered the hall, he was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though a mountain bore down upon him, rendering him uneasy. Noticing the tension, Ye Nantian's expression grew uncomfortable, realizing the patriarch was intentionally attempting to undermine him. Yet, Ye Qingcheng merely frowned slightly, betraying no hint of panic. Although the banquet was ostensibly held in his honor, he understood that it was likely a guise, meant to issue a warning. Anticipating this, Ye Qingcheng had prepared himself adequately. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and an immense force surged forth from within, enveloping him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the pressures that had sought to oppress him dissipated, leaving no real impact. Simultaneously, an ethereal aura began to emanate from him, wrapping around his form like a gossamer veil. He appeared transcendent, akin to a celestial being descending into the mortal realm, exuding an innate nobility and authority in every gesture. This spectacle drew the attention of many esteemed guests, sparking whispers among them. Indeed, Ye Qingcheng is truly deserving of his celestial talent. His demeanor is nothing short of extraordinary. One elder exclaimed in admiration. I wonder, however, how he compares to Ye Qingcheng. Another mused. In terms of innate talent, Ye Qingcheng might have the edge. Yet, I have heard that Ye Qingcheng is diligently forging an invincible sword heart. Should he succeed, he may prove to be the most exceptional among the younger generation, another added. As opinions were exchanged, a palpable tension filled the air, underscoring the curiosity surrounding the two cousins. Upon hearing the comparison, Ye Qingcheng's face twisted in disdain. Is it Ye Qingcheng? He scoffed. My, how you've changed after 20 years. I scarcely recognized you. You resemble your father more than ever, Ye Qingcheng remarked, his tone shifting to one of feigned warmth as he approached Ye Qingcheng. Chapter 89. Clear Snow, Clear Moon. Ye Qingcheng smiled faintly and replied, Thank you, Patriarch, for hosting such a grand banquet in my honor. I am truly humbled. Not at all. Your ascension as the holy son of the Qingming Holy Land brings glory to the Gu family, and it is only fitting, Ye Qingcheng said, patting Ye Qingcheng on the shoulder and inviting him to take a seat. During the banquet, Ye Qingcheng sensed Ye Qingcheng's gaze lingering on him, laced with hostility. How infuriating. I am neither Lin nor a woman. Why does he fixate on me? It seemed the ensuing narrative would reveal Ye Qingcheng's obsessive pursuit of Dan Taixian. And if he were to discover her affections for me, his resentment would surely deepen. Ye Qingcheng chuckled coldly at the thought. He held no regard for the so-called destined male protagonist, let alone a minor antagonist. If he dared to provoke me, it mattered not that we were cousins. Fool, are you blind? In the midst of toasts and laughter, Ye Qingcheng suddenly erupted in rage, slapping a young girl who had been serving him wine, sending her flying. The abrupt scene captured everyone's attention. I am sorry, young master. It was an accident, the girl pleaded, enduring her pain as she knelt and bowed her head in apology. Detestable branch of the family, how dare you disgrace me in such an important setting? Seize her and execute her at once. Ye Qingcheng pronounced the words branch of the family with particular emphasis, clearly intending to make an example. This young girl belonged to that branch. And was she to be killed just like that? A hush fell over the crowd. No one dared to plead for the girl's life. Please, young master. Spare my sister. She is still so young. Let her live this once. At that moment, the girl's elder sister knelt down, begging for mercy. Ye Qingcheng noticed that the two girls bore an almost identical resemblance, and he could only distinguish them by their clothing. Sister, save me. The younger sister was named Ye Qingcheng, while the elder sister was Ye Qingcheng. Both were offshoots of the family and held a status little higher than that of servants. The direct descendants regarded the lives of the two with utter indifference, merely observing coldly. Silence. Should you dare to plead again, you will face the same fate. Ye Qingcheng spoke coldly. Then, two of his subordinates seized Ye Qingcheng by the hair, disregarding her pleas as they prepared to drag her away for execution. Hold on. Flowers may bloom again, but youth belongs to none. Patriarch, might you spare her life for the sake of Changsheng's request? Ye Qingcheng, uninterested in Ye Qingcheng's demeanor, directly implored the patriarch, Ye Jiyuan. Ye Jiyuan hesitated briefly before replying, very well. Since it is Changsheng who asks, Chang'e, let her go. A hint of mockery flickered across Ye Qingcheng's previously sullen face. I had almost forgotten. Ye Qingcheng, you too hail from the branch. Thus you show particular concern for them. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Release her. Ye Qingcheng commanded those present to let Ye Qingcheng go. Ye Qingcheng felt a surge of displeasure within him. How dare he attempt to intimidate me with such tactics? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you in the future. That night, after the banquet had concluded, Ye Qingcheng returned to his residence within the Gu family. Lying on his bed, having consumed a fair amount of wine, Zhao Ling gently massaged his temples, alleviating the headache brought on by intoxication. Nightingale reluctantly tended to his legs. Is the young master in? Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng request an audience with the young master. Outside, two respectful voices of women rang out, clearly the twins coming to express their gratitude after he had saved Ye Qingcheng. Come in. Ye Qingcheng did not ask Zhao Ling to cease her ministrations, simply speaking. The beautiful twins entered, immediately kneeling and bowing thrice. Tears streaming down their cheeks, as they said, Qingcheng and Qingcheng thank the young master for saving our lives. One cannot write two characters for Gu with a single stroke. There is no need for such formality, Ye Qingcheng replied. Master, we sisters are willing to serve you. Before they could finish their thought of servitude, Ye Qingcheng interrupted. Do not speak of servitude. I detest the presence of beasts around me. If you truly wish to repay me, refrain from mentioning such things, would you? Ye Qingcheng spoke from the heart. Having lived a life of servitude in his past life, the mere mention of it caused him discomfort. Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng exchanged glances, and after a moment's contemplation, they bashfully suggested, Qingcheng and Qingcheng are willing to be the young master's concubines. To serve you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling felt speechless. She thought to herself, how audacious they are. I have been with the young master for so long and have yet to entertain such thoughts. And these two wish to become concubines right away? How bold. Do they even understand how formidable Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao are? The last one who made such a suggestion, a disciple from the Qingming sacred land, is still recovering. Nightingale looked at Ye Qingcheng, pondering. This Ye Qingcheng is exceedingly handsome, attracting admiration everywhere. If he were not the young master's rival, I might even take a liking to him. Alas, he contends for the title of heir. He must ultimately be dealt with. I have no intention of taking concubines. Should you truly wish to follow me, I can take you back to Changsheng Peak as attendants when I return to the Qingming sacred land, Ye Qingcheng sincerely stated. He genuinely wished to avoid taking concubines, primarily because Ye Qingcheng and Su Qingyao were too vigilant. Should he truly bring them back as concubines, it wouldn't be long before they faced dire consequences. Ye Qingcheng and Ye Qingcheng exchanged glances and said, we wish to accompany the young master. They were earnest in their desire to follow Ye Qingcheng, for remaining here might lead to their torment at the hands of the patriarch and his son. Chapter 90. Who stealthily entered the room. That night, the moon shone brightly, yet the stars were sparse. Ye Qingcheng lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. His mind was filled with the unfolding plot ahead. However, having defeated Lin Yi, the destined protagonist, he had caused the narrative to veer completely off course. Such a significant change would likely complicate the convergence of various storylines back to the main thread. Realizing he had now become the destined antagonist, his mission had shifted to survive until the conclusion and eliminate the fated protagonist. Was this not tantamount to eradicating Lin Yi? Where had that scoundrel Lin Yi fled to? According to the original novel's plot, he would venture to the western desert in due course, coincidentally encountering his maternal grandfather, Xue Xuanji. Lin Yi's grandfather, Xue Xuanji, was a formidable figure, the leader of the underground organization known as the Illuminati. He served as a pivotal support for Lin Yi in his quest for the Dali throne and the unification of the eastern continent's four nations, eventually leading him to conquer the world. If Ye Qingcheng sought to eliminate Lin Yi, he would inevitably have to engage with the Illuminati. The Illuminati was a nefarious force in this fictional realm, teeming with formidable individuals, not to be trifled with. Xue Xuanji was notoriously cunning, plotting for dominion and surveying all realms. Eliminating Lin Yi would not prove to be an easy task. It was worth pondering. When have system tasks ever been straightforward? No. The more I think, the less I can sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, Lin Yi's insufferable visage filled his mind. While he grappled with his growing frustration, a barely perceptible sound of footsteps reached his ears from outside. Ye Qingcheng. Who could possibly be sneaking into my room at this hour? Could it be some clandestine delivery of favors? Now that I have become the destined antagonist, should you dare to offer, I shall gladly accept. Ye Qingcheng activated his powerful Hunyuan eye, allowing him to perceive everything within a radius of several dozen meters. Even in the pitch darkness, he spotted a woman clad in black outside, stealthily producing a slender smoking pipe, which she stretched through the window. Ye Qingcheng felt somewhat exasperated. This woman was none other than Nightingale, too brazen for her own good. Was she truly blowing smoke into his room? It was certainly her intention to incapacitate him and stir up trouble. Very well. Having already lost sleep, he might as well indulge her a little. She better provide me with some amusement. Otherwise, she ought not to blame me for being unsparing. Ye Qingcheng mused internally. Moments later, wisps of white smoke began to waft into the room from the pipe. The smoke was indeed potent. With Ye Qingcheng's cultivation, he found himself unable to resist, his head beginning to grow heavy. Just then, the seven-star osmanthus grass that Dan Taixian had gifted him released a faint, fragrant aroma, instantly revitalizing Ye Qingcheng. Fortunately, he had the protection of the seven-star osmanthus grass. With its safeguard, Ye Qingcheng narrowed his eyes and peered towards the door. After a brief moment, Nightingale, believing the occupant had succumbed, stealthily pushed the door open and cautiously closed it behind her. Having completed her task, she quietly approached Ye Qingcheng's bedside. Ye Qingcheng, feigning unconsciousness with narrowed eyes, observed as Nightingale removed her veil and, aided by the moonlight, scrutinized him closely. He is truly handsome. What a pity. You should not have returned to the Gu family. I never wished to harm you. The commands of a prince are hard to defy. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. Nightingale stealthily entered Ye Qingcheng's chamber, intending to surreptitiously place the Gu family's treasured Lingyuan mirror into his storage bag. Aiming to frame him, she rummaged through Ye Qingcheng's clothing but found no storage bag. She mused, it must be on him. With that thought, Nightingale pressed her lips together and cautiously approached Ye Qingcheng, observing him for a moment before leaning down to search carefully. Ye Qingcheng, damn, that tickles. Where the hell are you touching? No way. You can't touch there. You rogue. Ye Qingcheng gritted his teeth, enduring, yet Nightingale was rather audacious. Uncertain if she was merely searching for the storage bag or intentionally taking liberties, her hands were far from innocent. After searching for a while, she still found nothing. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the bulging area beneath Ye Qingcheng's waist. As a young girl, she was not well versed in the anatomy of men. She assumed Ye Qingcheng had hidden the storage bag there. Thus, she reached in, intending to retrieve it. However, upon contact, her hand recoiled as if struck by electricity, and her face flushed crimson. This is terrifying. How annoying. I thought it was the storage bag. Ye Qingcheng, feeling somewhat vexed by her actions, feigned sleep and rolled over, pinning Nightingale beneath him. He pretended to mumble in his sleep, "What a soft pillow, so comfortable." While speaking, he trapped her with his legs, rendering her immobile. Nightingale was taken aback by this unexpected turn, her mind racing. Is he truly unconscious? He must be. I used the world's most potent sleeping powder. Not even Ye Qingcheng, let alone a sage, could withstand it if inhaled even slightly. But now, being pinned beneath him, what should I do? As Nightingale pondered her next move, Ye Qingcheng's hand inexplicably wandered to inappropriate places. What's worse, he was pinching. The pillow is so soft. Ye Qingcheng continued to pinch, as if still dreaming. Were it not for the cover of night, Nightingale's face would undoubtedly resemble a ripe apple. She was ruthless in her missions, unflinching in the face of death, yet had never allowed anyone to touch her body in such a manner, especially in forbidden areas. What to do? If it were anyone else, they would be dead for merely looking too long, let alone pinching. She was here on a mission. Killing Ye Qingcheng was out of the question. What to do? Waiting online. With no better options, she could only endure Ye Qingcheng's relentless pinching. Nightingale covered her mouth with her hand, fearing she might inadvertently make a sound. Yet the sensation was too strange. She was on the verge of losing control. Just as Ye Qingcheng grew bolder, Nightingale gritted her teeth and managed to wriggle free from his grasp. Now freed from Ye Qingcheng's clutches, she noticed he showed no signs of waking. Her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Ye Qingcheng, you are insufferable. Fortunately, she finally located Ye Qingcheng's storage bag and successfully placed the Lingyuan mirror inside. Damn it, this is outrageous. I almost lost my composure for the sake of the mission. Nightingale took a deep breath, gently pushed the door open, and vanished into the night. Chapter 91. The thief calls the thief. After Nightingale had completely departed, Ye Qingcheng slowly sat up. He retrieved the Lingyuan mirror from his storage bag. The Lingyuan mirror was a family heirloom of the Gu clan. Its surface as reflective as water, the back intricately engraved with 9 dragon patterns, symbolizing supreme authority. The mirror emanated a faint blue glow, reminiscent of ethereal light in the depths of the sea. Crafted from a millennium of cold jade and 9-day profound iron, and nurtured by the energies of heaven and earth, it possessed immense spiritual power. It could gather the spiritual essence of the world, consolidating blessings and enhancing the family's fortune. The Lingyuan mirror was obtained by the Gu clan's ancestors from ancient ruins, enduring countless epochs, and remained one of the treasures ensuring the clan's prosperity. TSK. To frame oneself, one truly must be willing to pay a hefty price. Ye Qingcheng examined the Lingyuan mirror for a moment, clicking his tongue. At that instant, the mirror seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Above the Lingyuan mirror, the previously dim dragon patterns suddenly radiated brilliant light. Mysterious runes surged forth, as if infused with life. At that moment, a trace of the 9-dragon imperial qi, hidden deep within Ye Qingcheng, was inexplicably drawn forth, resonating with the dragon patterns on the mirror in an extraordinarily profound manner. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. An illusory true dragon began to materialize from behind Ye Qingcheng. Ye Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim softly, a fragment of memory flashing through his mind. He suddenly recalled, so that's it. The Lingyuan mirror, the treasure passed down through the Gu clan, indeed contains a drop of invaluable, true dragon blood. That scoundrel Lin Yi, when he killed the possessed Gu Changa, not only brazenly stole this rare treasure, but also madly refined the true dragon blood for himself. Such events transpired after my demise. Had it not been for witnessing this spectacle, I might have nearly forgotten. Ye Qingcheng murmured to himself. Contemplating further, he mused, since this drop of true dragon blood will inevitably fall into Lin Yi's hands, I might as well seize the opportunity and refine it entirely right now. I cannot allow Lin Yi to benefit from it. With his mind made up, Ye Qingcheng unhesitatingly activated his cultivation technique, channeling all his energy to refine the precious, true dragon blood. Having previously succeeded in refining the true dragon essence from the dragon blood jade, this endeavor felt like second nature to him. Moreover, since the system's upgrade, the newly added functions had provided him with immense convenience. The ability to deftly conceal the peculiar celestial phenomena triggered by the upgrade was undoubtedly the most practical among the new features. After all, if extraordinary phenomena were to erupt during the absorption of true dragon essence, wouldn't that expose him? The following morning, as dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, a thin veil of morning mist enveloped the earth like delicate silk. Ye Qingcheng sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, his entire being radiating faint golden light. After a night of arduous refinement, the true dragon blood was fully absorbed and integrated within him. 2 powerful strands of 9-dragon imperial qi had coalesced. These 2 strands of imperial qi were like 2 dormant dragons, brimming with boundless power and majesty, coursing through his meridians. With each circulation, Ye Qingcheng could distinctly feel his strength escalating at an astonishing pace. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the true dragon blood, he successfully broke through his bottleneck and ascended to the Heavenly King realm, and he surged forward to the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Zhao Linger entered, carrying a basin of clean water. Her figure was graceful, her complexion akin to blooming peach blossoms, and her beautiful eyes gazed affectionately at Gu Changsheng. She stepped lightly to his bedside and said softly, "My lord, allow Linger to assist you with your washing and dressing." With that, she began to attentively arrange his garments. Just as Zhao Linger was assisting Gu Changsheng with his grooming, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. This abrupt commotion shattered the tranquility within the room, causing both Gu Changsheng and Zhao Linger to furrow their brows in unison. Before they could react further, a loud crash resounded as the courtyard door was forcibly flung open, and a throng of people surged in, instantly filling the entire courtyard. Gu Changsheng fixed his gaze and realized that the leader among the unexpected guests was none other than Gu Changge. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, a sneer of disdain and mockery adorning his face. Behind him trailed several stern-faced elders and a group of arrogant young scions from the family. Upon witnessing such a formidable assembly, Gu Changsheng instantly grasped the purpose of their visit. Yet, he feigned ignorance, raising his voice to inquire, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you intrude upon my residence at such an early hour?" At Gu Changsheng's inquiry, a smirk crept across Gu Changge's lips, brimming with derision. He took 2 steps forward, adopting a condescending tone, and declared, "Humph. A shameless thief has emerged from the Gu family, a traitor of our own blood. This scoundrel has audaciously stolen the ancestral treasure of our clan, the Lingyuan mirror." "The Lingyuan mirror has been stolen? Who is it? Young Master Changge. Who committed such an act?" Some bewildered onlookers gasped in shock. The Lingyuan mirror was tied to the family's fortune, and to steal it meant to become an enemy of the entire Gu clan. The crowd erupted in outrage, some clamoring to uncover the culprit and exact vengeance. Gu Changge's confidence further fueled the flames. Observing the scene, Gu Changsheng found it utterly ludicrous, a masterful display of the thief crying, "Stop, thief! Why do you seek the thief here?" He challenged. "Are you implying that I am the thief? What evidence do you possess?" As he spoke, a palpable pressure emanated from him, enveloping his courtyard. Level 3 of the Heavenly King realm? Just yesterday, his cultivation was at the half-step Heavenly King realm. How could he have ascended so dramatically overnight? This pace of cultivation is astonishing. The crowd was left in utter disbelief upon sensing Gu Changsheng's sudden elevation in power. Even Gu Changge's expression shifted to one of slight gravity. He prided himself on his talents, yet such an overnight breakthrough was beyond his capabilities. "Humph. He must have been hiding his true strength all along," Gu Changge retorted coldly. This assertion seemed to resonate with the crowd, lending it a sense of plausibility. "Gu Changsheng, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that your level 3 Heavenly King realm can intimidate anyone. In my eyes, you are nothing exceptional." As he spoke, his own aura exploded forth, revealing his level 8 Heavenly King cultivation. At that moment, Gu Jiyuan and other high-ranking family members arrived on the scene. "What is happening? Yes. What is going on?" Gu Jiyuan feigned ignorance while Gu Nantian was genuinely bewildered. "Elder, you may not be aware, but last night our family treasure, the Lingyuan mirror, was stolen. The thief is one of our own," Gu Changge asserted. "I have come to retrieve the Lingyuan mirror." "What? The Lingyuan mirror was stolen?" Gu Nantian questioned, incredulous. "What do you mean by coming to Gu Changsheng's residence? Are you implying that he is the thief?" "Indeed, I suspect it was Gu Changsheng who stole the Lingyuan mirror." Gu Changge remarked dispassionately. "What evidence do you have?" The elder could not believe that Gu Changsheng would commit such an act, particularly against a family heirloom. "Come forth and reveal what you know." Chapter 92, Gu Changsheng. A mere puppet in the shadows. As Gu Changge's words fell, a timid woman emerged from the crowd. It was the nightingale, disguised as Sun Yulan. She feigned innocence, led forth by a burly woman to stand before Gu Jian and Gu Nantian. Upon seeing the nightingale, Gu Changsheng's heart sank. Zhao Linger had saved this woman out of kindness, only for her to repay the favor with betrayal, slandering his reputation. Fuming, she exclaimed, "Sun Yulan, how shameless you are! Our young master saved you, and yet you repay kindness with malice, falsely accusing him." The nightingale ignored her, lowering her head in shame, unwilling to meet Gu Changsheng's gaze. After all, the previous night, this villain had used her precious belongings as a pillow, a thought that made her blush with embarrassment. Others were aware that this woman had been brought by Gu Changsheng and eagerly awaited the revelation of her words. "Do not be afraid, we will support you." Just speak of what you witnessed, Gu Changge encouraged confidently. Gu Nantian, seasoned in experience, quickly sensed the underlying deceit and added, I hope you speak the truth. If anyone threatens you, inform me. I shall assist you. I saw my young master Gu Changsheng steal the Lingyuan mirror. What? Is it truly Gu Changsheng who stole the family treasure? How could it be false? One of his own has exposed him. It must be true. One cannot know a person's heart by knowing their face. I cannot believe Gu Changsheng returned to the family merely to steal. I had held him in such high regard. More like a false idol. The crowd began to murmur, their accusations now directed at Gu Changsheng. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Replying calmly, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. If you assert that I, the Holy Son, have pilfered the family treasure, what evidence do you have? Indeed, what evidence? Gu Nantian pressed. I saw him place it into his storage bag, the nightingale replied. Everyone. If we investigate Gu Changsheng's storage bag, the truth shall be revealed. Gu Changge seemed to envision the moment Gu Changsheng would be exposed. Even if he had backing from the Qingming sacred land, he would no longer pose a threat in the competition for the position of family heir. Are you suggesting that a mere servant's word is enough to inspect the Holy Son's storage bag? Gu Changsheng replied with dignity. As the Holy Son of the Qingming sacred land, to search my belongings would be a challenge to the authority of the sacred land. And if nothing is found, what then? A heavy silence fell over the gathering. Everyone exchanged glances, afraid to utter a sound. Ahem. Gu Jiyuan cleared his throat softly to alleviate the tension. Dear nephew, do not take offense. Inspecting your storage bag is not a matter of distrust or targeting you, but rather to prove your innocence. Exactly, if you have no guilty conscience. What harm is there in revealing it? Gu Changge added. The storage bags of cultivators are not to be opened lightly. They contain various private treasures. If exposed, it would reveal my trump cards to others. Gu Changsheng replied, his expression serious. Gu Changge suddenly bellowed. Gu Changsheng, your reluctance only betrays your guilt. I can guarantee that the Lingyuan mirror is in your possession. Seeing Gu Changge's certainty, Gu Changsheng found it amusing. Guarantee? If you were so confident, would you dare to wager? Gu Changge smirked. A wager? Very well, what shall we bet on? If my storage bag does not contain the Lingyuan mirror, then you must kneel and bow to me 3 times. Agreed. But what if your storage bag does contain the Lingyuan mirror? Then I shall self-destruct my cultivation before everyone present. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Self-destruct one's cultivation. That would render him a cripple. Everything would be over. Hearing Gu Changsheng wager such a monumental risk, the nightingale's eyes reflected regret and shame. Gu Changge had told her that the goal was merely to eliminate Gu Changsheng from the competition for heir, not to harm him. If she truly caused Gu Changsheng to become a cripple, she would feel an immense burden on her conscience. The nightingale bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately swallowed her words. Gu Changsheng sensed the fleeting emotions of Nightingale and found himself somewhat forgiving her. After all, she had taken advantage of him considerably the previous night. Searching is permissible, but the storage pouch contains many precious treasures that can only be examined by the clan leader and the Grand Elder. With a solemn vow not to disclose any information regarding the other items within the pouch, Gu Changsheng declared, his gaze piercing, instilling a sense of trepidation among all present. Very well, I shall personally inspect it alongside the Grand Elder, and we hereby swear not to reveal any information from the storage pouch, came the reply. Rest assured, Changsheng. Gu Jiyuan and Gu Nantian both nodded in agreement, pledging their oath. Sun Yulan, I saved your life out of kindness, yet you repay my goodwill with slander. Truly, I must be blind. Gu Changsheng exclaimed. Does your conscience not ache? He continued, slowly approaching Nightingale, his tone icy. Nightingale, aware of her wrongdoing, lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Gu Changsheng's eyes, and murmured a soft, I'm sorry. Gu Changsheng chose to disregard her apology and instead walked straight to Gu Nantian, presenting the storage pouch to him. Grand Elder, please proceed with the examination, he said, as Gu Nantian accepted the storage pouch from Gu Changsheng. A brief exchange of glances occurred between Gu Jiyuan and Gu Changge, both revealing a hint of delight. In their eyes, Gu Changsheng was destined to fail. Gu Jian dismissed the onlookers, leaving only himself and Gu Nantian, who employed a particular spell to shroud their surroundings, preventing any prying eyes. Gu Changsheng, should you have stolen the Spirit Abyss mirror, do not think of reneging. Gu Changge signaled to several clan elites to keep a close watch on Gu Changsheng, lest he attempt to flee. Haha, fret not. For shortly you shall bow down upon this very stone. The stone is hard, and the sound will resonate, Gu Changsheng retorted, deliberately stamping his foot on the blue stone beneath him, ensuring it was firmly grounded for a resounding thud when he bowed. TCH, Gu Changsheng scoffed dismissively. In his eyes, Gu Changsheng was merely a puppet blinded by ignorance.